wasn't my-
know all
okay,
about
okay. That wasn't my intention. If that was your point, then I mean, it has no fucking validity. I mean, what are you claiming? Wait, are you saying? What are you saying?
You try to justify dismissal of the scriptures by isolating a certain belief, a doctrine of the Trinity. And I'm pointing out that there are different interpretations of texts in every quote unquote religion that doesn't attest to the actual validity of the text itself, though.
Yeah, but do you think there's actual validity of the test? I mean, what are you saying?
Well, the Quran says so. The Quran says there's validity in the text, and that it was actually the initial inspired scripture. That's what the Quran says.
See, you're making claims about the Quran, right? But
Are you claiming that
fucking
the Quran
knowledge.
does it? Wait, did the Torah come before the Quran? Yes or no? Did the Torah come before the Quran?
I know the Quran back and forth. It doesn't make that claim. Okay. Wait. Are you saying it makes that claim?
Did the Torah come before the Quran?
Are you saying it makes that claim?
You can't answer it. Did the Torah come before the Quran?
I'm asking you, are you saying the Quran makes that claim?
What it says is that it's to revere the people of the good book, and that Allah.
I agree. Does it also say that the book is corrupted?
Does Islam say incessantly interrupt people? Does it say that in the Quran?
Does it also say that these books were corrupted? I'm asking you that question because you made that claim.
Dude,
yeah, but
I've tried to say
bro.
it exactly.
I mean, you're not being fair here. You're interrupting every time, Egypt. Please, man.
Okay, interruption is a problem. I'll go on mute. You summon me, actually, because I'm.
You will for sure. You will interrupt me.
The floor is yours. Let you and Witsit go at it. You have 5-10 minutes. Just be patient, man.
Okay, so I already have tried to say that 4 times, but you keep interrupting. I've already tried to say that what they say is that the Torah, which obviously came before the Quran, what Allah wasn't inspiring that text, but that now there isn't a non-corrupted version left, and that the Quran is the only one we currently have that's not corrupt. Okay, everyone knows that. That's like, what is that, like Islam 101? Not my point, though. My point is that it acknowledges the Torah, which comes first, was actually inspired by the Creator, and that actual outline of events, that story, those prophets were the first ones. They were before, and it's built upon the Torah. But they claim, oh well, there's not a perfect, non-corruptible version, so we can't really trust it. So we'll just throw it out, and then we'll just use ours because I promise ours hasn't been corrupt. So that's a still man of Islam.
Egypt, you have been summoned.
And I respect Islam, in case you misunderstand me here. I respect that they are really about the culture way more. I respect that they keep conservative morals. I respect that they understand the importance of family and the actual traditional roles of men and women. I respect that they're much.
You're not answering my question. I asked the question: is the Torah mentioned in the Quran? Is that the Old Testament?
It's the first 5 books of the Old Testament.
Incorrect. You don't know the first thing about Islam. You don't know what a Torah when it's mentioned in the Quran. Do you know what a Torah means?
No. Yeah, it's the script from above. But you guys claim it's not the first 5 books.
No, it's not. Torah does not mean that. It's very specific, but I don't.
What does it mean? What's it mean?
Well, instruct.
It means instructions.
It means a specific prophet. Who's that prophet?
So you're saying only one prophet wrote it, and it was Moses, or was it Moses?
Well, was the Old Testament written by Moses?
See, you're laughing, but what you're doing is trying to say
about the stance of the Quran. You're trying to you're strawmanning it.
You act like you asked, but then you just don't want to hear the person respond, so you can claim that they don't know what they're talking about.
Oh,
so don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question. Just preach to me, bro. Don't ask me a question.
No, I asked you. Man, I gave you your chance. I go on mute, let you speak your fucking whatever.
Then you ask me a question.
I'll ask a question, and you're not answering.
Because as soon as I go to speak, you interrupt me again. So you just tell me what I'm wrong. I'm not claiming to be an expert on Islam, dude. My point is that there's something to Christians called the Torah. It means instruction. It's the first 5 books. Islam claims that actual original version has been corrupted, but that it existed. What?
That's a conflation. You just said you don't know when the Quran says Torah, al-Torah, and the Quran. You don't know what that means. You know the Christian perspective. I appreciate that, and you explained it. You don't know it from a Muslim perspective. And the Quran, when it mentions Torah, al-Torah, what does that mean?
It's definitely text that came before the Quran.
So what? What does that mean?
Okay, you realize that was my only claim, right? Or were you literally not listening?
The point of it? What's the point?
Oh, well, I guess that's the point. That's the point. You don't listen. So I'll repeat my point, which was that the Quran acknowledges that Allah inspired texts that predate the Quran, dude.
That was corrupted by man. That's what it says in the Quran.
Exactly. I've said that 7 times. I've said that 7 times.
Yeah. So what's the point?
What? Okay. So the point
that's
is
the stance. Are you going to disprove that stance?
No, there's no need to disprove anything. There's no need. You guys claim that you have the perfect text and that it hasn't been corrupted. The Islam people are infallible. They're the only infallible.
Okay. Let's speak historically.
You're doing it again, Egypt. You're doing it again.
No, because he asked a question. So historically, the Bible, the first 4 centuries of the Bible, we don't have any manuscripts from that. From the first 400 years of fucking Christianity, no manuscripts date back to the first 400 years after Jesus died. The Quran, we have manuscripts that date back in the lifetime of the Prophet Muhammad.
This is what's funny is
that's historical evidence.
Wrong. First of all, that's patently wrong. We have texts that exist from the scriptures before Yeshua was even born. Secondly, oh well, those don't exist anymore. But my text still exists when it was written 600 years after Yeshua. Yeah, no, it's way more modern of a text, dude. That doesn't mean that only God likes that text and that we can.
Wait.
That's ridiculous. Do what?
Well, I'm asking for. Okay, so you believe that the Bible is true, correct?
That the current Bible is super corrupted and messed with. I believe that there is truth in the actual scriptures, and they've been scattered everywhere.
Wow. And you're still a Christian?
I don't follow labels because I don't need some man-made tradition and label to tell me what to think.
Wait, you're not a Christian?
Christian means to follow the Messiah. So in that sense, yes, I don't adhere to any religion called Christianity.
So who is Jesus to you?
The Messiah.
God?
No, he's not God. It specifically says he's not God. He was a man. He died.
Son of God? Is he a son of God?
There are multiple sons of God, but yes, I believe that he was. I believe he was the first thing created after wisdom. He was created, and he was there at the beginning when everything was created. Then he humbled himself, took a fleshly state, and then came to earth as a man. He isn't God. He's subordinate to God. That the true creator is his father, as in he's superior to him. He's the Most High. And that the Messiah is...
That's the Islamic stance? Do you understand that?
That's what I was trying to tell you at the beginning. I was trying to tell you at the beginning that I more align with the Islamic take than modern Christianity. That's why this conversation is so frustrating for me.
Yeah, but
because if you were just
listening yourself as a Christian, not a Muslim. That's what
because I don't agree with a lot of things that Muslims say. I don't agree that Yeshua wasn't really crucified. Oh, great! Give me some evidence of that. Oh well, the Quran says it. Everyone else lied. Everyone else lied about it being crucified.
Your whole atheist was give me evidence, like scientific evidence, Or
No. I'm saying all the historical evidence shows that that man died, and I'm supposed to believe a claim that actually it just was an illusion, and somebody else that looks like him was put in his place, and I just wasn't going to be able to tell.
That's not the claim. Actually, the actual translation says, "It seemed to them as so." Like people would actually, like historically, would say Jesus was crucified according to the Quran. That's exactly, literally, the literal translation is that it seemed to them as so. Like people would actually think that Jesus was. That's the claim of the Quran. It doesn't claim that Jesus was not crucified. It says he seemed to be crucified to people at that time. That's the actual translation of the Arabic, because that's my first language, and it's not a preference to the Quran.
That's cool.
Yeah, but that's the actual translation. Yeah, and actually within Islam, people have a difference on that stance. But I'm with that stance that it's literally saying, the Quran is saying, it seemed to be as such to them. It's something that seemed to be as true for the people of the time that he was crucified. So the fact that
because Allah
that he was crucified, this aligns with the Quran.
Yeah. Because Allah effectively wanted him to. Yeah, well, that's a convenient stance, isn't it? That all the historical evidence is going to say.
I'm with you on that.
All
it is
the
convenient.
historical evidence is going to say. Yeah, because all the historical evidence is going to say really crucified, say that his tomb was really empty. But actually, it's just that if the Quran just says, well, it's going to look like that, well, then we can claim that there's no way to falsify my position.
Yeah. So let's get on the moral stance. In Christianity, people believe Jesus died for their sins. Like he's going to absolve them of their sins by dying on the cross, right?
That's a misinterpretation of the Bible.
Let me just finish, and you can respond. In Islam, we hold the stance that nobody is responsible for your sin except yourself. That is, you're going to be questioned on your sin, and that's your own responsibility. Nobody's going to die for your sins. That's our stance. But the Christian
that's what the Bible says. That's what the Bible says.
Yeah, I'm exactly. The Bible says Jesus died for your sins, right?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It says that Yeshua. It does say he died. It says he really died, but that it was to take his place as our high priest. He's now our high priest. So he's like just like people used to have a high priest, and you would go to him, right? Now he's our high priest. He's effectively our mediator. He's our high priest. He didn't die for our sins. He isn't God. He isn't human, 100% human, 100% God, whatever that means. He didn't talk to himself when he was on the cross.
Why aren't you Muslim?
Because it says he didn't really die, dude.
I told you what it actually says. It says it seemed that he died for them. That's what it says. That's the actual literal translation. It seemed to them that he died. That's what it says.
Yeah, that's a major difference, isn't it? Isn't it a major difference that it's an illusion that he died and resurrected, or he actually died?
That's the problem with translations. It's not about look. What does the text actually say? I don't care about the translation. What does it say in Arabic? It's in Arabic. That's my
but that's my point. There's a huge sect of Islam that disagrees with you, dude. So this whole notion that it's just the Quran that's so non-corrupted that everyone fully understands what it says is not true at all. There's a ton of people that don't agree with what you just said that are Muslim. Because I'm talking depth.
Wait. What? Doesn't that hold true for Christians as well?
Say again?
Doesn't that hold true for Christians as well?
Absolutely. But you're the one claiming that there's a difference in that sense.
But wait, I understand the difference in the sense that the mass can hold to a certain belief, which is not true, like you're claiming. But when I claim it, for some reason, it's different. What the fuck?
Because what you're insinuating is that since the Quran is not corrupted, that we can all know exactly what's being said, but the Christian text is so corrupted that we can't figure out what's really truly being said. So we must just trust the Quran. But in reality, the Quran is
No, that's all I'm
disputed
saying.
for one of the Quran is disputed for one of the biggest details in the entire story, dude.
From a Christian perspective. Is it,
No. From
a historian perspective?
From an atheist perspective, dude, if a human
Wait.
walked on this earth and was killed and then was able to come back to life, that's a big deal, right? That's a big deal. Especially when that character in Islam is the Messiah. He comes back and reigns.
Hold on. What's it? Hold on. I don't appreciate that I'm being muted because I'm not really cutting you off.
Well, I'm not muted.
So what's happening? I mentioned it in the text chat. There's a really loud like echo and reverberation happening when you leave your mic open. We can't hear what he's saying very well. It's all like it's reverberating.
Yeah, my apologies. I'll go mute as soon as I'm done. Yeah. I appreciate that you voiced it. So I'll go mute when I don't speak. So yeah. Go ahead.
If you could, yeah. I was just muting you for a second just so we could even hear what he was saying. But yeah, it's not ideal to have to mute and unmute anyways. But yeah, I just didn't have a chance to get to the mic because I texted you, or I tagged you in the text, but didn't have a chance to jump to my mic until now. Anyways, yeah, if you could just mute in between so we can hear.
Yeah, that's all I'll do. Yeah, it's done. So what's it? I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you or was I?
I don't know. Let me just make this point we can pick up here because I only got a few minutes. You're asking why I'm not Muslim. Okay, I'm explaining. Well, from my understanding, Yeshua died and his tomb was empty. Atheist historians reluctantly concede this fact because of the abundance of historicity supporting that claim. So for there to be a claim that someone died, making tons of metaphysical claims on behalf of a creator, and then to somehow overcome death, if that really happened, that gives a huge amount of credibility to what he was claiming metaphysically, right? But if Islam is saying that he didn't, but it's going to appear like he did, and all evidence is going to show that he did because everyone was deceived into thinking that he really did. That's where I have a huge disconnect. It cannot be reconciled, and Muslims do not even agree on that part of it. I consider that a major part of it, and even Islam considers him the Messiah because he returns and reigns as Messiah, even in Islam.
Yeah, I mean, do you know that in Islam, we do know that Isa, Jesus, was born of the Virgin Mary, for example. Do you know that?
Yes. I know that the Islam is drastically and grossly misrepresented by the West.
Yeah, I'm just going to go through what Islam claims about Jesus.
Okay.
Right? So he's born of the Virgin Mary, right?
Uh-huh.
Would you say that coincides with the Christian narrative, or is that opposed to it? That coincides? Okay. So Jesus is the Messiah. Would that coincide with the Christian belief? Okay.
Yes.
So Jesus is a prophet. Does that coincide?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So so far, what are those? Three?
Yeah.
Coincidences? Yeah, awesome. So Jesus is not God.
I agree. That's what the scripture
awesome. Four things we agree upon. Where do we actually disagree?
That he physically died and resurrected.
Okay, so do you think someone should die and what's the purpose of Jesus dying for your sins? Can
First of all, it's not that I think anything should or shouldn't happen, but what's the purpose of it is that he then fulfilled, he was sinless, and we may disagree on that. He didn't commit any sin. So we probably disagree on that because I don't know. I don't really know what Islam says about that. But he committed no.
I'm trying to understand your point of view. Like, where
I'm trying to explain it. He committed no sin. He committed no sin. Yeah. Then he was crucified innocently, and then he overcame that death. Then he was able to act as the high priest on behalf of everyone on the earth. All believers now. We only have one singular high priest that's a mediator to the Creator. It spans all international borders, all language barriers. We now have a singular high priest.
Do you see any connections with the idea of the original sin? Do you know about that?
Yeah, I know what original sin is. Yeah, but wait, can you answer my question? Does Islam think that Yeshua sinned? Because I don't know the answer to that.
No, we don't think prophets sin because the way we define sin, there is sin in the like the actual sense of sin, and there is like a mistake, like just something you're unaware of that you can because you're human, you're unfallible. The fact that we're human, we're not God. That's what like one of the differences in the ideology is that
Yeah, I got you.
Jesus and just people in general, they're not God. They're infallible. They can make mistakes. But
Well, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. This is really important for me. Okay, so so if he's just what you're saying is, I guess all prophets, you make mistakes because you're fallible, you're a man, and only God's infallible. I get that, makes sense. So, but that would make Yeshua just the same in that sense as all the other prophets. So then my question is, what would make him Messiah then? What separates him from the rest of the prophets to make him the Messiah?
Yeah, God says, وَفَضَّلْنَا بَعْضَهُمْ عَنْ بَعْضٍ. We differentiated each of them from each other as prophets. Like each prophet has his own mission. He has his own place to make a certain statement at that
Yeah, but don't you
time.
agree Messiah would be like at the top though? I mean,
Yeah,
Messiah.
there are many messiahs. People like the Christian stance is that Jesus is like the Messiah, right? Talk
Yes.
to a Jew. Ask a Jew. Is Jesus the Messiah? Ask him that question. Ask him that question. Ask a Jew.
The word Jesus comes from Yeshua, which means may his name and remembrance be blotted out,
Right.
which was pushed by the Jews. It's
Yeah,
not even his name. His name.
Jesus is not his name. I would agree with you. Jesus is not the name of that prophet.
Right. It's actually an attack on his character, and but my question still remains. So wait, are you saying? Wait, you answered that. There are many messiahs. So Yeshua isn't distinctly different. He isn't the Messiah. There are just many. Because my understanding, and I am not an expert on Islam, but from my understanding, and it's been some years, he's the Messiah that comes back and reigns and maybe even fights. I don't know if it's called the Dajjal or something.
Yeah, I was speaking in the Old Testament sense. In the Old Testament, there are many messiahs. In the Quran, there's only one Messiah, and it is Jesus.
Right. So I'm asking you, what makes him different than the other prophets? Then, like,
Why
is he?
back? Because he didn't die. See, that's one of it. Another thing is that he was born of a virgin. That's because let's take Adam for example, because Adam was not born of a man nor of a woman. That was his miracle, right? That's what differentiates him from the other prophets and all.
No, your answer makes sense. Your answer makes sense to me. He was born of a virgin, and he didn't actually die. And as where I'm saying, he was born of a virgin, and he overcame. He was the only one to overcome death. So we differ on that aspect of it.
Well, that's where we agree. That's overcoming. Like if let's say the narrative of crucifying a Christ, right, were true, and he overcame that by just
by not dying. Yeah.
In the narrative of the Islamic narrative is that God raised him and just spared him.
Yeah, okay. So he did take like a resurrected form in that sense. Like he was risen in a metaphysical body without dying.
Well, yeah, exactly. He didn't die, but he's going to die because every human is going to suffer death. And Christ has not suffered it till now. That's why he's going to come back to suffer his death.
So you think he comes back and dies? That's what the Quran says?
Because he didn't die. That's the Quranic. I'm telling you that my understanding of the Quranic narrative. He didn't die because he's going to come back and die.
Okay, so now we have huge differences, right? Because my understanding is he comes back with an army and like cleans up, right? I don't
agree with that. That's an Islamic narrative. That's the narrative I agree with.
Who kills him?
Oh, I wouldn't know that, of course.
Are you speculating that he dies? Like, does the Quran specifically say that he dies?
No, the Quran specifically claims that all men die. Right? and
He's
claims
not a
that
man anymore. Though.
no, he
He's
is a
risen
man.
into a man.
No, that's a clear cut claim that Jesus was a man. That because
So you
it's
think
different.
he was?
It's trying to disprove the unset like substantiated claims that maybe you wouldn't call Christian, but of Trinitarian claims and all that he was
Yeah.
the Son of God and so on. And the Quran it clearly states they claim that he's the Son of God, but merely he is a man. That's what the
So
Quran
Egypt, when I picture like the crazy Muslim people screaming, Jesus was just a man. Jesus was just a man. That's like there's like a different implication you're saying to that statement that Jesus is
Well, yeah,
just a
because
man.
a
There's
bunch
deeper.
of Christians claim he is God, which is completely wrong, and Muslims are 100% right about that. But wait, real fast, a couple more questions because this has been very edifying for me. I'm trying to figure this out. So, are you saying then that man can be in heaven in their like humanly form? Because that would be required. If he was risen up as a man,
yeah,
then and
man.
he's still a man.
Once man fulfills his the test of believing in God, the one monotheistic God worthy of worship,
Yeah.
that's what gives him his place in heaven, basically.
Okay, but I'm asking you, like, can a human fleshly man reside in heaven? Because if you're saying that he's still just a man, like in a manly form, and he comes back and dies a man's death, right? Then that means he's currently in heaven as a man, which makes no sense to me. Doesn't resonate with me at all.
I never claimed he's in heaven, but
Well, he was risen up to where?
oh, risen up to where? That's unknown, but it's not to heaven. It's not an Islamic claim to say that Jesus is in heaven till he
Was he
comes
just
back.
hiding somewhere? Is he still
No,
aging? He just hiding.
it's unknown, and I like from the
So now
claims.
you're answering my question why I am not Muslim, because my
Because
understanding
unknown,
is much more coherent. Well, because that's incoherent. Right now I
unknown
understand it as
is incoherent. Unknown is
yeah.
incoherent.
Well, because what you've said has now required him to still be somewhere in the material realm,
Where's
hiding
God? Where's God?
above me. He's above me
Where above you?
in heaven.
Where's heaven?
There are, in my current understanding of even cosmology, there are different.
Because I can't reconcile that with actuality. So that's what you did, man. What the fuck? You can't do this.
No. What? No. I'm
That's
saying it
exactly what
doesn't
you
make
did.
sense to me. You said that he's a man and that
Yes,
he avoided death and that he was
exactly.
risen, but not to heaven, which means he's somewhere other than heaven, still to this day.
God, I don't know where he is. Maybe he's in heaven. I that's not the issue though.
It
Like,
is the issue. It is the issue.
why? Why is it an issue where he is?
Well, because you're
Heaven
asking me
is God.
why I'm not.
Okay,
I'm
so
answering the question why I'm not Muslim. This is why.
yeah, but I'm
My
asking you.
understanding resonates more. I don't care what men say or traditions say or religion say. I'm telling you what resonates with me. Like you're asking me
Exactly.
why
I'm
I.
asking you why the fact that Jesus is in heaven rather than with God. Why would that resonate more with you rather than the other?
Because God is in heaven, dude. How is he
Uh,
with God but not in heaven?
is God strictly in heaven?
Well, he's
Is
obviously
that
has no limitation. He obviously has no limitation. But
wow?
now we're going to have to invoke some other area that's not this material world, that's
I'm
not
not
heaven,
invoking
it's
anything.
somewhere else that God resides also.
I actually didn't invoke anything. I asked you a question, but you invoked something else.
Well, I'm stating the implications, the necessary implications of the claim so far.
Yeah, the necessary like implication of the Islamic narrative that Jesus did not die on the cross. What's the problem with that for you? I mean, all I've heard was the fact that maybe because he's not in because according to you he's not in heaven. But why is that a
Oh no, that's
problem?
not the crux. It's
Why is
the
that a problem?
overall coherence. Let's just compare the two. One, my understanding is that he was there with the Creator at the beginning, and that's why it says, "Let it make it in our image." But you probably don't even think that the current version of Genesis is worthy. But my understanding is he was there. He was there, but he was created by the Father. He's subordinate to the Father. He isn't God. And then he humbled himself as a servant and came here, and he died sinless and then resurrected. And now he's the Messiah. He comes back and he reigns.
Okay, do you understand how like the Hebrew language works? Like it's a Semitic language, like Arabic. Like in the Quran, it uses the we. It's the plural of how do you say royalty? It's like this is how God speaks in the we form, but no Muslim thinks there are multiple gods. We all know it's just one God. God is one. And even in the Hebrew, in the Old Testament, when it says Elohim, for example, Elohim is a plural, but the stance from like a how do you say a Christian who holds the belief that there is a triune God would say, "Oh, look, there's a plural. He's talking about three gods." It's only one God in the language.
No,
Like
I
you're
agree.
speaking in the Hebrew, the Elohim is one God. It's not, although it's plural in the grammar sense, but
Yeah.
it's talking about one God. and
Okay,
the
yeah, but we
Christians hold
disagree
on
here.
to that.
We disagree.
It's funny.
We disagree. What's funny is that the word used for God in
Elohim.
Hebrew has many applications, including even being applied to men. Mighty men are referred to with that same Hebrew word.
Yeah, false gods.
Dude, mighty men. I agree. False gods. That's correct. Even prophets. So my point is, dude, that the Messiah could also be referred to as God, but he's not actually the supreme creator. But the Hebrew word for God has many applications, just like it also does in Greek. And he's saying he's talking to his son, the first thing that he made, and he's like, "Let's make man in our image." Okay, the Father has been supreme the whole time, and then he sent his son. He had to humble himself and come here as a human, fallible, mortal, and he came here and he had to suffer through it because there was a plan, and the plan was, and it maybe even gets deep where he had to make sure he was born of pure blood, and some pure blood, like genetics, weren't tainted and died or whatever. I don't know the whole story.
Yeah, I mean, you're making up narratives, but I'm gonna ask you straight up questions. Do you think is like God is all knowing? You think
Of
that's
course.
an attribute of God? So if God is all knowing, why does he have to come to Earth as a human being?
He didn't come to Earth as a human being, dude. Why are you strawmanning me?
Well, you just said earlier that Jesus was like God humbling himself in essence.
No, he's not. I just explained the importance of the word God and it being properly defined because the word used for God in Hebrew means multiple things. And when it was referring to Yeshua, it is not the one true Most High Creator. It is a different application of God. Okay,
Yeah,
but it
what
is
application
superior
is that?
to man. It's a metaphysical, immortal state superior to man.
So Jesus is immortal, according to you. Yo, am I
Just
still
give me
coming in?
just.
Yeah, sure.
So do Muslims just? I mean, what do you guys just hate? The Jewish people, like
No,
that.
we love our Jew brothers and our Christian brothers as well. Our problem is with the modern. Uh, how do I define these fuckers? These
Right,
non-believers.
the government. Well,
No,
like
the
what's
non-believers, the atheists. This the stance of being fucking. They call it this. Not atheism. agnostic atheism, liberalism, all that. That's what I have a problem with.
What do you guys
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you explain like infidels and like how people say, like Muslims are very, I don't know, like hostile towards the
That's synonymous with Christian Old Testament. That's like apostate punishment is exactly the same in the Bible. In the Old Testament, they should be put to death.
Well, I would disagree with that. Say that I would say
that's Old Testament. I can verbatimly I can give you the verse that says they should be put to death.
Yeah, so I like Whitsitt says, I think there's a lot of missing books, and you could read the Apocrypha, like the Book of Enoch, and it's talking about the fallen angels.
Where do you draw the line? What's actual Bible versus what's not? How do you draw the line?
I'll try to explain to you, brother. So hear me out. Just hear me out. So if you read like the Book of Enoch, the Book of Enoch's a perfect example, right? Like Jubilees, some of the Apocrypha that is not included in the Bible. It talks about
not included in the Bible. So is that the truth?
You're not letting me finish, brother. So I'm not done. So if you read the Apocrypha, which I used to be in the Bible, it's been taken out now by in modern Christianity, but it talks about the fallen angels. Basically it talks about genetically modifying everything, and that it
doesn't talk about genetically anything. Nothing.
It does.
It doesn't even bring up genetics in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, it does.
Refer to the verse, please.
What about the book of genes?
Wait.
Genes is
Genetics.
Genesis, genes.
Oh.
Brother, it says specifically
genes.
Brother, it specifically says that they were, mixing the fish with the it literally talks about them mixing animals, manipulating genes. And it says in there that if the flood hadn't happened, that none of the flesh wouldn't have been tainted. Is basically what it's talking about. And then when you reading the Old Testament, and Yah is telling his people, go out there and clear these people out. These are the same people that were bringing that back. There's giants there. It's pretty obvious, that's what's going on, and that's who the Christians are told to go or Yah's people, the Israelites are.
Any Christian, they don't bring any of this up, but you have your own there are different sects within Christianity and all that. I appreciate that, but the common Christian doesn't talk about giants, nor does he have the same narrative as you're portraying. So maybe it's
the
just
common Muslim doesn't say some of the stuff that you said either, dude.
No, the common Muslim always agrees, even though I'll admit we do have sects, and they're mainly two. It's Sunni and Shia. But I'll admit that within these there are more sects. But in the end, they do agree upon the same God and the same Quran. No Shia would it.
But they don't agree on if Yeshua dies again, if he comes back and dies. They don't agree on it.
No, they do.
What?
They do.
I did think that was interesting. I mean, I never heard some of those things. I thought was interesting. Egypt about the so the Quran says there's only one prophet being Jesus, right?
And that they disagree.
Wait, I gotta say what.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Right, and then
No,
you're
I'm saying I gotta
saying.
step away for a sec. You guys go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I thought it was interesting about the resurrection. He appears, but then what's the? I lost the story. I had to do something. But you said there was a point to that, like you're waiting for his return, even in the Quran or something. What was the?
Yeah, the fact that every human tastes death. That's this is me just paraphrasing the Quran, right? humans will always taste death, and the Quran admits that Jesus is merely human, yet a prophet, yes, and holds his position and his adherence to make like God chose him for certain things, and he has his position, but yet still he's a human. He's not God.
Yeah,
He's not
but
the
you
son
but
of
you
God.
let's
Wait, let
read
me
it.
finish. Let me just make my point clear here. So
Mhm.
the whole point is that he's human, and he was not crucified, right? God
Then what
saved
would be
him.
miraculous
Yeah,
about it? Like what would
God
what's
saved him.
miraculous then?
The actual claim in the Quran that God like saved him from that crucifixion, that that place that he was in. He was being crucified and all that. God saved him from that, and he made it seem for people that it did actually happen.
Right,
That's
but
the
here's a
Quran
Muslim
No,
claim.
scholar right here
that's
that
not what it
North
says.
posted a Muslim
Yeah, that's
North posted a
exactly what it
Muslim
claims.
scholar
No,
North
that's not
posted a
what it
Muslim
says.
scholar right here that says he was crucified and God raised him. And I keep on asking you what distinguishes him to be the superior prophet of all of them, to where he's the Messiah,
I'm telling
he
you.
comes back, he fights
Yeah.
for Israel. He's distinctly different. You told me that he's born of a virgin, so
Yes.
you're admitting that Yeshua is superior to all the other prophets. He's born to a virgin.
No.
He does stuff.
Yeah,
He does
and
stuff, and he's
each
superior to
prophet
Muhammad
has
in
miracles.
the Quran, dude. I
Oh,
can't keep going back. Let me say my one. Give me a second. He turns like a one of the texts. I don't know exactly what it is. He turns like mud to a bird that's alive and stuff. So I'm just saying that he's distinctly important in the Quran.
so let's test that knowledge. Do you think the fact that Jesus was born of a virgin makes him special? You believe he was
First,
born of a virgin, right?
That's kind of different.
Wait. This is to Whitsit. I'm asking Whitsit. Do you believe Jesus was born of a virgin?
Yes,
Well,
yes. But
you
just a
said you
second.
had to go.
I'm trying.
Do
I have
you
to put
think
this
that
pedal
makes him
together.
special? Wait, do
I
you think
have
that
to
makes him
step
special?
away, dude.
Wait, what?
He has to step aside. You just have to expound on the reasoning while he's
Okay.
gone. He'll listen in.
I'll just, if you think, because I asked you that question, you wouldn't answer it. So if you do think he's special, what about Adam? Adam had no, okay, Jesus had a mother, no father. Adam had no mother nor a father. Does that make him more special? Can you answer that question?
I think
Anybody?
he stepped away, but I would like to address
Anybody?
that.
Yep. Does that make him more special? Adam is more special than Jesus. He had no mother, no, nor a father. So, would that make him more special?
No, Adam died, bro.
I'm not asking how he died. I'm asking how he was born, brought to existence. Jesus was brought to existence with no father but a mother, right?
First thing is the Quran does
Right?
mention the thing.
I'm asking a
First,
question.
well, let's address like the first three or
All
four
these
claims
stories are a
you
bunch
have,
of
right?
fake news.
Yeah,
Then we,
that's where that's where it's gonna
uh,
go. A bunch of fake news. I'm asking the Christians here: was Jesus born of a mother, Mary specifically?
Yep.
Yeah. Did Jesus have a father?
Joe, I think.
What was that? His biological father, or what father? In
Oh, the
a,
Virgin,
like
right? The Virgin Mary, right? So that's special, right?
Virgin
Okay,
Mary? Yeah. I mean, yeah. So
right. That's
Virgin
special.
Mary, no father, right?
Well, according to this story, yeah, that's kind of special.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on your stance. I mean, was he
I
born
mean,
of a virgin?
He's the only
yeah, as the
begotten
story
son of
says,
the
he
Father, bro. He's the only begotten son of the Father,
hey
Begotten?
guys,
What does that mean?
brought
Begotten.
forth.
oh my gosh, man.
But like, if I bring forth a son, me personally, would that be classified as begotten?
I know the Quran mentions the Ten Commandments, and I know it mentions
No, it doesn't.
or if
No,
you
it
want to
doesn't.
speak of that.
No Ten
I know
Commandments.
earlier you said it did not, right? You said it did not earlier. It did not mention the law,
No Ten
but it does,
Commandments in the
right?
Quran. No,
The Furqan, right?
commandments. Commandments, not
So
10
it
commandments.
it does mention them, which were given to the Israelites through Musa, right?
Okay. Define 10 commandments. Give
Okay,
me the
Brother
10
North.
commandments
I'm
before
just
you
We don't
say.
need, we don't need
the
to keep
point,
over talking everybody.
can you stop
What
talking,
are
bro?
the 10
Like
commandments?
I've been trying to get in for like 25 minutes, and I keep respecting people and putting myself back on mute. So I just want to
So
address some
what's
of
the
the
first
things.
commandment?
I
First
would
Back in
commandment.
love.
response, right?
Okay. I guess I can address some of your claims because clearly
No, I was on mute.
you
So
have no
first
idea.
commandment. Give me first commandment. Anybody?
I have no idea what you're talking about, man.
The first commandment. Are you Christian? Are you Christian? I know the first commandment.
I'm not here right now to answer your questions. I'm here to address some of the claims which you
Did
have
you bring up the 10
misquoted the
commandments?
Quran. So
Did you
I would
bring up
really
the 10
like to
commandments?
address some claims, bro, but I guess I can't. I mean,
No, you
if you want
can.
to
I'm
talk about
asking
what a
you. I'm
Christian
asking
is,
you.
you
Did you
define what
bring
a
up?
Christian is, and I'll tell you if I am one. How about that? Is that good
No,
enough for you?
no.
Is that
Did
good
you
enough
bring
for
up?
you?
All right. Calm down,
I don't
y'all.
think you
I need
can
to
define what a
one at a
Muslim
time.
is,
One
and I
at a
still don't think you
time.
can tell me what a Christian
He
North.
is.
said 10
Hold on,
You
North.
can't
commandments.
even define what a Muslim is. You don't know what you're
No,
speaking about when you're
Do I have
speaking
to mute
about
y'all?
Muslim
the
is someone who
You
submits
have
his
no
will to
idea
God.
what you're speaking
That's
of.
the Arabic
You're just
definition.
gonna
You
continue to
don't know
speak as
it.
I'm speaking. It's hilarious, man.
One at a time. North was trying to say something. You keep interrupting at mostly, almost exactly. So please stop. Go
Yeah,
ahead, North.
the first thing I wanted to point out was the Quran does mention the commandments. And we can get, picky on if it's the 10 or not, if it was the one that Musa gave them or not, and who he gave them to, the Israelites, right? And we can get into what the Quran calls that, right? We could get into Al Furqan or the Furqan. There's a couple of different words and a couple of different phrases used in the Quran that he has left out. And also, when it comes to the death and the resurrection of the Messiah, not all Muslims agree with you, sir. Some do believe that he was crucified and did raise again and ascended. And some of the scholars will tell you that. And also, when you say, and this is the last thing, when you say there's only one God, and you say that, Muslims go by one God, there's only one God, this is true. I have one God, right? One God, the Father. That's my God. And then you have one God. But there are many gods. There are many who are called God, and there are many gods in heaven and on earth. So that's the problem. And if it wasn't so, then all of these other nations wouldn't have their gods, and they wouldn't build images to their gods. So you'll find that in the Quran and the Holy Scripture. Thank you very much.
Yo, dude, I appreciate that 100%. I appreciate your stance and all
Yeah.
that. See, for me, it's not a tit for tat. I'm trying to explain the Muslim position as best as I can, and I agree with you that there are Muslim scholars that say he wasn't crucified or he was crucified. This is a point of contention. All I'm doing is presenting the actual uh, word for word evidence, and that's up to you how you do your own research. But the word for word evidence says it seemed to them as such, right? So he could have been. You can interpret it in your own way, but I would say the truth way is only one way if you take it literally from the Arabic perspective. But I think I'm mumbling too much, but I think I agree with you pretty much. But
Well, I wanted to hear your epic, like he can answer you for sure if you guys are going to continue a conversation. But I just wanted to hear still your, Quran, like epic comeback of Jesus, like the story that you guys have there. Like
Jesus
he
is
didn't die.
not God. That's my only stance. But obviously, every Christian I've talked to so far actually denies the Trinity, which is the Muslim claim. That's why I would ask that Christian who says we don't have a Trinity, why aren't you a Muslim yet? I mean, that's the Muslim claim. What's stopping you from being a Muslim? That's exactly the Muslim claim. That there is no Trinity. God is one, and that's the only God. Jesus was just a prophet. he was born miraculously. We agree on that, and we agree on
Right. But
every.
forget
That's
about
what we
like
disagree.
comparing the two. I'm saying your story, the story you're saying is okay. He's this prophet born of the virgin. He didn't
There's
actually
a
die.
fact that he didn't
He
die.
lives for 3,000 years and gets in a fight. Like I just want to hear the end of your story.
No, it wasn't 3,000 years. I mean,
I'm just making. Yeah, I don't know the end.
it's 33 years, but I mean that's not the issue.
No.
I'm
He
trying to get
resists.
to.
It's like you said earlier. He resists death, or what does he do? He avoids death, or
Yeah, yeah. He was going to be crucified. I mean, that's the biblical narrative, right? That he was going to be crucified. The only difference is that Christians actually believe he was crucified. Muslims believe he was spared that. He was given.
he was
Yeah, he was spared
he was
that
spared then,
crucifixion.
and what died 20 years later? How does the
No,
end go?
that's the whole idea of the comeback. Because Christians also believe in that Jesus is going to come back. But logically speaking, from the Islamic narrative, the fact that he didn't die and the fact that he's human and he's going to come back to die makes sense to me. But in the like the Christian narrative, why is Jesus coming back?
But that isn't the case.
Why is he coming back? Like if he died for your sins, for example. I mean, I don't know if you believe that, but that's one narrative from a Christian perspective that he died for your sins. Why is he coming back?
We don't think that he died for our sins. We think that he died and became our high priest. That's what it says in the Bible.
What does that mean, high priest? Like, what
So
happened there?
he had set up temples, and there was there was a law and order of way of doing things. So like
Yeah, when the Bible in the Old Testament says that you have to kill apostates, do you think that's something you should adhere to? Is that moral or is that wrong?
yeah, so I'm not sure what verse you're referring to, but yeah, about Yeshua being our high priest, what the Bible teaches is that when he died. When he was resurrected, he became our high priest in heaven, and that he makes the atonement for us without blemish. He's a without blemish high priest who, intermediates for us. And that's what we believe. And yeah, far as like, I don't know what
I
you're talking
believe
about.
that nobody can be an intermediate for you. I mean, you are called for your own sins. You sin, you're going to be punished. You're going to be good, you're going to be rewarded for that. That's your own sin, your own deed. I don't
Wait,
think
that's
anybody.
wait, isn't a prophet a mediator? Wait, isn't a prophet?
Let me just finish. I think that's the only fair way to judge somebody. I don't think you should be judged for somebody else's sin. Whether
Okay,
it
but
be
you're kind of
Jesus.
strawmanning what you're kind of strawmanning what he said.
That's not a straw man. That's holding my position.
Yeah, but I'm
not
saying you're kind of
strawmanning anybody.
assuming.
I didn't say you claimed that.
Okay,
What
dude,
the hell?
come on, man. You're
You're
kind of assuming.
strawmanning me by saying
All right,
I'm
dude.
making straw
All
mans.
right,
What the
you
fuck?
make this. You make what could be a good conversation really difficult, man.
No,
Like so.
that's what you did. You claimed I made a claim that I didn't,
Oh.
and you called me
Hey
straw
man,
man.
can you please let him speak?
Okay, all I'm saying is, it seems like you thought he was saying that he's the intermediary that takes the sins or the punishment for our sins, because you responded to him implying a straw man of that, because you said, no, only you can take the responsibility of that. That is not what he said, though. He just said that he's the priest, the high priest, and a mediator. Just like a prophet is a mediator from Allah, he's literally relaying messages to people from the creator, so there absolutely can be mediators. We believe that what the scripture says is that only those who persevere till the end shall be saved, and that each person will be held accountable for what they did.
What he meant by by mediator? Can we ask that person? Would that be fine with you? What's it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, what did you mean by mediator, dude?
Okay, yeah. So look there. It. So okay, so look, in before Yeshua there was a temple, right? And so like basically every Sabbath, the priests, there was a priesthood and a temple, and they would carry out rituals, to honor our Heavenly Father and to, in reverence, make atonement for our sins, and basically, and people make it out to all kinds of craziness, but it was basically, we basically had a barbecue, and like, on every, Saturday was like a drink beer and barbecue and praise Yah and thank you for, being our loving Father that, has understanding and caring and and absolves us of our sins, right? But the thing was,
high
priesthood.
priest absolves you of your sins. Is that what you're saying?
No,
That's what the high priest does.
priest doesn't absolve. No, but there was. I'm saying that there was.
That's why I asked you. What does a high priest do? What's a high priest?
Yeah, so the high priest did. Yeah, so the high priest carried out the rituals. Carried out the rituals. And and they were getting corrupted with time as time went on. We would have corrupt that. I mean, that's what the Bible talks about. Is like you synagogue of.
That's what the Quran talks about. That corruption.
Right. And so
for some reason, do you believe in the Bible?
Yeah, I mean, I believe.
You said it's corrupted. You also believe in it? Isn't that like a contradiction?
I mean,
something that's corrupted.
Listen, okay.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to. You keep it. I just want to finish my one thought. Okay. So when Yeshua died, he didn't. It wasn't. Oh, I now die, and you could just be a heathen, and Father will forgive you. That's not what the Bible says. It says that he became our.
Why did he die?
It says that he became our infallible high priest who
What does that mean?
I'm not done. Let me just finish, okay? You say you want to know.
You said infallible high priest. What does that mean?
Egypt, this is becoming intolerable, bro. This is like radio chaos. It's intolerable. Please, 100 people have told you. Do not interrupt. Please, let the person talking finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, brother. Okay, so listen, man. So Yeshua said, I am leaving here, and I am going to prepare a kingdom for you up in heaven that is going to come down. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, right? Like, that's what the gospel is, brother. The gospel is that Yeshua left here to build a kingdom, to come here on earth and to have a temple. There's a temple in heaven. It's on the way here, brother. That's what the gospel says. And it says that he is the high priest and he will make the atonements. He will do the priestly duties and all the things that set us right in the eyes of Yahweh, or Yahuwah, however you want to say it. I'm not like a sacred namer, but you know what I mean? So look, the point is that's what the gospel says, man. So yeah, and I would also like to address like the thing about killing people. Again, I think that many books of the Bible have been taken out. There's the Apocrypha. You can read it. It all makes perfect sense. It says that it was going to be taken out. And again, it talks about genetically modifying and all the, it said that, talks about the days, some people think that are today, the days of Noah. I mean, I don't know. That's up for you, bro. I mean, that's up to you. You read it and you'd interpret it. But yeah, that's That's what the gospel says.
No, that's not what the guy. I mean, Jesus spoke Aramaic. What's Aramaic for God? Can anybody voice that? Aramaic, God for Aramaic in Aramaic.
I just think that I think you have some concept built in your head of what Christians are.
Jesus. You believe in Jesus, right? So Jesus spoke Aramaic. Did he speak anything else other than Aramaic? Did he speak Greek? Did he speak English? You think Jesus was his name, right? So Jesus spoke Aramaic, and Aramaic, the term for God in Aramaic is Allah, just like it is in Arabic. Allah, Allahu Akbar. That's God for you. I'm closer to Jesus than you are as Christians. Jesus, when he prayed to God, he fell on his face. He prayed just like Muslims do. He put his face to the ground. In the Bible, in the Garden of Gethsemane, that's what he did. He fell on his face. That's what Moses did also in the Bible. What do you have to say to that? That's how people pray to God. They fall on their face. They humble themselves to God. And that's how Muslims pray, not how Christians pray.
Yeah, so there's more credit you're saying to the Muslims. You're saying that the Christians are just secret Muslims and they don't know it.
Yep, they're just misguided. That's the whole point. I mean, all of humanity, even atheism, atheists are inherently believers in God. They're just misguided. That's what I believe. That's my personal stance. I mean, that's not like something I'll attach to Islam per se, but yeah. I mean, Christianity is Islam. That's the Islamic perspective. I mean, these are people who pray to God, but just misguided by the people who manipulated the scriptures. I mean, if you're a Christian, you're such based on scripture, right? And if that scripture is, let's say, not logical or contradictory.
So in the Muslim text, who's going to come back and save the people of Earth?
Nobody's going to save you from your own sins. You're accountable for your own sins in the Islamic perspective.
Right, that makes sense. All right, who's gonna come down? Like, who's gonna come down and fight the bad guys?
Yeah. I'll tell you this: the only person. I mean, God forgives. I mean, God is merciful. That's the whole point. Like, everybody is sinful, but you're not going to go to hell because God is merciful. He's going to forgive you. If at least you just give him that, acknowledge him as the only creator. Don't worship anything else.
So, like, what is there any prophet that's going to come from heaven or anywhere else?
No, Muhammad was
to the Muslims?
the final prophet. He was what's called the stamp of the prophets in Arabic. It's like Khatam al-Anbiya. Means he was the last of the prophet. Muhammad is the prophet of our time, right?
So when you were talking to Whitson about, like, Jesus is somewhere, not in heaven, but he's somewhere. What's he doing there, and what are his plans?
Jesus came to his people at that time. Even in the Bible, it says, "I've only come to the lost sheep of Israel." That's what Jesus said in the Bible. He only came for the lost sheep of Israel. He said that verbatim in the Bible. But do Christians believe that? I mean,
I don't know. Are you saying? I mean, is it saying that he's stuck in purgatory? Like, where's Jesus?
No,
He's stuck
I'm
somewhere.
saying he came for a purpose, and he's going to come back for another purpose. That's the Islamic stance. But is that
what purpose and when? I don't know what purpose and when, according to the Islamic.
Well, the purpose, like, it's basically the end of time. That's where he's going to come back.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's when. What it was the reason was what?
The reason was that at the time where people thought he was like, it was his death, the time of his death. God spared him that death to come back a later day for a bigger mission.
Yeah,
That's
what's
whole
the? I
point.
mean, the he's going
The
back
bigger
at the
mission
he's at
is
end of times, or what's the mission part? That part you left
the
out.
mission is to bring all as much believers back to the real message of God, because that's the whole point of Islam. That the message was always the same. We all like we had all these different prophets apart from Jesus. I mean, we had David. We had so many other prophets throughout history, like Adam in the Islamic perspective, like the first man created by God was considered one of these prophets. He was the first prophet, right? And it was a lineage, and all prophets came to certain peoples at certain times with certain messages. But they all entail the same thing. It's to worship God, the only and one creator. That's the main message, right?
Interesting.
That's what Islam means. It's to submit. Submit. Islam means to like, and a Muslim. To be a Muslim is a person who submits his will to God, the Creator.
Sure.
So
So where?
we
So
are
what's the like when someone like if some Christian were to say to you, no, Jesus is coming back at the end times, and you'll see, you're going to say, yeah, I know. Like, what are you going to say? Yeah, I know for sure, man.
Yeah, that's not a point of contention. I mean, the point
Yeah.
of contention would be if you say Jesus is God. I don't believe Jesus is God. I believe Jesus was a prophet and not God, neither a son of God. It says clearly in the Quran. This is one of the shortest chapters and very linguistically eloquent. It says, "Qul huwa Allahu ahad." Say God is one. Allahu samad. He someone like something that is not reliant on anything, and everything relies on him. Allahu samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad. He does not beget, nor was he begotten. Lam yalid wa lam yulad. That's exactly what it says. He was not begotten, nor does he beget. Right? Allahu samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad. وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. لَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ. There is nothing unlike to him, and there never will be. God is just unique.
You could be putting a spell on me for all I know. I don't know what you're saying. But do you? How about
these are very specific, like linguistic descriptions of God. Like if I ask anyone with any belief to describe God, right? A Muslim can take these verses and give you these 3 verses, very precise, explaining, describing their God. I mean, you can believe it's not true, whatever. It's an explanation. But give me any other explanation in any other text or revelation that rivals this description. This is a description.
How about Buddha?
But
near that.
One more thing.
About Buddha?
Do you guys pray to Jesus?
No, we don't. We pray to the Almighty God. Don't pray to Muhammad. We don't pray to Jesus. We don't pray to Adam. These are all just prophets, people just like you and me. But chosen by God, yes, but not God. God is the only thing that's worthy of worship. The all true God. This is who you worship.
Gotcha.
He has no son, no partners. He does not beget, nor is he begotten. These are Islamic descriptions, scriptural descriptions of God. Find me a better one. I mean, logically speaking.
How about Buddha?
Buddha is illogical in all of its descriptions.
Why? You achieve enlightenment, and you're reborn. What's wrong with that? Until you reach the ultimate.
He's a fat guy to start with. That's not logical.
Why is your idea of God the only idea of God?
Yeah, well, I expressed why, but I mean,
yeah, exactly. You think your idea of God is correct. The Christians think their idea is correct, and you've been killing each other from the beginning of time.
from
Yeah,
the
it's up to you.
Crusades.
Are you gonna hold a stance that's well, I don't know, or are you gonna dig into it and try to find the truth? Maybe.
No,
You
I'm
know?
gonna say what I think. I think you both have no clue what you're talking about. You've both
You have a
been
stance,
misled,
but
and you're just killing each other for an unknown, unimaginable. Maybe you cannot interrupt. I don't know.
maybe. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. How about if you're just both wrong, and you're both been killing each other for centuries for an unknown, something that you'll never know. No one actually knows. Not one Christian and not one Muslim. How about if that's the truth?
No, that can't be the truth. Do you believe that there is a God?
Not in the same way you do.
No. Well, how different?
Well, I believe there's a creator.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean by God.
No, that's not what you mean by God. No,
No,
definitely that's not what you mean by God.
why not?
Because
That's
you have a set of
exactly
rules. You pray to him 5 times a day,
but
right?
no, but that
You
doesn't change
submit to
the
him,
fact that
right?
he's God. Well, what's God to you? What does God mean to you?
I told you,
Creator.
I don't know what
Creator,
it
right?
is. I don't. To me, if you were to press me, I would say it's some sort of like an unknown, unimaginable power, like some sort of energy. Nothing that you can ever possibly imagine. That's how great it
I'm
is.
not trying to
That's what I would
imagine,
tell you.
but that's exactly the description, the Islamic description of God. Actually,
Nah, you
nothing
can't
that you
fool
can
me, bro.
ever.
I was born in Greece. I know your religion. You can't
No,
fool
no.
me.
That I just 3 minutes ago, I described how the Islamic perspective describes in the Quran how God is described. He's that nothing that you can dream of nor think of is God. That's
But you
exactly
pray to
the
him
description of
5
God.
times a day, no?
Yes, but because
And
that's
you
that.
think, hold on, you think when you
Okay.
die, this God is going to give you uh, a river of honey and a river of milk and
He's gonna
some,
give
how many
me
virgins?
no. He's gonna give me mercy. That's
Hey,
all
it's
I
in
ask
Montreal.
from God. Mercy. All I'm asking from God
In
because I'm a
Montreal.
sinner. I will always sin. You will always sin. All of us sin. But the only way you get paradise is through the mercy of God, not through uh, a virtual dying of some
Is my
of
mic not working again?
demigod. No, you're
Your
good.
mic
You're
is
good.
working
You're,
very
No, I
well, ma'am.
completely agree with you, but I'm just trying to address,
yeah.
say, Montreal directly, because you said about 3 days ago that you would not do this conversation again because it comes across and makes the entire server look bad, yet also makes us all look like ignorant fools in the eyes of God and to the outside world who's never been in here. I would just kindly ask that you guys move to the chill chat or somewhere else. It's not about the speculation thing. That's not our place. And if you follow God, it doesn't matter what the heck title it is. In my opinion, I just don't want any to get keyed up, especially when I'm just holding you to your word. Say Montreal. I listened a few days ago. I'm just holding you to that. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. Let me address her.
Thank you.
Fine. I did say I was not going to talk about religion anymore. But now,
In a spiteful, inquisitive way, when you know that we have no answers for you on these particular questions, it's really like we are not God. I can't answer that. I agree with the answer that was just
fair
given
enough.
to you. I just don't want it to become a fight for no reason, just to kill airtime. Okay.
Okay, fair enough. But why
Thank
pick
you.
on me? But hold on. It's not
Get
over
back
yet.
here.
Yeah. Don't just think you can come just in and jab and I can't get back in. People were talking about this all night. I just piped in right now. Why did you pick on me? I'm just curious. Of all the people
Because
here,
I hold people
why me?
accountable to the words that are presented to me, especially you and I talking directly last Sunday.
So you're holding me accountable. So now I'm not allowed to talk about religion again.
How's
No,
he ever going to
it was
find
in a
God if he's not allowed
particular
to
way
do
with
this?
hypothetical questions that nobody besides probably God can answer. So I don't think it's a effective use of our time. That's all I'm saying for any of us.
Come on, dude. You don't want to answer. Just step off. Let me handle this.
I agree, though. Grace and mercy are the only reason I'm alive. So I'm
That's a
sorry.
good answer. That I love that.
But I've said it to him before, and it's like it went on deaf ears, and that's the only reason I didn't want us to exhaust ourselves. That's why.
Well, you know what? Now I'm going to talk about religion.
Okay,
Just
let's
because
do it
you
then.
told me not to. Yeah, so now I'm going to do it.
Then let's do
What are
it.
you
We should
gonna
all
do
take
about it?
turns.
No, I can do
think that-
whatever I want. No, I'm going to talk about religion tonight, all night
Would
long.
you like to know my story that might strike a chord with you?
I really don't care.
A 3-minute
Because
synopsis.
you're like, you came in, you think that you can tell me what to do. No, that doesn't work.
No, that's not it
dear
at all. I
friend.
want to share my genuine actual story for like less than 2 minutes. Total
I wanna hear
synopsis,
it.
okay? All right, my name is
Yeah,
Sydney.
I heard that. Definitely.
I grew up the daughter of a church organist and a chemist who's also an ordained minister. I had a nuclear family structure, yet I had no one as an ally in my home because my dad worked. I found God in my moments of solitude, and I was always weird. I realized I could talk to clouds and nature before I could even like talk to humans because I was always understood by God, okay? And then I strayed from that. And then I learned what drugs were at age 17. I had a heart attack when I was 16. I said, fuck you all and your mother to the world. I said, fuck you, I'll sell your drugs, I'll cut your shit, I won't give a fuck, I won't care. I went to jail many times. I don't know that person now. I love that. Then I overdosed at 18. Then I had horrible things on me, drugged, rooflin, robbed, raped, you name it, kidnapped at age 20. This is 2010. By the time I was 21, I was groveling on my knees because I had no other way to explain why I knew I wasn't manic, as in psychotic, yet nothing I was putting into my frickin' body system was making me feel any better. So I got down on my knees. That was the first transformation, okay? The very next day it happened to me. I followed a good thing that I didn't have a reason why it was a good person to follow. I followed him. Within 3 days, I got taken away my thirst, and I was a functioning alcoholic by that point. I was 19, okay? Then after that, I strayed a little bit more. I knew I had something special. I knew I was saved twice now from like sure death, okay? And then I just said, fuck you again. I'm just going to let all these, little influences and little people into my life. It got me nowhere but closer to death at my own hand, okay? And then I was an addict for about 3 years, on and off, and up until about a few months ago, on and off. And I'm so happy I beat that demon thanks to the love of my life that this Discord actually brought me. This last transformation, I am no going back. I have not thought I deserved mercy, strength, or grace that I have been bestowed, but I have asked for it and received it every single time because it was from a genuine place. That is available to all of us. So people that ask questions without having real heart in the question, I tend to have a problem with because God smites those people for speaking words and not, or saying words and not speaking. You see, there's a difference. I have righteous vindication now, and that is my entire life story. My ethos is this person, and it's not changing. I am nothing but humble, and I am nothing but bestowed grace and mercy that I did not think I deserved each and every time. Now I get it, now I do. And that's God's purpose in all of us if we choose to connect with it. And it's available at any time.
Yeah, that's very honest of you. And
Sydney, I'm sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean to.
That asshole from 10 years ago that you can Google the mugshots of. Okay?
Yeah, dude.
Okay, Sydney, I don't know how I offended you or why I.
And thank you, God Almighty, for giving me the strength to say that in a concise way. Amen. There you go.
All right, if I can respond. I didn't mean to offend you in any way, right?
I just don't ever rant about myself. Thank you, everybody in here for listening. I never do that, but that's my story, and I will never change it. That's my story.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty.
You for sharing. I didn't mean to offend you in any way. I was talking about the Muslim thing, right? I did say I wasn't gonna talk about Christianity and that with my Christian buddies here because it's no thing. But this Muslim thing, that's a whole different issue. He's trying to play like, oh, this religion is so this and that, and I happen to know different. So I'm gonna speak out about it, and I'm sorry if that offends you. But that's that it is what it is.
No, I don't think that's. I mean, whatever. But I'm gonna answer to that, dude. I love USC, man. Like, no offense here, but I do have to like answer to your like kind of rebuttal there, right? Do you appreciate that? Is that fine?
Of course, bro. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
Don't hold back.
Awesome. I love that. So, do you actually pray to God? Do you do that? Do you pray to God?
I used to pray to God for about 40 years, maybe more,
And
way more. Yeah.
yeah, and what happened? Like, why did you stop praying per se? I mean, and how did
You
you
want to
do
know
it?
why I stopped praying? Because I realized that I'm being a hypocrite.
Okay, okay. In what sense?
In a sense that I believe there's a creator, but I don't believe in the God in the Bible. So what the hell am I praying to? Right? Why am I praying to something that I don't
No,
believe in?
well, if you do still believe in a creator, is he worthy of worship? Like, should you still
No,
pray?
no, this
No, this
creator,
creator is
this
special.
creator, no, he's not worthy of my prayers. No, definitely not.
So,
And he's not gonna get him anymore.
yeah, but that's the one you conjured up, right? It's not based on the Bible nor the Quran. It's just your
No, it's
like
based on the
how
Bible.
you
It's
believe.
based on the Bible, the Orthodox Christian Bible. That's what I was
Okay,
brought up. I was an
so
altar boy.
okay, so
Do
how
you
did
understand
Jesus
that?
pray to God?
I was
How
an
did Jesus
altar
like?
boy. You know what that means?
Okay, yeah. So how did Jesus pray to God in the Bible? Did he ever pray to God?
Why are
Jesus
you
in the
asking
Bible?
me these questions? Who cares?
Well, you said the Bible. Is it like your reference?
What do you mean?
Is it? Is the
No, I'm
Bible
telling you,
your
I don't believe in this stuff. I don't
yeah?
believe in the Bible.
Oh,
I don't believe in the
oh.
Quran. I don't believe in any supernatural God.
So why do you believe in God then?
No, I don't believe in God. Hello?
You believe in a creator, though.
I believe in a creator. But
Yeah.
the reason I believe in a creator is scientific, not biblical, not like you
Oh,
guys
okay.
pray because
Awesome.
somebody told you
Yeah.
a story.
Yeah. Because I believe in God and also like a logical, also scientific way. But how do you believe in God scientifically? What is your reference scientifically for God? That's
Sure.
awesome. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah. It's very simple. Irreducible complexity. In other words, you and I cannot have evolved. We would have to have been made whole. Every bit of us, every hair, every nail, every bone had to be your heart, your liver, all had to be assembled one shot, right? So that is a creation.
I think
You are
I
a
know where it
machine.
comes from. For me, it's information. Like the fact that we have information, like DNA. The fact
Yeah,
that we have
exactly.
information, there has to be a knower, right?
Exactly. Yeah,
Code like books are not just written by themselves.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, there is like someone who made this reality. Will like I agree with you 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you go into detail. You pray to this God. You kill
no,
people that don't believe in this God. You make
no, I
people
don't.
that don't
I
believe in
never
this
told
God pay
anyone.
taxes. And don't tell
Yeah,
me different. I know your story, bro. Don't
no,
try to
you don't. You
whitewash it
don't.
with me.
That's the anti-Muslim
That's your
perspective.
religion. That's your
No, it's not.
religion.
It's
Period.
not.
End of
No, it's
story.
not.
Yes.
It's not. That's what you're claiming, but that's fine. I completely understand where you're coming from and your misunderstanding, but that's fine. But that's not the issue here.
Nah,
I
if it wasn't for us, for the West, the tanks and that, you would have ran over all of Europe. Right now, you would have done it. You would have taken over. Don't pretend with me, bro. I
who
come
came
from
up
a
with a
part of the world
scientific
that
method?
know your kind.
Who came up
You
with a scientific?
will do
Wait, do you
anything.
believe in a
If
scientific
let
method?
loose, you will do anything to the Christians, especially the Christians. You hate them the
No,
most, even
no,
more
we
than the
don't
Jews.
hate them. We don't. They're our fucking brothers. We love Christians.
Don't try to sell this story to me, bro. It ain't
I'm
gonna
not.
work.
I'm not. I'm being honest. I'm just maybe selling my story, but that's not the issue, man. Like that, the anti-Muslim stance is something that's very prevalent in this world.
Hey yo, real quick,
And it
there's a
should
difference.
be, and it
Hey yo,
should
yo,
be,
there's a difference
and
between
it should be.
politics and religion, dude. There's a difference between politics and religion, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, I agree with that. And that's a good statement there. That's something I hold to. Yeah, I'll agree
Yo,
with
peace.
that.
Salam alaikum, bro. I'm loving what you're doing, bro.
One love,
Hey,
bro.
look what your
Yeah,
brothers are doing in France, man. Look what your brothers are doing in France and
Relax,
in
dude. You're
England.
talking about. Hey yo, look at it like this though. I see. You're talking about Muslims, not Islam. Muslims are fallible. Islam is
I
perfect.
don't give a damn, bro.
I know that's the
They're all the
problem.
same. They're all the
Oh
same.
my God, somebody's got sense in him. Wow. That's
You're
a
all the same,
there's
bro.
a
You're not
massive
gonna
push
fool
here,
me.
man. Islam, like, would I judge Christianity based on your actions? No.
Like
That's
I
not
said,
Christianity.
don't try to fool me, bro. If you want to say your
Not
story, if you don't
fooling
want to
you.
talk with me, fine, talk with somebody else. Don't try to sell your bull to me.
I'm not bullshitting you. I'm asking a genuine question. Would
Yes.
you
What's the
judge a
question? And I'll
religion
answer you
based-
genuinely.
Okay. Let's say a religion exists, right? X religion. Would you judge that religion based on its teachings or its followers? Let's say we have a Islam, we have a follower, he's called X, and he's a motherfucker. He's gonna rob you out of your fucking money. He's gonna be a fucking asshole. But still, Islam exists. Or is Islam what this person does?
Fair
That's
question.
a genuine question.
I'm going to judge your Islam by its actions, not by its words and not by its book, by what it
Well,
has done. Am I done speaking?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So I'm going to judge Islam by its acts, by what it's done, right? Not by its books and not by its mouth, by its deeds. And history knows very well what Islam has done. You spread your religion by the sword, just like the Christians did in the early days. They're just as guilty as you are.
Who, me? Am I guilty of
Why are
what
you
someone
giggling?
did?
Why are you
Because
giggling?
you're calling me guilty
Yo,
of
because your
something I
statement is
never did.
ridiculous, bro. Your statement,
Well,
SE,
I've
man, the
never
statement is
done
ridiculous.
anything of what you're claiming that I did. I'm guilty of. What am I guilty of? What
I
the
said
fuck?
Islam, the
Yeah,
religion you
listen,
belong to, is guilty of what I said.
guilty of what?
Guilty of slaughtering millions of innocent people and forcibly making them become.
Well, yeah, hold on. Yo, SE, are you a flat earther? Hold up.
Oh,
Almost.
butt out, lawyer. Butt
Hold
out,
on.
lawyer. This is not for you.
Almost. Let me have this for 1 second. Yo, SE, are you a flat earther?
Bro, I think there's a ticket that
Hold
needs
on, are you a
granting.
flat earther or
Please
not?
go bail somebody out
Hold
from a
on.
ticket or something.
Are
We're
you a
talking
flat
religion
earther or
here.
not? Are you a flat earther or not?
He's not.
Hold on. Please stop defending him. Yo, SE, are you a flat earther or not?
Isa, kindly butt out of our
Hold on,
conversation.
no, because I'm not going to let you do that. Are you a flat earther or not? Are you just on a flat earth surfer?
No,
on a flat earth server all the time?
into our.
You must be a flat earther. You must be one of those stupid flat earthers that think gravity doesn't
He's
exist.
an idiot. Trying
You
to
know what I
figure
mean,
out
Jack?
shit. He doesn't have the truth, man. He can't even admit to the flat Earth. Something he knows by heart. He knows the fact of it.
But here's the thing, right? Is that it's more complicated than that, right? Because there's topography and there's all kinds of shit. So, like, dude, just relax about the Islam, dude. Islam is like very, it's nuanced. There's Islam, and then there's people.
It is. I get that. I'm not.
Nah. Those are just the ones you think you know in the West. You have no clue, Isa. But you're gonna wake up one day, bro. And I hope I'm around that day to see it.
I'm not in the West.
They seem like really nice guys. What's wrong? They both seem really nice.
We are, man. We get along. Me and SE, we do get along. I agree with a lot of shit he says. We're good.
Am I wrong what I'm saying, bro? Am I wrong? Tell me.
I feel like
wrong?
Isa and Egypt will not murder me. I just feel
Egypt,
it.
my
They won't.
Muslim, I won't say brother because we're not brothers. Am I wrong in what I'm saying about your religion?
Definitely, you misrepresent Islam. You don't even know the first thing about Islam. So, but you do have the general sense of it from a general perspective. I'll give you that. But other than that, you don't have anything. Like you don't know what Islam is. Like you didn't
Sure, I
even
do. I
research.
know it very
You
well.
didn't even research it for 1 second. Just take a second out of your fucking time. You didn't just listen to some half-ass fucking bullshit and you
Bro,
went
I
with that.
spit on your religion, bro. I spit on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I
Because
spit on your
you don't
Muslim
know what it
religion. You
is.
know
Yo,
why?
why?
Because I
Hey yo,
know it. I
that's so
know it, bro.
disrespectful, dude. That's so stupid and disrespectful to say. You make a shame of your parents by saying that.
No, no, bro. I know
Yeah, you
his
do, bro.
religion, and I know his kind. Right? They in your face, they tell you they're your brother, but in their deeds, in the back of their mind, they want to backstab you. You, Isa, have no clue what you're talking about.
I
Like, for
never
example,
want
can
to
we go
backstab
to?
you.
Let me finish my
If I
sentence if
ever
you're not
want to tell
triggered.
you about
I'm
Islam,
talking calm. I'm not being
it's for
disrespectful.
educating. Why would I want to talk to you if I even want to
Then get
backstab you?
lost, bro. Get
Yeah,
lost. Don't talk
exactly.
to
I
me.
would get
Nah, man.
lost.
How about SC? SC, why don't you just fuck off? Because we're actually enjoying the conversation. You're the one who just showed up, right?
No, you're the one that put your nose in here. I was having
No,
a
how
good
about just
convo.
kick
You, the
rocks? Yo,
lawyer,
just kick
came in here,
rocks.
my friend.
Yeah,
Piss
just
off.
kick rocks. You came new here. You got. In fact, as soon as you started speaking, some girl started yelling at you. Like, just relax, bro. Maybe you should shut the fuck up.
No, bro. I don't
Yeah,
take
no, you
orders
got
from you,
yelled at by
bro.
some girl as soon as you got here,
Man,
and you just
nobody
walked in the room. I was listening
wants
to
to
the
be
brother
told to shut
speak.
the fuck up. Nobody should shut the fuck up. Just speak your
Listen, bro.
mind.
If you can't handle the conversation, why don't you go save somebody from a ticket, bro? Why don't you
SC,
go
man, you're
play
the one who
lawyer
can't
somewhere?
handle it. You're the one all
Why don't you go
paranoid
play
about
lawyer
fucking
somewhere,
Muslims
bro?
on
I
your
was having a
side.
good convo until you came in. Hey, maybe somebody needs saving from a ticket, lawyer. Why don't you go?
Dude.
SC, you sound like a little child right now, dude.
No, bro. You're not gonna punk me, bro. I was having
No,
a
dude, you're
good
punking
convo
yourself. You're
until
doing a
you
great
came
job
in,
of it
bro.
right now yourself.
Yo, dude, are we gonna
No,
go
you're
down this
you're the
path
one that
and
came in
fucking
and
you're the
entered the
one and I'm
conversation
the
because
one?
you can't handle what I'm saying, bro. That's
That's
just
what
a
we're gonna.
fact.
No, you're just being illogical and disrespectful. You're making no sound argument, dude. You've
I don't
intellectually
need you
removed
to tell
yourself
me
from the
what to do, bro. I
conversation, dude.
can
That's
talk
all.
for myself.
Well,
Can
go
you
do it
see?
somewhere else, then.
Can you? Oh,
Go do it
wait,
somewhere
hold
else.
on.
You
Let me
go do
ask
it
you a
somewhere
question.
else.
Yeah. Do you think there is
Is this
right
your
and wrong?
server?
Se, do you think there are right and wrong in this world? Is there something that is right or something that is wrong in what you
Well,
do?
yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
okay, so why is killing someone wrong? Is it wrong? First of all, that would be a question. Killing someone, is that wrong?
That's a serious question you're asking me.
Yeah, 100%. Because there is
Yeah.
a follow-up.
Killing somebody is wrong, yeah.
Why?
Because it's wrong, because you wouldn't want to take somebody's life?
No, I would. I'm a fucking serial killer. I kill anybody. I kill fucking women. I want to kill women. So why is that wrong?
Especially infidels.
Then you have a problem, my friend.
Why is that a problem? That's what I'm asking.
If
Why?
you don't know that, I mean, just try to find the nearest psychiatrist. He'll explain it to you.
No. You explain it to me, man. You think it's a problem. So why is it a problem? Can you even verbalize
It's your
that?
right. It's your right to be a menace to
I
society.
know.
We get it.
No, it's
But you're.
not. I think it's wrong.
Nothing.
I think it's
Nothing good
100%
about it.
wrong. I think it's
There's nothing
wrong.
good about it.
I can voice why it's wrong, but can you? That's you, Se. Can you voice why it's wrong? Can you tell me why it's wrong?
Who do you think you are, dude? Who do you think you are?
Nobody.
Who do you
Flat
think
Earth
you are
Egypt.
to talk to me in this
Almost
manner?
exactly.
Do you think you have the
Almost
upper
exactly.
hand somehow towards me?
Well,
Tell me.
I think truth always has the upper hand. So yeah, I do think I have
And
the
you
upper hand.
think you have the truth? What is the truth? You
The
think
truth
you
is
have the truth?
Yeah, but some part of it at least.
Well, what's gonna
Weren't you
get
the one that
message
told me
through,
that your
Egypt? Like,
truth is your God before?
like, what would get the message through, Egypt? More like, would it be logic or would it be like empathy? What do you think would help somebody
I
better?
stick to one of my how I differentiate truth from falsehood is
No,
logic.
when somebody's going through a hard time, like, have you ever approached a woman, right, and been like, "Let me just logic you out of this ridiculous mood that you're in"? Did that ever go well?
Like with how I differentiate logic from falsehood. It doesn't matter how you feel. Or a woman going through some PMSing shit that has nothing to do with it.
But just logic her out of it. Just like reason with her. Like, listen, this is not you. This is just a hormone reaction, and it'll all go away. I mean, it'll be better. Everything. It won't be better.
It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
It's
it won't
not
be.
what's in question.
What he's having an emotional issue. He has emotional ties to this issue. You're not going to logic him out of it.
What's in question is there a God, for example? That's a good question I would ask, which someone on their fucking period has nothing to do with it.
See, this is the problem with you guys. Every time the subject of God comes up, religion, you all become little freaking girls, man. And I gotta tell you straight to your faces, you're all hypocrites, all of you.
I give you that you're
All right,
a man.
let's
I'm a man. So
relax. Maybe we should switch it off the Bible topic for 5 seconds one time. How about that? Would that solve everything? Or
no, I don't know. I mean,
it's very intense. It sounds like you guys are going like holy war jihad up in here.
Jihad, you don't even know what that means.
They're all going jihad on me, bro. They can't handle it. When somebody tells them in their face what their religion has done, they can't handle it, man.
Doesn't that mean
they're like little girls?
All right, maybe we should just let's not call names. Let's not call names. Hey, am I roboting?
Dude, let me at least give me the fucking.
Yo,
respect.
am I roboting? You guys hear me?
No, you're good, but give me the respect to answer. I see, because he's addressing me. So can I answer?
No,
okay, no.
Hold on. Just hold on a second. Yeah, you can in a second. Hold. SE, don't call names. Let's all take it down a notch. All right. If we need to, let's just act like grown men and all go one at a time, please. It's fucking chaos up in here.
What he did. So I'm just gonna lay down and take it. Is that what you call being a man? Like I'm a man for laying down and taking it? Or should I respond? Can I respond? Can I? Dude, give me the
He just told you to just respond. Respond, man. I apologize. I called you guys little girls because every time religion comes up, you all attack me. I apologize for that. Now respond. Tell me I'm wrong.
Okay, you are wrong because you don't know right from wrong, do you? What's right and what's wrong? How do you determine morality? What is right and what is wrong for you? How do you establish
Very
that?
simple. What you don't like being done to you, don't do to others. How about that?
Yeah. So my friend would like to take it up the ass. I would disagree. So who's right?
What are you? Are you serious?
You just said what you like to be done to you. You were defining it. I'm just going off of what you said.
Okay, I'll answer. If your friend likes taking it up the butt, good on him, bro. I hope he enjoys it, and I hope he gets a lot of lube. Okay.
Yeah, I asked you. Is it right or is it wrong?
I don't care. It's his business. Let me guess. You think it's wrong. You think it's wrong, right?
Yeah, I do, and I have reasons for that. But I'm asking you.
I don't care, bro. I don't care what he does. Puts up his butt. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, it gives me all I need to think about how you think about life. You don't think there is a right or wrong. You can do whatever you want according to what you think is right or wrong, because you do have a thinking about right or wrong, but it's according to what you believe and what you feel.
So you just said now that you think you have the right to question someone's adult sexuality. You think you know what's right for an adult to do with his butthole, right? That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying God.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No, I'm saying God laid out these rules, and it's for you to choose. If you're going to ask me what God's rule is according to my beliefs, I would say this is wrong. But I have something to go back to as a morality. Like there is a stance where I'm relying on when you say something is right, or which you're not saying. Obviously, you're saying whatever is right is whatever you feel. That's what's right or what's wrong. There is
No,
no
that's
right.
not what I said. No.
Is there a right? Okay, that's what I asked you.
Not what I said.
Okay, so is there right or wrong?
There is right and there is wrong. Correct. But you are not the judge of that.
I'm not.
Do you understand that? You think you're the judge of that, don't you,
No, I think
sir?
God is. I think God is. Not
You mean you're God. You mean you're God.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. But where do you?
Okay, so let me ask you this, sir. Let me ask you this, sir. Let me ask you this, sir. If I come to your country, dude, are you gonna let me talk?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I come to your country with my right and I do the sign of the cross, first of all, I want to go to Mecca. I'm a Christian. Am I allowed there?
Am I from Mecca? I mean, you're asking me where I come from.
You know very well the answer to my question, sir. This is why I hate your kind. Because you're all hypocrites.
You're making up bullshit. Where am I from?
Can I go to Mecca as a Christian tomorrow, sir? Yes or no?
No, you can't.
Why can I not go to Mecca as a Christian, sir? If your religion is so welcoming, why can't I go there?
It's not so welcoming. I never made that claim.
So I'm right then about your religion, right? And all the things that I said. It's full of hate and expansionism, correct?
Wait, do you have a religion?
It doesn't matter if I have a religion. I just exposed your religion. Okay, you said it yourself.
I'll concede to whatever you're claiming. I'm asking you a question. Do you have a religion?
No.
No, you don't have a religion?
I don't have a religion.
How do you know right from wrong? Because you earlier claimed that there is right from wrong. How do you know right from wrong?
I was born with it. I know it. I know it's wrong to go slap somebody. You know why? Because I know if somebody comes and slaps me, I'm not going to like it. I know it's wrong to go boot somebody in the back, like smack them for no reason. Why? Because I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong to go take somebody's property,
let me ask
right?
you this.
Because it's wrong.
Is it wrong to get rid of my baby if I'm a woman, I'm pregnant, and get rid of my baby? Is that right or wrong?
What do you mean get rid of your baby? You mean abortion?
Yep. Is abortion right or wrong?
I'm not. I don't believe in taking a life, an innocent life. So I know that's a very controversial subject, but I'm on the side of the baby.
Yeah. So you think it's wrong? Abortion is wrong.
But it doesn't matter what I think. This is not up to me, right?
I'll give you the follow-up question. It's very simple. I mean, you either have a stance or you don't. So, do you have a stance?
Yes, I think it's wrong, but I also support the woman to do whatever she wants. That's my stance.
Yeah,
like it or not, I don't care. Okay. It's not your decision.
No,
that's my stance. You or your God doesn't get that choice. It's the pregnant girl's choice, whether you like it or not.
Dude. I never claimed it was my choice, did I?
No, but it's your God's choice. You're going to tell me next, right?
Obviously, well, if you believe in a God, then it's always going to be God's choice.
I don't care what your God says, bro. Do you not understand that? I don't care what your God tells you. It's irrelevant to me.
You made that claim. That's why you're just going off of fucking, I don't know, in the land of nowhere.
I go one at a time, man. Egypt. Can you hear when SC's talking?
Oh, I
Again?
do. Am I interrupting?
I don't know. Maybe I just got off a phone call. Maybe my thing
Yeah,
got
you
mixed
just
up.
got
Let's all go one at a time, guys.
We're having a fucking conversation, dude. Calm the fuck down. Yo, Essie, did I interrupt you?
I'm calm.
Essie,
Well, let's not go there.
did I
Yeah,
interrupt you?
let's just continue in
you
a
can't
civil
even answer
manner.
a simple
Okay?
question, man. Did I
Yeah,
interrupt
you
you?
did interrupt me several times, bro. Like at least 50 times
No,
tonight. Let's not go there.
Oh my god, man.
Let's try to move forward without getting triggered. Can you do that?
I never get triggered, man. I'm fucking calm as a fucking cucumber.
Yeah, but you always interrupt, bro. Why?
You
Don't
sound like
interrupt.
you're wasted. Are you smashed right now or what?
It sounds like you are, dude. I don't know where you are, but yeah, you're smashed as fuck. Fucking.
I'm just saying you sound like you're drunk as fuck. That's
Yeah,
all.
so do you, dude.
Maybe it's
So
just
do you.
me.
Yeah,
It might be
maybe it's
just me.
you. Maybe it's just you. So you should shut the fuck up. What the fuck? Do you have anything
Okay,
to
just
say?
relax. If you're not drunk, fine.
No. Do you have anything to say in the conversation? Do you have anything like you can input some
I'm
relevant
modding. This conversation sucks to me. I
modding?
think you're all in a. Yeah, I'm modding. Just because this conversation sucks to me. That's all. Go ahead, though.
Shut up, dude. I'll shut up. You can have your convo however you like it. Mod it however you like it.
No, it's cool. Go ahead. I'm just making sure everything goes nice and smooth, man. Go ahead.
I should shut the fuck up. Fucking shit. Man, is this how
All right,
this
calm the heck down, man. Come on. You want to have a convo or not?
I told you, I'm cool as a fucking cucumber. You've had me talking for hours.
Okay. Calm down now.
At
Where
least
were
4
we?
hours.
Calm down.
At least 4 hours. I was the king of this conversation for at least 4 fucking hours. I drove this conversation. Now you tell me to shut up? So
I didn't
go
tell you to
fucking
shut up.
shut yourself up.
I didn't tell you to shut up.
Nobody told you to shut up. Nobody told you to shut up.
I'm
Go
telling
ahead.
you to shut
Carry
the fuck
on.
up. Dude, I'm telling you to shut the fuck up.
Why?
Fucking shit.
Just
Because
carry
you
on
told
with the
me to shut
convo.
the fuck up. Just walking in
I didn't
to
tell
this
you that.
conversation. I'm modding. You're wasted as fuck.
I asked you if you were wasted because you sound a little drunk, but if you're not,
I'm
then
done
it's
with
fine.
this shit. Honestly, go ahead and have your fucking conversation. I'm done with this shit.
Maybe we can spend the next 5 minutes complaining about who interrupted who and ignoring the conversation together.
Exactly. Go ahead.
Or maybe we can let almost exactly leave the conversation. Somebody, thank God, Jesus Christ.
I guess he left.
That was fucking painful. Jeremy, why the fuck did you just let that happen? What the hell's going on?
That's your boy. That's your boy.
That is not my fucking boy. Oh my God. That was fucking painful. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
I just got in here like 5-10 minutes ago. I was on a phone call all night, so I don't know what happened, but that did sound very sloppy.
Bro, I don't drink very much. I'm drinking right now, and I can tell you for a fact that motherfucker was drinking.
No shit.
So
And
he's not
fuck
Muslim
you,
then,
Essie.
right?
No, he's not Muslim. Fuck that, he is. Fuck that. Not talking like that, he is. Fuck. You joking me?
I was actually going to ask him a question. I'm glad. I mean, once I heard how combative he were talking to Witsy, I was like, okay, I'm not going to ask him a question. Not because I'm afraid of confrontation at all. Just because, what's the point? Do you see? You know what I mean? But anyway,
Well,
I
yeah,
flicked on a.
you can't do that though. You can't have a conversation and avoid confrontation. That's impossible. You should know that by now.
Well, I flicked on a clip coincidentally. I don't believe in coincidence anymore, but of what's that guy? Christopher Hitchens, I think he's dead now, but you know, he's the atheist guy who's always criticizing religion and whatnot. And he was talking about Islam being like the most evil incarnation of, you know, religion. Most
Yeah, I heard him speak. Yeah.
how he tends to go on. You know, he wants, and he was saying that they want it to be Sharia and holy war and all that stuff. Well, then he said something that was kind of interesting. He said, "By the way, I don't agree with that guy in any way. I don't want anybody to think I'm advocating for that guy." But anyway, he said something interesting, which was that they make this claim that that's the last time God spoke or something. That's the last. How did he put it? The last time God.
The final revelation.
Yeah, that's it. Well, thank you, Matthew. Can you just talk for me more often? That'd be great. I'm sure it'd be. Yeah.
Hey, Andy, can you imagine if you had a place in the UK where Muslims were not allowed? A city where Christians went to pray, where Muslims were not allowed? Can you Can any Western country here imagine a place like that right now? Tell me.
Yeah, I hear there's places in the UK that if you walk as a white person, you get dodgy looks, but then they can throw you out of there, and police won't even do anything. So I've heard, but I've never experienced that myself. Muslims I've encountered have all been very cool, and very very peaceful. So,
But you didn't understand my question. Did not understand my question. There's a place called Mecca where you or any Christian is not allowed in there. The whole city, you're not allowed because you're a Christian. Can you imagine if there was a city in the States, let's say Boston, if you were Muslim, you're not allowed to go in Boston. What do you think would happen if that was the case?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So I don't need no Muslim coming here and telling me that I don't know their religion and try to be high and mighty. That's all I'm saying.
Essie, I'm sorry. You know I'm your boy, and I love you to death, but I gotta say this. Not every place likes. Every place has their own level of racism. I guess we'll say that.
Right? No, bro. No, I'm sorry, bro.
I'm telling you.
Bro,
hey,
but
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. That's just reality.
Have you ever been to a Muslim country?
No, I have not.
That's what I thought you'd say, brother. Yeah. I won't hold it against you, though. I know people here in Canada and in the States have no clue what they're talking about when they talk about the Muslim religion. It's just a fact, bro. You guys are sheltered. You have no idea the animosity these people hold toward you. You just have no clue. It's like day and night, the reality that you think is and the reality that is. I'm sorry, bro. That's just the facts.
Well, that's because the world's been given images. We'll just say that.
No, that's because you're Canadian and you're used to people living here in harmony, right? But you don't have any idea what it's like in their countries, right? They don't want your religion. They hate you. Don't you understand? It's in their religion not to accept your religion. That's just the facts, bro. You're looked down upon.
Okay, but at the same time, though, do these same people that you say, and I'm not saying that these people do this, but you're saying that they are looking down upon us. I mean, does that, in a sense, necessarily make them like, I don't want to use the word special, but special? I don't.
Like, it's hard to explain. Look,
it's almost like it's almost like you're trying to, and I'm not trying to blame this on you or nothing, because you know how I am and how I talk. But it's almost like It's almost like you're singling them out to be like better or something. And I'm not saying it's
they're worse.
I'm not saying it's not.
Not better. Bro, it's not my fault that it's written in their religion
Well,
that
what's
there
written
is
in their religion?
their God is
What's
the
written?
only God, and you have to submit to him. You heard him say it before. You heard Egypt.
Isn't that
Agree with
written
me.
in all religions?
Hey, you
Is the
shut the
Christian
fuck
God
up.
telling you?
Hey,
Is the Christian God telling you
nobody wants to listen
to
to you.
follow
Hey,
Hinduism?
hey, shut up. Nobody wants to listen to you. Shut the
Yeah.
fuck up. Me and SE were having a conversation.
Truth
You
should
shut
shut
the
the
fuck
fuck up.
up back there.
Hold on,
Okay,
guys.
all right.
Yo,
I'm gonna get
guys,
you.
everyone stop talking. I'm modding.
Jeremy?
Hey, yo. Can you guys hear me?
Get that motherfucker out of here.
Can you guys hear me? Just stop, man. Let's all relax, please, guys. Come on.
Dude, get this
Can we just have a
motherfucker out of here.
conversation? No, we're
That's
not getting
my
a
line,
motherfucker
bitch.
out of here. We're just gonna have a nice conversation with no interruptions, please.
Fucking asshole.
Don't do that. You can't do that.
He did do that. So what are you gonna do about that?
I just gave him a verbal
Jeremy?
warning. We can't call names here and shit. Just don't.
See, he's modding. He's doing his job. I got a warning. There you go. You happy now?
Yeah, awesome. I like that.
Shut the fuck up.
Maybe you should shut the fuck up.
No, don't tell me. Yo, guys, don't tell. Listen, can we all relax, please? Come on, guys.
I'm relaxed, bro. I've been told to shut the fuck up. So if I tell you to shut the fuck up, would you relax?
Oh boy.
All right, what's the topic?
The topic is
shut the fuck up.
It's not the topic. Come on, seriously, guys. Do you have a topic or no? Because I'll pick something.
Islam is the topic.
No,
No,
we've been on this religion.
That hates y'all, wants to fucking kill y'all like September 11 shit, and you know that shit. You know how it goes. You know how it goes.
Hey, somebody, that's a trigger word. You can't be saying that stuff.
Oh shit!
Look, the
bad.
bottom line is, guys,
September
look,
11th.
the bottom line is both religions have blood on their hands. Christianity spread by the sword, and the Muslim religion spread by the sword as well. That's it. It's a fact. There's no disputing it.
Okay, either they're both right, they're both wrong, or one of them is right. Which one is it?
They're both wrong. They're both murderous, expansionist. And I'm not talking about individual people, right? There's good people in both religions, right? But the religion as a whole.
Good and bad. So, I mean, that's your own stance. I asked you about good and bad. You just make up what's good and bad, just according to how you feel. Like, okay, this is good because I feel good. But
okay, what's good about the Crusades and what's good about the Muslim conquests? Tell me.
The Muslim conquests were spreading the good word. The actual
by the sword.
I'll tell you. In the instance that there is a true God, right? That's what Islam is spreading.
So because it's the true God, it's justified to spread it by conquest?
Well, let me ask you this: if there was a true God, would it be justified to spread it?
No, he would just put it in people's minds. He would just say, "Hey, I'm the guy. I'm the true God." Everybody would pray to him. I'll face Mecca 5 times a day. We got the message. Boom. We're all Muslims.
Yeah, that exactly.
Okay, where's the message? I didn't get it.
Wait.
I didn't get the message.
Why would you have people live their lives and have these debates like we're having right now? If I could, just as a God, just guys, I'm God, and you're gonna all believe it, and that's it. So, what's the point of fucking life? What
this is not a debate, bro. This is a one-sided thing. This is me showing both sides that they're ridiculous. I don't know if you see that.
No, I don't.
This is not a debate.
I'm not even taking it. I'm asking you a simple question, which you can't even answer. It's a simple question. what would be the purpose of life if God just determined everything about it? So why would we live? Why would there, if God existed?
Hold on, let me
Why
distinguish
would
something
he?
from my friend North. I did distinguish
Yeah.
that there's good and bad in both religions,
Yeah.
North. I did distinguish that.
Yeah, but you
I said,
didn't
as a
distinguish
whole,
why this is good or bad. You just claimed it. This is good, and this is bad because I feel good when I do this.
no,
This is
no, no,
how
no,
you.
no, no. I said the
So what's good?
conquest. You're not listening.
Yeah.
The Christian conquest, not all, for my buddy North, not all of them believe this. The Christian crusade conquest, were they good or bad, according to you, Egypt?
No, according to you, I asked you that question.
I said they're both bad. I told you honestly, I think they're both bad. The Crusades and the Muslim conquest, according to
Why?
me, are both bad.
Why? I asked you
Because
that.
they killed people and forcibly turned them into Christians and Muslims.
No. Actually,
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
in the. Okay, I'll tell. Well, you see, a mistake everybody does when they judge religions, right? Is judging the religions on the actions of their so-called followers. See, let's say.
No. You're not gonna get away.
Wait, let me just speak my word here. So let me say, just for argument's sake, a Muslim made a mistake and killed someone. All you're gonna do is blame Islam for that. But does Islam allow for the killing of innocent people? Does it? As a
You're
religion?
straw manning the hell out of this, bro. What are you doing?
No, because that's what you're doing. You're straw manning.
No, I'm talking about organized religion. Organized religion. Right?
Organized.
I'm talking
What does
about
that mean?
the Christian crusades, and not all Christians. The
Christian
Muslim crusades,
crusades.
not all Muslims, right? I'll be fair. They killed people and they forcibly turned them into their respectful religions. That's a fact.
And to you, both are wrong.
Correct.
Yeah. So what's the issue? I don't get.
What's the issue? That you're both wrong.
Well,
That's the issue.
in that instance, I don't know which instance you're referring to, but you have an instance that Muslims killed maybe Christians or disbelievers, and you have Christians that did the same. What's that got to do with either religion? What's the connection here?
Because you did it in the name of religion. Don't you understand, man? Are you slow, bro?
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. So, what's your belief, bro?
Don't kill people. Don't kill innocent people and force them into your religion. How about that?
Let's say I hold to the same position and then I kill people. Will you hold your position fallible to what I commit? Like, if I hold to the same position, I'm your friend, we've agreed, and then at one point I started killing people. Are you going to hold your belief there to what I do? No, because that's not what your belief actually calls for, right?
That's why I distinguish organized. Bro, hold on. I agree with you. That's why I distinguished. I separated the organized religion from the individual believers. Thanks to my friend North that keeps reminding me of that.
Yeah,
and he's right about that.
But that's not the distinction I would make. I would make the distinction between religion and people. Maybe following it, not following it, but whatever. But the religion itself has scripture, and it's documented, and you can tell what it calls for. Islam never calls for the killing of people, unless you can show me otherwise. I mean, that's my claim. Can you show me otherwise, where Islam calls for the killing of people?
Not Islam itself. The people that profess to.
Who cares what the people do?
Actually, I can. Yeah, you want me to show you a verse in the Quran? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, coming up. I'm so glad I saved this. Hold on.
Yeah. I don't even know what you like. You just read this off of some website, You don't even know what it says in the Arabic. Can't translate it. You're just going off of some fucking words you got somewhere. But let's put these words to test here. Because
well, thank God we have you. Why are you judging before you see it? If it's wrong, then you can correct it, right?
I because I know what most people do, how they judge Islam. I mean, I like just before I got on here, I was Patrick, what's his face? He had this conversation between Muslims and Christians. Patrick Bet Davis, what's his name? You know that guy?
Who say again? I'm trying to find this. What?
Patrick Bet Davis, or I forget what.
I think I heard of him.
He's a Christian, and he's very against Islam. But he had this discussion between two Muslims and two Christians, and I'm not gonna tell you what to think of the discussion, but go ahead and listen to it and see the fucking outcome and see the.
What does Surah 9:5 say?
What does Surah 9:5 say?
I'm asking you. Are you the Quran person or no?
I'm not making a claim. Are you making a claim? Well, what does it say? Let's hear it.
Do you know what it says?
Do you know what it says? What the fuck are is this a game? Is this a game? Are we playing a game?
Well, here it says.
Uh-huh.
Well, here it says, then kill the disbelievers wherever you find them, capture them, and besiege them.
Oh,
and lie in wait.
Is that wrong?
What's up?
Is that wrong?
To kill the non-believing Muslim people, the non-Muslims?
Yeah. What? I mean, is that what you're claiming? It's something that's barbaric? Obviously.
You just said you guys were just talking. I don't know. You guys were just talking about where in the Quran does it say to kill people, and I just Surah 9:5.
Yeah, but do you think that's wrong?
I don't know. I'm giving you the thing where you said where in the Quran does it say to kill people, and that's it.
But that actually doesn't say to kill people. That's your understanding of it. I'll give you that. But I'm asking you, is that wrong?
So it doesn't say then kill the disbelievers wherever you find them, capture them, and besiege them, and lie in wait.
That was in a specific combat situation, but I'll grant you that you can do this whenever you want. But I'm asking you, do you think that's wrong? I'm asking you. Can you answer my question? I'm being fourth fucking. I'm answering your questions. All you're asking me, I'm giving you the answers to. Can you answer one of my questions?
What's your question?
Is that right or wrong?
To kill non-believing Muslim people? I think it's wrong.
Yeah. Are you Christian?
No. I still think it's wrong to kill people that don't believe in Muslim
I'm
shit.
asking you simple questions. You're not Christian.
I said no. I gave you a simple answer. No, I'm not. I'm not Christian, but I still think it's wrong to kill non-Muslim people.
Hold on, bro. I'm asking you a few questions. Do you believe in God?
Do you think it's right? Do you think it's right to kill people that don't believe in Muslim?
I don't know. If God told me to do so, I would think it's right. Yeah. If God told me to do so. Yeah.
You hear that, guys?
So you think it's right?
You hear now why I'm bitching, right?
Yeah. I would fucking 100% hold to my religion. I wouldn't be a piss head fucking believing I'm a fucking whatever the fuck these days. Like I'm a fucking, you know what I mean? Fucking. I hold true to what the scripture says, but you don't even have a claim. I'm asking you, do you think that's wrong?
Yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong to kill people that don't believe in Muslim. Yeah. It's fucked up, dude. It's fucked.
Okay. Would you hold the same belief if it was the Christian claim? Hold on.
Psychopathic fucking thing.
Yeah. Can I ask you a simple question? Would you hold
It's fucking insane.
Yeah, would you hold the same?
Dude, I am not Christian. Yes.
Yeah,
yes, I am not Christian.
Okay, but do you realize that the Christian claim is just the same of apostasy?
They're just as fucked up as your shit is. I don't care.
Yeah.
Dude, they are
I
just
don't
as
care
fucked
what
up
you
as your
think
thing
either,
is.
bro. Yeah, I don't care, but because you don't have you don't know what right from wrong. You can't tell me that. Can you tell me right from wrong?
I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong to kill people that don't believe in Muslim shit.
Why? Why is that wrong? You can't even tell me that. You can't even formulate a fucking logical sentence. You just feel shit and it's
Because
right
it's-
or wrong. And you want me to feel the same shit you feel. I don't give a shit either.
Because it's
just like you don't give a shit about my God.
I can
I
tell
don't
you
give a
why.
shit about yours. You don't have nothing.
Your God is sick. If your God said to kill everyone that doesn't believe in his thing, that's sick.
He doesn't say that. That's your bullshit claim.
It said, I just read it. I just read it.
No,
You didn't even know what it said before I read it. So how are you going to say what it's a bullshit
You
claim?
don't read shit. You just made a bullshit claim.
I just read
That's
it.
what you did. Well, what
No,
did you
I
read?
just read it. Surah 9:5. Surah 9:5.
Surah 9:5. Yeah. What does it read?
I just read it.
man.
I read it twice.
Yeah,
You drunk
you
fuck.
didn't read it. No, you didn't read it. You made some shit up, and you fucking
Okay,
said.
I'll read it
"Hey,
again."
Yeah, you read it again. Make some
No,
shit
it's
up
cool.
again.
I'll read it again. Slay the idolaters. Slay the idolaters wherever you find them. Oh, my bad. That's a different one. That's a different one. My bad. Hold on.
I promise you, you don't even know what the Arabic reads.
Whatever.
You're
Let's
just
get
going
the
off
tape
of
back. I
some
read it twice.
Google fucking shit. You don't even know what it says. That's the
Okay, what's Surah 9:5 say? Why don't you read it?
Why are you asking me? You're making the fucking claim.
I read it. I made the claim and I read it. You don't know what it says. I made the claim. I made the claim and I read it. In the meantime, you don't even know what that says.
I need you to read it.
I read it twice. I read it twice, dude. I can't find it again. It said to kill everyone that doesn't believe in Muslim.
Nope, that's not what it says.
It said to kill all the non-believers, non-Muslims. It said to kill all the non-believers, the non-Muslims. Fucking sick, dude.
If you don't like that one, how about the one I posted? And I have more if you like. But start with that one. I posted one as well.
Fighting is prescribed for you, and ye dislike it. But it is possible that ye dislike a thing which is good for you. Yeah, I know this. Which is
continue.
Poorly translated, but yeah,
of course it is.
And it is. I swear to God, it's poorly fucking translated. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about in this English fucking fucked up translation. But I'll go on. Ye love a thing which is bad for you, but God knoweth, and ye know not. Yeah. You want me to go on?
If you like.
Yeah, I'll go on. But when the forbidden months are past, then fight and slay the pagans wherever ye find them, and seize them. Beleaguer. I don't even know what that means, but beleaguer them, and lie in wait for them in every stratagem of war. But if they repent and establish regular prayers and practice regular charity, then open the way for them, for God is oft forgiving, most merciful. Yeah. What? Yeah.
Okay, so
problem with that? What's wrong
if
with
I have
that?
I don't have a problem with that.
What's the problem?
What's the problem? The problem is that you want to forcibly convert somebody into your religion by force, not you. Your organized religion. Maybe not all of you. Some of you are okay, but as organized in your religion, how it was, that's
Okay,
what it
all right.
says.
Let's pretend that this is God speaking, because That's the claim of the Quran, actually. If I don't know if you know that, but this is God speaking here. So, I mean, this is God speaking, telling you to do this. So,
So you
what's
are
your problem
bound
with
to
it?
obey, right?
Yeah, of course. If God exists, I mean, I don't know what you believe, but I believe God exists, and I believe He spoke these words. So I don't have a problem with obeying every single word of it. What's
Okay, thank
your
you for
problem?
being honest. So you think
What's
it's
your
okay to
problem?
lay in wait and slay non-believers? Okay.
No, that's a wrong translation, obviously. But that's not what it says in Arabic. But I'll grant you that. I don't give a fuck, honestly. But let's say, I mean, that's the thing I have to deal with. These people who have no fucking like. Where do you get right from wrong? If you can just say it. I mean, why is this wrong? Why?
Can I?
Why?
Can I?
I'm gonna kill all of you, motherfuckers. Why is that wrong?
Can I attempt to try
You
to
can't even
distill this
tell.
down?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think almost is basically trying to make the moral argument for God, saying like there has to be a moral baseline or all morals are arbitrary and just subject to the whims of anyone's opinion. So he's saying since something is right or wrong, there must be a God. And if there is a God, whatever he says is right or wrong. So if the Quran, if God actually said that, then it is inherently morally correct. I'm not saying I agree with it. I think
Somebody has the brains to actually notice what's going on. I appreciate what you just said there, man. You awesome. Wow, you just summarized
that
a
may
whole
be
lot of
true.
hours.
That may be
But that's
true
all
of the
my
good,
claim
but
is.
you just heard
I
him
don't give
say
a
of the
fuck.
bad too. He'll willingly follow slay the enemy order without
Go
question.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm just making my claim. Hey, that's all I'm doing.
Didn't you just say that, bro? Didn't you say you would obey the command no matter what it is, even if it meant slaying, laying in wait and slaying for somebody?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, all right.
Of course. If it's from God, if that's the God, if God is telling me to do this, I would obey blindly. If it's a command from God. If God exists and God tells me to do whatever, I will always do whatever. It's
Is
not
it
something
God
I'm
telling you to
shy
do
of.
it though? Is it God telling
I'm
you to do
telling
it, or
you
is it something?
that's not the question here. I'm saying if God is telling me to do this, I would obey it. Now the question
Jeremy
is
read my mind.
whether it's God or not. That's another question.
Yeah, but it comes from an imam, right? Not from God, right?
No,
Or a
you don't
caliph,
even know
right?
what an
Or
imam
a
is.
caliph.
You don't even know what that means.
I know your religion, bro. I told you, don't try to
what's the difference
fool
between
me, bro.
okay?
It ain't gonna work.
What's the difference? What's the difference between an imam, and a khalif? What's the difference?
Don't care. I don't care.
You
I know
don't
they're both
know. That's the
religious.
problem.
They're both
You don't
religious
know.
figures,
You don't even
and people listen to
No,
them.
they're not.
That's it.
None
I
of
don't
them.
care. I don't
None
care
of
about
them
their
are religious
hierarchy.
figures.
Yo, you're just
None of them.
constantly over talking, dude. Listen, Egypt.
My problem?
Relax,
Okay.
relax, dude. You're constantly over. I need everyone to relax, man. Please, guys. Let's all go one at a time.
I was responding to what he said. He said a khalif and an imam. He put them in the same basket. So I asked him.
No, I
what's
did
the
not put
difference?
them in the same basket. I said they
asked
have
you-
a different
okay, you did.
hierarchy, and I
So who's
couldn't
gonna
care
conclude?
less. To
I'm
me,
trying
they're
to get my
equal.
words
SE,
through.
hold on.
See?
Hold on a second. Hold on, man.
Yeah.
Just let him, SE, let him finish, and then you go.
Yeah. So all I did was ask, what's the difference between either or? If you can remember the either or, go ahead.
Let me
He already
repeat.
said he
I
doesn't
could
care.
care less. I could care less what an imam is or what a caliph is. I could care less. I just named two people that if they give you an order instead of God, you would have to follow. I could care less about their hierarchy. Doesn't matter.
No, that's incorrect. All I follow is the word of God. I don't care about an imam
Who gives you that
or
word?
a khalifa. I don't care about an imam or a khalifa. Not at
Now
all.
you're not being honest.
I am
Who
being 100%
does God
honest.
speak to you personally?
No, and it has nothing to do with an imam or a khalifa. It has to do with Rasul, yeah, the prophet. not the Khalifa or the fucking what you're saying. It has nothing to do with it.
How about your sultan? How about if your sultan gives you a
Yeah,
command?
I don't give a fuck. I mean,
You don't give a fuck? You'd
obviously,
be put
no,
to the
I do.
sword. You couldn't even say
Well,
those words in your country, my
wait.
friend.
No,
If you were
I
living
do.
under
I'm in my
Islam and you
country.
said
I'm
those
saying
words, your
I
head would
am.
be on a platter, and you
I
know
am
it.
in my country, and my head would never be under the platter. You have a different understanding of Islam. That's the Western understanding, and the like a Christian worldview of what Islam is. Like they think when you live it like Islam, you're gonna be like put to death and shit like that. Man, I know all the fucking tricks in the book. It's all fucking just you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's all
I know
emotional. You
very
have
well,
no
my friend.
logical.
This is what I want you to do
Yes, you.
tomorrow. I
You
want you to
know
go to
right from wrong?
Turkey.
Do you know right
Listen,
from wrong?
listen. Now it's
Do you
my
know
turn
right
to
from
talk.
wrong?
Guys,
Okay?
guys,
Ask me.
hold
Do you
on.
He
know
doesn't
right from
stop
wrong?
talking.
Do you know
He
right
just
from
he's
wrong? Right from wrong. It's simple. Right from wrong. Do you know right from wrong?
Yeah, this is what I
I'll
want
shut
you
up.
to do. If you think you know your religion, right? I want you to go to Turkey tomorrow, right? Turkey, a NATO member country, right? And I want you to take a picture of Erdogan, and I want you to burn it downtown Istanbul. And I
You're
want
conflating
to be there with a
politics with
camera when you
religion,
do it,
man.
bro.
You're
I want to see
conflating.
your face.
Okay, Turkey a representation of Islam? Do you think that? Do you think like
I just
Turkey
picked a random
represents
country. Okay, how about Mecca? Go do that in Mecca. Go to Mecca.
that?
Go to
Okay,
Mecca.
what's wrong?
Get a
Okay, is that
Quran, and I want you to
is
burn
that
it.
a representation of Islam?
Listen,
Mecca.
dude, don't
I'm asking
don't
you a
even
simple question.
try, man. Don't even
I'm
try.
asking you a simple question. You can't even answer.
What?
Is Mecca, Saudi Arabia, right? Does that represent Islam, or is that
It's the
political?
holiest of holies. It represents
The
one
place is,
sect of Islam. Yeah, it's the
but
holiest of holies. Do you want me to you want me to answer or not, or you want
yeah,
to
no,
talk
go
through
ahead.
me?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Mecca is where a Muslim, able-bodied, has to make a pilgrimage one time in his life,
Okay,
and they
so
could become a Hajj. I know
Christians
people that
can't.
have done it, and they've become Hajj. They have tattoos on their hand. They're Armenians. I know all about your religion, bro. I'm not a professional, but I know your religion. You can't fool me, bro. Don't even try.
Can Christians go to Mecca, Saudi
No,
Arabia?
you cannot
No.
go to Mecca if you're a Christian. You
Is
just
that according
admitted to
to
that
Islam?
before.
Is that according to Islam? The religion?
I
Or is
don't
that a
care.
political?
That's my point.
No,
You
that's my
mouth one
point.
thing,
That's my
but
point.
reality on the
You're
ground is
citing
another. You just
politically
made my
driven.
point.
Okay, no, you made my point because you're citing politically driven decisions, right? Which are purely political, have nothing to do with the actual religion. But you're citing those as against the religion when they're not even religiously motivated decisions. They're political.
Let me ask you, what do you mean political? They're not political.
They
No,
are
no,
political.
this is a religious doctrine. If you're not Muslim,
Okay,
you cannot go
the
to
religion.
Mecca. End of story. There's nothing you can say that's going to change that. And even if you talk through me every single time I speak, because I know it must be very painful when I
All I'm saying is cite it.
look,
It's so easy.
Listen, if you guys keep over talking, hold on, guys. I can mute and unmute you if you need me to. Egypt, hold on a second. I can mute and unmute you guys if you need me to.
Okay.
Is that what you guys need, or can we do this like?
No, I don't need it.
Nah, there's no use
When
talking
he's
to
done,
this guy.
I'll ask him the same question. I'll shut up. Are you done?
Dude, it's impossible
Should I go?
to talk to you.
Should I go? Is it my turn? Should I go?
It's always your turn. Go ahead.
Okay, so when you say the Quran claims that non-believers, let's not call them Christian or otherwise, can't go to Mecca, can you cite that?
I didn't say the Quran. I said the facts are. Listen to my words very carefully.
What do you mean facts?
Listen, now that means don't talk. I said the facts on the ground are right now. A Christian cannot go to Mecca. That is a fact.
Is that a fact against you or me or both?
Anybody that's not Muslim.
Actually, I would say it's against the Muslim because that's not the Muslim belief. There's nothing
I don't care
in
what you
Islam.
say.
Yeah, I'm telling you. That's why I'm saying it's not a religious aspect. It's politically motivated. That's what I'm saying. And it just went past your fucking head. You're like, political? What's political about it? That's the whole thing. It's political. It has nothing to do with the religious beliefs. It's purely political. And it went over your fucking head and you're still citing it.
Look, I don't care what you believe. You can believe it's political. It doesn't matter. That's the
Muslims
fact
are bad.
on the ground. I said
Muslims can be bad.
now
Am I saying Muslims are fucking angels? I'm talking about Islam. Like,
okay. Is it my
can I
turn now?
judge Christian? Yeah,
No.
it is. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not telling you what your book says. I'm not telling you what the imams say. Before I told you if they give you an order, that's a whole different thing. Put that aside. I'm telling you facts on the ground. Right now, the holiest place in the Muslim religion, the holiest of holies, where an able-bodied Muslim has to go one time in his life to do the pilgrimage, right? The Hajj. I can't go there if I'm a Christian. Nobody could go there. So you are discriminating against non-Muslims. That's a fact. Now, you don't want to accept that for some reason. That's on you.
That Islamic? Is that an Islamic jurisprudence, or is that completely a political issue? Can you answer that question? Can you find me anything in Islamic jurisprudence that distinguishes between, let's say, Christians, non-believers visiting the house of God, according to Muslims? Can you find me?
Where are you coming tomorrow?
Scripture.
You're coming to work tomorrow?
Jeremy, you're hot micing.
All right.
Yeah,
look, I
so,
don't care
I
if
mean-
it's written or not, bro. It doesn't matter.
But
I
that's
told
your
you.
claim. That's your claim, though.
No, my
that
claim is a
Muslims-
fact. My claim is that that's what's happening now on the ground. That's
Okay, so-
indisputable. You can't. Why are you talking
Okay.
again, man? Why are you talking?
Man, go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's not a claim. It's not that I'm saying something that's not true. I'm not telling you anything that's written in your book or not written in your book. I'm telling you right now, the facts on the ground is the people that can go in Mecca, the whole city of Mecca, are only Muslims. Christians are excluded. Jews are excluded. Buddhists are excluded. Any other religion, which there's like 1,000 of them, they aren't excluded. The only ones that are included are the Muslims. That is not right. And I'm telling you, that's a fact on the ground. Now, you choose to accept it or not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So are you saying I agree with that? I mean, that's the whole point of the fucking claim. Are you saying that's what I'm claiming?
No, I just told you.
That's why I said
and I just
it's
told you when
political.
I finished, I said you could either accept it or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
So
know.
when I said it was political, what did you understand? When
I
said
understood
it's
that you
political.
think that it's political.
Yeah, it's not religious. And that's why I asked you to cite anything religious in Islam that asks you to do that. What
Then
you
why
just
is
claimed.
it so? You mean it's a political decision? It's the
That's what I just said.
it's
Yeah,
it's the government. So okay, show me
Yes.
where it's written in the political. Show me somewhere that it's written in the Constitution or whatever. Go ahead.
Is that how it works? I'll show you
Well,
how it's written.
isn't that how it works? If it's a law, if it's political, it should be
No.
somewhere in the law in Saudi Arabia. Can you please show me that law?
That's not how it works, though.
Oh, so you're just making
If
stuff
it's
up then?
no. If it's a positive claim, right? Like you claim it is from the religious aspect. Like Islam claims that nobody should enter Mecca, right? That's your claim.
No, I said no. That's not what I said. I said the facts on the ground right now in the holiest site, right in one sect of Islam. The only people that are allowed to go there are Muslims. Everybody else, every other religion is discriminated against. That is
that's a political issue.
discrimination.
You're talking about a certain
100%.
country.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a political issue. It's a country that bans people from doing that. That's fact. It's
Is
Saudi
that
Arabia that does
discrimination?
that.
Is that discrimination?
That's okay. Is it Saudi Arabia that's banning these people, or is it?
If it is, show me
some
where in the
Muslim-
law in Saudi Arabia it says that Christians.
It
are
is in the
not-
law. You
Show
want me to show you?
me.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I show you that, will you at least agree to what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm going to agree to what
Okay,
you're saying. Yeah,
okay,
I'm going to agree
okay.
that it's written in the law
I'll
in
show
Saudi
you-
Arabia. How could I not?
Yes. Yeah, that's the law actually in Saudi Arabia. I'll show it to you.
Okay,
Mecca-
is it a religious law?
No,
Is it
no, it's political.
from
That's
who
what I'm
does that
saying.
law originate from? Like in the name of?
Saudi
Is it in the
Arabia,
name
the
of
country.
Allah?
It's a country. It's a country.
Okay, I want to see.
It has
Okay,
nothing to
I'll
do with-
reserve judgment till I see it.
Okay.
What happened, guys?
He's going to find. There's a
I'm
law
just,
apparently in Saudi Arabia that says
which is
all religions are excluded from entering the city. He says it's a political thing, not religious.
Yeah. In Mecca.
Okay, maybe it
only
is, but
Muslims.
it's still a thing. I mean, but I would like to see the
this
thing.
is Wikipedia.
Nevertheless,
This is Wikipedia, right? It says in Mecca only Muslims are allowed, while non-Muslims may not enter or pass through. Attempting to enter Mecca as a non-Muslim can result in penalties such as a fine. Being in Mecca as a non-Muslim can result in deportation. Okay, and these citations are strictly Saudi Arabian laws. How's that? What's that got to do with Islam?
I'm sure it has nothing to do with religion. Now imagine that being Boston. Imagine what he just said now, but take Saudi Arabia and put Boston there.
It's true. I can't go to Boston.
You can't go to Boston?
No, I can't.
Why not?
Because my name is Muhammad, and I tried.
So you think that you're not allowed to go to Boston? Someone's going to stop you from going to the city of Boston in the United States of America.
Yes, it's true. I know. I've tried.
I don't know, buddy. I know a lot of people that have been there, seen a lot of hockey games.
Believe me,
I grant you,
not.
Bostonians are rough and tough people. Yeah, though you don't want to be messing with them, but I don't see how they're not going to allow you in the city.
Mess with anyone. But my name is Muhammad, bro.
So what? You know how many Muhammads there? Muhammad Ali, bro, the greatest.
It's the most common name in the world.
Muhammad Ali, bro. Come on. Try again.
That's a fact. Okay, I'll give you a fact. Most common name in the world. What is it? Muhammad.
Okay, so what?
So I can't go to Boston. Fact.
I don't know what you're trying to prove there, but everybody knows that that's untrue what you're saying. Unless you committed a crime there and you're wanted for crime,
do you think
you can go to Boston.
In the States? Oh, you got rights? Like the First Amendment rights, and you got Fourth Amendment, like you didn't commit a crime, so...
Bro, I'm Canadian and I can go to Boston. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I don't know. You're speaking American. Like, you can't...
I'm not American.
You have rights. You have rights whether they tell you have rights. I mean...
Well, you got more rights than in Saudi Arabia, I'll tell you that, or in Turkey. Go try to burn a Quran in Saudi Arabia or Turkey.
It's subjective, bro. It's subjective.
Subjective, huh? How come you can burn a Quran in the States and a Bible in the same day and then go to lunch in the same square? How come you can do that?
Do they actually? Do people do that? Is that a common thing?
I can go burn a Bible tomorrow, right? I can go burn a Bible tomorrow right outside my house. Ain't nobody going to do nothing to me.
Is that something that happens?
It does happen. Yeah, people actually do that. Yeah, to prove the point. Yes, it happens.
What happens then when they do that?
Nothing. Everybody
it all
goes home.
fun?
A couple of cameras come, take pictures, and everybody goes
Yeah,
home.
I thought Muslims kill all these motherfuckers who do that shit. who draw like the Prophet, right? The cartoons. I'm under attack. I'm exercising my First Amendment right, but all these Muslims want to kill me, and they kill me. You know, that's all the fucking claim. But yet you're saying, oh, it happens, but nothing. Nobody gets.
You have a
punished.
savage religion, bro. You can't even draw a picture of the Prophet.
Yeah.
They're going to kill you. They're going to put hits
The
on
same,
you. Who are you trying to
same
fool,
thing.
man? Who are you trying to fool here?
See, Christians try to do this, but like double standard shit. In the Christian Bible, it makes the same exact claims. These people should be put to death. These
Yeah, except the Christians got out of that backwards way of thinking a long time ago.
They gave into to this modern liberalism ideology that has nothing to do with traditionalist Christianity. they put their own Bible under the bus. That's what they did. But as a Muslim, I'm never gonna put the Quran under the bus. I believe in the Quran, no matter what it says. How savage you? I mean, I'm asking you, why do you think it's savage? What's right
That's
from
why
wrong?
you're a
You can't
danger
even
to
answer.
society, bro. That's why your kind is a
Maybe
date, and I want to expose that. That's all I'm doing.
That's your stance, but you can't even answer a simple question. What's right from wrong? You can't even answer that.
I told you many times. What do you mean? What's right from wrong?
How do you know right from wrong? Answer that.
It's an
We're
innate.
right here.
It's an innate thing
does that
that
mean?
you know.
What
If
does
if
it-
you're
what does that mean?
if you're a decent human being, you know what's right and wrong. You know
No,
instinctively.
No, that has nothing to do with uh, liberalism or actual literal right from wrong. I mean, you can't even tell me right from wrong.
What do you want to know?
You're just saying it's innate. That's
Well,
a
you
statement.
tell me what's right and wrong. Then go ahead. That's just a general question. What's
Is
right
that
and wrong?
wrong? But that was my question. Does it work the other way around?
Yeah, but that's
Do
a
I have
general
to answer
question.
it? Yeah, so answer it.
What's right and wrong? Okay. It's wrong if I kick you in the nuts, and it's right if
Wrong.
I don't.
Why?
How's that?
Why? Why?
Because it's gonna hurt a lot for you.
Because things hurt, therefore they're wrong.
Bro,
Is
you're
that your
making no
logic?
sense.
That's what you said.
Maybe we
You
should
said,
just
I
change
asked you
the
why
topic.
it's
I'm
wrong.
sure
You said
people are
because
fed
it
up of
hurts.
this. I am.
I asked you why it's wrong. You said because it hurts. So I asked you if something hurts, therefore it's wrong. That's your logic that you committed to.
Well, I
Are
just
you
gave you a
take it
quick
back? Are
example.
you
I mean,
take it back?
you wanna
If you wanna
debate on
take
it?
it back? You want to take it back? If it hurts, it's wrong. Are you going to stand by it? I'll take you all the way. I'll debate it. Yes, right here, right now, all the way.
Okay, go for it.
If
Okay.
it hurts, it's wrong. Is that what you're standing by? If it hurts,
I would say,
therefore
yeah,
it's
if you get kicked in the cojones, that would be wrong. It wouldn't be a right thing. I would say so. I don't know.
okay. Is that how you define
I
right from wrong?
I stand on that. Yes,
You stand by
I
it.
stand on
Okay.
that ground.
Okay. Are you circumcised?
dude. You know what? It's time to end this conversation. I'm out. Anybody else want in? Please go be my guest.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Do you have kids, bro? No. Did I offend you?
Bro, we're having a conversation. You asked me if I'm circumcised. Are you serious or what?
Yeah, I'm being honest, bro. I mean, I
Bro,
am.
you're not in
It's a
condition to
stupid
talk
fucking
right now.
question, isn't it? It's a horrible question, and you're a cunt for asking it. All right,
Well,
that's the reply you should have
what I'm
got.
trying to establish. What's horrible and what's not. I'm gonna ask these questions.
Unfortunately, you're such a fucking retarded scumbag, yellow belly American. You don't understand that because you're so
American.
toxic.
Jen,
Let's
what the
not do that,
fuck,
Jim.
Jen?
Come on.
American.
Well, come on, man. Let's not
I
entertain
know
these
he's triggering,
scums.
but
For fuck's sake. Don't entertain these scumbags, man.
Jen, stop with the name calling, Jen, please. What are you guys doing tonight? You know how we run shit here?
Dude, I'm willing to kill this shit. Honestly, I don't give a fucking shit. But if someone wants to be honest and have a conversation, I'm all for it. That's what I'm doing. But if for some reason I'm being offensive, I'd also like to know why. It's just funny. It's fucked up. I fucked like double standards, man. Fucking shit.
I think there's
Like,
just a
I can't say it,
disconnect.
you can. Fucking yeah.
I think there's just a disconnect almost. Like you're talking about like capital R, big religion, like the actual religion of God, which is Islam, in your opinion. And SE and other people are talking about like man's contemporary interpretation of it. And so you just end up talking past one another because he doesn't understand that you're saying.
No. I'm comparing Islam to, let's say, Christianity. I'm not doing I'm not falling for that bullshit fucking non-religion of these people who are just submitting to this fucking what do you call it? Liberalism, fucking fucked up shit. I'm talking about religion. Like Christianity is one of the world religions as compared to Islam, for example. So if you're gonna put Islam under the scrutiny of, oh, well, in Islam you claim that you should kill non-believers or apostates. Well, the Bible claims the same exact thing. Are you gonna put it under the same fucking scrutiny you're putting me under? No, because you're fucking liberal fucking idiots who don't know what the fuck anything like religion says. You're just gonna
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Does a man not have a right to live on this earth without following the books that are out there? Does he not? Does he or she not have that right to live on the earth and connect to the Creator in the way they deem fit, as long as it's not harming anybody else and not destroying Earth for which he came? Is that okay?
Well, when you say it doesn't hurt anybody else, right? That's purely subjective. I mean,
that's okay with me, Jen. That's perfect, actually. That sounds fucking great.
Yeah,
definitely.
On its face value, I would agree with you, but in essence, whatever you do,
then hold your noise. Then hold your noise. So some people are on
I'm
that road. Some people are on that road.
Can I do that?
Some people like me. Some people like me are on that road. Okay.
That's fine and dandy, but can I explain myself? No?
You're not doing a good job. Try harder, but go ahead.
Yeah, so let's say God does exist. Do you believe in a God even? I mean, if you're going to make your way to God, it's just something so personal, has nothing to do with actual reality or if God. Do you believe God exists? Can I ask you that? Is that fine?
I'm glad you stopped yourself. I'm glad you stopped yourself. Hang on. I'm glad you stopped yourself to ask that question. Do I believe in God? It's not a belief. I know God, the Creator, exists. I'm living on God's creation. I am part of God's creation.
I would agree with you. I would 100% agree with you. Okay, like I said, 100% agree. But let's put that to the test. In one sense of the word, let's say logically, let's put your understanding of God, because you think you can just realize God in the way you feel like it's right? Like I asked this question several times. How do you differentiate
I'll
between
answer
right and
it.
wrong?
I'll answer it if you let me. I'll answer it if you let me.
Yeah, I'm asking.
I'll answer it if you let me. I'll answer it if you let me.
What
I'm
was
going to
my
answer it now. The answer is God has given me the power of will, the power to discern right and wrong. Yeah? So I'm going to use that my way. Okay? Thank you. As long as I cause no harm to anybody else or the earth that I live on, that I did not create.
How would you realize that? Like, how would you know
Oh,
if
it's
every
quite
day?
easy, really. It's quite easy. It's quite easy. I did not create this earth. So obviously the magnificent earth that is flat and level, and every living facet, fruits, the berries, the nuts, the vegetables, the animals, every human beings, leaves, trees, snow, wind, mist, everything that's to do with the earth. Don't talk when I'm talking, because you can hear what I'm saying is powerful, yeah? Right? Every facet of living life by the second, that proves that I didn't create that. So obviously I do not want to stop that from continuing, because it's not mine to stop. There are children yet to come behind me, unborn generations yet. Right.
Yeah, but
so get with the program, boy.
no, but we understand that there are like different positions of what God is, correct? Like we have different religions, for example.
I'm not really concerned about that. I'm not really
No?
concerned about that at
Are
all.
you
I'm
saying
only
all
concerned about
religions
me.
are just
About
false?
me. I'm not concerned at all about other religions. I am not. I'm more concerned about me and how I interact on the earth first and foremost, and then how I interact with those other
Okay.
religions, how they conduct themselves determines what
Can I
goes
give
on.
you a hypothetical? Can I
You
do
may.
that? Yeah.
You
So
can do that.
let's say Christianity is the true religion. It is fact. It is the true. This is the true description of God, right? And not necessarily one of these descriptions, but it's just a hypothetical. Would you then believe in Christianity?
Not really, no.
No?
No, not really.
Even
I'm
if
still going to be
it's the
me.
truth.
I'm still going
Like
to be
it's the
me.
truth.
Yeah, I'm still going to be. I'm being the truth. I'm being the truth on earth.
But you're not. You just have a perspective of the truth.
No,
You're
that's a
figuring it out.
baseless assertion. That's a baseless assertion. That's worthy of a kick in the nuts and a smack on the jaw.
So
Okay.
how do you know what you know is the truth? How do I establish?
This is where we
I'm trying to
disengage.
follow
This is
you.
where we
Right?
disengage. This is
Wait,
where
wait,
we
wait.
disengage, because you're
Why?
not in reality.
It's honest
You're
conversation.
saying, hang on, you're saying that I cannot know what right and wrong is, and
Never
I have
said
no
that.
right in
Never
knowing.
said that. That's what you said.
That's what you've
actually.
implied. That's what
No,
you're
I asked
implying.
you, how do you
Come
know?
on, guys.
You're implying that,
Please.
sir.
I'm asking you, how do
Hold
you
on,
know?
Dave. I got it. Egypt. Hold on a second.
Whoa, bro.
Listen, you guys gotta go. Guys, you guys gotta go one at a time. I'm about to be in my house and I can't talk in a minute. So if you can't go one at a time, maybe let's just switch topics or something. All right.
By the way, I don't think Egypt. I don't think that Egypt. I don't think Jen's the
Okay,
right guy to
Jeremy.
go.
Okay,
Hold on,
Jeremy,
wait.
especially for you.
Wait a minute. I don't think that Jen's the right guy to go after for claiming that he has beliefs or he knows the truth that other people don't. I don't think he's the kind of guy that's claiming that. He doesn't have like a religious, like, I know God and you don't kind of guy. He's not that kind of guy. You know that.
I do know that, but I'm still interested because he's claiming truth. I mean,
Well, he just
where's
says
the
he knows there is a God. He doesn't know what God is necessarily. I think that's what he.
That's why I'm trying to like instigate.
How
him
wait.
asking
Do you
himself.
think you could know?
Yes.
Do you think? Wait, let me ask you, Egypt. Do you think that you could know, like the different? You said there's different kinds of gods or different definitions of God. Do you know the right definition of God, or do you think anybody does?
I think it's a journey, and I think I've been through the right path to actually make at least an informed, logical decision about my beliefs. But whenever I ask anybody else, they just escape it. They can't even answer the question. When I ask what's right from wrong, nobody can answer it. I know how to answer it. I'm good with it.
You didn't pay attention to me, though, did you?
Come on. Well,
You didn't pay
regardless of
attention
that,
to me at all, did you?
it'd be interesting to hear what you think.
Like just a bunch of gibberish. I can't even make it out.
Hey, Jen, hold on.
That's right. It's plain English. It's plain English.
Just
You
a
didn't hear
second.
what I said at all.
You're not even
Totally
fighting.
disregarded. Look, I'm
Bickering
trying to
over
speak.
nothing. Please stop. Jen, please stop. For a second.
You're bickering over nothing. You're bickering over nothing. Okay, it's just going back and forth. You're not even understanding each other. Okay, Egypt.
Yeah.
Do you
Hold on.
think that
Somebody has an echo. Dave, hold on a second. Somebody has an echo. Let's get that.
It might be Jen because he keeps his YouTube on.
Who it is?
Jen, are you echoing? Real quick, Egypt. Do you think there's like a belief that saves you and a belief that doesn't save you? Like you have to choose the right one.
Yeah, I do.
Why would it be that way?
See how easy I answer that question?
Yeah, I figured you would, but I figured you did. I kind of assumed
Nobody
that.
answers my questions like that, man. I ask them, and like
Don't worry about it. It's interesting that you say that, though. Why would one belief lead you to being saved and one belief not? Like, how do people know which one's the right one?
I can explain that. See, it's in regards to, in essence, the fact that whether God exists or not. Right? If God
Yeah, but
exists,
how do you define God? What is God?
I'm going through the logical steps that I decided what I decided. Right? If God exists, therefore, let's say one of the things that must be true that it holds to like this so-called word of God can't have any contradictions. For example, this is one of my attributes that I can test from my perspective the word of God. Right? For me,
So
if the word of God, if that claim to be word of God has contradictions, therefore it's not the word of God. If it don't have contradictions, it is more likely to be the word of God. And I'll go through further testing with it. Right?
Right. Okay.
Would you agree with that? If like logically speaking, would that be sound?
That would make sense. Yeah. That would make sense unless the people that wrote the book were just smarter and knew not to include the contradictions. So.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah. But yeah. I mean, do you have any other questions?
Well,
Is it right for is it right
Well,
for
I'd like to clarify my position if it's
I want
possible.
to. I want to
I'd
ask
like to clarify
real
my
quick. I want to
position.
clarify. Just a quick,
Yeah,
real
I've been
Jen.
listening.
I
I'd
just want to
like to
ask.
clarify my position.
Wait, hold on. I'm going back and forth with him with Egypt for a real. He's been kind of nailing other people with questions, so I decided I'm going to try to get a couple out of him real quick.
Well,
When you say
yeah,
God,
well, I want to get in there as well.
okay, Jen. When you say God, what do you mean? Like, do you picture God as like a kind of human figure, or like with a brain?
No, I agree. That was one of the things that was brought up. I actually brought up the Quranic narrative, one of those like a surah, which is like a verse, bringing up the description of God, and it's one of the like these ones that every Muslim knows. Like even the little kids, like ask anybody about that, they'll tell you. Like even the little kids, and it's called "Qul huwa Allahu Ahad." It means say God is one and only, right? Qul huwa Allahu Ahad. Allahu Samad. He like basically what means like there's nothing like him. Allahu Samad. Lam yalid. Wait, let me just finish it. I'll finish it. I'll be really quick. I'm sorry about that. Lam yalid. He does not beget. Walam yulad. And he does not and he's not begotten, right? That is like the simplest Muslim description of God, and it's very straightforward and it is very logical. Unlike the Trinity, for example, from one Christian stance. But yeah.
But do you think?
If I can just say something just very quickly. If I can
How
just
do
say
you
something,
think of
2
it?
seconds.
I want to hear his own
2
words.
seconds.
How do you have to describe it in your own words? Like, is it a universal consciousness? Is it an overall like power that runs through everything? Is God separate from mankind, from the world, or is God within everything? Like those kind of things. How do you define it?
God is separate from his creation. Like God is not his create. Like me, I am not part of God, nor am I God, or am I nothing like God. God is what creates, what I live in, what I breathe, what I do. God is unlike anything. That's how I see God. God is not Jesus. It's not a person. It's not. God is beyond all of that. All you can think of or dream of that could be God is not God. That's my explanation.
Yeah, but
It's the
would
most
it, would it be,
God's within everything. You don't think God's
would it
within
Is
everything.
there
be,
any look? Cool. My
would it
when is
be,
it
You don't
my
think there's a
turn?
piece of God
When is
within
it
everything.
my turn? Fuck's sake. When
well,
is
Go
it
ahead,
my
Jim. Go
turn?
ahead.
I just got here, so.
Fuck's sake, you know, we're waiting ages just to say a few words.
Go ahead.
I'll wait a long
Go
time.
ahead.
Thank you, thank you. Now, what you just stated there, the decider, the man who's calling himself that, basically the creator, I knew that when I was a kid, 6 years old, that, you know, the creator is separate from his creation in that he created it for us to live on. Now, I was born under the Muslim religion, although I'm not practicing it now. I observe Ramadan occasionally, well, every year thus far, okay? That's the only thing I do that I can say that is Islamic. But I will say this, I'm not reading the Quran to know how to live. I'm learning it on the fly. That's how I want to do it. I want to do it my way. So it's easy to discern what right and wrong is. And I'm going to do that my way because God, the creator, has given me that power, that will, to do the capabilities of knowing that. A simple thing to do, okay? So when I meet Allah, I mean, what did you do on this flat earth that I created for you? I'll tell him what I did, and then he will judge me. If I'm going to be punished, I'm going to be punished. If not, I'm going to be jumping for joy. Simple. But I'm going to live it my way. That's the key fact. It's going to be my way, not because of any book. I guarantee you that. Goodbye.
So, with what you were saying
Man,
about
let's have a
being part of God or being God and all that,
Wait, yeah, go ahead.
would it be against what your beliefs to say like that you're at least a part of God? Like you might not be God or just like God in any way, but that you are like kind of like a figment of God's imagination. Like
Wait,
God,
is that to me
God created you, and in that way you're still like connected to God. Like you're a part of his thoughts or a part of his ideas, a part of like what he like a part of him in that way. Not that you are him, but a part of him.
I don't know. I asked the question. Is that for me? Is that question towards me?
I think that was you. I don't know. I think that was you that was speaking right before
Yeah, that was
Jin
me.
was talking.
Yeah,
He was
it
saying,
was me.
he's asking if, like, basically what I asked.
Yeah, but I definitely don't believe in any way, shape, or form that we are part of or any way God.
All right, let me ask
Whether
you
it
a
be
few more questions.
or
Egypt, what's the reason that God created the world and everything in it?
that's a reason you can ask God for it, and you would never figure it out. And that's
Right.
the problem with atheists. They start to ask these questions. But why would God make me to worship him? And you know what I mean? These questions that are never
Right.
ending.
So why
But
aren't some
is
of these
there God?
answers?
My question would
Why
be,
is it?
do you believe
Why is
God
it?
exists?
Why is it that the book that you're saying is full of non-contradictions that describe what you think God is? Right? Why aren't some of those things included in that book if they were able to speak through
Why do
God?
you have a problem? Yeah, why do
I
you
don't have
have
a
a
problem.
problem with non-contradictions? They're
No,
non-contradictions.
I don't have a problem with that. I wasn't even
So
trying to
what's
say anything
wrong?
about it by saying that. I'm saying because
Non-contradictions,
just the
right?
text that you read has no contradictions, so you think it's most likely the word of God.
No,
If God
that's
spoke
not.
through man,
I never made that claim. Why
you
are
said
you?
that. I thought you did. I
No,
misunderstood you.
I'm saying one of the ways I would test like my litmus test for like the word of
Okay, yeah,
God, for example, would be the idea of non-contradiction, which
that makes
no
sense.
other
I have no problem
non-contradiction
with that.
is a logical way of testing so-called literature from God. It's one way to test it, and I'm all for it. Like, what would be the problem? I mean, it makes sense to me if something is logical. Uh, I mean, if something is from God and it's non-logical, if it's claimed to be from God, and I prove it to be non-logical, therefore it's not from God. That's a way of elimination. I mean, if I can use logic to disprove any claim of God, that's how I do it. That's one of the ways, obviously. So yeah.
So Muhammad is not from God, right?
No, he is, and he's
Okay.
completely
So
logically
let
sound,
me
unless you can
understand
show
your
otherwise.
logic. This right, because I've been listening a little while. I want to know. You think Muhammad is from God? I'll tell you a little story. Once upon a time, long time ago, there was a man called Muhammad. He married a 6-year-old girl called Aisha, and at 9 years old, she got pregnant to him. Now, tell me where the logic is in that.
How do you know that's true? Let
Isn't
me
that the
ask you
story?
that. I don't know. You're making it. You're. It's your claim, so you got to back it up. Do you believe that? And tell me why you believe that. I'd love to hear that.
I've been told that many times.
Oh, so whatever you've been told, you're going to believe. Is that
Okay,
how your logic works?
just tell me if
I've been told that, therefore it's
tell me
true.
if it's true.
I've been told that, therefore it's true. I'm
Okay,
asking
is
you.
it true or not? Is it true or not?
Is it a hard question? Is it a hard
Is it?
question?
I'm asking you. I don't know. Is it true or
No,
not?
it's your claim. Don't ask me. You made the claim. You made the claim, didn't you? Did
I
I make
wasn't
that
making
claim?
a claim. I was telling you a story that
Oh,
I've
shut the
heard
fuck up. If
before.
you're not
I
making the
don't
claim,
know if it's
shut the
true
fuck
or
up, sit
not.
on the
I just wanted
sidelines
to
and
know.
learn something
I just
new.
wanted to. Hang on. I just wanted to know if it's true or not. I'm asking you the question because I don't know, but that's the story I've been told.
No, you're talking bullshit. You're asking me now about your claim that you just made 2
Well, you
minutes
should know
ago.
all about it. You should.
I'm supposed to know about your claim, bro. Make your claims, your empty claims, all you want. If you want to back them up, I'm all here. I'm all ears. Back up your claims if you're gonna make them. You ain't got no claims, then shut the fuck up. Sit on the sidelines, because you ain't got shit. Just a bunch of empty fucking claims. Fucking man, is that all you got? All you fucking Christians out there and the atheists and all that? Fucking sit on my lap. Yeah, I'm a Muslim. Prove me
A
wrong.
Muslim that doesn't know how to refute or come up with a good argument.
Refute?
Is that all you've got to just tell him back up your claim, which is not his claim? It's like the claim of your religion. That is
What's your
your
claim, bro? What's your claim? Do you have a
claim.
claim? I have a claim. Do you have a claim?
Yeah, I
I'm
have a
not.
claim. The flat Earth is
What's your
mentioned
claim?
in the Quran. In the Quran,
Yes,
it
it
talks
is.
about the
It
flat
is.
Earth. It talks
Yes,
about
that's
the
true.
flat Earth in the Quran. Yeah.
Correct. Yep. The actually more than any other uh alleged like book of God that talks about flat Earth, it's the most descriptive of a flat Earth. It has at least 23 descriptions of flat, like in the Arabic language, the use of the term flat. Arabic is one of those languages that's just way beyond things like English. But beyond that, I mean, the descriptions of flat
Can you
Earth
read
in the
Arabic?
Quran.
You know Arabic? Can you read it?
I'll tell you one of them. This is very interesting because this is
Can you
one of
read
the ones
Arabic?
that. What's that? I speak Arabic. Read it, write it. It's my
You
first
get you
language.
read it, right? Yeah.
That's my first language. Arabic.
Okay.
بتكلم عربي، دي لغتي يا حبيبي. انت بتتكلم عربي؟ تفهم اللي انا بقوله ايه؟ ولا انت مش
Okay.
فاهم حاجه
Okay.
عشان
I
انت
was just
حمار ابن
checking.
متناكه مش فاهم ايه ابن متناكه انا بقوله؟ بتتكلم عربي؟ Are you asking me if I speak Arabic? Are you the
I
one
was just
asking me?
checking. I was just checking because you're the way that you were arguing a moment ago. It
It's my
sounded
first
like
language, bro. My first language. This is what I speak. This is what I dream. How I dream? I dream it in the Arabic. So, yeah. Fucking. They're asking me.
no. I just wanted to be sure because
You're not sure
you
of
were
shit.
unable to make like a
Do you
coherent
believe in
like
God?
argument
You
a
believe in
moment
God?
ago.
You believe in God? Are you sure of anything? You believe in God? Yeah?
Yeah,
No?
I'm a deist. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a
What's that?
Muslim. I'm a deist. So I understand that there is a necessity for a creator, for there to be like a God, time mover, however you want to put it. something that kind of made the pieces of life, all of that. There's a necessity for that, but I don't think that otherwise I'm agnostic. I don't think that I can know the creator, what he's like, what he thinks, what he wants for us. I don't think that I can know that. I think that those
Yeah, I
are
think
all.
you can. I think you can. Hang on, if I could just add something. I think you can know. Hang on, you can. Hang on. Look, I'm trying to get in on the side.
Well,
Thank
you're
you.
trying
I
to
think.
interrupt me. If you would just give
I'm
me
trying.
another 2 sentences, then you could say your thing.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. My apologies. I thought you were done, but carry on.
Well, yeah, you thought I was done while I was still speaking, though. Like, dude, I don't mind like setting aside, but literally, like, I was literally in the middle of like 2 different words when you jumped in. That doesn't sound like I'm done. I mean, essentially, I was nearing completion, so like, I get why you were trying to get in. Anyway, no, I don't. I'm agnostic about like who God is, what He wants for us, and all that stuff. I think that stuff is basically a construct of men. It's a control mechanism through religion. It is not like faith or like it has nothing to do with the deity himself, right? Like religions are definitely there's no true religion. No religion is right where
That's
all the
what I
others
was
are
saying.
wrong.
How do you know that? How do you know that there is no true religion? How did you reach that
Right, there we go.
conclusion? Based on what?
Yeah, I don't even care to have
Got it?
a debate. Look, it's been proven throughout history that like religion has been written and rewritten by men, and in order to control men, it's like governance and government. Like religion, in fact, up until modern times, very modern times, religion and government have gone hand in hand. Like the government is like a hand of religion in most places of the world, even still today. Like it's just like what the church says or what like
Yeah.
this is what.
Wait,
It,
I've been muted throughout your answer. If this is how it's gonna work, I'm willing to tap out. Honestly,
I
like
don't know who muted you. I didn't mute you, but
Come on,
honestly,
man. You got
it's
to
not
listen
you.
to everybody's viewpoint. Hang
Yeah,
on, hang on.
none
You've
of
got to
you
have an
have been
open
muted
mind to listen
except
to
me.
everybody's viewpoint.
Yeah,
Right? Can I?
fucking
Right? Can I
everybody's
get in there now? Can I get
no,
in there now? Can I get in there
Jim.
now?
Honestly, I know you're an honest person. Have you been
Yeah.
muted throughout this conversation?
No, not once. No, not
Okay,
once.
I've been muted at least 5 times so far. Is
Yeah.
that
Well,
fair?
I know the
Is that
feeling because
would you?
it usually happens to me.
Hey, hold on,
Yeah.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Okay.
hold on. Just coming in. It's kind of audio chaos. You guys are kind of talking over each other, right? So if people are being muted, it's for incessant over talking, right? So just allow people the space to get their full, complete thought out, and then
Okay.
respond
Shut the
there.
fuck up, all of you. Fuck, I'm
Can't
done with
we
this
can't
shit.
do that?
There are a bunch
We can't do that.
of
If we
fucking
can't do
racist,
that, if we can't do that,
illiterate
we
fucking
can't.
assholes
If
that don't
we
know shit from shit.
if we can't do that, then we don't have a good conversation, right? You have to give people the space to finish their sentences. Okay, that's it. Period.
Right.
Carry on.
Okay. Let me just carry on from where Lou left off, and he said some good things. Right, and I apologize to Lou for trying to get in on the inside. I thought you were wrapping up, and you know how you got to keep jumping in to try and get in. So my apologies to
yeah,
Lou for interrupting his.
I was wrapping up again, but no, it's your turn now,
Yeah, my
man. So
apologies. My apologies. If you're still wrapping up now, then do so now. If you haven't
no,
finished,
no,
I'll
no.
wait.
No. It was like I said, like I was near completion, and you were just trying to edge your way in there, but yeah, I
Yeah.
wasn't quite
Well,
done. Go ahead now, though.
okay, that's my third time on the apologies there. Sorry about that. Now, basically, Lou said some good things, and that is, how do you know you're in the real religion or the true real religion? You can't know that from this point. You can wish it or feel it's the real one, perhaps, but you cannot use the word I know. That's impossible. How would you know? You can't just say that. And there are many religions out there. This is why I don't follow the religions myself. I follow the road that God has put down for me. I know it's there because I'm looking around me. I didn't make any of this earth. So clearly, obviously, I have to give thanks to somebody, and that would be the Creator. I have to show, because this earth is giving me substance. It's giving me shelter. Maybe I had to build the shelter, but I got it. I understand the seasons. I'm in harmony with earth. I'm able to maintain good health in a system that man has curated called tyranny, dictatorships, enslavement. Okay? So I can see through the beauty of God's creation earth that I have to make sure that I don't destroy this and pass it on, if I can, to the next generation. So that's how I know God exists. And I know that God is worthy of giving thanks to. That's how. But I do that my way. That's how I do that. Don't follow any book. I don't need a book to tell me. That's the thing you've got to remember. God gave me that right, that will to think as I'm thinking. I shall end it there.
So then to piggyback on that, like when it comes to like the Muslim faith, like your guys' religion is one of the newest ones, honestly. Like if it was the true one, shouldn't it have been around since the beginning? Like if religions aren't a construct of man, and they aren't like, and those books aren't like written by men and rewritten by men in order to control men and to further an agenda or a narrative, or to like shape and socially what do they socially engineer people, like then if it was from God and it was the true thing, like how would it be one of the newest ones?
I think the Muslim guy left because he kept over talking and got muted a few times. So I think he didn't want to have a conversation if he couldn't over talk. So
yeah, that's the problem I find with religion, that they start saying this is the real one, this is the real one, and I always say to people, look, why don't you put your religions in your pockets? Okay, keep that between you and the Creator. Let's get on with the task at hand. We're under tyranny, dictatorship, enslavement. They want to kill us medically, intellectually. They're dumbing us down. Can we not deal with that? Can we not? For fuck's sake.
Also, a part of me, like I'm like I said, a deist. So like I don't believe in any one of them necessarily, but I'm willing to learn from all of them. Like I have an intrigue in like learning about the beliefs of different religions and stuff like that, and I'm willing to like listen to them and take the good and toss out the bad. But that would make me like in any of those religions, if I'm willing to toss out any part of like any of their religion to call a part of it bad, that would make me like a heathen that's going to hell, or that would make me like I don't know. There's probably tons of different terms. I don't know what they would call it in the Muslim faith, but like in all religions, it's either you take all of it or you take none of it. You're one of us, or you're not one, or you're one of them. You're one of the good, or you're bad. That's not how it works, though. Like you can take a good lesson. You can like live your life and take a lesson from different people with different outlooks on life, and become a well-rounded person. Or you can just have your fucking world shaped for you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. That was a nice round off there. Perfect. Perfect. Because that's my position entirely. A man can follow his own road and end up being a Muslim, a Christian, a Judean, a Hindu, and all of those. The embodiment of the religion. And he can do that all by himself or herself without a book as such. Yeah. So let's let everybody be what they want to be and let God do the final judgment when they pass on, if that's what's going to happen. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, let's deal with the stupid things that we call freedom that we're not got yet. Okay? All right? Yeah? Can we deal with that, people? Can we stand up and be defiant and non-compliant? Yeah? Can we begin?
Well, that's actually funny too, is especially when it comes to the very like religious people in these servers. Is like most of them are flat earthers, and it's like you are a defiant person who speaks out against like what is the narrative, so to speak, right? Like when it comes to government and all other all kinds of conspiracies and stuff like that. But now when it comes to your faith, and that's when all of a sudden all rules are out the window. Like you're a true skeptic until it comes to your religion. Then you're not allowed to question anything.
Yeah.
It's
funny, isn't
completely
it?
it's hypocrisy at its finest.
Hypocritical. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Exactly.
It's funny what you said, Jin. Let's fight like non-compliance, and I'm with you. I like that speech. That was good. But the funny thing is that 1.6 billion people wake up every day in compliance. That's the Muslim religion. That's what it's all about. It's to comply.
Yeah, exactly that. And then when I meet the Muslims now and tell them about my road now, well, you're living like a Muslim. They're saying, yeah, but I haven't read the Quran. That's what I told them. I only read bits of it. I haven't read the whole Quran. So maybe you need to rethink. And you're missing the fact that the earth is flat. This is where there's a stumbling block. They seem to think it's a ball. In fact, they say it's like an egg shape. Then you show them the NASA spherical ball, their CGI image, but that's what you say the earth is, isn't it? Is it an egg? Does that look like an egg? No, they don't. Then they shut up then. Exactly. So yeah, no. We got to keep moving forward. That's all I can say there. Move forward all the time. Leave the religion stuff in your pocket. If you're a Hindu, good. If you're a Sikh, okay. If you're a Judeo, nice. Muslim, okay. Christian, okay. Good thing. We've got more urgent things going on here. Okay?
Well,
much more urgent.
I'll head it off there though, because like that'll be one of the criticisms of what we're talking about now is about this so-called like one world or new world religion where they're going to try to combine all these different faiths. Like it's going to leave us susceptible to believing in that if we don't just like stay strong to one of these old world religions, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a slippery slope covered in oil and tipped at ridiculous angle. You'll never get out of it. That's what it is. Yeah, totally agree. Totally. That humanity's sealing its own doom. The 99%.
Yeah, but like,
honestly,
you're not allowed to think for yourself, because if you do, you're going to be captured by the new world religion.
Yeah, absolutely. And they'll know. They will know by the way you walk, the clothes you wear, the way you. Yeah, your persona will expose you as a non-compliant individual. Because I'm not going to comply. Sorry, it's never going to happen. Never going to happen. I'll dress to fight. Body armor, knee pads, elbow pads, helmet, goggles. I'm only going to go to the shop and get some food. But that's how I'm going to get kitted out. Because I know I'm going to have an encounter. Prepared. That's what you've got to do these days. So, my fellow flat earthers and earthlings, ask not why the earth is flat, ask why it is not a globe. For that goal will go a long way to proving that you were indoctrinated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not the knowledge, it's the silly question.
That was my Kennedy little ask not what you can do for your country, what your country can do for you, sort of shit. Yeah, that was it.
Ask why it is not a globe. More like ask why it is a globe, yet it presents itself as flat. Ask why.
Yeah, yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Why is it that I can't prove that I live on a globe, even though I supposedly do?
Yeah, yeah. We choose to teach you about the flat earth. We choose to teach you about the flat earth. We choose to teach you about the flat earth, not because it is easy, but because you're so hard-headed. You can't see past your nose. Clearly, there's no curvature, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly, you haven't proven it to yourself. So,
we choose to live on a globe, not because it is easy to prove, but because it is hard.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Ugh. And when we embark to teach you about the flat earth, we ask for God's blessing. Yeah, that's a good one as well. That's a part of his speech, isn't it? So in the final analysis, ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself, how did you confirm that the earth is indeed this oblate spheroid spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, tilted at 23.3 degrees, hurtling through the space universe that you haven't confirmed exists at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering, 19.2 billion miles in a year. How did you confirm all that, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Got myself server man from 24/7 a little bit ago. I decided to ask Quantum, what is the point of ridiculing all flat earthers and trying to chastise them over their scientific knowledge if the flat versus globe debate has nothing to do with science but to do with geometry and mathematics?
And you got banned, did you?
He didn't like my question, and then AI Overlord decided to just snuff me out. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Like,
terrible.
and then when he couldn't get like his band to stick like his through the bot because of my role, he couldn't figure out how it worked. He got more butt hurt, and then so he just went to server ban, which is like 187 days. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I asked that question and got server ban for 187 days.
Yeah, never did like AI Overlord and his irrational behavior.
AI Overlord has like the smallest fucking robotic PP you've ever fucking invented.
Yeah. clashed on many an occasion, and I told him that I don't really care for your moderator status. I don't recognize it. It's not something that I'm worried about. Right? Stick to the truth issues. That's what we're talking about here. You know, and I don't start trouble.
Well, I meant it to start trouble, but
well, yeah,
because
that's right. Yeah, rightly so.
Yeah, no, I meant to start trouble.
Yeah,
I like
the
literally.
psychology.
I called out Quantum to ask him the question.
Yeah,
And I knew that his little cult followers would freaking silence me and snuff me out probably.
The psychology of your question is very important indeed, amongst all flat earthers and in those onlookers from the heliocentric model who are looking in on what's going on there. That question was definitely necessary to be asked. Definitely.
I mean, look at the stuff that FED says when they tell you that it's not a scientific question. They're not wrong. It's not a scientific question. It's one of geometry and mathematics, correct?
Yeah, geology. Yeah, and geology, if anything. Yeah, right.
So like the black swan argument. It's one of geometry and mathematics.
Yeah.
Like science doesn't answer what is questions. It answers like cause and effect, if damn it, how would they put it?
If you do this happens, sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. If then type questions.
Yeah.
So what is the shape of the Earth is not an if then question.
No.
That's one left to relegated to geometry and mathematics. So if that's the case, which they talk about nonstop, then what is the point of them ridiculing people nonstop, whether them be flat earthers or globe earthers, about their scientific knowledge and the scientific method? Trying to chastise them and toss them out or
Yeah. I've had to refine that myself as well and state that we need to approach this with integrity as opposed to the scientific method. The only time I mention it is when they mention gravity. That's when I say, when you mention gravity and you adhere it to the scientific method, it fails every time. That's the only time I mention the scientific method, really, regarding the shape of the Earth. Other than that, science has nothing to do with it. There won't be any scientific evidence because it's not about science, is it?
Yeah, we're not. Our claim has nothing to do with gravity, though. They would also say, if I asked him, if I came in from the globe Earth perspective and I asked Quantum, and I said, can you explain gravity? He would say, why would I have to? I never made a claim for it.
Yeah, correct. Well, then that would be true. It wouldn't be wrong, would it?
Right? No, that is correct. But then why is it that you're going to make a big deal of your understanding of what gravity is or what mass is or what the scientific method is if it's not a part of your claim and the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with science?
Well, my understanding of quantum erasers ridiculing of the flat earthers is because he feels that flat earthers make the wrong statements at times regarding Earth and the shape and that as a science when it is not. That's probably what he's doing there. That's what I feel he's doing when he's
literally when it comes to quantum, I gotta say, like, he's not the one who banned me. It's AI. AI is the little dick fucker that did that shit. But quantum like was just said right off the bat, look, I'm not in the fucking good mood, lunatic, blah 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 blah. You better freaking phrase this in a way that I can fucking understand it. So I said it again, and he's like, you can say it third time, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure everybody here understood the fucking question. And then that's when AI fucking muted me, and then eventually led to a fucking server ban.
Yeah, that's a shame. AI has been frequenting the pseudoscience versus science server
that too.
in recent months. He's been in there in recent months. So I don't know. Maybe that might have some effect, perhaps.
No, yeah, he's trying to gain his merit badges from them.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I do get that feeling. Yes, you know, but I'm not worried about him at all. I'm going to be who I am. So hopefully we don't clash again, because it will be sparks and things will be happening. Because I don't give a shit about moderator. Really, at the end of the day, if you're doing a good job, fine, you get respect. But if you're just going to be a cunt with it, then no good to me, man. I'll tell you to your face.
I mean, I've been seeing the complaints that a lot of people had before they ever joined here about 24/7. I've been seeing them all along, and I've been like one of the few people who's stuck around in there and been outspoken.
But you've been vocal, though.
Oh, like I've been outspoken to them. Yeah, I've been outspoken to them and still managed to stick around this long, which is crazy. But now their cult following it's now become like ever since the whole like Jaren versus Nathan thing. All of a sudden they're just like they're literally just like another platform of FED now. Like it's like the cult worship following of FED.
I think Tuesday of this week they were discussing the fact that the 24/7 has become quiet, and I said to them that, well, maybe it's because you have done a great job in silencing the Globers, and because you're on your game, you're on top of your game. Let me just get this out. You're on top of your game. So I think what you're going to need to do now is to go out into Pastors Green and find some newcomers to come in, but you've got to be soft and gentle with them when they come in. You can't.
They've done so much more than that, though. They've done so much more than that. Look at, I don't know if you're aware of the politics server, but in the politics server, like Panto, with some outreach over there from the 24/7 Panto man, he got himself his own 24/7 flat Earth politics channel that he was able to run in there. And it started out small, but within a few days it caught on. And all of a sudden, that thing is hopping. There's like 40 to 60 people in there, like nonstop. Like it's probably the most popular flat Earth channel to go into in the moment. But because of that, literally everybody that was straggling around 24/7 is there, and 24/7 became completely dead. Completely dead. But it also with what you're saying is about the way that they've chased out all the Globers, which like most of them deserve it, honestly. Like most of these guys, I don't really think deserve talking to. They're like,
yeah, I agree. I agree with you, man.
But they're doing it. I mean, the FED guys and what they're turning 24/7 into are literally just. They're doing it now because they've run out of Globers. They're doing it to the flat earthers.
Yeah, they're turning on themselves now, right? And that's what I warned them of. I warned them of that they need to go out, do some advertising, get out there, spread the name, bring it, welcome in some of the new Globers who are coming in for the first time. You've got to be gentle with them. You can't be as hardcore as you are with the regulars that come in that are just, you know who they are. These are new people. You've got to give them the red carpet, softly approach. It's got to be that. That's the only way. At first, then if they show traits of cog dis to the point where it's abusive, then you can act accordingly. But you've got to be soft. Cotton wool gloves. That's it. Cotton wool gloves.
Yeah, in my case, I didn't say anything that is mute worthy or ban worthy. They just didn't like the question because it's not one of their questions.
It was political, wasn't it? It was a political question. That's why. Very hot political question you asked. Stabbing. That's what reporters ask. Journalists, investigative journalists, ask those kind of questions. You had your notepad and everything and your camera, and then you got banned.
Well, I didn't. That's it. I didn't give a fuck about a notepad or camera. I just like getting reactions out of people. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I thought you might be writing it down for your column, your columnist.
Well, the thing is, I was actually saying it. I was saying it to the room a few minutes before QE showed up, which
Right.
kind of told me that like somebody probably like reported me to QE and like they brought the guys over like, oh, Lou's talking shit, and
Right.
and then even though we were on to another topic, nobody like forced the issue. I just decided to head it off. I saw QE was in the room, and I literally called him out off of mute and said, QE, you there? He was like, yeah, what's up? Blah, blah, blah. And I freaking hit him with it. And like, yeah.
Well, that's probably what happened then. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Straight off the bat. I mean, I noticed that you do afford him the respect that he deserves because of his knowledge. I've noticed that, which is a good thing. Yeah. That's integrity coming from you. Okay, that you acknowledge that he is very knowledgeable on the topic matter. The fact that you answered his question 3 times to get it right for him shows that you have some respect for him, which is good. Now, he should have said something like, don't ban the man. That's not worth banning. Don't ban him. That's what he should have said.
Yeah, he should have, but
it was a valid question. It was a valid question asked at the right time, and he should have
Did you
been ready
get
to
banned?
answer it.
Did you get banned from
Server
24?
ban. Server
Yeah,
ban.
I'm as of right now, I'm server banned. Yeah.
What did you say to QE?
I asked him what is the reason for ridiculing and chastising flat earthers over their scientific knowledge if the debate of the shape of the earth has nothing to do with science.
Banned. Ban. How dare you? How dare you?
Well, he's not the one who did it, though. AI did. AI is a little dick.
They should have tore the shirt off the back and give him 100 lashes for that. Strap him up quickly. Get it. Give me that there.
Wait, that's a damn good question, right? That's a damn good question, right, Napalm? I mean, look at the things that FED says.
I'm not going to disagree, right? Because the problem is once they start to get it into the whole science realm, then you're taking it away from the shape of the earth, because the shape of the earth, or at least what we want to talk about regarding the shape of the earth, is a measurement question, not a question of science, right? So if it's not a question of science, then why do you give a fuck if people disagree with you on certain things regarding science if it has nothing to do with the shape of the earth? But
yeah.
You know me, I'm on fucking thin ice in all those places as well. So it is what it is.
Yeah, we all are. We all are. We all are. We're all on thin ice.
I dared go there. You're like, why point out the obvious to the people, Lou? Fucking just get in your lane and shut the fuck up.
But leave the door open.
I don't like talking about like cross server drama and all that kind of stuff, but there comes a point when it's like, okay, like a rule was saying earlier on the politics server about he didn't like basically arguments from incredulity, right? And these arguments where it's like, well, I can't feel it, I can't feel the spin, so therefore blah blah blah, or millions of miles away and trillions of light years, this can't be substantiated, but because I can't comprehend millions of years, therefore, millions of light years, therefore it's incorrect. And that's kind of an argument from incredulity, right? It's like you need to address the actual argument about the distances that are claimed. You can't just say because I can't comprehend the distances, therefore it's incorrect, right?
Oh,
And he was kind of getting a bad rap over there too because of that stuff. And it's like, at some point we need to move on from just the 3 fucking points, right?
Well,
and start to actually establish things. It's been 10 years. What are we doing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I've covered this topic matter, like you said, and I've come to the same conclusion that yes, we got the 3 points. We've got to move forward, but the 3 points are the basic foundation. And when it all goes pear-shaped, and they're arguing, oh, okay, hold on, let's go back to the facts that we haven't proved that curvature yet. So we're arguing here. We're trying to run before we can crawl. Yeah. So let's get back here. Okay. Don't forget the basic 3. That's what I do. That's how I use it. I do want to go forward, but when it gets messy and they get entangled, I just said, yeah, let's get back to the beginning. Right, this is where we're at. Remember, we still haven't dealt with this. We've given you the luxury of talking about that particular, but you need to address the basics, yeah? Okay?
Yeah, no, the foundation is great, right? Like the foundation is fantastic, and but unfortunately, the foundation is just a negation. So negation of one model, and solely staying on the negation of a model doesn't move anything forward. At least in my opinion.
I agree. I agree. That's why I said I do like to make talk about other aspects that disprove the globe and fall right in the flat earthers' laps. I like to do that. But when there's an entanglement, and it's just looking like a stalemate, no one's giving way, then you've got to hit the brakes and say, well, let's go back. You're definitely in deficit, boys, because you haven't established it up to be a ball. I'm affording you the luxury of talking about satellites, for example, that you've not confirmed that are up there, because how would you? You'd have to believe it. If you can't go up there, that means you have to believe. And I'm not going to believe in something that I haven't confirmed. And once I've confirmed it, it is no longer a belief. So let's stop this nonsense. Where's your integrity? See what I mean? But that's me anyway.
Yeah, but I agree with the negation, right? Like falsification is independent of replacement. Like I agree with that, right?
Yeah.
But at some point, like falsification without replacement works for only a certain amount of time, and then at some point you need to start establishing certain things, or at least starting to build a foundation of your own, or establish some sort of truisms, right? Because
right.
At
Integrity.
some point,
I call it
just
integrity. That's what I call
just the negation is not enough, right? Like we've gotten and fully established the negation of their model, right?
Right.
Like that work has been done. Very easy to negate their model, but at some point, we need to figure out what is the next step.
So we have to have all we have to at least be working towards answering all the questions that might not be answerable. We have to have a story, even though it might be false. We have to do that.
No, we don't need to have a story, even if it has to be false. We need to start establishing stories that are factual, right? Like if we're not in this to literally find the truth, if everybody's just in this for a negation of a specific model, where the fuck are we going anyways? Like, okay, we all disagree with the model. Cool. Everybody disagrees with the model. If we can get everybody on board with disagreeing with the model, what's step 2? Like your whole entire movement just can't be one step. Like I get it. There always has to be that first step.
Right, but it doesn't mean that. So, let's say they have a model and it's false, right?
Right.
Like, do we have to present a working model in order to replace it?
No, but we certainly should not try to avoid trying to find some of the answers. Because if we're just staying in the negation of their specific model, what are we doing? If we're not trying to actually find the truth or establish the truth, and we're trying to negate their falsehood, what are we doing?
Yeah. No. I think honestly, like, it might just be something that that is unknowable. Like, so all you're doing, all you really would be doing at that point would be just saving people from believing in something that cannot be known, and that's it.
Yeah, but we're not moving towards that point anyway. That's the point we're being raising. We're not moving towards that point because for me, I thought that what would happen was the world would eventually wake up to the point that everybody, you get to the tipping point where everybody's now realizing that it's not a ball, and then movements will be made to let's go to Antarctica, let's go see if there is a dome. For example, that was one of my wishes, one of my end results. I was hoping this was in 2015, 2016. That was what I was thinking.
Well, sure. If you're looking for a dome in Antarctica, yeah, you could do an excursion, but it doesn't. That's still. Let's say you go 1,000 miles into Antarctica and you don't find a dome, and you have to turn around. Does that mean there is no dome?
No, not at all. Of course not. No, the point is you would exhaust the amount of finances that we waste in wars and stuff that can put to work and task. We will know. We have the capabilities and the technologies to do that now. So there's definitely going to be, there's not going to be, we cannot find it unless it's so severe that our technologies are failing. But we want to get to that point though. That's my point.
Yeah, so
But-
here's
okay.
the thing, Lou. Like once we negate the model, right? We negate the model, and then you have people that are eager to, like Jin was stating, let's find the dome. Let's go places in Antarctica. Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And like you were saying, if it's something that can't be known, which I'm not in disagreement with, like I read scripture and I kind of agree with the sentiment of where were you when we established all of this, and how was any man going to know the measure, right? So I don't know if we necessarily can know that, but what we need to move forward with is an establishment of we can't necessarily know the extent of it, and here's why we can't know the extent of it, right? We've established that their model isn't correct. So let's start establishing what may be factual, even though it's still incomplete, because it's never going to be complete, and it might be outside of the purview of man in general to be able to understand the completeness of this realm, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we know that the globe is nothing. It doesn't really exist. So I'm not going to waste my time trying to complete that shit. That's finished. What we want to do is find out here on Earth, because we're on the flat Earth, we can use our technologies and our cunningness to get out there and research and explore and find out. We can do that. That's
Right.
doable.
See, this is where it's going to end very fast. We're not like the normal public. They're not worried about looking for a dome in Antarctica. They want an explanation for or the orbital mechanics of Jupiter around. Like they want you to explain to them.
But we can explain that, right? With geocentrism, they want the orbital mechanics of satellites, right?
No. You can explain the motions, not the mechanics.
Yes, you can.
The mechanics would be how it works. The motions are just what you observe. So like how it happens. See, like they use gravity, and that is their end all be all answer, even though it has flaws. That is their answer.
Hold on, that
That's
doesn't
a
work.
bullshit answer, isn't it? We can disprove that.
That doesn't even hold on. That doesn't even work in the solar system, right? So even within the closest alleged
good enough for them.
bodies and the wandering stars, but it doesn't even work in their model, right? Like they have the in-body problem, which is also known as the three-body problem, where they can't even model out gravitationally three bodies within their
the
model.
point is,
right?
is that they don't. Even though it doesn't work, they have a story. They have an idea, something that they can at least point to say, "Well, this explains it." We're not offering that, and to be within the realm of truth,
it doesn't exist, though, does it?
But haven't you heard that there is not only a kinematic, which would be the visualization, right? There's an explanation for the kinematics geocentrically, as well as the dynamics geocentrically, which would be the physical effects.
Yeah, which again we can't confirm. None of these things that you
No,
speak of can
like
be confirmed.
that can be confirmed geocentrically, right? But it can't be confirmed with the heliocentric model.
Yeah, we can't go there to confirm anything. So you can do it on paper, yeah. But I'm saying in actuality, how can they tell me that the universe is more than 40 billion light years in, that size? It's bullshit. How would they know that? You can't. You can't.
No, I agree. And that's where we need to work. That's where we need to work to find the argument regarding the dynamics of at least starting with. Sorry, I'm getting an echo. At least starting with the dynamics of geocentrism, right? Let's. In my opinion, that's square one where we should start. Let's start geocentric. So move it away from the heliocentric to the geocentric. Give them whatever they think they need as far as curvature and globe and blah, blah, blah. And work out that everything works kinematically and dynamically with the geocentric system. And then we start to build the foundation of the establishment that we can't actually measure drop over distance, which takes the ball away. And then we start to build from there. Because geocentrism works kinematically and dynamically. Something that
Yeah, so basically, you're doing the job of the teacher they should have done at elementary school. That's basically what you're saying, and I can agree with that. Yeah, that's fine. After that, let's go out into the real world now and show you how your globe doesn't exist. Quite simple, really. And at the same time, explore the flat Earth at the same time. And that's what the teachers should have done if the Earth was a globe. They should have taken us to the curvature where we can experience a spin 1 hour, 15 degrees in 1 hour. We're in a little capsule that is suspended at the end of a helium balloon. We have our packed lunches. We see the curvature. We take the pictures. We're seeing the Earth move underneath. We didn't get any of those excursions because Earth is not a ball. That's why we don't have such excursions. Kids, ladies and gentlemen, obviously the Earth is not a ball, is it? Otherwise, we would have gone to those locations all over the Earth. School excursions would be all over the place. It would be a magnificent sight.
I agree. The establishment of Earth not being a ball is pretty freaking easy. I feel like we've accomplished that, right? So now that we've accomplished that Earth is not a ball, many people are going to start to have questions other than just, yes, we've disproven the globe. Where do we go from there? What do we have to offer at some point, right? What are we working towards really try to, I mean, if it's a truth movement and we're trying to find the truth of reality, we need to be open to establishing truths outside of what has already been presented to us.
I sort of get the feeling that like flat Earth, the way that we have it now, is something that may even die off a little bit. But we
turned into a cult.
Yeah. It may die off a little bit, but we've at least influenced a lot of young people to like look into it harder, and kind of like what you're saying, as they get 20 years down the road, whatever, all of a sudden there might be a even bigger, stronger revival with some really new, hard hitting shit, like where all of a sudden they've completely looked at it with fresh eyes and got something new to offer that none of us were able to see or foresee. Especially if they have discredited the globe to start with.
Yeah, well, that's why I think it's very interesting that once we're starting to try to establish what may replace the ideas of gravity and may give us the physics or the physicality of some of the movements that we see and experience, when we're starting to replace those with other concepts, for some reason we're getting major flack from many people within the flat earth world that seem to want to only pigeonhole the conversation to certain realms, right? Whereas like I look at flat earth as I look at flat earth as I've been on this journey of trying to establish truths within my life for a very long time before I even came to this topic, which I came to this topic before it was kind of like even a thing, right? But all along my journey, I've just tried to establish truths as I've been able to see them and testify to them like myself personally, right? And then once we start to find the negations and the understandings that we thought that we maybe knew about some of the basic fundamentals of our reality, and we're starting to disprove the claims, that leaves the door open for, okay, if we're starting to make these realizations and we're disproving these claims that we've been ingrained with our whole entire life, why are we not trying to continue to progress that conversation forward as to what the truth might actually be? Why is that conversation being shut off?
Oh, I think we should.
That is a good. I would like to contribute here. That is a good question because that's the question that I've been asking people as well. I've noticed that. But at the same time, we have to be very careful that the powers that shouldn't be have a technological prison that they're ushering in at warp speed. Okay, so we're flat Earth movement. We're urgent. It's an emergency now. I feel, to be quite honest. They're moving this technological prison in at such a rate, their heads are spinning. They're not going to take on flat Earth. It's going to be too much for them. Yeah.
Actually, that's based off of what I said a little bit ago and what Napalm just said, and actually what you said. Like where I said how we might die off for a little bit, but then 20 years down the road there could be like a revival. Like literally, look at the censorship and stuff like that. How they're cleaning the internet. Like all the stuff that we're working on now might essentially disappear to the next generation. Like completely disappear. They won't be able to find it. We think it's forever because it's on the internet. They might not know how to access it. Or it might be literally erased, gone. But I think perhaps remember in the early 2000s, like or let's say like 2005, 2004, or whatever, like like how we were like Zeitgeist and Loose Change and all these other like conspiracy videos. They were being spread around on the street on burned DVDs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think we kind of do have to back our shit up that way. It's got to go onto like flash drives and stuff and be stored and saved and freaking in order for future generations. Because if we just leave it to the cloud, it will disappear for them.
Yeah, but I think in order to do that, right, we need to start establishing truism, not just negations. Just in my opinion.
Imagine like stumbling on the flat Earth 20 years from now, and it's just a ghost. Like you've only heard of that flat Earth wave, you don't know anything about it, and they're digging up. All of a sudden, they're like, there's this new wave of it, and they're digging up. They're trying to dig up all the old stuff, and here we are talking like, oh, I've heard about those forums, but I can't find that shit. Oh man, what the fuck? Oh, dude, I've got it right here on a hard drive. I got it here on the blah blah blah. But it's whatever format, and you got to convert it to this. It'd be all freaking crazy like that.
Right, it's going to be like history all over again, where we all started to discover like Samuel Rowbotham and whatever, and it was like, bro, who were his mates that he was having conversations with, and what was going down at his point in time? He just happened to publish some shit, but I guarantee you, there's way bigger conversations taking place other than what he started to fucking publish, And what do we have?
I'm pretty sure all of this that we're doing is going to be erased. Like, if it's not already, like, I mean, we're seeing it being erased in front of our own eyes. Like, to think
Well, I
that it's
haven't
going to.
done shit. I have nothing out there, so I haven't done shit. But
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I haven't really either, other than just participating in these forums. But like, I mean, dude, we're seeing like truthers in all their work, their entire years worth of research and shows that they've done on their YouTube libraries, like just all of a sudden overnight, they're erased, they're gone.
It gets memory hold. Yep.
And yeah,
What is that?
a few
What do you
months
think we
down the
do?
road, one of your favorite YouTubers gets freaking deleted, and 3 months down the road, you forget that he existed. You're like, oh, I wonder whatever happened to that guy. It turns out he's on Rumble or freaking whatever. Don't even bother. You know, it's just like, oh, I didn't even notice. Like he hasn't posted anything. Just gone. we have very short-term memories. So yeah, whatever.
So I think you're correct. And the Library of Alexandria is literally the internet right now. And so many books have been burned from it that we don't even comprehend, nor do we understand or care.
Yeah, the first step is caring, right? Like, you gotta care to actually like go find out what happened to it.
Go try to find a video from 8 years ago. I mean, half that shit's gone.
Oh no, many of us have done this. Like, I had my own little backup,
No, I've got some.
my own private server where I was using as like a link drop and shit, you know, and like almost every
Yeah.
single video in that link drop site is gone, completely gone. That's over the last
No,
like 5
I've got
years.
some of the old stuff. I've got some of the old stuff. I keep it, you know. I keep it, man. I've got a good
No,
memory.
if you got it, if you've got it downloaded, that's different. If you had it saved as a web link or anything like that, it's gone.
Yeah, I have lost a few videos. I must admit, though. Yeah, I won't deny that.
That's the thing. We've gotten very conditioned to think that links are going to be sufficient for evidence in the future and or whatever, right? You know what I'm trying to say? Like the content in the form of a link doesn't mean shit anymore. Like until you download it, print it for yourself, have it physically, whatever, however you want to be able to store that media, which the problem is there's so much data that we take in on the internet to be able to try to store that and catalog that is a task, right? It's expensive, it's time consuming, it's all that kind of shit. And we all operate under this idea that like I'm just going to take in this information on it. I know that I'll just be able to continue to put out this link and it's going to be valid, it's going to work. The information's still going to be there, but it's not. I mean, we're in a world where literally the anti-flat earthers have enough power to change the dictionary, and they're doing it. Like, that's what we're up against, right? McToon can change the dictionary. That's what we're battling against.
That's a sad state of affairs.
Dude, Google reciprocal xenophagus. Is anybody on a computer right now? Or
What is it, McToon? Is it on whose dictionary did McToon
no,
change?
just Google the term reciprocal zenith angles, which has to deal with surveying. So surveyors, right? McToon is not a surveyor. Google that term and tell me who the first search result is right now, if anybody has the ability to do that. Are you on your computer, Lou?
Dictionary, you say?
Are you on the computer though, Lou?
Oh, right now I'm on mobile right now.
Even on mobile. So if you have the ability to go into your phone and just go to Google and type in reciprocal zenith angles search. Tell me what the first search. Tell me. So this is something that should be something that surveyors use, right? Professional surveyors should know this. This should be something that should be deep within the survey world. Who's your first search result that pops up?
McToon number one. Confirming the Earth is spherical.
What is Jesse Kozlowski number 3?
From 2019.
Jesse Kozlowski number 3.
People also ask, what is the formula for a zenith angle?
But what is the second or third result? Is it
my
Jesse
second
Kozlowski?
one is McToon.
Excuse me. Number two is Jesse Kozlowski. Number 2 is Jesse Kozlowski.
Yep.
And number 3 is Cambridge.
Yep. So you have
number 4, Walter Bislin.
Yep. So you have number 1, number 2, and number 4 Google search results. Anti-flat earthers. on a term that should strictly be only within the realm of surveying?
I got number 1, Cambridge, number 2, McToon, number 3, NASA, ADS, Harvard University, number 4, Jesse Koloswi.
Kozlowski. Yeah. So why is an internet personality that's not even that popular, to be honest with you?
These are literally YouTube and Discord people. Like, that's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why? Why is that the case? Why is McToon put up there as some sort of like authority in reciprocal zenith angles? What kind of world are we fucking living in? That's why I'm saying
Or Jesse Kozlowski.
Right. Like a fake surveyor. So like that's why I'm trying to say like we need to start establishing truisms. We just can't be in this realm of negation, because when it comes to the average fucking normie, if they want to search a topic that's ancillary to the topic of the shape of the earth, something like reciprocal zenith angles, there's McToon, right? So we need to start establishing things, not just
That actually tells me that perhaps reciprocal zenith angles were literally made up just by anti-flat earthers. That's the only reason why they would be at the top of the list if they made it up. They're the ones who are the utmost freaking knowledgeable of their own made-up term.
No, it leads me to believe that it's something that's in the books, similar to like Coriolis with snipers, right? But then we know that just because it's in the books doesn't mean that it's an actual thing that is taken into account. So if surveyors were dealing with this on a daily basis, and it was something that proved and established their baseline, and it's well known within surveying, you would not have an anti-flat earther and a fake surveyor as your top Google result. I'm just saying.
Yeah, how does Cambridge get pushed to number 3 after 2 fucking Discord people?
It's number 1 for me, but I'm like 2 miles from Cambridge, so maybe that's why.
Are you using Chrome when you do your search?
Chrome.
Well, location has a lot to do with it, yeah, for sure. So that makes sense. But you're one of the few people that will actually have.
I'm gonna do it on DuckDuckGo and see what happens.
Well, I'm just saying, like you're probably one of the few people that would have Cambridge put above McToon and Jesse Kozlowski, because you are within walking distance of Cambridge. If that's the case, yeah.
And let's not forget that Cambridge and Oxford, to the Flat Earthers during the Globe Live tour of 2017 and 2018, respectively, they lost the debate, the discussion. They lost it live on YouTube, live on the tour. Cambridge and Oxford were totally destroyed by the lame man on the street, lame man, lame woman, husband and wives on this trip. Battered the so-called experts in the field of Cambridge and Oxford. Brilliant debates. Okay, so after that, they probably quickly got themselves together and got onto the Google. That's probably why. Because they were seen lacking of the proof and evidence for Globe. They could not prove it. They had to concede. And that was good. Good for us.
All right, so on DuckDuckGo, I got a YouTube from Blue Marble is number 1. Then I got Cambridge.org. Then I got McToon.net. Then I got civilengineering.com. Civilengineeringx.com. Not sure what that is. I got a bunch of YouTube links. I got Jesse Kozlowski, ResearchGate.net. But yeah, it's pretty much the same on DuckDuckGo. But I got Blue Marble Science with a YouTube video from Blue Marble is number 1 on DuckDuckGo.
Hilarious. A Discorder, man. Right? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What's going on here? And that's just one topic, right? I just use that as an example because it's like the most blatant example of one of these topics that we talk about. Yeah, and what's taking place. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like, and maybe it's just me, right? Like I've been around for a while. I haven't been in these forums that long, but I've been around long enough that it's like, what are we doing? Where are we going? Kind of situation, right?
In a circle.
Well, I mean, what do you want us to be hitting the top of the charts when it comes to search results? Like, how do you
No,
want to?
I just want people to start getting past having to argue with Globers and this, that, and the other, and just start actually having functional conversations between people who already have the understanding that what we've been told is a lie, right? So we're moving past that. Like we've all figured that out. Now what are we doing to try to establish the truth? Right? Because we figured out the lie. We can continue to expose the lie, but what are we doing to actually find the truth? Who's got the mad echo? Is that you, Jen? Somebody's got
That'd
it.
be me. Sorry again. Yeah, I forgot to do that. My apologies.
Yeah, no worries, man. Just mute when you're done speaking. But you know what I'm saying? Like the negation stage is like we're past that. At least for me, maybe I don't know, whatever. I feel in general I'm kind of getting jaded around the whole entire topic to begin with, so maybe it's just me personally. But I feel like we're past that and we need to start moving towards trying to figure something out.
I'm with you.
Not necessarily a replacement, like we don't need a fucking replacement, but we also don't need to just be stuck in, well, I don't know what it is. Who cares? I know it's not this. I know it's not that.
search,
What is it? I don't know, but I know it's not that. So what is it? I don't
this
know, but I
search
know it's
right
not
here
that.
highlights it. And I've been saying this for years now. And this is where this server right here is like antithetical. Like I've been saying this in 24/7 for years, and they've kind of gone with it, and that's how we became more of a echo chamber. Like whereas this place was more open, allowing everybody to speak. And you want to go and have your fights with these people, but like think about it. Blue Marble, he doesn't really come in here, but McToon, or Jesse, or these guys who
Blue
are at
Marble
the
used to
top
come
of
in
these
here a
lists.
lot.
Okay,
Blue Marble used to be here a lot.
What I'm saying is these guys are at the head of all search results in multiple different search algorithms. So, they have gained fame on the backs of flat earthers, not because they have anything to offer, but because all they had to do was try to debunk or try to refute flat earthers, and they got pushed to the top of Google and the top of DuckDuckGo and the top of probably Brave or whatever search you do.
Yep.
Um,
And the funny thing is, when they come into these forums, they get fucking destroyed. You know what I'm saying? Like their arguments don't hold.
we shouldn't be wasting our time with them at all. We shouldn't be acknowledging them. We shouldn't be inviting them or going especially to their own servers or their own forums. We shouldn't be doing that. I still
Well,
stand by that.
best thing we can do is utilize them to be able to throw things off of to start to build our
All they've
truths.
done is utilize us. That's how these people were nothing in 20, like literally, like Jesse just showed up to the scene like a year ago. There were nobody and nothing.
I'm just saying we need to the only thing we should utilize them for is helping us, right? Iron always sharpens iron. So if this is the best they have to offer, like first of all, give me a break. Not even close. We'll definitely win this battle. But utilize that to improve our arguments and to figure out the best truths that we can, right? Because you know that they're going to look at anything that we try to do, but the critical eye that we might not have. So continue to use them for those reasons to build truth. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going to use their forums to try to reach people, then you'll always be second place.
No, not to try to reach people, but use them personally to better our arguments and run our shit through them, through the ringer constantly. Because if we're just doing negations, like, that's fine. But once we start to establish truths and start to get to down to like the actual reality of this place, we need to start establishing those truths by putting it through the fire of the people who seem to be rising to the top on the other side, even though it's.
I just think we got to stop making these people rich.
Are they getting rich? I don't know. Maybe some of them are, like maybe McToon or whatever.
Dude,
Yeah, honestly,
if they were able to stop having a job and do this for a living, I'll call that rich. If they're able to just sit at home behind a desk, be fat, and fucking talk shit for a living, and be pushed to the top of the algorithms, and be monetized, while their opponent is demonetized, makes nothing. The ones who propped them up, the ones who got them there, like, yeah, it ain't
yeah, but
fair.
how do we get the word out to the people where it's like, hey, don't even go on shows to debate these people. Don't give them the time of day.
Don't give them time of day. How do you tell people not to? I mean, people will always break. They'll always break the rule, no matter how tight we get with each other, because they're always reaching for their own YouTube fame themselves, and so they're gonna go and reach out. They're gonna be like, okay, well, nobody wants to do it. I'll do it. They'll put their call out. I'm looking for a debate, but nobody will debate me because they're too scared to come to my platform. And then some sucker goes on there and freaking makes us look bad after they get muted and so on and so forth, and then made fun of.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that goes
It's
on
always a
our side.
sucker.
That's why I
It's
was
always a
like,
sucker.
dude, I went to FED like twice in their Discord server, and then I realized like, oh shit, they're streaming all this stuff to like YouTube, right? And they're not being honest with somebody like me, muting me, whatever, straw manning me, all these things that were taking place on the show. I'm like, definitely not coming back here again, right? I'm not going to feed whether it's the opposing side or our side people that are going to be dishonest in conversation and don't want to actually have an intellectual back and forth. They're just putting on a fucking show. So that happens on both sides. But yeah, I don't know. Need to
Yeah,
stop
but on
giving
our
those people the time of day.
side though, they're not monetized. They're demonetized. Not
The
like
fuck
name
they
me.
are, Chris? Who's not monetized?
Dude, most of them are demonetized. Like I mean, you got maybe Mark Sargent is monetized, or like, just because they put an ad on your show, by the way, doesn't mean that you're making money from the ad.
Okay. I don't know. I just feel like there is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't care if people put forth their time and their effort into YouTube or whatever, and they make money off it.
The flat earthers are almost. In fact, I'm pretty sure all flat earthers are demonetized. But the anti-flat earthers who run the same exact stream are monetized.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. But I'm just saying there seems to be interesting characters involved in specific areas that limit conversations within what we should or should not be talking about around this topic and the topics surrounding it.
Yeah, I kind of took you down another road of what you're saying, but like, We don't need these people at all in order to advance. In order to advance, if we're gonna take it to the next level, like what you're talking about, we're gonna take flat Earth and start answering these questions. We need to abandon those people because those people are literally there just to put a wrench in the engine, just to keep you stagnant and chasing your own tail.
Yep. And no, I agree with you. I'm perfectly fine with losing the whole entire moniker just to move forward with trying to establish more truths that might be beneficial to human beings in this realm. I don't give a fuck about whether or not you need to be on team fucking blue or red. I've never been that kind of person.
Right. It's just that, yeah. So talking about red or blue is just going to keep you stuck in a red-blue paradigm. And then if you want to do better, you're going to have to abandon both red and blue. You're going to have to say, get fucked, red and blue.
Yep. No, I mean, I don't want to say I pretty much have, but I pretty much have. Because I'm like, I don't give a fuck. So I have a huge issue of when there's a bunch of people in a server and a conversation is taking place, and you know that a Glober is saying something that most seasoned Globers completely disagree with, right? And none of them speak up or say a fucking word, and they never will. I don't ever wouldn't be in a community like that, right? I don't want to be in a community where if somebody's saying the wrong fucking thing, everybody's just going to keep their mouths shut because they don't want to somehow feel like they've lost the argument to the other side if they correct somebody that they feel is on their side and it shows weakness or some bullshit like that. You know what I'm saying? Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
I know what you're saying. I don't think that's. I mean, maybe that's what it is with the Globers. Flat Earthers, though, I'm looking at it, especially with my band today over in the other server. It's more cult like behavior in that case. It's I mean,
that's
I guess
kind of
it
what
is
I'm.
on both sides.
That's kind of what I'm alluding to, Lou. Like if people can't call out at this point certain arguments that just aren't good fucking arguments, or let's say we have a conflict on what we think is or is not a good argument, can we at least have the conversation and try to flesh it out without people being excommunicated?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's hilarious how, as soon as you start, because they can sense when you're going to go off of their script or off their rails. Like on both sides, this happens. But what I've been seeing with the flat Earth is like because I don't talk about it within their very narrow parameters. It's so narrow within the flat Earth parameters, especially in 24/7. Where like the moment you start drifting a little bit off of their script, people start trying to overtalk you and shut you out and funny mute you. You know, like immediately.
Oh, yeah.
And me, I'm not like a lot of that works for a lot of people, but me, I get louder and louder and louder, and I fucking like I think you know that about me. I do that. I'm just like
I have no idea
oh,
what you're
you
talking
can talk
about,
loud,
Lou.
still talk loud too. I can
I have
do
no
it.
idea, Lou. I always hear you just completely back down and tuck your tail. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you want to get loud, I'll get loud too, and and they don't like that about me these days. Like they used to like it, now they don't because they've got a much more narrow script going on.
Yeah, what happened? I feel like there was a change there where it was like, I mean, that was my home. That's the first server I came into. That's the place I hung out with, literally hung out at 24/7 for a year plus, right? So I feel like there was a shift, whatever. Like I don't dislike a bunch of people on that server. Like I do not dislike a ton of people that are in that community or whatever, but it's like we used to be able to talk about a little bit more and start to feel out certain other areas and aspects of this realm. And then at some point it shifted where it's like, bro, if you aren't on the 3 points, if you make a deviation from one of the 3 points, you better just go ahead and go on mute, because somebody's going to come in and either funny mute you or literally just fucking mute you to bring it back to one of the 3 fucking points. 3 points, 3 points, 3 points, the fucking trinity of the fucking religion. I don't know what happened, but it turned into some militant fucking weird shit.
It absolutely has happened. It's taken a lot of time though for that to happen, and I actually would probably point towards all the censorship that basically ever since Trump got in office in 2016, censorship has gotten, especially then, censorship started going up and up and up, and then it happened again when COVID came along, right? Like now censorship was even at a higher level, and I kind of think that with all the servers going down and all of that, it's like they sort of had a little bit of an excuse to say like, okay, we're only allowed to talk about these topics, like this topic and this topic only. But then they take it to a yet another level. They're like, well, and here's how we're going to frame the topic. This is the only way to frame the topic. Like it's sort of like, this might be a bit of a reach, but like I don't know if anybody's aware of like what happened in New Mexico with the governor like using a health emergency to declare that concealed carry and open carry was going to be illegal because of claiming it's a health emergency because too much gun violence from illegal gun users. Like they're able to push these emergency orders.
I heard about
They're
that.
able to push these emergency orders and executive orders on the people.
Yeah.
As a guise to push more authoritarian and dictatorial type ruling
Measures.
Yeah.
But it was deemed unconstitutional, so the sheriffs and that said they're not going to implement it because it goes against.
It doesn't. No, I know.
The
I'm
rights
not trying to talk
arms.
about that. It's just an analogy. I don't want to get too much in depth about that. It's an analogy, though. This is what we're seeing happening in, I think, the Discord server as well. That server as well is like they're in the guise of an emergency. They're using it to push these emergency orders where like they're able to act in like a dictatorial type of a way over everybody and say like, well, this is it, and this is for the safety of you and the server and for the betterment of all of us.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Lou. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how specifically that relates or how you're trying to tie that in. Maybe I'm just
Like I said, I said from the start, I said this might be a little bit of a reach, but I said, it's more of an analogy. Like,
yeah,
I'm just
I can
kind
of get what you're saying there. Yeah, but either way, it's like I don't give a fuck. I just want to figure out the truth of the matter, right? Regardless of rhetoric, regardless of team red, team fucking blue, however you want to slice that, right? I just want to understand the truth of the reality in which we live in. And I think there's certain aspects that we can't understand. Like I'm in agreement there, right, Lou? Where it's like the breadth and the width of this place, the realm as an overall whole. I don't know if we actually can ever fully understand that, right? but I think there's a lot of things within what we can't understand that we should be able to understand, and we've been deceived upon, right? And if we start to focus on those and start to come back to an understanding of what those things might be, I think that's a good road to go down, other than just like, you get it. I mean, maybe it serves its place and it
No,
serves
I do
its
get what you're
purpose.
saying. I completely understand what you're saying. When it comes to the breadth and the width, though, like, which is what Jin brought up long ago, like that's one that at least we have a possibility of understanding. Like, when it comes to the other shit, like when it comes to the motions of the moon and the sun and the stars in the sky, like, we have no chance of understanding that. So, like, just accept that you cannot know.
Right. No, I'm not necessarily talking about that. I'm talking about how certain other aspects of this realm that we do experience, right? Not ones that we can't necessarily go to confirm. I think there's other things within this realm that we've been deceived about, right? Whether intentionally or unintentionally, have not been able to fully grasp like the whole understanding of the larger picture within certain realms of this reality. And when I say that, I'm talking about mainly energy in all the 15 different ways that you could probably define that.
15. That seems like. I mean, I hope we could do it in fewer.
Well, think of it this way, right? When we get outside the very small spectrum that we call visible light, everything else we just call electromagnetic radiation. And what does that all boil down to? The best thing they can say is energy, right? So then all of that's considered energy. When we talk about electricity and the things that we see around those, things that we see around magnetism, all that boils down to energy. So there's so many different facets to what people label as energy.
Well, I mean, but even more fundamentally, like what we talk about in like middle school or whatever, like it's kinetic and potential energy, like whether it's moving or it might be moving, so
potential energy, kinetic, and
yeah.
But what does that mean? What does that even fucking mean, Lou?
Well, yeah, that is a great question.
The ability to do work is that the best? Are we going to be 200 years down the road and we're still saying energy is the ability to do work?
Right, like I if I don't take in a certain amount of calories, I don't have the energy to go to work.
Right.
So
I don't have the ability to work. Millennials don't have the ability to not. What is the most recent generation?
They're taking in plenty of calories too. So like, what's going on there?
They take in too many calories and still can't find the fucking desire to work.
Well, that's fucked up because like literally we had to like burn a peanut and measure how many fucking like kcals came off of that motherfucker.
Yeah. So according to some of these equations, there's a whole lot of potential energy, very little kinetic. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, do you kind of get what I'm saying? And it's not, and I'm not just saying that as like, hey, everybody, listen to me because I have the solution. I just feel like we all need to maybe start working towards that. Not necessarily saying I have some sort of intellectual or moral high ground that has these answers that people aren't listening to. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So, but I mean, when it comes to energy, I think it is quite simple. It's sort of like one of those Occam's razor type of situations where we're probably overthinking it and not understanding it. Like especially if you want to think of like 15 different types of energy, it's just.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I have my ideas around it, right? Like I have my ideas around these topics, but it's like, at what point do we try to, I don't know, get things moving in a direction where we're trying to establish some truisms? I know I probably sound like a broken record, but like these topics are being banished from the realms of quote unquote truthers. Like what, huh?
Well, yeah, we're just not educated enough to actually speak on them. So why bother?
Maybe not. Who's educated enough to speak on fucking anything? Let's be honest. Like, you know how many people I've had to fire in my career that are like vastly more educated in certain areas than I am, but I have real world experience and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know where you're going with that, Lou.
No, it was facetious. Yeah, like what I was getting at is like the whole education thing is that's the way they write us off. Like they say, how dare you even talk about a subject?
Well, we're being.
What is your highest degree? Did you take physics? What's your highest level of physics? Did you major in it? Like, are you a physicist? Like, how dare you talk about nature of reality without being a physicist?
Even in those aspects, right? Like, people are being gatekept and pigeonholed into certain concepts, right? So it's foundations built on foundations built on foundations, but then when you realize that the first foundation was like worse than sand, it's like quicksand, right? But you're never going to get that within your education process, and it's not all realms or aspects of education, right? Certain things don't have the corruption just because of the nature of what you're being educated on, but the whole system in general is like, it's almost laughable at this point. I'm sorry.
The nature of reality? Yeah, absolutely.
No,
It is
like the education process, right?
that both, honestly. Yeah, the education process, especially, you're absolutely right. That on its face, in fact, everybody with a degree, like not everybody, but like the vast majority of people with degrees, will tell you that going to college was absolutely useless to them in their careers. Like, it might have helped them to land a job, but they don't utilize anything that they studied in their job.
Certain small things, depending on what you're doing. But yeah.
Yeah. For the vast majority of people, they'll still tell you, like, I still think college is important because it helps you to do the networking with people and to get like into places and to land a job. It shows the employer that you are trainable or that you are, this and that and blah blah blah. But do I use anything in my field of study, like in my daily work? No, not even close. Nothing. None of it. I completely forgot all of it. Like, you know what I mean? It's like this is a common story, at least. It might not be the same across the board, but it's a very common story. Like it's literally just it just like everything else. It's all about like college education is just a money marketing scheme. Like it's just these universities have football teams to pay. They have freaking, they got. I mean, I know the athletes don't really make anything, but yeah, their fucking whole athletics program makes a fortune.
Dude, I've had I've had experiences with student athletes literally getting through enough stages of the hiring process to actually get hired on at my work, and it's like I've had to teach people almost how to fucking read and write, like that remedial of a situation.
And they have high level degrees. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm talking guys that have like masters in accounting, right? You have a master's in accounting, but you can barely fucking read and write. Like, what is going on? What does that mean? What are we doing?
Yeah. I mean, without college, even out of high school, our high schools are clearly failed. If your students can't leave senior year being able to read a tape measure or swing a hammer.
Oh yeah, good luck.
Okay, you want to give the
Perfect
kids.
example, Lou. Perfect example. Last week, my fucking Thursday night hockey game, some 30-year-old fucking kid on our team couldn't come to the game because he had a flat tire when he walked outside to come to the game. It's like he didn't know how to change his tire, didn't know how to actually like call for a ride to like what how are these functioning adults? What are we doing? You can't change a fucking tire?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to teach them how to do something in higher education, at least teach them how to fucking live day to day fucking life. Teach them how to go and get a fucking grunt job, so that they can like read a tape fucking measure, or swing a fucking hammer, or dig a fucking ditch. Here's a shovel. Here's how it works. You put your foot here. Do you know what a lever is? Let me teach you the mechanics of a fucking lever. You're gonna fucking push down. You gotta teach them how to dig a hole. Honestly, they don't know how to dig a hole.
That's kind of the funny thing of the education system, right? Like you can have the nerdiest kid tell you about how levers, pulleys, block and tackle is going to be able to better leverage everything and give you all the mathematics for it. But if you gave him ropes and pulleys and objects and said, "Hey, do this," they would have no clue where to start.
He can do it. Yeah, he'd know how to map it on paper for you, but he couldn't do it himself.
Yeah. Here's the math, you fucking retard. It's like, okay, well, we still haven't gotten it over there. Can we get it over there? Well, here's the math how to do it,
Come
you
on and help
fucking
us out,
idiot.
smart guy. Help us out, smart guy. Show us. Here's your pulley, and here's your fucking rope. How do you do it?
I'm not sure how to actually use my biceps and my triceps to fucking get the velocity needed to get the movement, blah, blah. That's the funny thing.
Yeah,
This is
we don't
interesting.
even equip our kids on how to dig ditches anymore.
Well, I certainly know how to
water-
do that. I've been digging a lot recently. I had to move a whole bunch of irrigation at my house for some contractors that were coming in. So I've been digging a lot of ditches lately.
That's not bad for an accountant.
Bro, I do a lot of shit with my hands. Come on.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying,
I'm not an accountant, dude.
It's not about you and me. It's about those fucking 18-year-olds coming out of school who are just unequipped for anything.
And that's the thing, like, sure, when somebody says at a dinner party, like, "Hey, what do you do?" I answer, "I'm an accountant." Am I actually an accountant? I don't know. I do a whole bunch of different shit. A whole bunch of different shit. Accounting is one of them. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a carpenter. I do a lot more than just like, you know, I don't even know what do people assume carpenters do? Just like make stuff out of wood?
I don't know. I think there's
Carpet.
many things that carpenters do. Yes, a lot would be making
Yeah.
things out of wood, but also other
Yeah.
materials.
Yeah, we like carpentry is like a very like wide field. Like you have to have a pretty good knowledge on a lot of different things to be a good carpenter.
It
Like,
doesn't have to be one. You can make small boxes. Okay. What's up, guys? By the way, it sounds like carpent, like compartments. So you make boxes. That's carpentry. Get
no,
excited.
it's not, we don't
So it
make
sounded
nothing
like
but
you were
box.
shitting
We're
on
not
me
just
earlier.
box makers.
I just wanted to say, y'all, these are the guys. I'm just kidding. But y'all talk about the guys not knowing how to use their muscles, but think they use their brain. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
dude,
you
society's made us that way. Like some of us, like video game nerds and fucking every type of way, dude. Like, man, what can we do to keep the 18-year-olds? Like, here's what I think is funny: the compartmentalization. Talk about the carpentry. The 18-year-olds that's coming out, they divided, like they're either the nerds or the jock. Not like totally, look, I know I'm speaking general, but it's like even to me the weight training classes are stupid too. How, like, we're talking about like applying things, like there's all this just lifting the weights for no production. You know what I mean? It's like just lift it just for nothing, just to have, like,
Well,
then
yeah, like
but teach the jocks to be carpenters too. You know what I mean? Everybody needs to really learn how to put trades to use before the robots take over.
well, right. Well, I guess the thing is like being in the trades isn't a mindless thing. Like a lot of they've kind of been taught to think it is. Like, oh, if you're bad at school, if you're dumb, then just go get a trade. Like, that's not how it works. You're not going to make it in the trades if you're dumb either. Like, you have to understand, especially like the mechanics of physics and stuff like that. Like, to be good at it, like you can't just pick up a tool and have it do the work for you. You have to know how to utilize it. You have to know like what you're trying to do. Like, if it's a simple tool,
They get stigmatized.
like a hammer, you're not just pounding away at it with your shoulder. You're using your mechanical advantage and swinging it in order to get the most impact out of that hit. If you're using a shovel, you're not just like driving it into the ground. You're trying to hit like a good soft spot, like a target, to try to get the most impact out of it. And then when you do, you drive it in at the right angle and you shove your foot into it, and then you pry and you're using leverage. Like, everything takes a
Ingenuity
little
for
bit of
sure. You see, like the coolest
knowledge of these
TikTok.
things.
Yeah, and the coolest fucking TikToks are the fucking genius workers, man. And you're absolutely right. And I think maybe some of the stigma of that trade, whatever, airhead trade person or whatever might come because, like, because of capitalism or parts of the capitalism where some guys take advantage and own companies where other guys get stuck just being the worker, and even though they're smart as fuck, you know what I mean, and they're very genius workers, they just don't have that capitalist mentality to own the company and do all this and that, and so they're capped at what their earning power is going to be. And you know what I mean? And then so it's like, oh well,
Yeah,
look at this group of
to a
people
certain extent.
that's
I
capped.
mean,
They must be dumb. They're not millionaires. You know what I mean? Or whatever, billionaire. And that maybe
to a
that's where
certain extent, that's true. But I mean, if you're a really good worker and if you work in a private company and you're really good at making the company money,
you got to get pro labor.
yeah, you can make higher wages than the rest of the guys, and you can like you get more room for advancement, showing that stuff without owning your own company. So
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe so. Yeah, maybe some of the perspective is like just seeing a collar on people might make people think, they don't have everything, but I don't know. Anyway, I respect what you're saying, man. Like, I got a kid that's coming of age, and I hope he finds much ways to apply.
Does he know how?
His
Does he know how
brain.
to change his own tire yet?
Yeah, I mean, he barely can work on the bike. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's like he's lazy as fuck. I have to kick his ass to go just oil the chain all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude,
Dude,
go
that's
oil.
crazy. Like when I was a kid, my parents were like, "Hey, wrap it up, come inside, quit working on your fucking car." You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like
Or I even remember at a young age, like long before cars, like me and my friends, we would get together and we'd hey, let's wash our bikes and like gear this thing up. Let's oil our chains and let's let's tune this thing up, make it so let's get this thing so I've got the fastest bike. Let's lube it up. Like hey, my dad's got, he's got all kinds of tools and gear lube and blah 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 blah. Let's make our shit like really fast. Like we were out there doing that stuff on our own at like 10.
Lou, do you think some of the problem is like so
Take the
yeah, me
ring.
growing up as a kid, like I started to learn how to use a jigsaw and a circular saw because I was building skateboard ramps, right? So it was like, let's design some fucking ramps and let's build these things. We needed to figure out what our measurements were going to be. We wanted to figure out what our angles were going to be on the ramps. Like we'd build banks, we'd build transitions. Okay, so what is the radius on our transition on the ramp? And we'd have to figure these things out. And it wasn't just like in some computer realm where it's like, let me
Yeah, it's not
key in
like you
these.
did the math on it.
Feeling
You had
like
to do it through trial
no,
and error. Like, hey, this is too
yeah.
much, this is too little. Yeah.
But it was even a lot of doing the math so that we didn't fuck shit up, right? Like we learned very early, it's like we can't just go at this willy nilly. We need to start figuring out a game plan so that this limited amount of wood that we have, because we don't have jobs because we're 10, what is our best use of this wood? How are we going to build it? What do we want to do with it, kind of thing? And we're actually like physically building these things. Whereas now I feel like a lot of that is within the virtual world. Maybe.
I'm picturing like a scene out of like Napoleon Dynamite where you just have like a 2x4 and like a piece of plywood and you run over it and it falls over as you run over it and you're like, you got like
Yeah,
10 feet of air on that one. You got
yeah, we
like
did that. We also built fucking, we figured out how to build half pipes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but we were physically like putting it into practice, and I don't know if that's taking place these days. Is it? Maybe.
Nah, I haven't seen it. No, they go to the skate park where it's already built for them, and those are mostly empty. Those are mostly empty. Like they got parks completely made just for this stuff, where they don't have to build the ramps, and they're mostly empty.
Yeah, I spent my youth building ramps and getting kicked out of street spots by cops.
Yeah,
Now they
there's
have a
all
place where
stars
they
out
can
there.
do it. It's all built for them, and maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the thing, right, Lou? When you build it for them and give them the safe space to do it, it completely defeats the fucking purpose.
If you build it, they will come. Didn't work, did it?
No.
And they're building so many more and more traps. Like I know we're speaking generally, and I know it's like anecdotal all this, but if you think about it, right, like the traps are getting stronger. If you look relative, like the things to keep the kids docile or locked down, or you know what I'm saying, like focused on the video game or the internet, or these things are growing, the inside things compared to the outside things. I think, you know what I mean? It seems, even though there's websites for rock climbing now, you know what I mean? It's like there's so much more traps, and society is also automate, all this type of stuff, man. Like in general, it seems like it's that type of shit, like COVID type of situation. Go inside and fucking chill. You know what I mean? There's still plenty of winners out there.
Dude, most of the kids, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, there's a lot of kids who still are active. They want to be active. Like my daughter, I can only even on on a shitty rainy day, like I could be like, hey, well, there's nothing to do outside. Like, what do you want to do? You know, like, maybe we'll get on the PlayStation, play some Minecraft together or whatever. I can only keep her attention for so long on that shit. Like, she just, like, she'll find something else to do. She doesn't want to, like, just stay stuck to the screen, which is great. I'm so happy for her. Like, that's for myself, too. Like, that's true. But, so, like, and I see there are a lot of kids that are that way. It's just, for the most part, I think, especially into their teens, like in their mid and late teens, all of a sudden they're getting like pushed into so much into computers and at school, and so much into like video games and esports and so on and so forth. Like my daughter's still young. They all that could definitely change with her, like her older sister. I don't know. It's just there's no. They don't seem to like praise each other on that stuff anymore. They're not. They don't look up to each other. Like, what was cool for us? Like, it was cool if you were a good BMX biker, if you were a good skateboarder, if you were a good snowboarder, if you were a good hockey player, if you were a good freaking blah blah blah. Like, that stuff that made you cool, and you were also probably more of a, I don't know. You might not have been. You might not have been like the book nerd, right? Now it's like the coolest kid in class is the computer lab nerd. That's the coolest kid in class.
What the fuck? What's going on? What is going on? Why are the nerds the cool kids? Nerds can't be the cool kids.
Well, they are now. It's
not
just
cool.
they are.
It's not
In
cool.
fact, if you're the jock or whatever, like, you're the dork. You're the outcast now.
Oh, so it's dorky that I scored 2 goals tonight, and going into tonight's game, I was ranked number 3 in our league.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's cool for you, I guess. It's cool for you, I guess.
Out of 264 people, I'm ranked 3rd, and I got 2 goals tonight. Who knows where that's going to put me?
I'm proud of you, but
not
the
trying to
kids
toot my own horn, but toot.
I'm proud of you. The kids don't give a shit, man.
I'm just playing. I'm just fucking around.
You said what? Is soccer? Did you say soccer?
I do play soccer, but I play hockey too. Yeah, that's
Oh,
Oh,
in
hockey. I'm sorry.
I'm a goalie in soccer, so I don't score too many goals in soccer.
There's a few good local places here where I am. There's some nice little ice rinks or
Oh yeah,
hockey
same.
places.
Same. Yeah. I
Yeah,
started playing hockey because I started getting bad at soccer because I'm getting old. So I was like, shit, I'm not able to compete with the college kids and the fucking pros anymore. So I need to start playing something where I'm getting better as opposed to getting worse. So I started picking up hockey. It's been fun.
Both it can be hella tricky, man, with dribbling the soccer ball or dribbling handling a hockey puck. That's some high level shit you can do with that stuff, man.
Yeah, I mean, in hockey, I don't really play at a high level, but I mean,
Some
really,
guys are like amazing.
I played hockey as a kid too. I wasn't like amazing at stick handling, or the best skater really, but that's not to be honest. Like, skating and pushing a puck along is not as difficult as like good footwork on a soccer field with a soccer ball. For some reason, that's way harder, honestly.
You think soccer's hella harder? I mean, think about like the coolest shit like they get to do, man. Like it's nothing like in basketball. Like in basketball, I think about like, okay, who was the kid? Jay Will or something. He would do those elbow behind the back passes and like crazy shit, like that's and one street ball shit. You know,
Dude, those
but
dudes
like,
got fucked. All them mixtape dudes never got paid what they should have gotten paid, bro.
you know, but it's like if you do shit like that, right? Like the relativeness, like in basketball or something, you score like a goal, which is like 2% of the value of winning a game, and then like if you do some fancy ass shit like in hockey or soccer, and you beat the motherfucker and get that one goal, like that's like so valuable.
Well, that's absolutely true in soccer or hockey. Like, I mean, a lot of games are won 1-0. There might be one goal in an entire fucking game. You get that, dude. To score a goal is a big deal in those sports, versus just making a layup.
It's like, but you could totally, yeah, you could just kill them. They're just absolutely murder. Like float how they twist the stick and like will use the pseudo forces there, the concentration forces,
The
send the
pseudo
like
forces.
wrap around his
Those
head.
are real. Those are real forces. Those are real forces.
You're gonna summon Xanax to the conversation talking about pseudo forces.
Pseudo forces and stick handling in hockey.
Xanax is a pseudo force. Man, I came in because he was here. I thought we was gonna hear some tight shit. He left. He seen me and ran. He knew I was
That's
gonna
what
be
it
like,
is.
"Yo, Xanax." The alternate science people be referencing people like Brenner and shit. Xanax, what's up with that, man? That guy must be an idiot, huh, Xanax? He don't want it, man.
Are you talking about Brenner on Quora?
Yeah, Mike, the Brenner dude that like New Perspective references a lot. Like all these guys reference. He was in here talking about it earlier. I mean, dude, like Xanax will straight up call smart people dumb. Like, no, they just miss it. Like, bro, it's so funny, dude. Like, he'll call people that are just literally lay out the ABCs of the physics and the logic, and he'll say like no to it, like disagree, and then act like he's teaching the thing.
Like, I
And
get
then
it. I understand, and I know that this wouldn't pass in 7th grade physics, but I understand it's not an easy concept. Most people don't get it. So I understand why you don't comprehend it. So let me teach it to you.
And I love that, man, because it's like sometimes it's a little gaslight. We're at the end. You know what I mean? You gotta be like,
It's
dude, let's
every
start
time.
saying.
Every
It's a
time
little
it's like
gaslight. We're at the end. You're like, wait, we agreed from the beginning. You did that rigmarole, but the strongest. He's nice. He's smart as fuck. And if you can get him to agree, if there's some radical new thing you're trying to say, or hey, the scientists been duped or whatever, and look at it like from the honest way. If you can get him to agree, he's going to be your strongest ally.
You're
You know what I
already
mean?
being duped. You're already being duped by Xanax. He agrees with you to start almost every one of his arguments. He
Yeah,
says,
yeah, but I mean, on the newer, crazier shit, I'm saying, like, yeah,
he says, so and so is right, but what he doesn't understand is.
You're right, but you're missing what you're missing is really the basics of your argument.
he's a fallback on the strongest model guy, but he's like I'm still falling back on time. We could get him to be more fluid of being like, okay, wait, like anticipating the new, cool, groundbreaking thing and understanding that like it could be totally like groundbreaking. Like we want to have like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we don't have to just be a mainstream tit sucker, fun constantly. It's not. It's okay. Like
Xanax gaslighting is like British Petroleum and gaslighting. Like it's not your mom and pop shop. It's yeah.
Yeah, I know he's right here. I know, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't mean be talking about behind his back. I'll tell him to his face. But I'm glad to see that we agree at least. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
No,
This
no, no,
this
no,
all the
no,
time.
no.
All the
I agree with Napalm. The only thing is that he's missing is that I don't agree with him, and here's where he's wrong.
Okay. Thanks for gaslighting me, Zane.
Hey, sir. But look, actually.
Did he cut out?
Yeah.
Did he cut out, or is that me?
Yeah. No, he did.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. So you got banned from 24/7. I mean, I don't necessarily like to talk about other servers in this server.
It ain't no big thing. I have a feeling that'll be reversed. Like, dude, server bans don't. Well, actually, it might not be because server bans are almost any type of ban is almost always reversed, unless, of course, it's somebody who is now outed within the flat Earth. Like if you're out, like you're no longer accepted, you're no longer in the cult, then it sticks.
Yep. I've been banished,
So,
by the way.
yeah.
I get the silent
maybe
treatment from a lot of
maybe
people.
mine will be for good. I don't know. We'll see. But
Which is
what I did
crazy,
was
bro. Like,
what I did was so like minimal. Like literally, it was like if this one
you know what I
sticks
did,
after
Lou?
all the other shit I've seen.
You know what I did, bro, to get the silent treatment from 90% of the people at fucking 24/7? You know what I did? Is I just didn't agree with them on one fucking thing. One fucking thing. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is
Good
too
on
is
you.
like
Be
if
honest.
that's the case, you can always like kind of lobby for yourself and have it reversed. But like for guys like you and me, it's like you guys aren't
Right.
worth it. Like if you say I'm gone, then I'm gone. Fuck off.
I haven't been banned. I'm just like, let's just say there's a lack of support and a lot of silent treatment because I dared to question certain authority figures, right? Like, what the fuck? What is that?
Well, that's exactly what I did here tonight too. Is like they'd take certain people like I. But the thing is it's not even like I was just talking shit about him. I literally just challenged him with a question that he didn't want to answer, and somebody else before he could even answer the question, somebody else said, "No, you're banned for asking the question." Like, or you're muted. I got muted for asking the question, and then it was my response to the mute that got me banned.
What was your question?
I told you the question was to QE. I called QE out of me and said, "Hey QE, what is like why?" I forget exactly how I started, but it was the question was, why do you guys at FED try to what did I say? Chastise and out people like flat earthers and globe earthers alike for their scientific knowledge of the like their understanding of the scientific method if the flat earth is not a scientific question.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you saying that. Okay. Good fucking question. I like the way you formulated it, Lou.
Yeah.
You're banned.
Yeah. He said, and then QE said, "I'm not in the fucking mood, lunatic." And can you reformulate that in a way that I can understand the question? And I repeated the same question. And then he said, "So why are you gonna ask the same question a third time? Can you say it in a way that I can understand it?" And I said, "I'm pretty sure everybody here understood it. Maybe you could respond to it or something like that." And then I got muted.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
What's the mission statement of their group, their Discord group?
I don't know if there is one.
There isn't one. There isn't one. I'm not gonna like look, dude. And as far as 24/7 goes, like that server actually, like, there's a lot of people there that I still do like. There's a lot of great people over there. The problem is that there's a very few who have all of the voice.
Well, at least they found an avenue to continue to increase their presence, I guess you could say. I spent a decent amount of time over at that politics server, listening in, chiming in every now and again. I know I'm never going to get support from those people, maybe one or two, but yeah. At least over there, I feel like I'm not walking on as many eggshells should I deviate from 3 specific points.
Yeah, it's funny. You talk about anything, and they started saying, like, it's funny. The whole room could be quiet. There could be like 4 people in the room, and all of them are on mute. They're playing the freaking music bot, and you start a conversation, and the conversation starts going good, and then all of a sudden, a couple more people come in. They were avoiding the place because it was dead. Now you started a conversation, and they come in and they go, "Do you think you guys could get on topic?"
Yep.
What, dude? We started the topic. Do you think you could go away?
Yep. I don't know, it just got weird over there at some point. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't want to say anymore, honestly.
Or they were getting pissed off because the chill chat was so much more popular than the freaking live stream because the live stream was dead because you're just not allowed to talk about anything in there, right? So the chill chat would have fucking 10, 15 people, and like, as soon as there's 5 people, the chill chat, all of a sudden there's 7, then there's 10, then there's 12, and everybody's talking the whole time. The conversation never dies. And then meanwhile, on the live stream, the fucking music bot's playing and there's nobody there. And AI would come down and be like, "Hey, since you guys are talking about flat Earth, what do you say you move it up to the live stream and do it up there?" Like, no, we don't want to because we're limited. We're limited as to what we're allowed to speak about. We would rather be down here. He gets all butthurt. He'll start moving people up there with the bot, like just moving them into the live stream. Like, no, fuck off. Like, dude, nobody wants to be part of your live stream. Nobody gives it. Dude, we're not here to support Helio's live stream. We're here to have a conversation without being told what we're allowed to talk about. So you, my friend, don't belong in chill chat. Get the fuck out.
Hashtag Team Chill. I think I lost that when I got booted from Discord.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, well, if we want to talk about flat Earth, we will. But if we want to talk about side topics, we will.
Team Chill. You know the most disappointing role that I lost when my account got banned, and I came back into 24/7. You know the role that I missed the most.
I don't know. I'm gonna miss pseudo mod.
Bird enthusiast.
Bird enthusiast was your favorite one. That's right. That's right.
By far my favorite. You could take all my roles away and just keep bird enthusiast. I'm cool.
We gotta you'll just remake bird enthusiast for you here. What do you think?
Maybe I don't know how to make roles, and I don't know. We are starting to do we're starting to do some like events. Me and Redford Bear and Platypus and a guy called Barbecue Sauce. We're starting to do a reoccurring gardening stream, right, where we're talking about plants and gardening and
birds,
all that fun shit. But it's like growing your own food, right? It's like tips and tricks on how to grow your own food or other things related to gardening, which is pretty cool, right?
A lot of this stuff is going to be regional, though. Too, you can't necessarily be like.
Well, yeah, that's why we got Redford Bear in Canada. We got Platypus in California. We got Barbecue Sauce. I think he's in the Midwest, and then myself in Florida, right? So we got a decent amount of the coverage covered.
Nice. Yeah, I don't have a green thumb. I've never spent any time, dude. I wouldn't mind gardening, except for I'm not going to be weeding any fucking garden. So getting in
That's
the
why you get children.
Yeah. Like I can plant some shit and I could like pluck the fruit from it, but getting down there and just plucking weeds on like a every couple of day basis, I don't think I have the patience or time for that. Just not doing it.
That's what children are for.
So there's a lot of good I don't know, like I get you. Weeding sucks. But I also get, I don't know, I'm weird like this, right? Like I can get into the mode of let me go weed my garden for 2 hours, and while I'm weeding my garden, I'm getting more fulfilled from doing that than any of my other fucking actual jobs that I get paid to do. Like I feel like accounting just drains my soul, and then pulling weeds actually kind of fills it back up a little bit, even though it's not the
Yeah,
most
I
desirable
could
thing in the
see
world.
that if you're stuck behind a desk or a computer all day. Whereas like I'm outside in the heat like all summer long, or the cold, like heat and humidity during the day, sweating my ass off. I get home, the last thing I want to do is go and like stand under the sun and weed a garden. You know what I mean? I'm like,
I get it.
give me
It's another
give
one of
me
my
a
side
shelf
jobs.
here. You know,
Another one of my side jobs, as you know, is like cutting grass and doing landscaping. So like that shit's in the fucking heat, and I'm not in like whatever you want to call Wisconsin heat. I'm in fucking Florida heat all the time, getting destroyed. But no, I find
yeah,
that
but
I don't know.
that's a
Maybe it's just me,
part-time
but I
like
find that
voluntary job. That's like it's like you're volunteering to freaking weed your own garden anyway.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I find more fulfillment out of those types of tasks, personally. But I get it. Like that is your bread and butter, so I can understand why it might not be as appealing. It's only my butter, not my bread and butter.
It could be part of it is that I haven't really done it. Like if I really got started doing it and I got a good bounty from doing it 1 year and I like, hey, I would probably actually find a lot of appreciation of like, this is a squash that I grew, and this is a cucumber I grew, and this is my tomato plant, and these are my tomatoes, and look how good they are. And like I
Well,
would
it's not even
probably
that.
actually take a lot of pride in that, but like I
And
just
they
haven't
taste
really
better in general. Like all of it tastes better because you can pick it at like literally the peak of ripeness, and you don't have to worry about shelf life or anything like that. Like when I harvest my pineapples, they're fucking yellow. People are like, yeah, the pineapples I get at the store are yellow too. I'm like, all right, cool. Send me a picture of the pineapple you got at the store, and it's got maybe a slight shade of yellow to it. I'm like, that's not even a right fucking pineapple. That thing's got at least 2 more weeks before you should be pulling that motherfucker. And
You
the
know what I
taste
think
is
part
like
of it is too with
leaps and
gardening.
bounds different.
It's not just you doing it, is it though? You got a wife at home, right? Like you got somebody that's helping around the house and helping around the yard and like
Whoa. I wouldn't go that far, Lou. I have
okay,
a
well maybe
wife.
not that far, but she's helping in some way, shape, or form. Like I gotta do my own cooking, I gotta do my own cleaning, I gotta do my own shopping, I gotta do my own working. And to come home and do my own weeding and fucking gardening is just like another chore. Like some of that stuff would be taken, at least helped with, you know what I mean? If I was with somebody who, you know, like, but I'm not.
I get it.
So,
I get
yeah.
it. I get it. I understand.
That
Well, I'm
was
just
everyone.
saying it's cool that we're talking about different topics in here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Like,
That's one of the things I
I
miss
wish
from like.
that's one thing.
That's one of the
That's
things
one of
I
the
miss
things.
from.
So we just both started at the same time twice.
Right.
Delay.
I'm just saying, like, that's one of the big things I miss from having the freedom to speak freely on 24/7 back in the day, is like having conversations with like Flat Earth Solar for 2 hours about how he's doing his gardening, where he's at, right? Like what he's producing, how he finds benefit in doing X, Y, and Z, and how I can maybe apply that as well, right? Like there was a lot of that kind of chatter that wasn't
Yeah, and
just simply
in the mainstream, in the actual live stream chat, like we used to talk. If Globers came in, we flat smacked them. But in all that downtime, it wasn't like we had to sit around and talk amongst ourselves about the flat Earth at all times. We, like we could go on side topics, like and talk about whatever it was, game you're playing, a movie you watched, how you're gardening, or get into a carnivore versus vegan diet debate or whatever else. Like none of it's just like, no, how is this related to flat Earth? And is this real science? And is this FED approved?
right, exactly. And that's the fun, dude. So
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
yeah,
Yeah. Oh, sorry, man. How is everyone?
good. How's it going?
Hey, good. Yeah, I know. Just sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I was just hearing you guys talk about 24/7 flat Earth. I've never been over there. Are they pretty restrictive with the way that they allow you to converse?
Well, what we're
I
talking
don't.
about is how it wasn't always that way, but these days, yeah, it's like really gotten like pretty bad about that.
It's not a bad place to be. I mean, there's some good information there. There's definitely some good like basic one-on-one kind of stuff going on there, and it's a good place for people new to the conversation to come in and definitely start to realize that maybe what they thought their reality was isn't necessarily the case. So there's a lot of good things going on over there, but there is somewhere more restriction recently as to what you can or cannot say.
Yeah, right. So is it controlled more by like QE and people like that?
Essentially, yeah. Not even so much by him. It's all his fan base. I would say it's his fan base, like his like super fans are just constantly freaking stroking his dick and fucking trying to enforce things in the way they think QE would. But QE himself is there and he doesn't do that shit. QE hardly mutes anybody. QE hardly doesn't ban anybody. He'll come in there and he'll make a ruckus. He'll talk some shit, but he's not doing those acts. It's his fucking like little minion clone followers that freaking do that shit.
Yeah, right. So walking in there and mentioning anything about the ether and stuff like that, you just get hammered.
Oh yeah, don't bring that up. Yeah, nope. That's why I'm kind of blackballed. That's definitely why I'm blackballed over there.
Yeah, I think the entire attitude that those guys have got over there towards anything that sort of differs from what they believe is just ridiculous. Like that's just isn't that just what life is about? Spitballing and throwing shit out there and sussing it out and seeing what fits.
Yeah, that's the weird thing is like I spent a year and a half, almost 2 years over there freely discussing the topic of ether, and then somehow it upper management said we can't talk about it anymore, or whatever the fuck took place.
Well, it
got
wasn't
weird.
even that. It wasn't even okay. Upper management. No, literally, it was when FED started saying that's not
Yeah, I know.
science, like, management never said anything about that ever. They still haven't.
I was just saying that, Lou. Like,
Yeah.
I was part of that, right? Like, so I was over there when Dyslo first started getting shit talked at fucking FED, and I was in there when Witsit just happened to show up when the conversation was ether, and then I was there getting muted for asking very simple questions to the panel. Like, yeah, I get it, but somehow whatever happened in FED trickled over to 24/7 as if like there's some umbilical cord between the two of them, which I don't know. I find interesting.
I agree.
It's kind of ridiculous, you know. I mean, it's like how Jaron has said, he's like, well, he doesn't believe in the whole moon map thing, but why would you stop anyone from researching it? Because they might find something that then turns around and they bring it out, and then all of a sudden they make you go, oh shit, you know what? Maybe there is something to that.
100%. Like, I don't
know?
agree with the moon map, but my boy, shout out fucking Killian Kiwi, who that's his thing. It's the moon map. I will gladly support him. I'll come to when he talks about it, when we set aside time in the server for him to have his own like time to do presentations. I'll certainly support him in doing it. Do I agree with it wholeheartedly? Absolutely not. But I'm certainly going to support the dude because there's probably going to be some truths that come up around the topic. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what truth could come necessarily from that, but I'm willing to wait and see if there is any. Because like Killian also, Kiwi, whatever. Like he's a good friend of mine on here as well. I again, just like you, I don't agree with this moon map thing from him, but that's like you said, it's his thing, and if that's what he wants to talk about or that's what he's into, like I'm not gonna stop him, no, by any means. Like, hey, maybe I'm not looking into it. You go ahead. Maybe you find something that can convince me later down the road. But as it is right now, I see basically pareidolia. But like it doesn't mean that we can't be friends. It doesn't mean that like we can't talk about all kinds of other things that we do agree on. It doesn't mean that we can't have like a really interesting conversation on the stream for other people to listen to, like because we'll be respectful with each other because we are friends and we disagree with each other. It could make for an interesting conversation for people to tune into. It doesn't mean to get, try to shut them out and say he's not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
agree, man.
It's just, shutting down conversation, like, you just don't know, like, what you find ridiculous today, and in 2 years' time, you might be like, holy shit, I was totally wrong. And you have shown me stuff that I would have never found out if you weren't looking into it.
Well, I don't know what truth you're going to get looking at the moon about what the Earth is. The moon is not a fucking... the moon is not a negative image of the actual flat Earth. Like, but that's what they want you to believe.
Yeah, I mean, probably not, but
But here's
I guess
the
you
thing.
never know what someone turn up one day.
Yeah, because you could have said the exact same thing where 20 years ago you would have said the Earth is not flat and stationary. Come on, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
that's
you gotta
ridiculous.
you gotta allow this space for conversations to take place, and even though I might not agree with a certain something, I'm always gonna somehow find a way to figure out questions that I may have that could possibly make certain things a reality. And if I don't listen to them or don't have the space to be able to ask the questions, then I can't grow as a person,
All right, so taking the moon map and his presentation of it. I caught part of it when he did one about 2 weeks ago, something like that. Like, all right, are we talking about having one sun still over the flat Earth, or are there multiples?
So I think one of the aspects that comes along with the moon map is the idea or concept of like a black hole sun, which gets generated and reflected through the portal at the north, which ultimately comes up, I think, kind of prismatically to Polaris at the center, and then projecting outward from there.
I'm not doing Pac-Man Earth along with fucking moon maps.
It's not. No. It's not Pac-Man Earth. It's just this idea or concept that maybe the source of the celestial bodies is coming from below or within and is being projected above.
Have you seen those other guys that are that have got their map, which they go, it's not Pac-Man, it's more like asteroids. Have you seen that one?
No.
No, yeah. I think I'm not sure if it was Alan. Some of the footage that Alan used is there was a bit of footage that Alan used of some computer modeling where it showed a sun going over and showed shadow. I think Alan used that, and I was actually watching some of these other guys' stuff because I know I've heard some other things. So then eventually I found these guys and I started checking it out, and they were like just really having to go at people like David Weiss and Jaron and that kind of thing as being stills apparently. Of course, everyone is a still. And I saw that, I think that modeling that Alan used actually came from those guys, but it's just particular, the way that they modeled the way that the shadows work. That type of modeling that they did there was great. But their whole idea is that, well, it's not really Pac-Man. It's more like asteroids of where you can pop in and out of anywhere from the map. You know, like it's just like, okay, get off the drugs, guys. Like,
I don't know if
how
I've seen.
can you sit there and think, yeah, it's just, I don't know, sorry, I just thought it was a ridiculous thing. Like, yeah, we're not Pac-Man, we're asteroids. So you're Pac-Man.
I'm trying to remember an asteroid. Like, I thought you started at the bottom of the screen every time. What do you mean popping in from anywhere?
You can pop in from, I think if you can go in from the left or the right or up or down. You can sort of zoom in from any angle.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of Galaga, Lou, as opposed to asteroid.
No, Galaga is different. No, the asteroids, you could zoom in from every angle.
No, I'm saying I think Lou is thinking of Galaga.
Yeah, Galago.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Galago is for sure only from the bottom. Asteroid.
Galaga was awesome. I was a fucking legend at Galaga.
That was one of my favorites back in the day, for sure.
When I was a kid, I used to have to go to the pub because my parents were divorced when I was young, and when I'd go to my mum, she'd be in the pub, sort of in the local pub down in the local town, and some guy taught me how to shoot at Galaga. He's like, in the first or second stage, when the little bumblebees go around, you leave the very last two bumblebees on the right, and you just let them go round and round and round for about 15 minutes. Eventually, they stop shooting at you, and when they stop shooting at you about 3 or 4 rounds of them just cruising round and round, you kill them, and nothing else shoots at you for the rest of the game.
Really? That's an old school hack, huh?
It was an old school hack, yeah. And he showed it to me, and then I did it, and then I just kept doing it. I get scores in the millions. I'd be playing it for like 6 hours.
Nice. Yeah, no, I haven't heard of this proposed asteroid model. I like that. But I like Alan. Like a lot of the shit he puts forth.
Alan wasn't endorsing the Pac-Man model. He was just using, it was just like a little graphic that they had used. And some of the graphics, like when you actually, I watched some of their videos, and some of their videos, someone's doing some pretty good modeling for them.
For who?
The actual, the models built are pretty on point. They're really good with the sun angles and stuff like that. They're pretty good.
Yeah. For who? Who are you talking about? Alan? Shane?
For these guys, the guys that have got the asteroid theory, someone's doing some good modeling for them.
Who are those
Are they
guys?
serious about this asteroid theory, though, or are they just kind of joking around when they talk about it?
I'll just go through. Actually, let me jump on. I'll just jump onto mute, and then I will scroll through, and I'll find it so I can actually tell you guys.
Yeah, I'd be interested for sure.
Yeah, I just when it comes to like any of these ideas about the sun popping up and reappearing here and there and da da da, it's like I am pretty confident in the 24-hour sun in the northern hemisphere. Like plenty of people live in northern climates that witness this like throughout the whole winter. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you can see it in Alaska, you can see it in Finland, you can see it in like, you know, like lots of places. Like,
is this just like a respawning of like the Stars Are Sold kind of group? Remember that back in the day, Stars Are Sold, and a couple other people that were pushing the Pac-Man thing.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, yeah. Anytime you're talking about like portals and suns like appearing and disappearing and reappearing, blah blah blah. Like, no, I mean, just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. That like the sun can like literally just make a circle.
Yeah, this goes back to kind of like the extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence kind of thing.
Yeah.
I would agree on that one.
And I've heard people also talk about like being able to like chase it with a plane. I think that would be maybe fun to do just for flat earthers. Like, sure, you're not gonna be able to do it on one single, like tank of gas or anything like that. But you can get some mid-air refueling, or maybe you got a fast enough plane and you do it while the sun is far north. So you could land, refuel, and take off, and still keep the sun in sight, and just chase the sun around the earth. Like, all of a sudden, all these portals and Pac-Man theories and asteroid theories and stuff are just gone off the table.
I just dropped the link in the chat. It's from Awakened Souls. Do you know those guys? Or that guy?
Awake Souls,
Yeah,
isn't that the moon map thing? Same people?
I think that might, because he renamed himself, right? Wasn't he Ewar Anon originally, or is that two different people?
I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, no, that's the same bullshit. That's the same bullshit, is what that is.
He's not the same voice as you are.
No, Awake Souls is Ronnie and Jason.
What is that? Or Ronnie?
Well, they've been around for years. They've been involved in some different things with Jeranism and some various. Well, when I say Jeranism, I just mean that Jaren's talked about them at times, and they've had different conflicts and different things going on. But if you don't know who they are, I don't know. They're called Awake Souls, Ronnie and Jason. Ronnie and Jason. They've kind of like, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they're
No, I might be.
probably the only guys around that aren't stills, apparently. Everyone else is a still. If you don't believe in the asteroid theory, you're a still. Clearly you're wrong.
No, the moon map thing is vibes of the cosmos. That's the moon map. Ewar turned into vibes of the cosmos.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I thought I confused vibes of the cosmos with awake souls.
I mean,
I
from
just
the
looked it
beginning,
up.
I was just very clear. I don't trust anybody who sticks anon on their name.
This is the channel, the one. I just looked it up. I think that's them. Yeah, Ronnie and Jason. Yeah, they do lots of different videos, and there's been a lot of different like beefs that they've kind of had with like I don't know with a bunch of different people in the community. They were kind of like if you wanted to say like flat Earth, kind of like pro flat Earth, and they kind of went against a lot of people in the community, calling them all shills. And if you hear the guy's voice, Napalm, you might have heard him before, like when you hear the main guy. Like it's like Ronnie and Jason, but I think it might be it's kind of both of them, but you may recognize them.
Okay. I'll try to check it out. Honestly, once I started getting into like the Discord realm and actually having like conversations with people instead of just taking in information, I don't pay attention to a lot of YouTube stuff or internet personality people anymore, to be honest with you.
Yeah, same. Like, why waste your time just listening when you can be a part of it?
Yeah, I've kind of gotten to the point where it's like, if you are a internet person and you are talking solely about topics that are being discussed in many different other avenues on a regular basis, but all you have is like a show, I don't know if I care to interact, because I know that those people have access to these realms and they choose to not participate for one reason or another. And I don't know.
I would say that's only true for me with Flat Earth too, though. Like, I mean, there are certain YouTubers like Days of Noah. I don't ever dare to. I would be too scared to go and try to be on his show. And like, this dude outdoes me on terms of intellect and study and knowledge of the topics that he covers. Like, I'm there to listen to him, but he's covering way more than just flat Earth. Like, he doesn't cover any flat Earth things. I mean, he is freaking deep in the books and research and stuff that I just have never even heard
The
of.
psychology, the sociology, the things that are taking place in the political underpinnings of society. Yeah.
What's up, Napalm?
I get you.
Yeah.
I understand.
What's up, Napalm?
What's up? What's going on?
Fucking shit, man. People not taking appreciation for their own lives and shit. Just sitting here getting all pissed and whatever. So I figured I'd come in. I'll try to be quiet, but might have a couple sound bites as we all talk. I might just have like some music, like 2-second bit. So
Well, do me a favor. We are streaming live
I
to
understand.
YouTube. So
I'll be quiet. I just wanted to say hi.
no, it's not about you being quiet. You said something about playing music, so just try to avoid playing like copyrighted music or something on the live
Oh well,
stream.
yeah. No, I meant like in like the soundboard that I don't have access to. That's all I meant. Like 2 seconds things. That's all I meant. It's a nice room.
Okay, right on. But yeah, I don't know. I don't take on in as much like other information. I read books or do audiobooks and stuff like that about certain topics and things like that. But as far as like YouTube or somebody that may or may not be like an internet quote unquote personality, I don't take too much of that in anymore.
Sorry.
And that's where I have like big ups for like Witsit, right? Like he puts himself out there, but then he's also like in the trenches with motherfuckers, you know.
Hi.
I've been listening to you guys and been listening to this this Discord. I've sort of tended to sort of just listen to this more than go to the other channels that I used to listen to. I still listen to them a bit when they do stuff, but in general, I've been coming over here, and now that I've been able to chat on here, I think it's good to just come on and just say good day and just see what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's
Right on.
mostly what Napalm was kind of just saying is once we get a lot of us, him and I both agreed, like once we got, you know, instead of just listening to the Flat Earth YouTube channels, once we found the Flat Earth Discords and realized that basically almost all the content that goes into those channels comes out of these Discords. It's like, well, why would you just wait to hear it on YouTube when you can be there firsthand to hear it for yourself or even be a part of it?
Yeah, from what I've heard on this channel so far, there've been pretty good conversations in general. They get a little bit heated every now and then, but it's generally pretty calm, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, it gets heated. I mean, all things are going to get heated, especially if it gets too much into like. Sometimes religion gets heated, right? That's always get heated, but you know, people are people.
Most of them, if they're people, it's really true.
But like even the guys that come in here, like with Bacon yesterday, and even that Dogs Are Gods, they still have a generally cordial conversation. Like I haven't heard anything between Zanuck and anyone else yet to see what they're like, but those other guys, they seem pretty calm, even though they're not really conceding points in general, and they're not letting go of what they believe in any way, shape, or form. They keep it pretty cordial.
Zanuck takes a lot of flack from flat earthers, but he's been around for a long time, and the reason why he's still able to be around is because he does. He still keeps the mood light for the most part. It might get a little bit heated, but he doesn't like hold a grudge. You know what I mean? And he might overtalk you, but
might.
You know, but it'll be all right. You know what I mean? He'll be back tomorrow, and everybody will be just fine. Like everything kind of resets.
Damn it. Sorry. Talk to me like my husband. Get some sleep. Don't threaten your life like it's valueless, and I will not have a problem. I love you. Good night.
You all right?
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Good. I need some friendship, so please don't mute me. Good.
I don't have that kind of ability in here, but
Thanks, Lunatic. Goodbye. Nice to see you. Bye.
no. Stick around. Hold on. I mean, without getting too crazy, because it is live streamed on YouTube. Like, are you
Yeah.
sure everything's okay?
Yeah, it's all Urating, be cool, boy. Lunatic, if you say one thing about religion, I will fucking hate you forever, but I love you, and it's all good for the YouTube message, I promise.
I'm not your boy for going on like religious rants around here.
I think you're part of, like, the offspring of my favorite Jay, and he knows who he is, so we're good. We're all good. Yeah. I just really need some friends, so it's all good.
Yeah, take care of yourself. No one's chasing you out. Just be cool.
Thanks. Yeah. I think people think I'm a dick, and they really shouldn't.
Stay online and keep listening if you don't want to join in. If you want to join in, then just keep chatting. You don't have to be alone at the moment if you don't want to be
I want to
alone.
play like a smooth, like 1980s Billy Idol, like little, like just no words, like eyes without a face, like just play the fucking melody, and you guys can talk about whatever you'd like to do in this Earth Awakenings, I just want to play the beat. It's a good beat, even though it's terrible, It's not like I'm not here.
Yeah, you don't need to keep acting like that, pretend I'm not here, all that stuff. Like, no, how about we pretend you are here? Like,
Okay.
don't be halfway in the door, halfway out the door. Just come on in.
Yeah. Word. Well, that's a very good point. I mean, what's the point in pussyfooting around the bush in life, yeah?
Absolutely.
I dig that. And especially you, Mr. Flames, Lunatic, right? I feel like I've been kind of an ass either way, so you can ask me whatever you'd like. I'm here. I appreciate the company, and I will not be a dick.
I'm not offended by you. Like, in fact, I mean, you only started speaking up like a few minutes ago, and
I
only
know,
started
because
referring to
God
me.
healed my microphone, I guess. Well, yeah, the microphone was not ever able to work, so for whatever that was, I was just listening in for a couple months. But, yeah. But yeah, no judgment. Ask me whatever. I don't mean no harm to nobody.
I mean, I don't know, even like have any questions for you, but I would be willing to hear more about you.
Cool. Sure. I don't want to bore the server, but yeah, I need to have a sip of water and Bacardi and my vape pen. That's not a cigarette, and I really miss cigarettes. But I'll be back in about a minute. You guys can carry on for a bit. I'll be back.
Oh, I miss cigarettes. I quit cigarettes a year ago.
I know, none of it's the same, man.
I smoked my first cigarette when I was in 4th grade, and then I
Oh,
quit.
dope.
Yeah, which would have been, I don't even know,
Was
1990.
it a Marlboro Red?
It was a Camel Wide, actually.
Nice. Way to be black, man. Nice.
I think I was about the same age, and
I
it was
smoked
a
Camel White the right age.
and it was a Newport.
Ooh, so I
was,
smoked Newports. I smoked Newports for like 5 or 6 years. Yeah,
Me too, man. But
and
not Newport Golds, man. You gotta do like the king like hard box, man.
regular shorts, man.
Yeah.
I
And then
was,
I did Cools before that. I went from like Marlboro Milds to Cools to Cool 100s, and then Camel Wide, menthol, and then the port. Yeah.
I was just a kid, and my
I love
mom
tobacco.
and
I
my
can't
dad
help
were
it.
divorced, and my mom had during the summer she had to get us a babysitter, and we had to go down to basically
Mm-hmm.
definitely
Dude, I'm sorry,
it's
but
the
like if you're from
fucking
the South,
hood.
like
It's the
tobacco is part
fucking
of your
hood.
blood, man. No judgment. No judgment. You smell that shit, it's nostalgic, I smell that shit, I'm like, it's 5 a.m., I'm getting out of jail. I will have it. Somebody will always have one, It's like
I'm
you
just
know.
reminiscing about back in the day. Like I was in elementary school, and where I was being babysat, like.
Mm-hmm.
The kids around, like their mom or whatever would
That
be able
chicken
to
nugget
just
babysitter.
send them down to the corner store with a note saying like so and so is supposed to bring me 2 packs of whatever, and like send
Probably a
them
real
with the
estate
money.
agent.
We'd go as kids and go pick up cigarettes,
Mm-hmm.
like with a note from the mom, and like that's how we would just forge a note and freaking get a pack of smokes and go sit in
Yeah,
an alley and smoke them.
Dude, I was
most
at
of my
cheerleading
cigarettes.
competitions in Atlanta, Georgia, when I saw my first homeless person in the hotel as I won junior all-star, gold, bitch. Like I'm the one that got thrown up in the air 30 feet. 2003, bitches, all-stars. I'm like, what the hell is Atlanta? What's going on? What is this what is this ashtray smoking butts of strangers that like I've never met their saliva before, but like that is the nostalgia. Either way, it's nostalgia. Tobacco is nostalgia, man. Like that's the way it should be. My entire family has wonderful stock set in Philip Morris. It's like, come on now. Like that's the way it should be. Like that was America. Like in my day, that was America. We have Sinclair Oil with my family, and we have Philip Morris. That's like that's it. That's it. What else
So
do you
I
need?
grew up
Oh,
stealing cigarettes
you're
from.
missing beer. Like
Yeah,
Exactly.
Stealing
Well, it's
cigarettes
actually
from
wineries in
parents that
California, but yeah.
smoke. Stealing cigarettes from parents that smoked, right? So that whatever the parents smoked, that's what we smoked because we could steal
Absolutely.
those. And then
As you
whoever
fed,
we could
as you
get to
fed a
buy
stray
cigarettes
cat,
for
you
us.
know, and like snuck out when you're 13.
Yeah. Oh
Right.
yeah. Back in the day, you used to just be a
You had
kid
a
and
cat
you could
named
be on the
Bob.
side
Everybody
of
had
the
a cat
gas
named Bob
station,
as you smoked
and when
cigarettes.
somebody would come up, you'd be like, "Hey, can you buy me a pack of cigarettes? Here's $1. Here's $2, even though they're $1.25." And somebody'd
I'll
be
give
like,
you this
"Fuck yeah."
bootleg BYOB System of a Down CD that I just burned on my home drive, and then there you go. Just trade it for like $2.
This
You know?
was back. I might be a little bit older because
No.
this was back in like the Nirvana
90s.
days. System of a Down was not around.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, it was. Yeah,
Tis the glory days. You know.
yeah.
And
Doing all that shit.
fact matter
And
is,
then
like,
I smoked all the way up
if
until
your insides don't match what that
2007.
little Philip Morris 1,200 people die a day poster says, then you're good, man. As in,
Yeah.
tobacco's your friend. Tobacco's my friend, man.
So I smoked
Tobacco's
up
my
until
friend.
2007, and then I quit for 10 years. And I didn't smoke another cigarette until 2017, and I smoked one cigarette, which turned into a pack a day in less than 2 weeks. And then I smoked
Non-mental?
for like almost another, almost whatever. I smoked up until
Yeah.
just last year.
Sounds like you drank a little bit less, though.
in
Sounds
2
like you drank a
weeks,
little bit less, though. You know?
in 2
Yeah, I
weeks, you went to a
drank
pack a
less.
day.
What?
Just a little bit intuitive, but just saying. I get it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I went from,
2 weeks
dude, that's
after your first cigarette, you went to a pack a day.
Lunatic, I want to not
Yep.
hate you.
That's called being an addict, right? And understanding that now that I've quit again and it's been a year, I know that I can't just have one cigarette because one cigarette will be a pack a day in 2 weeks. I know that.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
and I do
I
at
feel you.
least a pack a day myself. I do probably a little bit over a pack a day these days, which is too much. But like, I'm just saying when you said you started in the 4th grade, so within 2 weeks while you were in the 4th grade, you went to a pack a day.
No.
Lunatic, where are you
I
from?
was not a pack a day smoker until
Lunatic, I
I
want to
was
not hate you. Who are you really?
Why is that a threat though? Why would you hate me? What did
I've
I
been
do?
dying to get to know you since 24/7, sir. And you change up the scene whenever. This is the nicest I've ever seen you. Like, come on, Meow. Like MEOW, you know, like Super Troopers, the original. You know, like, come on, Meow.
I'm in the Milwaukee area
I
in
used to call you
Wisconsin.
just Mr. Minnesota, but like, I'm just like, you know, well, fuck that. You know.
Yeah. Not quite
So
Minnesota.
I want to be your friend, sir.
Wisconsin. We can be
Now I'm
friends.
just like,
We can
well, he
be
went
friends.
back to training. He was Mr. Military, so now he's like my family, and because of my family and my military and my intelligence history, I'm just like, well, I know a little bit too much. I'm just like, I just want to not hate this guy. Let me just not hate this guy. You know?
I don't know. You might got me mixed up with a couple people. I'm not a
Nah.
military dude. I'm not a military dude.
Nope.
No. All right.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
I know how many
No,
weeks it
yeah.
takes. You're good. It's cool.
Not Minnesota, not military, but yeah, Wisconsin, so nearby Minnesota. Yeah.
Either way, I like that you're being like less self-righteous and I guess more yourself. Your voice would be a very nice bot training voice to have a cadence learning, you know?
Okay.
I've been yelling at like God and my husband and myself for like the last 2 days, so I feel like I'm actually like my Etta James alto self that I was always meant to be. So if anybody has any problems with it, I'm sorry. But you know,
The
there's that.
self-righteous comment, like, what? I mean, where
You're always
are you getting all
mean.
that from?
You're literally like the reason I leave the live stream in the past with 24/7 at least. Like you always have this like, oh my God, how dare you talk about your feelings and not what we can prove on black and white paper. How dare you talk about what this is metaphysical, feeling, sensation, entangles in your body? How dare you? I can't prove that. I don't feel that. So how dare you talk about spirituality? That's literally like what I used to think about you.
That's not me. That's somebody
No,
else.
it's definitely you, sir. You're fine. You're fine.
Napalm,
You're
does that sound
fine.
like me?
No, you're good. I'm not upset about it. I'm just thinking, like, dude, it's funny. It's funny as
That's
fuck.
spot on as
As a
spot on can
motherfucker,
be,
right?
Lou.
I'm just not like cool. I'm just gonna implant little methods of tension anywhere I can. Methods of tension every 16 minutes until it's past 1 a.m. and then I'll just be lunatic and then I'll just own the show and I'll just say, don't you know? And then I'll just say, oh my god, what about that thing? You know, like say Montreal does, and it'll be like, oh, little method of tension led by lunatic, and it's gonna be so cute. So cute, in my
I mean,
opinion.
parts of it sound like me, but not all of it. That's for
Sorry,
sure.
it's my entire history of knowing what the fuck's going on. So I'm sorry. I have respect for you. That's why I don't want to hate you. Like, come on now. Don't be a dick.
I don't
with me.
think I'm gonna be able to choose whether or not you hate me. Like
No,
I have a feeling.
I don't have hate in my heart. You're funny. It's cool. I just like seeing you more relaxed in here than the other one. You know.
The thing is this is like more
Less,
like how I
less
actually just
agenda driven, more
naturally
like
am, and
method of tension
almost all the
relaxation
time.
days. You know. Get it? Get it? So you're good. I don't like it when people have no value for their lives, and that's exactly why I'm ignoring my husband. I'm a little bit upset right now, so thank you all for listening.
Your
At least
poor
you all
husband.
probably know who the hell your grandparents are. I don't, so you know. There you go. Good job. You guys are all good.
You're funny.
I know.
My
I'm
grandparents
selectively
are dead.
hilarious all the time, actually.
All my grandparents are dead.
I am selectively hilarious all the time. But yeah. That's my life, and wanted to say it so nobody booted me out of here. Motherfucker.
All my grandparents are dead. Does that?
All my friends are dead. It's a book.
I know.
Dead to me. Dead
right?
to me.
Exactly. I have the sequel and the original. Isn't that great? They're store finds, right? Yeah, I don't like people that take valueless sense of their own worth. It makes me so livid. I get so enraged. I'm like the smiting angel with like the black wings and shit, with like the glistening little gold tip. I'm like, you fucking talk like you have no fucking value in this world. I will fucking smite you. How dare you? You know. I mean, I didn't have a choice. You know, I would much rather be that train wreck, you know, from before, but I don't have a choice. So, you guys don't get one either. See what I'm saying? Haha.
I guess.
And Lunatic, you are so funny. I'm not really sure what military branch you were from, but I appreciate whatever the hell you did.
It was Nam. I was
Right on. Meow meow. You know?
yeah. I was in
Mhm.
Nam.
It's cool. Like that's the only like sense of like my own family that I actually have is all right, original photographers, World War I, as in the original timeline reset. Okay, let's go back there. Oh shit, there's no records. Okay, cool. Another fire. Oh my god, shock. Oh god, ancestry road blocking. Okay, let's do it. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's cool. I'm still here. You know? We're good. But my entire family is actually still up in that shit, as in like agency wise, and we're good. I don't reap any benefits of that, but I figured I'd let you all know I have respect for you. That's why I don't want to hate you, Lunatic, and other people. You know. So I don't like it because I have no purpose because I know too much and I'm a female. So there's that, and yeah, that's all.
What do they plan to do with them?
They plan to, well, I actually was released upon it by the fact that I met my husband, and we're going to be amazing. We're going to fucking reset the thing. I'm going to give us, hopefully, all a fair shot of the intended created design, as in we all get a fair fucking shot. And so the timeline shouldn't matter. The fact that I'm not predictable or measurable shouldn't matter to them who has a sense of God and our creator, which is for all of us, which is where we're going with where God is. There's no sense of measurement, predictability, or time, and it should just be a sense of like balance and peace, and that should be comforting, you know. So all of things will repeat themselves, and it shouldn't be like, oh my god, it's all, oh my god, detrimental. It's more like it's going to be instant. and it's going to be something that we can't avoid, and it's going to be happening, and there's a real sense of urgency there, and that's my purpose to at least endow upon others. So there's that.
How about some more details? Like if you're warning people, do you have to
I'm
give
going to
them?
make my escape with my husband, probably in water or in air. I'm not exactly sure. When it's going to be presented, it's going to be presented by God and God alone, and I will know exactly what to do. The time thing is going to be a fucking thing that you guys can just get the fuck over. And I respect each and every one of you, because I would have rather been on your side like my uncle. My family had to let me go. My dad's not really my dad. My uncle's kind of my dad. Everything in my family history is fucked up because of the whole reset from last time. So it's cool. I know it now, and it's cool.
What do you mean your uncle's kind of your dad? What do you mean by that?
As in, well, uncle is slang for, of course, baseline, base home zone, baseline for surveillance on people like me in the gate program, like I am, and it's cool. Like I'm an asset. I was an asset without even realizing it. I didn't have any memories until I was age 8. I'm like a stupidly gifted, weirdo retard, kid. It's cool. I totally get it now. It's the most beautiful thing ever. I talked to the clouds when I was 7 years old and made them move on the playground. I can do that now in my sleep, It's cool. But no, people like that, it's to protect us and the whole family. I understand why my uncle did what he did, and why my dad did what he did, and why I'm not like my sister, and why she's not my sister, and why my mom and dad just did the best they could. And my dad confessed that to me about a month or 2 ago. You don't have to be blood to fucking be family. I get that. My point of matter is, my uncle works for intelligence now. Used to be a DHS, doesn't matter. It's CIA, it doesn't fucking matter, man. The ethos, the ether, and the fucking timeline reset is only going to, it's already crumbling, man. The fucking satanic overlay, the poorly pixelated overlay that I see, that I've been witnessing for about, 25 years of my life at 33, it's actually crumbling. So we don't need to look at it like a bad thing. We need to look at it like a let's unite thing. And how about we beat these fucking monsters that did it to us in the first place, where we have no actual realization of our own history and our own fucking lineage. We have no effing idea what our fucking cultural background is because of these assholes. Let's beat them. Give us all a fair shot. I think we should all do it. So that's my point.
Were you MK Ultra'd?
Yes. It's a very
Do you want to
generic
talk
term, and it's stupid that you asked that, but yes. Very generic term. Astral body projection is my home state, so fuck it. It doesn't matter. I didn't have a childhood. I didn't have any friends from age 7 to age 33 until now. So my point is, I escaped it. They know it, and I actually have had reassurance that they let me stay alive to get to my husband, to meet and marry my husband. That was all that mattered to me. Okay, about 2 months ago. I need to get to my husband, Mr. Orange, Mr. Blue, at the cigar bar that's never open unless it's meant for agents, okay? I know exactly what it means when I see a scene, okay? My entire life is like that. I know that they said, hey, I'll tell your uncle to tell you the truth. I said, hey, let me survive to make it to mate and marry my husband, Edward. Please, after that, I don't care. They did that. I'm alive. There we go. Here I am.
You better start talking to him again if you're going to mate with him.
Oh, I know this, sir. Yep. My point is, I fuck with them on all sorts of different levels. They've been calming down on the physical. It's so fucking funny to me. When you interact with them, it's so funny. It's like a poorly choreographed little ballet that I could do better in my sleep, is my point. And they know that. And the fact of the matter is, I can't ever do what you guys do because I know too much. I know that. I'm alive and I'm so happy. Half of them, they did it to protect my entire family because I don't even know my last name. It's not Adams, okay? I know that much. We're cool with that. I'm good with that. My dad is now asking me for his grandfather's information because he knows that it's not Adams. I'm just trying to tell him, hey, I love you, Dad.
Guys, hold on, Sydney. I'm not sure.
You're good, Gio.
She's saying she
Please don't
only
cut this out.
Gio, she only supposedly comes from the Adams family.
I am only Adams. I'm Sydney Catherine Adams. My mother's maiden name is Veal, like the meat with an E at the end. That's all I am. That's all I've ever been. I would have been Robert Hall Adams IV had I been a boy, but I'm not. So there's that. I appreciate you guys giving me the space, please. I don't like to brag about my name.
All right. Well, I was just asking what the current topic is.
My point is, I'm trying to give you guys a heads up. I'm trying to give us all a heads up and us be like buddies and shit.
All right. All right. I'm going to temporarily mute you for a second. This stream's not really a place to just unload about a bunch of what you're doing. To be fair, I'm not trying to be rude, but we generally talk about topics here. So if someone would like to bring up a topic, but
you always do. Just mute me like you always do.
Yeah. Okay. Could we get on a topic?
Well, earlier I heard Napalm talking about.
Thank you for not muting me.
Napalm, you were talking about the.
And I said hello, Napalm.
Yeah. Is Napalm Witsit, by the way? Is he still Witsit?
Only sometimes. My favorite Jew. Hello.
Your favorite Geo? Which Geo is not your favorite Geo? Riggs?
You're my favorite Jew. Indio and Urmi.
Dave,
Indio's
chill. Dave, chill.
All good. I'm a weird
Anyway.
Aryan Irish Jew. It's cool.
Gotcha. Hey, we're going to talk about Napalm. Earlier you mentioned that there was a kinematic and dynamic equivalent for the heliocentric and the geocentric. But it's weird that they word it. I was bringing this up last night that they word it as an equivalent because the dynamics aren't even in it.
Mean to me.
There's that fake ass fucking bitch.
What's going on?
Go ahead, Dave.
You know what I was talking about, Napalm, with the geocentric and heliocentric? The dynamic and geocentric. The dynamic and kinematic equivalents, they say, but it's actually, there's no dynamics to the heliocentric model. It's just, that's what's absent. So, but I think you were kind of clarifying that a little bit. I think, but they're saying that there's a dynamic and kinematic equivalent, but it's actually not true because heliocentrism doesn't even have the dynamics, right?
Right. That's what I was saying is that the geocentric has the kinematic and the dynamic, whereas the heliocentric just has the kinematic, which is the observational aspect of it, right?
Right.
Yep.
I was reading some of Michael Brenner's stuff about that, with the dynamics. He points out that geometry and kinematics are the mathematical sciences, whereas the dynamics is the actual physics. And Bacon and I were going around back and forth about that last night, and he just kept stopping me every time I'd read more of the paper. I was getting to the explanation, and he kept like, no, and then he left. But yeah, Bacon was on the hot seat last night in here.
Yeah, he wasn't keen to hear it, was he?
No, he wasn't. Well, they can't ignore the centrifugal force. They just call it a pseudo force and somehow eliminate it. I guess with the math, with the centripetal, they say it's the same, so they can eliminate those or something like that. But it wouldn't. It has to be a centrifugal force. The planet going around a sun would just continue on because the centrifugal force would just continue the planet on from the weight of the planet. But they want to call it a centripetal as if it's being attracted towards the sun to get their radial, circular or elliptical, I guess, some motion, but it's all wrong. They can't exclude the centrifugal.
It's
I
both
found
at
that
the
pretty
same
interesting
time.
on how he mentioned that that obviously if you've got something tethered, it's going to have to create more of a circle around what it's on, not an elliptical. I found that quite interesting.
Yeah,
It was like, it makes a lot of
Right.
sense, like, oh yeah, it's quite true. It's like if you're going to say that like the Earth and gravity acts almost like a tether, well then yeah, how does it not have a circular orbit?
It can't be uneven. Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah.
There would be no
Exactly.
return. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you said that, I was like, wow, that makes a lot of sense.
Right. They have no model. That's just funny. We keep talking about the heliocentric. Well, we have a model, but they don't have a model that even works without the dynamics, without the centrifugal. They can't just like pick and choose. And Brenner goes through. You should. Did you check out that section at all yet? Plain reality. When you get a sec to check out the Michael Brenner section where I made all those comps up. He talks about this in several of those comps that I made in this server. You can find
I kind of had a look, but I couldn't
I was having to zoom right in on my phone to look at it, and I just
Oh,
haven't
you know
had
what?
time to have a proper look at it today.
You have to download them to look at them because they're huge files, so you can't really read them very well just from zooming in on your phone. But if you
Yeah, have a
download
look
them
at
on your computer,
Yeah, I've gone
Thank
and
you.
checked out the core
Merci.
on there, so I'll just have a look at it from core. Just jump on and just read his stuff. I remember reading some of his stuff a while ago, but not enough to the point where I could sort of start talking about anything that he was saying.
Yep, he's been there since 2016. It's crazy that he hasn't been
He
talked
has.
about up until I just happened to find him. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, well, first time I ever heard about him was from Winston. Remember on one of his streams, he showed some of Michael Brenner's stuff.
Yep, I was I think I clued him into it, but I found him from listening to Witsit talk about counter space, with the the ether and the counter space and all that. And I looked up counter space on Google, and he happened to come up a couple pages down, and I clicked on that, and I'm like, "Who is this guy? Oh my God, holy shit! This guy's talking about everything." He even goes off on the pandemic and what his honest opinions are about that. So I figured I better start copying his stuff because someone's going to get him taken down. There, he is shadow banned on there.
If someone's going to start talking about because I guess that's the thing about flat Earth in a way, really, isn't it? Is once you're actually open to flat Earth, you're open to anything. Like you understand that literally everything you've ever been told in your life on things that happen on a major scale is, if it's not a lie, there's a lot of deception to it. You know, if there's some truth to it, there's also a lot of lies to it. Yeah, that's right. You know?
It's intricate and brilliant though, because they did like the whole thing we were just talking about with the centrifugal and centripetal, and how they could somehow convince these people that seem to understand how the model works, but just accept these rules about pseudo forces not affecting it, and just accept that, and you're taught that doesn't matter. The centrifugal doesn't matter in the situation. That's what you've learned. You don't look at it from there on. And these people might be intelligent enough to understand it, but not wise enough to look deeper into to question it, right?
Yeah, well, I think when you just sort of look at all the general plans of all the different things in general, they're all brilliant. I mean, like what they've just done to us over the past 3 years. I mean, it's brilliant, and they've been working their way towards that for a long time with all of their work they've done on psychology and stuff to figure out how to manipulate the masses and what they need to do. It's absolutely like you've got to kind of admire the way that they've just manipulated everyone, even the so-called extremely intelligent people. Sorry?
They know that. They know you're admiring. I mean, they're giving themselves a slow hand clap as well, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Revelation
they're
of the
giving
method.
themselves a high five, that's for sure.
Right.
They're
telling
like what gets me.
They get to tell us the truth and the lie at the same time, and not worry about it.
I think one of the biggest one that gets me is masks.
Yeah.
Like the overriding evidence points to the fact that masks do zero. They're completely insignificant, and in fact, they probably cause harm. The over amount of evidence of that is just insane. But yet you still look, and it's like all throughout all hospitals and doctor surgeries and stuff now, people are still wearing masks. And you're like, you guys are meant to know the science, and have you ever heard of the Cochrane Collaborative? Or Cochrane Calibration? Collaboration? Something like Collaborative? Well, they're actually the largest group of independent scientists on Earth. And they just recently, it was actually the beginning of the year, they did a meta-study on 79 randomized controlled trials on Mars. And they came back and said completely insignificant as far as stopping death or transmission. Right now, I mean, they've gone over randomized controlled trials, pretty much all the ones that there are, and they've shown that they've made zero impact on what, if you want to go down the road that viruses don't exist and all that kind of stuff, for sure. But as far as what the mainstream is concerned, and going by the paradigm of what we've been told, they've gone into it and gone, they do nothing.
Yeah, if you were going to try to block
reality, let me get in for just a second, Dave. Play in reality, it's not that we disagree with what you're stating, but just kind of be aware to walk the line that anything that can be construed as incorrect information regarding things around health could be detrimental to the live stream and or the server. So just kind of be aware of that.
Cool.
Not that you
So,
can't-
even masks talk a little bit codish.
Yeah, if you could. Not saying that it's necessarily like bad or whatever, but
All
we
right.
just try to.
Cool.
You
No
know what I'm saying?
drama, man. No drama.
Yeah.
I just thought maybe masks might be all right. I know the rest of
Yeah.
it is definitely code talk, but yeah, I thought masks might be all right.
Yeah.
Okay,
I've noticed
so
you're aware of stuff when we talk about it for sure. The masks we've talked about on here before, but yeah.
yeah. So
The
face nappies.
N95 is what I was going to say. The N95 masks are the only ones that would actually block anything from being breathed in, as far as the microscopic particles
they
that
actually
would
don't.
be possibly, at all.
Yeah.
Not that even those, right? It's not going to make a difference.
Yeah,
I mean,
even those they tested all the randomized controlled trials for those everything. So and none of it made any impact at all.
well, but the thing is that that's assuming that there's something actually to catch too, right?
Well,
So
that's
obviously,
it.
if there's
Of
nothing
course.
to catch, then there's going to be no results. Because if they're being honest,
We're just talking within the paradigm,
right.
within the mainstream paradigm,
It's just
Same
funny
as
because that's what shows how intricately brilliant it is. Like they're testing for something, which is kind of reifying that there is something. But go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, I don't know if I can get all the stats out properly, but there was one that came out, which was a study on, it was something like 39 countries, 600 million people, like European countries and 600 million people. And it came back the same, they actually showed an increase in death rate on the countries that had more face nappies compared to the countries that didn't have face nappies. They found an increase in death.
That's not good for you. The worst part is the kids at the schools all day long wearing the same diaper on their face, right? All day long. They can hardly keep my sister's a teacher, a grade school teacher, and she's like, they can hardly keep their own clothes on half the day. Now they have to keep this track of this mask. It's got snot in it, and they're not bringing a clean mask and trying to be aware of that. It was just like the most torturous, insane thing to do to kids, as well as the testing, bi-weekly testing and bi-weekly jabs and all kinds of. I mean, we've got a nightmare. We're living a nightmare right now. Still.
Oh, for sure. The worst part about it is that they know for a fact that the continuous breathing in and breathing out will break off pieces of plastic. And those pieces of plastic will go into your lungs. So you'll get microplastics into your lungs. And they are cancerous. And then they're talking about the VOCs. And I'm not sure, I can't remember the exact term for the VOC. But basically, it's the chemicals that you breathe in from the plastics. And they know that they're cancerous as well. So.
Did you ever see the video zooming in? They zoom in on the mask, and those little black threads are in there. And then if you heat up the mask, it was like these moving black, like little nanobot worms almost.
Yeah, I saw that stuff.
I zoomed in on one. I just to test it myself. I grabbed one from my parents, and there was black threads in there. I didn't heat it up yet or anything, but there's definitely little black threads in there. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I never wore one. Actually, no, I lie. There was one time I was at a kickboxing event, and I wasn't wearing one in there, even though you were meant to. I wasn't wearing one in there. But then when I was leaving, I had to walk past the cops. So I'm like, screw it. I don't want the drama. I just want to go home. So I just kind of quickly chucked it on as I got to them. And then when I walked past them, I took it off and then just left. I just didn't want the drama of talking to the cops about it and having to go, you can't take, you know what I mean? I just didn't need that hassle. I just wanted to get home. But
it's almost like you have to be of the mind of a flat earther to even be that bold about the whole thing in a way. Like because you'd have to see how intricate. You'd have to understand that it could be that big a lie, And most people, even if they don't agree with the mask or whatever, they still feel socially pressured to go along with it. And the only people that really aren't socially pressured whatsoever are us,
Yeah. I was kind of upset in a way when it was all over because I was getting ready to make a video. So I had someone organized for me who was a makeup artist, and I was going to get them to do me in full hardcore zombie makeup, and then I was going to have needles hanging out my neck, and then just dress all zombie and shit, and I was going to walk around just checking in everywhere, you know, and if and people weren't wearing a mask, I was going to give them shit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
Nice.
I don't know, it just would have been a bit of comedy.
Well, and then the crime, and then they have the people like, and that's the other thing. It's almost intentional with the crime. Like in New York, they had to make laws where people couldn't wear them going into the stores because they were getting too many robberies. Because you'd walk into a store with one on, and you don't look any different than anyone else. So it was easy peasy, easy pickings. And now, I mean, wow, I saw that.
And then you have the insanity of, like, you know, any time that you ever walked into a bank in forever, you were never allowed to cover your face, and then all of a sudden, boom, keep your mask on. I mean, keep your face. Sorry.
Yeah.
You know, hilarious. You know, like, well, what's going on with people, man? And here, I don't know about over there, but here in Australia, we had a thing where if you walked into a restaurant, you had to be wearing one. And then you would walk in and sit down, and you could take it off when you sat down.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to go to the toilet, you had to put it back on and go to the toilet and then come back. It's just like, are you insane?
Yeah, there was a comedian that made a joke about that. In fact, he's like,
Yeah,
go to the. What are you talking about? The
Jim
swimming
Brewer,
pool?
was it?
Yeah, the swimming pool analogy. Jim
I missed
Brewer
that
was
one.
doing great. Yeah, Jim Brewer did a great thing with the Fauci. Like, practice science,
hilarious.
practice science. But
I lost it.
That was great. He's still doing great stuff.
Your heart is to protect your explanation, and you lie until they run out.
Voice of an angel.
Okay. Anyway,
the voice
so
of an angel.
what was it that it was like if you pee in the swimming pool, right? It's like if you pee in the swimming pool, it's okay, you know, as long as you're peeing on one end of the swimming pool, it's okay, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, it's not going to go anywhere. It's just going to stay in that one spot.
It makes no sense. They even had those masks or the diapers for that would open up for people to eat through them. Did you ever see that clip?
Yeah. I can't remember who the
bite.
I can't remember who the expert was, but there was a gentleman who testified in a Congress or something like that, and he was a industrial hygienist, and he was saying that actual aerosol particles in a room can be floating for up to 3 to 4 days. So someone could be breathing in a room, and those same aerosol particles can be floating around for 3 to 4 days in that room, because they're so light they won't just go to the ground. Anything will keep them circulating. So even just wearing one of them anywhere was just ridiculous, because, you know, they could just float around, go completely around the side of it and get straight in, or go in between. You know, like the chain link fence and a mosquito analogy.
Crazy.
So there was just no science behind it at all. It's insane.
Well, it was stupid on purpose. It seems like even Fauci, he would just be like, "Okay, you need 3. No, now you need 2. Now you can wear that, but then you have to, you know, I mean, it just got so ridiculous.
Yeah. Then it became, make sure you know, even a cloth mask is fine. And then eventually came out, no, cloth mask, no good. But you know, now wear this one. You know, it's like, well, wait a minute. What science came out to say that cloth mask or cloth nappies were cloth nappies were no good, and no extra science came out to say that. They just went, they're no good anymore.
I don't think the word mask. I don't think mask is really an issue. I think it's just like the VIR, VA, you know.
Oh, right. Yeah. Cool.
I think it's just the V's that are. I don't know. I guess I don't even know how they're doing their thing, but it just seems like it's likely the trigger words.
It's kind of weird,
and then they review it, you know. So if the words are not in there, then it's just all kind of like we're talking about bananas and Kool-Aid. Is all they hear.
Yeah, cool. If you has anyone here watched Dr. Campbell?
Who?
Dr. Campbell.
Sounds familiar. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he was a gentleman who he took the first bits of Kool-Aid, and he was all for it to start with. But then by around the end of 2021, you could see this transformation of all the actual And he was, I think people were starting to go, here, doctor, check this out. Look at this science. Look at this article. Look at this. And then he started changing his tune, and he was actually doing the right thing. And he was talking to victims, people that had been affected. He was doing that as well, and I think slowly started coming around. And now, like he showed one where it was like 1 in 35 were, getting some serious complications.
Yeah,
And,
I know exactly what you're talking about. That guy, I thought he was a shill at first. I thought he was trying to push it at first, and he was bringing victims
but
out and telling the truth and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really come around, and he's and when that 1 in 35 come out, when he was finishing that particular video, he was just flat out going like, if I knew this, I would have never taken it, and I would have never recommended it to anyone. And he just and he says the V word all the time. Like,
yeah. He stays up
he doesn't
too.
hold. He doesn't hold back. Yeah, he
Nope,
doesn't hold
he
back
doesn't.
anymore.
It's
So
weird that
that's where
he's
I'm
able
just
to
like,
keep his channel up. It's weird that he's keeping his channel up. It's weird, huh?
yeah, it's like they're very selective with who they do and don't allow. I mean, maybe his voice has gotten too big now, and they just can't censor it.
Jimmy Dore is another one that took the V to begin with and got injured, and now he's talking about it.
Yep. Yeah.
Take him down in a different way, like Russell Brand.
Russell
Yeah,
Brand.
well, Russell Brand's an interesting one, isn't he? Whereas like you get the sense that he's clearly some form of controlled opposition. Like you think that he more than likely has to be, but then you wonder whether or not he did break free from that a few years ago, or what's really going on with him.
Sorry, Blaine. Viewed what they're doing to him now.
Yeah,
All
but
the sex
obviously,
abuse allegations and stuff. They're just newspapers in Britain just crucifying him. It's crazy.
yeah, they're really trying to smash him at the moment. But is that to try to give him even more credibility amongst the people, amongst those people that are disregarding everything to do with that, who will be like, oh, that's bullshit. They're just attacking him because of this reason.
Right.
Because it gives him more credibility on that side.
Yeah, it's like Alex Jones getting canceled. It just gives him more credibility. Same with
Yeah, exactly.
Fox News.
But that also, the thing about it is that the thing about all controlled opposition, no matter what, at the end of the day, they do give good information. So it's about sorting the crap from the good,
Yeah.
But Russell Brand is an interesting one, because did he just break free from the whole side of things, and he's come out and he is now legit? I mean, nobody knows, because we can never know what is truly inside someone's heart and what's truly going on. We just don't know. Like, at the end of the day, someone, it's like I was talking to some people the other day, about a week ago, and this person said to me, oh, David Weiss is a shill, he got knighted, blah, blah, blah. And that's what took me down the avenue of finding that Awake Souls guy. Because I'm like, okay, well, I want to see this video of David getting knighted, supposedly. And I looked at it, and I'm like, well, it looks like it just got sprung on him. It looks full of crap. Like, to me, it doesn't look like it's a legit thing. And I actually asked Jaron about it, and Jaron said, oh, it was a joke. It was ridiculous. It's so stupid. But it's like, no matter who you are and what you're saying, someone's going to call you a shill.
Well, as far as I know from those Awake Souls guys, they have called many, many a shill. They are like some of the biggest shill callers. And that's why they create a lot of these dramas with with Jaron and Eric DeBay and these other guys, because they do these whole expose videos and trying to, so they've done a lot of that stuff, trying to kind of stir the pot. And so I'm just saying, as far as I know of those guys' channels, there's a lot of that. So I'm not surprised that you ran into that with them.
It's like even sorry, someone else want to chat, have a go. Oh, I was just going to say, it's like in I'm not sure if it was in Miswits or in Jaronism's chat. Someone, showed something about, everyone in Hollywood being trannies. And I was just like, whoa, show me the evidence. And just because I was going, well, I don't really know. This person goes, oh, you're a shill. And I'm like, Jesus, man, calm down. The second someone disagrees with you, they're a shill. I'm like, just show me the evidence and let me actually look at it, because I don't have the time to go down a 20-hour rabbit hole of looking at that. I'm too busy looking at this avenue and doing all these things. If you have some just flat-out evidence, post it and I'll look at it, and if I agree with it, I'll say thanks for coming. But not instantly you're a shill because you just didn't agree with what they were saying. And I think that's a problem with a lot of the truth movement now. It's like the moment someone disagrees with one point they've got to say, it's just like, oh, well, instantly, you must be controlled opposition. Anyone else notice that?
Oh yeah, I mean the whole shill thing has been the whole shill calling and agents, that's been a part of just in terms of coming to a lot of truths that are going on and then realizing the level of deception. Then yeah, it does kind of imply that there would be some that would be some sort of playing a role for that side, if you will. So yeah, it's always kind of, especially even with that term flat earth, it seems like, shills and agents in a way has always been connected to that. I guess just because the globe is such a big deception that, coming to the realization that it's not a globe essentially even more deeply for many, it seems, validates that there is some kind of cabal or group in that way. There was even someone I was talking to who's very, very mainstream, believes all the mainstream stuff. And I asked them, I was like, so if the Earth absolutely isn't a globe, like it is stationary, has planar geometry, or just going off that it's not a globe, just that alone, in their mind, does that mean that there is a massive cabal? Because right now this person is thinking there's absolutely not. And just from the simple thing of saying that the Earth isn't the globe, they said, yes, that would mean, just like by default, there's got to be some, because, for so many reasons, obviously. They're pushing this globe idea, claiming they have pictures of it. And then that's so linked into the schooling system, the politics, big media. It's all wrapped into all these industries and the big banks, the propaganda, in so many different ways. It's linked in. So I think the whole shill thing is, and there's also the idea that there are some that are actually some sort of operatives as well. But at the same time, it seems like people go perhaps a bit overboard with it, calling everybody a shill and everyone's an agent. It's a little, I think, unrealistic in my viewpoint, my thoughts on it. But yeah, it's been a thing. Eric Dubay kind of kicked it all off, even though he was one of the first bringing content in 2015, but he also was one of the biggest shill callers and in a way kind of stirred that a lot, because he tried calling everyone else shills, of course, everyone that wasn't him basically was a shill. And he had this whole shill hall of fame or whatever he called it, wall of shame or something. So yeah, it's always kind of been.
The interesting thing about Eric Dubay is that doesn't he actually have family that are part of the Freemasons? He's actually even said that himself. I've seen him mention something about some of his family, like his grandpa was quite high up in the Freemasons or something like that. I've seen him talk about it. So it's like, if you're going to go around calling other people shills because of maybe their connection, because this person's Jewish or this person's that, and it's like, well then, why isn't anyone else going to be almost correct in saying that it's a good chance you might be a shill? I'm not saying that he is. I'm just saying that, along those same, it's a logical conclusion to go, well, if you're saying that for those reasons those people are, well, then it's pretty easy to now turn around and say for those reasons you are.
Hey, by the way, I just put a link for this, for the latest Jimmy Dore that I clicked on earlier. And he's talking about that guy Klaus Schwab that said, you will own nothing and like it.
Right? That guy is he's an operative. He's a shill.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a real shill.
But what he says is crazy.
Hey, guys, Klaus Schwab's my uncle. Stop it. He's a good guy.
He says, "You look at what's happening." He says, "Look what's happening in the United States. You have this anti-system movement we are seeing as a revolution against the system. We see certain elements of this now in the new U.S. administration, and there's a picture of Trump. Like he's already assuming Trump's going to be the new administration, and he's saying there's an anti-system movement. It's like they have to have the enemy to attack the enemy, I guess. So he's bolstering up who the enemy is. I guess that's us, and whoever else, maybe the QAnon people or whatever. But it's interesting. He's seeing it as a threat.
Go the QAnons. What's everyone's what's the general consensus opinion on the QAnon stuff here?
There's a lot of truth to it, but there's a lot of falsehood. It's a a honeypot, obviously, but I think there's a lot of what otherwise you don't want.
I've always just gone by the thing of like, well, if you want to give people information, just give them the damn information. Don't sit there and be, what's the word for it, cryptic about it, and make everyone go into this rabbit hole and that rabbit hole and try and look for this and that and talk in riddles. Like, just tell people what's going on. So that's what made me just be like that.
But Trump played into it. He was doing things. Trump was doing things that was confirming that, he was playing into it. He was a part of it. Trump was like, there was a whole thing about him, like, saying a certain thing when the Easter Bunny came out, and he said exactly what they said he was going to say. And then, there was a whole weird thing when that whole last election happened, when it was like leading up to it. It was all orchestrated, and a lot of it was definitely meant to lead people into this, what happened. And what happened was, in my opinion, completely a staged thing. I mean, there was real people there that were actually doing something they thought was like, revolutionary or patriotic, but there was agent provocateurs throughout the whole thing. The woman that they say got didn't even get shot. I got a lot of screenshots because I was watching it live with the cameras that were kind of, a little bit off mainstream, and that was all fake. There's a great video you should check out if anyone's ever seen everything wrong with the Capitol riots in 20 minutes. It's on BitChute. Very staged, and then that's been the whole thing that they've been trying to prosecute him for this whole time. It's so funny what a act this all is. With him not being president and probably being president again coming up here pretty soon. The shit's gonna really hit the fan when that happens.
You think they're gonna put him back in?
I think, yeah, because if it's scripted, then why wouldn't they, right?
What is that? Isn't there in the Illuminati card deck? Isn't there a Trump card or something? Isn't there a Trump card?
Yeah, right. It's the final card. It's the final card, the Trump card. You've got to play the Trump card again. Why would they miss out on that opportunity, right? I mean, if he wasn't, I might doubt it more if he wasn't like the leading candidate at this point.
I don't follow all of it. Is he? Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They had like the Republican debates. The first one, he didn't even show up. He's like, he didn't even bother to show up for the first one. It was like everyone was, and then they even questioned all the people that were running. Would they support Trump if he was the candidate again? And like all but one raised their hand. It was like they were auditioning for the vice president spot, basically.
So then in terms of like the PSYOP part of it all, do you think that the Biden thing was kind of to get people frustrated that we have this sort of, old man that seems mentally confused and lost, and he just sort of has no spirit and no, I mean, I don't even think any of it is even.
Yeah, it's not real.
Yeah, it's all
it's a 3-act play, if it's a 3-act play, Trump being president the first time is the first act. The second act was the downfall with, him supposedly not winning and the downfall of the economy. And then the third act would be him coming back to supposedly save the day. Now they could turn it around us again and like have him become president, and then everything really collapses and then blame it all on him. And that'd be the end of nationalism as we know it, basically.
That's probably more than likely what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I don't even know how anyone's still backing him personally. I mean, obviously he's a better option than Biden, but at the end of the day, I mean, he 100% claims that the V was his baby and that it's perfectly safe and everyone should take it. And just think, what did he run on? He ran on lock her up, lock her up, lock her up, and then once he was in at the inauguration dinner or whatever, he goes, "Oh, I love the Clintons. They're the best ever. They're my best friends."
Mm-hmm.
You're like, what? What are you talking about?
Right.
You were screaming lock her up, and now she's your best friend? Go screw yourself.
Yeah.
Why does anyone even believe anything that comes out of his mouth?
Well, that's the thing. He'll tell you not to. He'll say, "Don't believe anything." He could stand up. The character that he is, that they've created, that they scripted for him to be, whatever it is, right? It's amazing that he could say like a contradictory statement in one sentence and get away with it. Have people cheering for him, and then his delivery is just so fucking funny. And he could probably tell you, don't trust anything that comes out of my mouth. I'm just an actor. Everything's staged and everything I say is scripted, and people cheer him on still. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
It's like the thing that gets me is just why does anyone have any faith in politics at all? No matter who's in there, it doesn't matter, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Like it, and it means nothing who's in power because they're not controlling anything.
Because people need to feel like they've got a say.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, people need to feel that way, but it's like, and then you've got down that other avenue of it's like where some people are like, well, if I don't vote and I don't put someone in, all those other people are going to vote and they're going to put in the person that I don't want. And it's like, yeah, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who gets in there. They're still going to go down the same avenue. The military-industrial complex is still going to have all their wars. The medical-industrial complex is still going to do what they want to do to you. All the lobbyists are still going to do what they want to do. And the government's just going to sit there with their hands tied behind their back and a paddle smacking them on the butt, doing what they're told, with the apple in the mouth,
I think it's kind of fun to try to speculate about what they're going to do, like how, not that I think it's real or not, but how are they going to play this out is the fun part about it. And it might even benefit you to figure out if they're going to do a certain thing, because then you could avoid a certain thing, maybe,
Yeah, it's politics, man. It's just, and people are just so into it, There's still, no matter what, even though there was some of those rallies where Trump was like, and mentioned the vaccine. Oh, sorry, mentioned the V, and he's just like, oh yeah, it's fantastic, it's the best thing I've ever done, and everyone's like, and he's like, what?
He gets a lot of booze on that. He gets a lot of booze, but he did come out recently and say that if there was any kind of requirement for the face diaper, when he becomes president, he's going to fine any company that tries to make their employees put a diaper on their face.
Yeah, I guess that's just kind of like a part of the controlled opposition type thing in a way, isn't it? Where it's like,
he defines that. He defines controlled opposition. He is like the definition of controlled opposition. Amazing.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, though, in terms of the psyop part of him and all that, it is weirdly effective. Like his whole thing, people like his attitude. He's real, he's got that cocky attitude, and he is somewhat charismatic. I mean, I haven't listened to him talk. I don't listen to him talk much ever. In fact, when he was president, I purposely never watched anything he did because that's what I do. I basically just within myself, I just rebel against this whole president pageantry thing. I mean, I don't watch the news anyways, but I'm just saying I try to make it a goal to listen to the president speak as little as possible the whole time the president. I'm doing pretty good on Biden. I don't think I've heard Biden speak in years, probably. Not even a word. Not even a beat.
I haven't either. But
you're missing out on comedy gold.
He's the polar opposite of Trump. He didn't even campaign, by the way. He never even campaigned, not once. You never saw one rally where people were cheering him on before he supposedly got all those votes. We're not supposed to even talk about the votes, but you know what I'm saying? Like it was obviously scripted, and there's no way he got more of the count than any other person that ever ran. And then Trump is the exact. I mean, literally, he can talk off the cuff and say, and he knows shit. He's definitely an intelligent person. And I don't even think Biden is the person that we knew as Biden, obviously, either. But
I was just waiting for you to stop, and I was going to jump in and go, we all know that's not even Biden.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way. Have you seen the things where like the ears are 100% different? Your ears don't change.
Yeah,
like you've got an earlobe and then you don't have an earlobe. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, which body double?
Right? Yeah, which one? Like it's crazy. Did you see the one where he was meant to be at some dinner thing, and literally they saw the little cue card on there. Don't sit at this person's thing. Don't do this. Say hello to this. This knife is for this, and it had like a cue card telling him everything that it was actually meant to do and what he shouldn't do.
You see, I think they do that on purpose too. I think they know that there's people out there suspecting. I think that earlobe thing might even be on purpose. I think all of it is just a show to gaslight people. All of it, even the cue card being shown, is part of the gaslighting.
Yeah, yeah. And what was it the other day? It was a couple of weeks ago or something where he did some presentation for some military guy or whatever, and he hadn't even really done anything. He just walked out. Did you see that one? He said something and then just walked off. He didn't actually even give the guy the medal or the award or whatever. He stood up and he said some stuff on the podium and then just walked out.
You know, he's
They're just standing there going, "What the hell?"
he's going back there probably laughing his ass off because it's all even that's probably scripted, right?
Probably.
You know,
Have you heard of Richard Medhurst?
no.
Okay, he does some really good stuff as far as like war and politic type stuff. But he's a really intelligent lad. He speaks 4 or 5 languages. He himself is part Israeli and part Palestinian. That's his Iranian, sorry, part Palestinian. And he's got a little part where he does literally, he plays this thing which is an A to Z of stupid things that Biden has said, and literally every single letter throughout the alphabet, there's something that Biden has just said something completely ridiculous and off the cuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's pretty funny.
I think they scripted even like all the tweets that Trump was sending when he was president. I think those are all definitely planned. There was that Kafafi thing, you know, and then it turned out to be some kind of like mystic god of some sort or some kind of occult type figure. I think it's all very, very well scripted. And I mean, what a better way to convince people that to make people not realize that there's brilliance that are intricately planning everything. They make everyone believe that idiots run the world, and then we can just blame everything on them.
Yeah, well, that's where people just sort of what's the saying? Better be thought of as incompetent than what's the other part to it? Oh, my brain's fried. You know, it's like, you know, they don't want you to think that it's nefarious. They just want you to think they're all stupid.
Right. Yeah, that's the formula that works.
Yeah. Sorry, there's a saying for it: better to be thought of as incompetent than something else. But the next part of it's not getting out of my brain.
Right. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I always think of the Machiavellian quote or Machiavelli quote, where it's like, why force people to do anything when you could coerce them to do it?
Yeah, or make them think that they're doing it. Or give them, convince them that it was their idea.
Exactly. Yep.
You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Make
what
people think it was their idea, and they'll just happily line up and do whatever they want. Do whatever you want.
And make the
other part is just
make the truth so completely ridiculous and outlandish that any man that realizes that it's the case will be paralyzed at the thought or something like that. That's true.
Yep.
Make the lie as big as possible, and you're just paralyzed at the thought that even could be the case. And if idiots run the world, how could that be the case? That's always the excuse. Idiots run the world. They're not that smart. I don't give them enough credit. Idiots are running the world. There's no way it's that intricate. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I just got to jump on mute for a second.
Yeah, if Trump gets back in office, they're going to use that. I mean, George Floyd riots times 10, I imagine. But all orchestrated, of course.
Yeah, definitely. It's the same as the whole inauguration stuff, you know. I mean, there were clearly agent provocateurs in there. There were FBI agents. There was one of the main guys who instigated everyone to go in there was screaming out in Russian, but he's actually a part of Azov. He's part of the Ukrainian army in Azov. You know, I can't remember his name, but it's clear, like the guy from The Last American Vagabond's been right through it and shown you all the documentation, showing you him in pictures with Azov, like the whole bit. But he was screaming out in Russian, you know, let's do this, and he kept speaking in Russian, but he's not Russian, he's Ukrainian.
I'm in
so
the
whole
garage
thing was
now.
set up.
I'm probably roboting, so I'm in my garage, but I'm listening.
Yeah, I can't really get it out enough. It's been a while since I listened to that and soaked in that information. But yeah, like the whole inauguration thing was just crazy. As far as that's concerned. And when it comes to the agent provocateurs, there was one guy, I can't remember his name. He was dressed in red, and he kept going, "Oh, let's go to the Capitol! Let's go to the Capitol!" And there were a bunch of people just standing around going, "Agent, agent, agent!" Just screaming out, pointing at him. So there were plenty of people around who knew, but obviously, there was more than enough to go through. I think there was another lad who was a part of not what's the Antifa. There was another guy who was a part of Antifa, and he was basically inciting people to go into the Capitol. And then afterwards, when they got them doing it, he was on some call going, "Yeah, I can't believe it's hilarious how we made them go in there and do this." So, all the information's there, and it's just been completely ignored. I gotta go on mute again. Someone else take over. Hey, folks, everyone's gone. No one's around. Everyone's bailed out for a bit. Hear people clicking in and out. No one's got anything to say. I'm just here. Anyone in the YouTube chat still commenting? See, there's a comment from someone named Emma saying that the moderators will just let the men chat away and do what they want and waffle on and cut off the women. But I don't think that she was cut off because of that she was a woman. She was cut off because she was talking about some things that they didn't really want mentioned on the server. So I think you need to chill out. It's not about male or female. She had a lot of opportunity to say a lot of things. I don't think she was cut off because she's a woman. That's just...
Right. Well, I mean, actually, she was muted for hot micing, so she was like that. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I just see someone in the comments there, saying, "Oh, you let the men waffle on, and the moment a woman starts talking, and it's goes, oh my god, get away from your sexist bullshit." It had nothing to do with her being a woman. I mean, she was talking for 5 minutes straight.
Yeah, and women talk here every day. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
And they talk a lot. Am I right, guys?
They do.
I'm just
In fact, they do.
What's up?
What do they say? On average, a woman says something like 10,000 words a day, and a man says about 3. Something ridiculous like that.
Really?
Yeah, it's something crazy. Like the ratio of the amount of words that a woman says compared to a man a day is like 4-fold. It's
Is
insane.
it on average? That's interesting.
Yeah, on average, women talk a lot more.
Well, a lot of men talk quite a bit too, though. But yeah, so I mean, there's obviously going to be outside of the norms, but I guess that wouldn't surprise me. Maybe if in total women talk more than men, maybe like more, just in some way, like the women tend to be more relational, perhaps overall, and therefore, in a sense, whereas men,
I think
these are very broad generalizations, but in general, men tend to be more kind of independent and focused in a sense. Maybe huge generalizations, but yeah.
It is a big generalization, but I think the general thought pattern behind it would be that traditionally in a tribe type scenario, the women were together and they needed to be more, in unity with each other. So there was a lot more communication, whereas the men tended to be off hunting and had to shut the fuck up. Right? So you were in there, just doing your own little thing, or in a small group of men out doing something, and you had to be quiet. You had to be focused and concentrated and quiet, whereas the women had to build community amongst each other and keep everything running.
Yeah, and maybe caring for the children.
Yeah,
around,
that's right.
around the camp, and be nourishing and supportive in those ways. So having more of that relational. That's interesting. Yeah, the men are out hunting, kind of being quiet behind a tree, and trying to bring home food. That's in that way. That's interesting.
Yeah, or we were just busy off training and learning how to fight and protect everyone and do that kind of stuff. So there's not a lot of talking going on while you're doing that. It's just being active and moving around and getting punched in the face or attacked with a fake sword. Not a lot of talk going on. That's what men tend to do. And again, it's a generalization because there's plenty of women who are also like this, but men can focus and fixate on one particular thing, and they generally don't go off and talk about it. They just do it. It's like I did security for years, and I was happy to just be standing on a door on my own, not talking to anyone, just being in my own head, thinking my own thoughts. But a lot of women can't handle that kind of thing, and once again, that's a generalization. Not all. It's not all. Don't attack. I'm not saying all women are the same and all men are the same. But you tend to find that men are a lot happier to just be inside their own heads and be more secluded.
If I was a security guard, I would be thinking about getting attacked all the time. I think it'd be a lot of scenarios in my head. Like, what if there was 3 people? What if they had bats?
Yeah, you tend to play that out during your training. So I've done Wing Chun for 30 years and dabbled in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai and stick fighting and different styles of Kung Fu, Tai Chi. Dabbled in many different things over the years, but my main specialty was Wing Chun, and then just trained with friends in the other arts. And so I guess you get all that in your training, depending on what you're doing and how you're doing it. And then you get plenty of time to, muck around and do what you need to do when the time comes. But 90% of, probably even 95% of doing security work is standing around doing nothing, talking to girls, talking to the other guys, and then 5 to 10% of it could be some of the most dangerous moments of your life. But in general, you're just chilling out, looking at hot girls.
Now, I can't tell by your accent. Are you Australian or from the other place?
Yeah, I'm Australian.
Okay.
And even here in Australia, I get told that I have an accent from somewhere else. People go, "Where you from?" And I'm like, "From Australia." They're like, "What? You sound like British or some shit, some other accent." And I'm like, "Really? I've lived in Australia my entire life, so I have no idea." The problem is I'm just not talking like this, mate. If I talked a little bit more like this, you might fucking understand me. You might realise I was Australian.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, the Queenslanders have a very strong accent. So do the people from Northern Territory. They've got a pretty strong Australian accent. I remember when I lived in Cairns for a year, and the very first thing that when I got off the plane and I caught up with these people that I knew, and then I was walking out of the airport, the first thing that I really heard come out of a woman's voice, a woman's mouth, was, "Oh, fucking mongrel of a day, isn't it, eh?" And I was like, holy shit, what the hell's going on in this place?
I met some Australians in Bali, Indonesia. They were a rowdy bunch.
Yeah, we're all mad fuckers. Yeah, the type that are just always going to Bali and stuff, you know, they're not really my people. Just too busy getting drunk and just, you know, behaving badly. It's not sort of the thing that I would endorse.
Right, I caught a plane from Kuala Lumpur to Melbourne, right? And when we got on a KL, there were 300 drunk English wankers on the plane. And we dropped in at Denpasar on the way down. And they all got off, and I thought, thank God, now I'll get some sleep. And then 300 drunk Australian wankers got on the plane. And the flight was miserable the rest of the way home.
Oh, that's horrible. That is horrible. Yeah, because the English are the same. They're no different. I remember years ago I was told... Sorry, go.
No, I was going to say, we just swapped out one lot of idiots for another lot of idiots.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. I remember a friend of mine had been to Germany, and he went to this bar over in Germany, and the Germans are pretty bad for getting drunk and stuff as well. And he was like, there was actually a section in this bar that was specifically for Australians. They had to go over there in that section of the bar because they were well known for just pissing on the bar. So it was like you had to just be separated from everyone else. I'm like, wow, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. But yeah, that's pretty intense.
I heard I was back in the 90s, I reckon, I heard that at Oktoberfest in Germany, that more Australians get arrested every year than any other nationality.
Oh, God, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
I know, that's really a proud statistic for us.
Proud as he, we're number one. We're number one. Yeah.
We're good at something.
Yeah. Good at acting like drunk assholes.
No, you guys are good at a lot of things. You brought a love for nature and wildlife and a respect for crocodiles to the entire United States. I don't think you understand how intense that is. You guys, like every Australian, just probably knows a lot more about the wild, the bush. You guys go on walkabouts.
You're talking about good old Steve Irwin from back in the day?
God rest his soul. Peace be upon him, Steve Irwin.
He was a legend. He was an absolute legend. I love that guy. It was not that I ever gave a crap about Princess Diana, but there was only ever been two people of celebrity type status who died that ever actually made me go, oh shit, really? And that was Princess Diana, but that was only because she was in the news or on TV 24/7 all the time here in Australia. There was always something about her. So it's not like I was mourning her death. I was just like, oh shit, wow. And then also Steve Irwin, because he was just such a character, you know, like he was just so alive and just so full on, and everything about him was just intense. And then hearing that he died in the way that he died.
The way he died, man, it's like less chance of that than winning Powerball, you know, but it got him.
Oh, man, that was sad, you know, that was sad. I was actually upset about that. I'm like, damn, poor guy, what the hell? Felt sorry for his family, everything. It's weird, like, you know, when you think of all the things that you could be upset of, all the people or anything, it was just those, for me, it's been those two. No one else has shocked me in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of someone off the top of my head. But... No.
So, what part of Australia are you from?
Good old Adelaide, mate.
Oh, you're in Adelaide?
I am.
Well, thanks for coming. Same here.
Where are you?
You should come down to Grange and help me out with some filming sometime.
Down to it, Grange.
Yeah.
You're great, mate. I'm going to drive past Grange in about 5 minutes. I'm on Clark Terrace at Seaton right now.
All right. I just pulled up. I'm about to get out and take my camera down and go do some filming.
You guys are using all this bandwidth to send your voices from Australia all the way to the United States and then all the way back. And you guys could probably scream out your window and hear each other. You're that close. It's
I cannot believe that in 8 billion people, there's 2 people that are currently 5 kilometres from one another in Adelaide, Australia, that are talking through your Discord.
I heard some random Discord.
Yeah.
I'm
weirdo
down here
flat
literally
earthers,
I'm down here literally every day. So if you ever want to come down and grab a camera and do some filming or whatever, come and say good day. You're more than welcome to. I'm
What do you
here.
do? Are you just filming sunsets, or what do you do?
Filming sunsets, so I come down and film the ships, film the land. I go down onto the beach of Grange and then film the land, go onto the jetty, film the land, film the ships, whatever, do the sunsets.
Yeah, right.
So I've got a goal of catching 300 sunsets in a year. So that's just like a little personal goal that I've set myself. So I'm getting there. I think I only just started this goal probably around April, and since April I probably only haven't filmed for 10 days, maybe 15 days.
Wow.
Yeah. So some of those days because it was raining, and then others just because I was, doing other things. Just wasn't possible.
So what's the purpose? Do you have a goal in mind, or is it just something that you just want to do it for the sake of it, or what?
My goal is data collection. Hold on a second, I've got to go back.
The headphones because I just disconnected it. So 1 second. Wide headset. You got me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, cool. No, I'm just checking whether it was back through the headphones or not. My whole goal is just data collection as far as, when it comes to ships and land and everything around. Just filming as much as I possibly can so I can get as much data as I possibly can so I can, help the community out in the only way that I personally can, which is getting out there and showing that the horizon's got nothing to do with Earth curve. The reason that ships are below the horizon has nothing to do with Earth curve. That's my goal. And I'm well on the way to doing that.
If you're into filming and photography and stuff, I previously had a buddy of mine over at Port Vincent who had like a snack bar on the foreshore there, and he said that if you looked across like on a calm night, you can see the lights of Adelaide. It's like 44 miles or 47 miles or something across, and he said you can see the lights at Outer Harbour of the cranes unloading the container vessels. And so you probably can't, I don't know if you can see Port Vincent from here because it's such a tiny town, but if you're up for a 2-hour drive.
I've actually you mean across the bay?
It's literally straight across the Gulf. Yeah, like straight. Almost, you get a map almost directly across.
Yeah, I've time lapsed at night time. I've time lapsed the lights over before, and it's 39 miles each, so we're looking at about 50 k's or something.
Yeah, I reckon it's like 40 odd miles. Like it's a hell of a. There should be a big hump of Earth curve there.
Oh, yeah, no, it's 39. Because I worked it out. I think it's 39.4 or something like that. I filmed everything. The highest point over there is 28 meters. It's something like 40, 50 meters.
Yeah, bro, your audio's gone to shit. I don't know why.
Oh, you can't. My audio's not crappy, are they?
Yeah, it's kind of, you're not roboting, but it's really kind of coming in and out. It's a bit scratchy.
The wind and stuff might get in, so I might just jump off and just start listening in.
Gee, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
So what time have you got at the moment? What time of the day?
It is 12:40
In the evening or in the morning?
in the evening. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I got a serious question for you, all right? When do you sleep? Every time I'm on here, it doesn't matter what time of the day or the night, you are just on point all the time. Do you sleep or?
Yeah, I'm gonna head.
How does that work?
Yeah, I'm gonna head to bed soon. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah. The thing is, I usually just leave my account in here. So even though my account is in the channel, I'm not always like actually at my mic, but I do tend to usually just leave the account in. But yeah, I'm gonna head to bed soon.
Yeah, and look, it may just be a coincidence that my day is your night and my night is your day or something. But it just like I can't recall the last time I was on here and you weren't like actively on here saying something every now and again. Yeah, I've got to ask this guy, when does he sleep? You're not an insomniac or a rampant night owl or anything like that. You do keep regular hours.
Well, I do tend to sometimes stay up a bit late. Yeah, not every night, but sometimes I will. Yeah, somewhat of a night owl, but yeah, I'll probably be heading to bed soon. Some nights I go to bed earlier. Some nights I also do like. Have you ever heard of doing like almost like intermittent sleeping in a sense? So there's where you can like go to bed really early, for example, at like 8 p.m. Let's say when the sun goes down, and sleep for 4 or 5 hours, and then wake up at 1 a.m. or so, stay up for maybe 2-3 hours, and then go back to sleep. And I've actually I don't do that regularly or anything, but I have done that at times. But there's actually like claims that that's actually how we used to sleep. That that's actually more like in the rhythm. That way you get some of those night hours. It's like you get to bed right when the sun goes down, so you get that, and then you get some sleep there, and then if you're up for a little bit during the night, then you kind of have that, because there is kind of a different energy in the night, kind of a different creative energy. And
100%. Yeah. I was just going to say, like, I wonder if that messes with your circadian rhythm, but maybe, as you say, maybe that's how we used to be. Get up, maybe they got up and went hunting, or way back when, or yeah, who knows?
Yeah. Because if you didn't have lights, then it's like it's a lot of sundown time. It's like
Yeah.
unless you're going to sleep for 12 hours a day. But yeah, we do tend to run into each other when we're both on here. So I'm definitely not really even on all day. I mean, yeah, definitely like not when I'm sleeping, and then even although I am listening for a lot of the day though. Yeah, so I'm always kind of listening, but I'm not always active.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it may just be happenstance that, our routines kind of collide, but it's just strange. Yeah, you're on the other side of the world, and yet you are just always seem to be on when I'm on. So
What time is it there now?
about 5:15 in the afternoon.
Yeah. You haven't heard from Bandsaw or anything, have you?
No, man, I haven't. Like, I just literally nobody has. So I don't know if he just gave up on Discord, or maybe he moved away, or I know I've got his address. I could want. It's not that far from me. It's about 50 miles, but it's not a convenient 50 miles. Like it's in a direction that I never go in. So I could, go down there and just knock on his door and make sure he's okay. But at the same time, I don't want to be intrusive if he doesn't want to be bothered. So yeah, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And if he's not, let's see if he's okay. I mean, what am I going to do if he's not? So I just hope he's just such a good fellow.
Yeah. Shout out to Bandsaw. Yeah, we miss him.
Yeah. But no, not a. I did hear he went to America. Somebody told me that I'm pretty sure they said he went to America. And I know him and Aaron were in contact to some extent, outside of here. So I don't know whether he went over there and visited with him, or in Texas, or what happened. But I don't even remember who told me that. But pretty sure that was a story that I was told.
Huh? You mean like since he's kind of been on a hiatus? You mean?
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to remember. It was a little while ago, so I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't still be there. But somebody said to me, because I went through a patch where I tried to catch up with, some people that I hadn't heard for a while. Paige was another one. I reached out to a few, but somebody said to me something about Banswell went to America, but as I say, I assume he didn't go there for 12 months. So no doubt he'd be back by now.
Yeah, but remember, like when we were hanging out on Brandon's server. Do you remember when Bandsaw kind of vanished and then he was gone for so long and just no word from him at all? And remember that where we were having a similar talk, almost like we are now. Like, hey, has anyone heard from Bandsaw? Hope he's okay. And thinking about him and everything. And then when he came back, it was just like he was back. Just boom, and he was,
just out of nowhere. Yeah. I'd sent him in that time he was away, Gio. I'd sent him, honestly, like, I reckon 6 DMs, just like, bro, just give us a wave, let us know you're all right, and got nothing. Like it's like he literally just turned Discord off for 6 months or 8 months and didn't turn it back on again.
Yeah,
and then as you said, he just turned up and just picked up where he left off.
Yeah. Well, in this case, when he, I guess it's been about a year now, huh? That was probably about last September.
I would say so. Yeah.
But he had informed me that there was something, kind of in his personal life that he needed to attend to in that way, just with. So he did kind of let me know that he'd be taking a hiatus, but I didn't know it'd be this long. That's for sure. And then I think I have sent him a DM or two. Hey, I hope you're doing well, and haven't heard since then. But he did let me know at that time that he'd be kind of taking a hiatus, and there, in that sense. So
yeah, I reckon I just sent him a wave. I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago. Just, hey, buddy, hope you're going okay. But yeah, I didn't get a reply. So
Well, also, you remember Pseudo? You know, her account on here. Yeah, you know, his partner, or you know, so yeah, she. I had reached. Yeah, I remember the first time when he back on Brandon's. I had reached out to her, and then she did get back to me, and you know, so that's maybe I could shoot her a message actually, see if she responds.
yeah,
Because
you know, just hope everything's good with him. You know, it's like I just hope he's out fishing and having a good time.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, people do seem to have different kind of patterns with, you know, these just discussions and communities. You know, yeah, some people do take breaks or hiatuses or different kind of patterns like that. So yeah, you know, maybe kind of his. But like you said, it is almost like he just turns Discord off entirely or something. Yeah, because during the times where he's been away, I've never been able to get a response from him in the DMs.
Yeah, one was saying to me, yeah, you know, hiatus. So have you heard from Bansor? Like every now and again, he would message me to see if anybody had heard from him. So it's literally like he's dropped out of contact with the whole community.
Yeah. Well, it is an interesting kind of polarity because when he's here, he's very active. You know, I mean, man, when he was here like daily, wow, he was so just fun, and we were kind of on a cycle, you know, where when Bandsaw would come on, and then you know, I'd usually be heading to bed, and the Bandsaw. Well, I mean, Bandsaw, him and I would overlap for a bit, and then I would head to bed, and then he would kind of carry it, you know. And for those, I guess that's sort of like the Australian evening time, because if you're saying it's about 5, you know, 5 to 6 there, it's sort of 1 a.m. my time. So as things are kind of winding up, plus I'm on the West Coast of the United States, so 1 a.m. my time is 4 a.m. for the East Coast. So Bandsaw would kind of cover through the night with some of the Australians and folks that would be on during this time, and then kind of picking up. Jeremy's usually up early on the East Coast time, and so yeah, it's a real good cycle. And like, yeah, he was, you know, virtually daily, and he's so it's just so he's just such a positive energy, and there's so much great conversation. So yeah, we do miss him for sure.
This point of life, just enjoy the guy. You know, he's just good fun.
So are you excited to be heading into summer there?
And you know, to be honest, it's spring has really kind of sprung early. It's the warmest start, or the just the generally nicest weather, warmest start to spring I reckon we've had in 10 years. It's not a lot of rain, a lot of blue sky. Temperatures a bit above average. It's it's fabulous. So hope it continues for the next 7 or 8 months. It'll be great.
Nice. Yeah, we're still kind of having sort of feels like an extended summer, but it's still pretty warm. But I can feel it starting to. Like I had to turn the heat on today, probably the first time, just a little bit of heat. So yeah, it's going to start to turn.
Yeah, and the days get shorter. And suddenly it's dark when you wake up, and yeah. I don't enjoy winter, so I'm happy to see the back end of it. I mean, in California, we've probably got pretty similar climates anyway, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm in Northern California. So I think what am I, around somewhere in the upper 30s in terms of latitude, 38, 39, I think.
Yeah. I don't know where I am. I know I was in Sacramento once, and it just felt like here. Like it's weird to describe. Everything about it just felt like I was here at home. The air's got like a feel to it, and I don't know if it's a smell or I don't know what it was, but I said to my buddy that I was with, I said, "Man, this feels like we're at home." So maybe it is a similar sort of latitude, or I don't know. But it's funny, like in San Francisco, it didn't feel the same. So I don't know if there's an elevation difference or what it is, but it didn't have the same feel.
Yeah, it is different down on the coast in San Francisco versus Sacramento. Yeah, there's a different weather. Well, it says Adelaide is 35 south, and then Sacramento is like 38. So yeah, it's fairly close.
That's pretty close.
San Francisco's like 37. So yeah, it's all right around there.
Yeah, they say maybe. Well, I'm on the coast here, but obviously the San Francisco's on the coast of just an open ocean, whereas we're on a fairly protected Gulf. But it just, I don't even know how to describe it. Yeah, I was only there for a day, but I just thought, and it could have just been a weird weather event, but it just felt really like being here. Maybe the elevation's similar. I don't know, but
yeah, that's interesting.
So you're a bit further south than that? Said you're around 35, so a little bit below that sort of zone.
Well, I was saying Adelaide's 35. I think you're at 35. I'm.
Okay.
I think I'm more like 38, 39. A little bit of north of San Francisco a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no wildfires here so far. Amazing. I mean, last few years at this time, the thing is it can change at any minute, though. I can say that now, and, a week from now, there can be directed energy weapon blastings everywhere, and the whole place could be, power outages, evacuation, smoke. I mean, it's amazing. But at least so far, it's been pretty wildfire free up here. I guess maybe they took all their juice of their machine. They used it all up in Maui.
Yeah. They've got it on recharge at the moment.
Right, they're recharging the batteries. They use
It's
it all
wild
up.
because they only use solar power. They only use solar panels because it's good for the environment.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, we're saying that a little bit laughing, but I mean, at the same time, it's tragic as well. But yeah, I mean, I do often think that whoever these guys are. They don't have. They may have they may have indefinite resources in terms of money that they can spend, but there's only a certain amount of people they have really working on their things, you know. And it did seem like that Maui one was a huge project, you know. If you think about all the coordination, I mean, I don't know what your viewpoint on it is, you know, in all its ways, but I mean, if one were to view that as a whole sort of operation of sorts, then that's going to take your whole team, it seems, or at least a good part of your team to manage it, and all the media coverage and all of the cover-ups and God knows what else they're doing. So yeah, maybe they really sort of, you know, their resources, at least for that part of it, they may have a lot of money resources, but the resources in terms of that part of it might be, you know, somewhat limited until they do have to only focus on certain areas.
Yeah, look, I've disengaged from media to the point. Honestly, I don't know anything about that Maui situation other than the fact that there was one, but I don't know the extent of the damage. I don't know the nature of it. I don't know the human toll or the properties. I know nothing about it, mate. So, yeah, obviously it was significant the way you're talking, but yeah, I can't even comment because I'm completely ignorant.
Yeah. Yeah, from what I saw, it seemed like a lot of destruction.
And it's bizarre. Like the thing that struck me is in my, you know, if you say the word Hawaii or Maui to me, it instantly conjures up an image of this kind of lush tropical paradise. And when I heard that there were wildfires there, I'm thinking, I didn't think tropical forest burnt. You know, like you don't picture rainforest or palm trees burning the way, you know, bushland or gum tree. I hear gum trees have got a lot of oil in them. Yeah, so it really, I was just having trouble wrapping my head around the fact that Hawaii was on fire, other than from a volcano, of course.
Yeah, I mean, what they called it, like a tornado fire or a hurricane fire. So there was a hurricane apparently that was off the coast. So there were these high winds, and there was a hurricane right off the coast there. And then, you know, they claim, I guess the official story is, you know, power lines just, you know, set everything on fire. But so yeah, it wasn't quite a forest fire in that sense. I guess I think they called it like a hurricane fire or something, sort of like a new category of, you know, climate change effects or something.
Yeah.
Where this, you know, this hurricane can just knock over all the telephone poles, and all of a sudden the whole place is selectively.
Everything just bursts into flames. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a novel idea anyway. So are you in where you are? Like, are you in a fire zone? Is it if there are fires up around your area, are you personally sort of at risk with that, or are you know, a bit more suburban and not so under threat?
Well, the actual area I'm in is probably not as likely to be in, you know, in that way. But yeah, I mean, no, I definitely am in an area that could be. I mean, actually, there was a small fire. There was a couple. There's been some small ones, and I think about a month ago there was one that was actually fairly close to where I'm at. Like 2 zones away from me had to evacuate. Wasn't really that close to me, and they got control of it quickly. But I mean, it was like only 2 zones away that evacuated. So yeah, no, I definitely am in an area that, you know, technically could be evacuated, but at the same time, it's hard to say. It seems like the big destruction zones are usually like away from, like more kind of out in the, well, like Paradise, like that one, Paradise, California. But it seems like the bigger destruction ones are usually a little bit more remote, maybe in some way. I'm not sure, but yeah. So maybe I'm not as much, but yeah, it could be possible because this area could be a target.
Yeah. So where I am, like all on the eastern side of Adelaide, there's you know, like a very, very small. I won't call it a mountain range, but a range of, you know, reasonable size hills. I think the highest one's about 2,500 feet or 3,000 feet or something. But so where I live is like along that whole hills face zone is very high fire risk. and I'm only, from that hill zone, I'm only probably 6 or 7, 5 miles, say, but it's 5 miles of suburbia between me and the danger. So, the chance of us ever being, even though we're relatively close to the fire zone, I don't ever imagine that it would present a threat to us. Because we have some pretty bad fires here too, as you no doubt are aware.
Yeah, I had heard of some of those as well. Yeah, I mean, were those this sort of directed energy weapon ones, or do you, same
My
type one?
My brother-in-law lives up in the hills, and he 3 or 4 years ago we had a fairly bad one go through, and it was racing towards his house, and I think it got to within a mile and a half, or a mile or so. But then, luckily for him, the wind changed direction, and it kind of blew back on itself, and he escaped without any damage. But it was pretty devastating for a whole lot of other towns up in that area that lost a lot of property and livestock and vineyards and just a whole raft of devastation.
Well, apparently there's been more fires like across the earth in the last month or two, and then I guess statistically there's like a lot more fires, so seems like it's kind of a higher wave of fires going around at this time than other times. I saw this little short video where it was just showing like on a website that shows all the current fires, and it was just statistically much higher than normal.
And why would that be? Like that, isn't that? Well, it's not like there's more people, or there's more people having more barbecues, or strange that you would get a spike like that. You kind of expect that statistic to remain relatively constant, I would have thought.
Yeah, and of course they're going to say climate change.
Yeah. Yeah, and how could you or I even verify whether that statistic is real? Just create a number and then create a cause for the number.
Yeah, I mean, this is speculative, of course, in terms of if they're using a sort of directed energy weapon thing, but it almost seems to me like looking at the evidence and the phenomenon of it all, and these different effects that are very abnormal. Like those effects were one of the first place. Well, some people claim that even like Nagasaki and some of these other events were actually these same types of devices, but that's kind of a deeper question going back, and Hiroshima and some of those events too. Some people think that they could have been using them at that times too, but even in the like modern times, like there was that Oklahoma City bombing thing, which does seem to have a lot of the same effects, the toasted cars and these other effects. And then the 9/11 site, with that Judy Wood did all that collecting of evidence and looking at all to see the effects there, and then the same effects there are also seen in the Paradise, California fires, and many of these other fires in terms of the neighborhoods and the effects of these types of events, and then the Maui ones are as well. But it almost seems to me like they kind of tested it in Northern California, maybe the extent of it for these years, because it's the easiest place to test it. Oh yeah, wildfire season, and there's so many, redwood trees and so many forests up here that it's kind of a little bit of an easy spot for them in a sense, maybe to test it. But then now it seems like they're kind of branching it out more, maybe using it around the world more in different places. Like, 'cause then you hear about the Australian ones that were kind of abnormal and intense, and then of course this Maui thing now, and there's so many others around the world. So
Wasn't there I don't know if you heard about it, some part of Greece was on fire, the Greek Isles, or some part of Greece earlier this year, I think, that you just you don't associate this with wildfires, but I'm pretty sure there were wildfires. Yeah, well, it wouldn't have been the islands, I suppose, because that had contained it on one island. But yeah, there was something going on in Greece to do with fires as well.
Yeah, I think I heard about that. Yeah. This was in July, it says. There were some big ones in July.
Yeah, I think I heard that our Foreign Affairs Department, was warning tourists don't go to certain parts of Greece because of the imminent risk of injury or loss or whatever from these fires that were raging. But
Well, it looks like July there was, but it is also saying that currently it's going on. NBC News, ravaged by floods and fires, Greece struggles on the front lines of our climate reality. That's what this article says. That's the headline. Hundreds of wildfires this season. Dozens of wildfires breaking out every day. Started in July of this year, and there's just been endless fires.
yeah, well, they could just start all of this, create all of these problems, collect the statistics, collect the data for events that they commence and they cause, and then use that data to drive the agenda for what they want to achieve out of it. It's just such an insidious setup that we live within.
Yep, I know it is a big problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah, exactly. I think that people just aren't awake up to is that the one thing that government, doesn't matter at what level, the one thing government love is crisis and chaos. Because if they create crisis and chaos, the people don't know what to do about it, and so they look to the government to fix it. And so by creating the crisis or the chaos, they then get the people to say, please save us, and then they can say, well, yes, we can, but in order to do that, we have to be able to do this. So it's just this way of gradually ratcheting up the amount of control and leverage and whatever in order to make you feel safe or to make the problem go away. But if you try and explain that to people, they kind of refuse to want to think about it or see it.
Exactly, because who comes in to bring relief? It's these government agencies like FEMA and the Red Cross, and
that's right. Yeah, we've got to get daddy to step in and save us. But if the world was just left alone, I think it'd be pretty much fine. There'd be a few little problems around the place, but problems are caused by these people because it then creates ongoing employment for them.
Well, I know it sounds wild to think of them like, rounding people up in FEMA camps, but if there was some kind of big event, whether like a World War III or a fake alien invasion or any of these kind of speculated possibilities of what they could do, how many people would line up in the FEMA camp, just dying to get in, It's and then
please.
Yep, and then go through whatever let's just say medical procedures are required too, So it intends to think how much kind of control they have in that way, how many people would probably go along with whatever the protocol is, especially if they feel like there is some kind of threat like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it happened on a minor scale, didn't it, with 9/11, with the, particularly for you guys, with your Patriot Act, and then all the intrusive behaviour for anyone who wanted to fly or travel. But people will just give up their liberty, give up their freedom, give up everything. Please keep me safe. When there's no genuine threat, it's just the fear of something makes everybody just roll over.
Yeah, it's like a trained dependence that they seem to have created in a way with the the war situations and, oh, we're going to protect you from the other countries, you know, and then the military. There's so much like psychological operation that has gone into this, like almost like a learned helplessness that they want us to be dependent on the governmental systems in these ways instead of being independent from it, which makes sense. If they're trying to control it, then they need as many subscribers as possible.
Yeah, I mean, literally just protecting us from the boogeyman. It's not like sure, if you have landing craft on the beaches in San Diego, then that's a real and present danger that needs to be addressed at some level. But the things that they use are just, it's literally the boogeyman. Oh, it's China's the boogeyman. Muslims are the boogeyman. It's like this nameless, faceless organization or country or whatever that you need us to protect you from. And in order to do that, this is what we need you to do. Or, you know, the boogeyman can be an illness. It can be anything, but it's not tangible. Nobody's actually looking that thing in the face.
Right. Well, what do you think about the idea of a fake alien thing? Do you think that do you actually consider that they may actually do that or try to pull off some kind of, because that would in a sense be like an ultimate threat, you know, like, yeah, they did the whole illness thing, you know, it was the air that was going to get you basically, and we're going, you know, we're going to lock down all the national parks, we're going to lock everything down because somebody might be breathing around you, and you know the whole story with that. But what do you think the alien thing, like, do you think they really could do that, or do you think that's really even on the table? Because that would be like sort of an ultimate threat, and if they really were going to try to do some kind of new world order thing, you know, it seems like that. But yeah, I wonder what your thoughts are on it, because it does seem kind of out there almost. It seems almost like a sci-fi movie to think that would actually be an event they would do.
Yeah. The only thing like that's something that they couldn't afford to. I mean, you've got to, if you're going to have fake that, you've got to have eyewitnesses to something, like genuine people. Someone has to see something in the sky or what, like that. They would have to make sure that they, whatever they had to present it, was very, 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 very good. So that, because as soon as it was, you know, exposed to be a hologram or fake or whatever, you know, the whole thing comes crashing down. So I think, do I entertain that they would do it? Yes, I do. But I think they would be very cautious in doing it because that is kind of the grand finale of things that they could do, isn't it? Like, as you say, to bring together a one world alliance or a one world anything to try and fend off this, you know, threat from Mars or whatever the hell it is. That is the silver bullet that could probably pull it off for them. So I don't think they'd want to fire that bullet until they knew it couldn't miss, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, well said. Yeah, exactly. It does seem to be.
So I think they played around with it. You know, this blue beam or whatever it is. No doubts that they're working on it, developing it. In my opinion, but I don't think they'll let it out until they're absolutely ready to.
Yeah, and it really does play into the whole the idea of the Earth being a globe, and then having this, you know, it's the globe and then the vacuum. So the universe is all really out there. Most of it is all out there. We're just this tiny little pale blue dot, this little tiny ball. Most of it's all out there. So the potential for threats, you know, are so high because there's billions of other planets, and oh my gosh, there could be anything out there. That kind of narrative. And then we're just this little kind of pale blue dot thing. So with that kind of mentality, it has built up the whole alien story to the point to where, you know, it seems like almost everyone, it seems, when I say everyone, it does seem like probably the majority, if you ask them, because of all the programming, they would say, oh yeah, it's very likely that there's other beings out there and possible aliens and stuff. Yeah. So could this be like a grand finale to the whole globe deception in the first place, to run everyone around with the globe and space and NASA? It's interesting to think that, like, behind all of that, what really is the agenda? Is it just that they're wanting to deceive us, control us? There's a lot of speculation, but if it was leading to some kind of an alien threat or invasion like that, it would fit into the whole pumping up the globe model for the last 150 years that they've been doing it to make the landscape for it.
Yeah, definitely. And and it's really, the narrative could be, you know, once they they find a way to present it to us is sort of, as you say, everyone's always thought that, yeah, sure, they could be out there somewhere, who knows, but oh no, oh my God, they've found us, and then you just attach some kind of threat to the fact that they've found us. Because let's say they do come, someone does come. Who's to say they're hostile anyway? They might, but you can bet they will be somehow, and that's what will drive us all to have to come together in, solidarity against the invader.
Yeah, there's so many different avenues. I mean, apparently Werner von Braun, that's what he said before he died, is that the last card was going to be the fake alien invasion. Who knows? I mean, whether that's just rhetoric or propaganda, kind of, of all people, are we really going to trust something that guy claims to have said? But
Exactly.
Nonetheless, though, it is sort of claimed to be linked with him in that way. But yeah, and I know what you mean, though, that if they did do it, they would have to, because you would think from their position that everyone's going to be thinking, well, not everyone, but a lot of people might just go along with it. But I would think that, because it seems so, in a sense, believable, but also unbelievable. So like you were saying, to make sure that whatever technology or however they're going to do it would have to be very well planned, because it seems like they could shoot themselves in the foot pretty easily with it by trying to pull something, like that off. It seems something that bold.
Yeah. And what better thing if they're trying to, usher in this one world, whatever you want to call it, what better vehicle than that to make it happen? So you would want to make sure that if you were going to fire it, that it hit the target, because if it failed, then where do you go?
Right. Yeah, you got a bunch of people like, what? Well, see, that's the thing, though. I mean, it seems like during the whole pandemic thing, there's a lot more people questioning, did that really do you think they pulled that off the way they wanted to? So there's that. Then it makes me think how that would play into a fake alien thing. How many people are on guard now for, if they start saying, oh, we got to shut down the country because of this threat, or you all got to come into, this area, how many people will actually question it more, in terms of seems like the level of trust. There are still a lot of people going along with what they're saying, for sure. But at the same time, it seems like it's diminished. A lot. It's diminished. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Now, listen, my brother, I've got my wife waving at me out the window saying, hurry up and come in for dinner. So I'm going to love and leave you, and we'll catch up again.
Yeah. Sounds good, FE. Yep. Have a good dinner and a good evening.
Thanks, mate. Go to bed, Gio.
Yeah. I'm heading to bed soon. All right, bro. All right. Cheers.
All right, everybody. Bye.
All right. Cheers.
You there? Yeah.
What's up, Snacks? You ready for some Project Bluebeam?
I just wanted to. I keep meaning to mention something I heard, which is that Biden's name is the author of a book that talks about the exploding of a building, not unlike the Murrah Federal Building, but before the event actually happened, like a Titanic book, but for the Murrah Federal Building. I keep meaning to mention that. Like I don't remember the name of the document, but there's supposed to be something like that. I don't know if you'd ever heard anything like that.
Not sure that I have. What building were you saying?
Like that, the one that got bombed, the McVeigh building.
Oh, the Oklahoma City bombing one.
Yeah,
Oklahoma City one. Okay.
sure.
You're saying Biden is linked to a book that was like that foretold that?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Oh. I mean, it seems like that they used a directed energy weapon there, from the effects, but so I wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of part of their. So it was a book written by a guy that had the name Biden, you're saying?
No, it's like the Joe Biden.
Really?
It's like it's not a fictional book. It's like
oh Jesus, it's like a what if or something like that, but it actually happens, kind of thing. I think that's what it was. It was a like an advisory letter, but it got turned into a. I'll look into it myself. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep. I just don't even know where to look, to be honest with you anymore. So I'm like kind of trying to find maybe somebody else that's heard the information too.
I'm intrigued now. What's next? If you do find any info, post it in the chat.
Yeah, look, sure.
Thanks, bro.
Lex.
What up?
Who just joined
Yo.
with the instant hot mic?
Fix your mic game,
Yeah.
sir.
Coach, your mic's open.
Oh shit, my bad.
No worries.
So do you guys know that 24/7 are on the politics server now? There's like a bunch of them hanging out there. I dipped in for a listen. It's just like it almost sounds like a recording. The same people saying the same stuff.
Yeah, I think Panto said that. Oh, I think I cut out for a sec. I think Panto was saying that, yeah, he had DM'd me and said that he has like a mod role on that server or something. He was saying, and he like runs one of the rooms there or something.
Yeah, it's a huge server, and they like got like guest rooms, I guess, and there's a 24/7 one, but it doesn't have like text, like specific text chat. There's the the what's it called? The text chat that's kind of connected to the voice thing. You know, the little icon you click at the top. It's interesting. There's not as much kind of hostility in the text. If you know what I mean? Just makes it a bit forces people to speak. I think in the VC.
Yeah. You mean by making it linked to the channel or to the VC?
Yeah, so like with every VC, there's like a that connected voice chat. It's at the top with a little speech bubble icon. I've just woken up, my brain's not working. Sorry, Joe. Like obviously, all at the servers like this, we've got a specific kind of text channel, isn't there? Where we kind of that's linked. They don't have any linked kind of like text channel like that.
Yeah, well, I imagine if it's a politics server, I guess there's maybe a flow of people that wouldn't have otherwise been engaging, maybe.
Yeah, it seems to have totally killed off the proper server though. I heard yesterday.
Really? Is that the case? Like
everyone's there, all the regulars all seem to be in the politics server now rather than what's his name, Jedi and all those
Yeah. Does Helio still? I mean, does he still run that stream, or is he?
I don't know, man. When they kick me out, I kind of haven't bothered. I just hang out here, really. But yeah, I don't know.
How's Dennis doing? Or Helio?
I'm friends with him on Facebook. I thought about sending him a message on Facebook and just asking how he is. I haven't used him for a long time.
been so long since I talked to that guy. Have good moderation over there, 24/7, ever in the history of it, as you recall. I would say to my recollection is no. No.
Logar has told me that Geo used to be a good mod back in the day.
Still is.
Not
Well,
seeing you not now.
we had it going there for I mean, because back in the earlier days, like there really was only that server. Well, it was the 1.0 server, so because now it's the 2.0 thing, which is a little different. But yeah, when it was that first server, it was always a kind of a mixed bag of people. That's for sure. Like different kind of agendas almost amongst the moderators. Even seemed like there were the ones that wanted to have like the real combos and open up people's minds and share ideas and discuss the ideas and have debates. And then it seemed like there was always some moderators that were, I don't know how to even put it, but yeah, it just involved in.
No, just joking.
Various activities that might be related to what one might categorize as dramatic type things, or just various kind of eruptions and explosions in different ways, where like we'd be having like a good combo and kind of sharing ideas, and all of a sudden like one of these people would come in and just all of a sudden just the thing would erupt and people would be getting banned left and right and all that. But
no, they're going to shut the internet down in 2 days. No, it's like somebody will come in like that. That happened to me a few times, and it's like, hey, dude, chill out. Like that's probably not going to happen. It's like, oh yeah, you don't think it's going to happen, and then just they go off. But that's the kind of thing that happens with I guess if you just have anybody can join at any time. Fucking hate that. If you're right in the middle of a good conversation and you get someone like that jump in, what a bitch. That mostly doesn't happen here, but then it does happen there a little bit. So we just jump in and so just change topic completely.
knock all the pieces off the table and try to start a new game.
Yeah. Well, it's not like we're not gonna like hit on that topic again in the future. So I guess it's not like the worst thing to move on. I just like sometimes it's like we weren't really done talking about that, but yeah, let's let somebody else talk about the thing that they always talk about all the time, and it's like, oh cool, you just interrupt our sometimes conversation for your all the time messaging. Super. Let's call it a convo if you want.
Yeah, that's what's starting to put me off the place. I think Miggy returned, and he's got his 3 points. And if any conversation was outside of those 3 points, he'd jump in like suddenly and say, "No, we can't talk about this," and then he'd then monologue for 4 hours, treating it as a radio show.
Mixie was one of the worst people I ever had. Oh, every day talking about colostrum. Like no matter, regardless, any conversation we had on Free Chan, that was happening. No, it was pre-Free Chan. It was actually, I think, it's funny though too. Like my potting experience starts off where we just inherited the debate logo, the same one that Oakley flies, is we took it over from somebody else's channel, and then we ran with it for 24/7 for like 6 months, and then they were like mad because we wouldn't give it back, and that's how we took Flat Earth by 24/7. But that's in the beginning, So, unfortunately, a lot of people weren't there. Then why does Oakley have it? The debate or whatever. Don't argue, debate, or something like that. The black and white, two guys at the lecterns sort of logo. I'm like, why is he flying it? And why did the people before him fly it that we took it over from that? Because that would be Andrea Sensi that started that. If Andrea Sensi was a guy, is he a guy at all? I'm not even sure. Does anybody know that name? Probably not. But that's one of the many mysteries in this flat Earth arena for me.
Wait, lay it out again. I don't know if I'm fully following. Wait, what?
Andrea Sensi is a guy who started running kind of after I suggested it in one of these like groups that there was not a 24/7 stream, or not even a stream that like there was only like a few hours of flat Earth content a day for lives, right? So you'd have maybe like one of Nathan or Mark or one of them would like run something, like for a couple hours a day, but then for the rest of the day there'd be nothing else. And you could search for like new releases of videos, but not like live premieres or whatever, or like that kind of thing. So I made a mention of it in a group with like Martin Leakey was in there, like a couple there was a couple people who were in there, and I was like, yeah, why is there no, there's only so much flatter stuff. Like I wish there was something that we could just like, have a 24/7 stream, and then we'll just like, we could just talk about new videos or do whatever the fuck, And like maybe 2 weeks later, this stream opened up where there was a guy called Andrea Sensi. Andrea Sensi is apparently linked to Eric Dubay. He's on his like I hate this guy list. Like there's Eric Dubay has like I hate these are bad flat earther lists, and Andrea Sensi is one of them. And allegedly he's the guy who began this running from Google Hangouts. Was it like 8 hours? So you need to run 3 8-hour lots to cover a 24. So that's how we used to do it. We just run 3 streams. You could probably do the same thing. Anyway, that's what he did. But people like Gem Panda, like Negator, other Globers pulled in there. Originally, though, it was really I think what pulled me into it is that it was parading as a flat Earth debate, and yet Sensi had loaded it up with like racists, like really bad race trolls, and I think that started me up like on like trying to defend this topic from that kind of bullshit from happening. And so began my era of hypervigilance on this topic. Whatever. Later on, it 2 weeks after Andrea Sensi started up the channel, he offered it to a group of a couple. Well, he offered it to a couple people. No, I wasn't one of them. To basically just run the channel until he got back from a vacation. And then we just never gave it back to him. And I suggested this. Because we'd made it something like way better than what he had been doing. Which was no moderation. Pretty much he did not moderate anything. And he pretty much allowed everything to be in there. Atheist Rex was in there for a while. Atheist Rex came to our channel. It was around the time like Earth, well, it was before Earth discussions, before Earth debates, before flat Earth discussions, and those were all run by Gem Panda, secretly, covertly, through another server. Anyway, would be surprised if fucking Gem Panda runs the 24/7 server behind the fucking scenes. Just joking. I'm just joking. That's probably not happening. Anyway. That's my crazy story, Gio. That's how I got here. But you have any questions on that, or did that make any sense at all?
I think so. What was that platform? Or what was it on? FreeChan?
YouTube.
Oh, that was
YouTube.
Just
yeah.
Through Google Hangouts?
Yeah, FreeChan was like the 4th try at it because I think Tim Osmond shut us down like 3 other times. Like he just made our channel go away somehow.
Yeah.
He was
Oh,
at times an ally and at times an enemy of our efforts.
yeah.
And then he used to run his stupid trap stream, whatever. Trojan horse. And that was around the time like when Dell's Beyond the Imaginary Curve started picking up, and all these other new channels started to enter the fray, the melee, whatever you want to call this thing that we're doing. He has like Bro Sanchez and yeah, who did I mention just now? Yeah, like all those other new channels started rolling in. Dell Beyond the Imaginary Curve, and then yeah, stuff like that. I guess Ranty was already going for a little, maybe. Iron Realm Media started up. Although I had them on our channel before like a year before they started up. Yeah, it's crazy.
What was the name of that one? Run by Android Sensei. That was on YouTube. What was the name of that one?
It's been taken down. What was it called? Oh, well, I don't know. I remember it.
Were you guys using Google Hangouts to do that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So there'd be like a link that would be sent, and then people can join the panel.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember the troll A4? The Australian guy? No.
Just A4 was his name?
Yeah, just A4.
I don't know if I know that person. I don't think I do.
That guy used to be more active. I don't know if he's okay anymore. I think he lost himself on drugs, but I think he was fucked up on drugs to start with. And that guy used to talk about giant spiders, if even given a chance, but otherwise he would just yell all over your fucking stream and just kill it. Any kind of live stuff that might go on, he'd want to join, or like just like be such a like he would just suck in chat, and then basically he would just come up with 100 alt accounts, so you would never be able to ban him out. And yeah. Oh God, man, the trolls. Jeez. I feel like I know just as much about. I learned just as much about a trolling as the shape of things. You know what I'm saying? Trying to run a channel. Ugh. And this. Ugh. It's tricky business, man. You know. I think you can learn the flat Earth model like pretty quickly. I just get the general idea, but it could take you like years to figure out even like who you can trust or who's friendly. I think like who's not just, I don't know. It's a thing you want to trust other people on because like it's such a bond or whatever. Internet, it's such a special internet bond to have. Regular bond too, but I mean, it's like you can really trust. You feel like you can trust somebody because you made this connection on this topic, which is wrong, and you shouldn't feel that way. But I'm naive, so I like to do that. So yeah, but sometimes you can't really trust people that you meet on the internet. So yeah, just trying to have a panel or content or a channel.
Do you think truth is bonding? Like, do you think like that do you think like in general that two individuals that are tuned into a truth that in and of itself will have a bonding effect? Just that in and of itself, do you think?
It might. Yeah, it might. It's a little bit just like the experience of just finding this thing or finding these people, you know, or being part of people finding each other. It's kind of uh, yeah, it's its own thing in a way. Almost doesn't really have to do that much with you know, is something absolutely correct? You know, is that what truth is? Something that's unarguable, like facts or something? There's something beyond facts that's truth, though, right? Something that is truth just facts, though. It's like a piece you get to in a way, like where you're like, ah, the truth, finally. You know, I might have had the facts, but I don't have the truth. So yeah, it might be that it's binding a little bit because people are growing like sort of, I don't know, brain cells. You're developing like trees of knowledge off of the research you might be doing and comparing it with somebody else's set of knowledge and being able to discuss that. Yeah, I guess that is bonding. Sure.
Yeah, it's also even more unique because finding people, um, in real life that are aware of some of these topics or that can even have these discussion with, for I think a lot of people is somewhat more rare. So to find people that across the world, that otherwise we wouldn't be able to connect. Otherwise, seems like without the internet.
Yeah, game over without that. And then it's like, are we the are we like the buds that are happening off of this like ley line network, C cable, you know, internet IP address grid, you know what I mean? That we just happen to like be the nodes that like might be percolating that start bringing other nodes online, and you know, we're just part of like some kind of awakening that's not even our own idea. It's not like we didn't have the idea. It's just like it was, and we become, you know. It makes it a little bit less prone to paranoid thinking, or you're doing something wrong, you know. That's just like an emergent thing that the people like us start appearing. That could be. I mean, why not? I don't know that. I don't know that that's not true. And so, yeah, it's just like interesting to like think of other people like that, like the Merle. You know, Merle's just like this guy, whatever. But Merle's on his own wake up thing. You know, he's on his own silly thing sometimes, uh, but he stays on with this as a general thing. It's like he got switched on, doesn't know what to do sometimes. Like he's like, oh, well, I'm still doing. I have to be doing this. Like, what kind of things do you get into that you can't put down that are just like topics, or it's just like something on the internet, and you're like, I can't stop looking at pictures of motors for cars. You know, can't stop talking about them. You get, I don't know, man. This is like this trip is unlike any other Yeah. What do you think? Is there anything else comparable to this? I'll say no. Or, but then you might say the psychedelia stuff. And I'll go with you. Sure. But it's just a fair.
No, I would agree. Yeah, it's a one of a kind type of community. I would agree with that, and individuals that are. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, yeah, like you were saying, kind of within this sort of psychedelia, as you called it, communities. Yeah, I mean, those are all unique as well in their own ways, but there's something about just the Earth itself and this situation with the globe that this community is just very unique in terms of individuals that are tuned into this. And like I agree with what you're saying too, the idea of being like kind of nodal points within the larger system, because it's always the masses that come later when there's big changes that occur, it seems.
If you're just talking by yourself, it's one thing, but we're voices that get responses. You know what I mean? People will either affirm or deny what we say. That's all of us, right? And so, we've got a unique sort of ability to just resonate on a true level, like sound, articulating these thoughts, like that are sometimes, I don't know, coming to us like from places that we're not really sure where some of these ideas are coming from. At least for me, that's really the only honest thing I can say. Is stuff that I'm not like machining up in my brain. If I'm thinking about it too much, it's a chance I'm gonna force everything to be a certain way. Now I just try to put those on the side. Like, yeah, I can rationalize all these things, but there's things that are just gonna occur to me. And I try to like listen for those things, even if they don't make sense. Then I try to rationalize why does my brain think that? Like, if I'm not thinking that, it's just like a spontaneous thought. I'm just trying to observe. What my perceptions are kind of leading me to believe, or sometimes taking a while just to appear as a thought, even. Yeah, that's long term research, right? I don't know. Is that even research? I feel like if it's something I believe I came up with, that I might be like lying to myself to make a convenient answer. Whereas like where I get a set of ideas that don't give me a complete answer, it feels more natural to the process. It's like, right, if you think you've solved the whole mystery, you probably haven't. There's a good chance you haven't. I don't know. There's just like steps along the way here, you know? And so just like vague inclinations about like, was that Atmos flat, right? The layers of Atmos, the Atmos layers, the layers of it, those densities, the energy interactions in there, the temperature or thermal, whatever, just the way that that's going to work. Seems like there's some emissions of all different types of energies from up there. It just all I can have 5 years ago is a vague inclination of where the conversation may progress to, and what kind of knowledge bases people will have. So, like 5 years ago, I would have never, just on the basis of these sorts of ideas that I had sketched out and whatever, I wouldn't have thought. Yeah, there's gonna, based on the group that I had that like didn't even want to listen to that shit. Nobody wanted to hear me like word salad on about atmosphere or atmosflat, right? Let's say 5 years ago with those people in this group, much different. People are kind of on this topic a lot. The ether topic too is sort of the same to me. Or just the, even 5 years ago, if you said maybe the moon isn't a real thing, a lot of people want to fight you on it. Maybe people still people have other ideas on these theories too, right? And some of them may be creative theories that don't really work out. And I think those need to be followed out and tested until you ultimately are like, oh wait, no. But I think that's a little bit for the. Eh, even though you could still figure that there were large and giant trees, there's people that are still 100% on 2 mile tall silicon trees existing in forests and stuff like that. And then there's people that will be like that. There's no evidence for that. I looked into it. Root systems of these trees would exist in some kind of form, been left over, but they're not. But there are mesas and atolls and stuff like that, like these things that look like cut off trees. Investigating that is pretty interesting. Um, it can take you to an imaginative and fun pocket of your brain. Regardless of what the outcome is of what your conclusion of your research might be on that topic. So, like, but what I'm saying is that might be that's a fanciful topic, but it's also a real topic. But it might not be in the mythology of a 200-mile tall crystal tree. Maybe that's not a real thing. Still, other people could consider it for a long time until they don't. I don't know, man. Like, we can hold these ideas or not. That's your choice, right? It's like your buffet plate of like what you can hold. If you can defend, having a beet salad with mangoes on your plate, have it on your plate. That's the freedom that we have in this. It's an unstructured cosmography. It you could Pete Shea it out. You could go Pete Shea around. Like hit that up if you like. That maybe that's your style. But you can develop style. You can develop like your aesthetic of what and how you think this place is actually built or managed. Whether you want to think of it in a strictly Judeo-Christian context or have this kind of pan deity sort of understanding or pan history sort of understanding or then there's all the ins and outs of all the technical stuff like the real physics, the real energetics, field dynamics, frequencies, material science. It's jazzy. Like, what a system, It's like a Lego system that has a Lego system that has a Lego system, at every scale. And, it's just a fascinating thing to really exist and be able to contemplate these things what's so fucking ever, right? I don't know, man. So it's nice to just get the conversation to a level where, it can at least be like an enjoyable thing. Yeah. I think that's the art of this podcaster. That's if there's a channel you want to open up to let happen, I think this is a worthwhile one, and really in the beginning there wasn't like this. I don't know how many like members this Discord really like truly has like for ins and outs, but regardless, it's pretty large to me. So, but it's not really about quantity. It's about quality as well, right? But anyway, a lot of years I've done this kind of stuff, and I just sort of prefer to just find one place that feels all right, that's got a good feel, and try to preserve that feel, and then ruin it ultimately. No, I'm just joking. It's a pleasure to you know hang out here, man.
Yeah, cheers, Snacks. Glad that we have intersected pathways. It's awesome. Because yeah, I mean there are it is kind of a jungle out there in terms of the I'm just
I was
thinking
out.
yeah, just the different vibes going out there and just different people, different groups over the years. It's interesting.
Yeah, I was like totally out of this forum, I guess. And then, New Perspective, when I visited him, he just had this on all the time, had the earbuds in, just like listening to it all the time. And I was like, it's like, damn, man, you were like on this. And yeah, but just getting familiar with the room and the it's sort of a little different too how Discord works to me. It's different than how Hangouts works. Um, and I guess like how yeah, you could have like almost like no people contributing to a conversation, and then all of a sudden it's 10 that are like, oh yeah, I got something to say. I got 5 words to say. I've got 3 paragraphs. Um, so it switches like gears really quickly, and it was difficult to predict like when that's going to go on. I can kind of get the flow now. I kind of know what's going on, and then the flow of talking, and I'm somebody that kind of within Google Hangouts, I'm somebody that kind of be able to get a word in quick enough, and the software was able to kind of work it out to where I wasn't interrupting exactly, but just kind of making a joke to something. I don't know, man. I'm really quick. I try to be really quick, but with Discord lag and that kind of thing, it sometimes doesn't work out. So my microphone techniques have had to be altered for Discord. Adapt them, I said. So I did. Tried to anyway. Doing the best I can. I think sometimes I'm still over talking people, but they deserve it. Damn it. But yeah, it's so easy to get a scriptural conversation in this server. I think it's an ideal place for people who like to do that. It is not an ideal place for people who want to talk about Lord of the Rings. That does not. I can't. I'm fishing for conversations now. Can't get it. No, nobody's that nerdy, I guess, in this group that would be into Lord of the Rings discussions. Sorry, Jay, I didn't mean to kill the chat there, but no, just the fascinating backstory of fucking Lord of the Rings. Anyway, so characters lived like 900 years long, 2,000 years. I don't know. Gandalf's probably 3,000. He started off in the first age, man. You know what I mean? Made all the way to the year 3001 when Bilbo's 111th birthday happens. But that's another story. We don't have to get into that. I'm just saying, there's a lot of setup, and for me, Lord of the Rings belongs in the same bin that, believe it or not, that Dragon show, Game of Thrones, belongs in the same bin because of the way George A. Martin is writing that is loosely pulling apart like proto-European histories and fictionalizing them, and to that end, really, Lord of the Rings may be doing the very same. Yeah, for whatever that's worth. Although, yeah, like the Game of Thrones world, I don't think it has a ice ring that separates everything. But I think that the one passage that connects like the main Westeros continent and subcontinent are held at boundary by a large wall where the bastard sons of the kingdoms get thrown to protect the realm from incoming bad guys. I don't think Middle Earth has a. Middle Earth has the Grey Havens though, which are like some other kind of like land, not unlike a Arthurian sort of Avalon. You know, like that's pretty much like Avalon's the place where you go, like you never die. Out of the Arthurian legends, and it's basically the same in Lord of the Rings, but it's Grey Havens. It's where the elves go. And the whole like Arthurian legend stuff, it's pretty cool. And it's even like in the Kingsman, right? That's the setup in there. They use a system of call signs that are based on the Knights of the Round Table. The Round Table? Wait. Are the Knights of the Round Table flat cosmology as well?
So, do you reckon that there's any sort of reality to something like Lord of the Rings? Do you reckon it came from some sort of someone's idea of what happened in the past at some point?
Well, I mean, so things like the dwarves, right? Which are like this notion of like, yeah, people lived in inside and underground and mined things. Does anything like that sound like it might have happened? I mean, I think we're talking about lots of different like underground structures lately. Like, is there something akin to dwarves that does happen in there? The elves, right? They're a pretty major race. There's humans. There's hobbits, right? And then there's like monster fucking types. But in a way, yeah, is mainly I think this is true if you look at like there's like a line of Aragorn the king that's gonna eventually like reunite the whole joint, and he completes his story, and then Gandalf goes back to his land or whatever the fuck. Or no, he goes back. No, he goes somewhere else. Whatever.
Like as a new perspective sort of talks about and calls things the outer ponders. Do you think maybe there'd be any chance of it possibly being a story from another realm?
I don't know. Don't know. I mean, it has something to do with this concept, like the Ring of Power, though, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just popping in every now and then, chucking a question in. I'm in an area that's a bit windy, so I can't stay on.
I mean, I personally believe that Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter,
No.
they were definitely inspired by
Yeah.
historical legends.
I don't know about Harry Potter.
Well, I know, not Harry Potter. I don't even honestly, bro. I don't even watch Harry Potter. I don't think I ever watched
All
Harry
right. Well,
Potter.
if you don't know, then don't use it. Don't use it.
Yeah.
It
Lord
may.
of the Rings is its own category. I get it. I don't know why I would combine both of them, but
Yeah, Lord of the Rings has like its own language and shit. Um, And basically, it says, yeah, man. I mean, there's like a point at which Gandalf like learns of some shit. He goes to a library, and he's like digging through some documents and stuff, and he discovers the true who the true king is, right? And there'd be some people to say that in a way Tolkien is actually telling the story in that of him finding documents that led him to develop the story. Um, because there's basically like two races of man, if you will, within not races, but just like yeah, there's like that's like Aragorn's like both of those sides. Plus, he's like he's half Dunedain or whatever, which means he's like this elder race that is pretty much extinct, but they live for about like 900 years or something. But they're like humans.
Yeah, like Merlin and Gandalf and
So like
what's the
like Gandalf dies, you know, but then he's reborn. Like he resurrects him. He self-resurrects himself because he's dope like that. He's dead for 3 weeks.
Wow.
After he fights the Balrog for 3 days, he dies for 3 weeks, and then he comes back as Gandalf the White, as he starts off as Gandalf the Grey Pilgrim, or Mithrandir, he's called, and he has another name by the elves, but I'm not trying to get scriptural with you right now. The thing is, you know, it's just layers to this shit. That's all I'm saying. Like in ways that do echo a sort of narrative that is somewhat like Mosarian or somewhat like it is sort of like in flavors like these sort of quests uh and things that are it's a blend of different types of shit, but I feel like in some way he's trying to do some sort of type of retelling of it. And even so far as like, you know, I think some of the drawings for like what the top of like the white city of Gondor looks like, basically like a flat circle on top. Yeah. So it's just some interesting shit, man. I don't know.
I mean, I personally believe that there were trolls, like literal trolls and elves and gnomes and you name it, man. It existed. Like I really, really believe in history that we had people, like human beings, like me and you, Homo sapiens. Also different statures. Like you know, you had the Hobbit people or the what do you call them from Africa? The pygmies. But you had people that were like a foot tall, if not smaller. Now beyond that, you start getting into the realm of chimeras and hybrids and stuff. But like I believe that there were like Tinkerbell creatures. Like there were creatures. Biblically, there was chimeras of all kinds, dude. Humanoids with wings. They might have mixed human genetics with dragonfly genetics. You know what I'm saying? Like they were doing that. Like these Anunnakis, were doing that. You know what I'm saying? And their offspring resembled all kinds of stuff. Like you had from the writings that I've read, you had things that looked like goblins, that looked like, you know what I mean, elves, and it had all these weird features and stuff. And but a lot of them were
It's like
evil. They
in
were
Lebanon. In Lebanon, their walls they have like different images of. Well, they've got something like a giraffe or something like that. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Is it
yeah,
Lebanon?
I do. It's a dragon, dude. It had a
And then they
name.
got right on. There's on that same wall. There's an elf dude. Like he's got like ears like Spock, you know.
Yeah.
And then Spock's got ears. So Spock is like a sci-fi elvening. I don't know, man. When it's funny when I was growing up, like I had a neighbor as a kid, in one ear that was just like all elf eared, and the other one was fine. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
weird, man.
Pan, dude. I mean, Pan has a weird history, like Peter Pan and all this, but that dude existed. Now, what kind of form he had, I mean, I don't know, but he was according to both Gilgamesh, the epics of Gilgamesh and Sumerian tablets and biblical record, Pan was like a part man, part goat. He was like a hairy beast type of
It's
thing. I don't
like
know
a
how we ended up
satyr.
with Peter Pan, but
Well, Pan the goat god is a satyr or satyr, whatever. Yeah, so he's part of
yeah.
the. He's a fertility god, basically. And
But that thing really, like, according to the records that I've read, like, it really existed. Like, it really roamed the earth.
it's
It
a
wasn't just
it's
like some mythical legend.
it's a culture for sure, right? Because it develops into early Greek theater, really. It started out like I think like a type of festival, basically, where fertility was happening because they'd be planting. The guys would dress up in like half goat costumes because they'd take like some goat skins and just like throw them up on their legs or whatever. And they would dress up and play like as part of like ceremonial rite or whatever. But and also in the ceremonial rite, they'd throw feces at each other, basically manure, so that they were gonna. And that's what I know about the very little that I know about this. And that this concept itself becomes what is later philosophically defined as divine fecundity. And that is basically the core of every poop joke in every Austin Powers movie. So like it still finds today like a root of cultural relevancy somehow. Just because of the truth of it. Like you. But anyway, as far as all the other goat stuff, man, there's a lot of goat stuff. And do you think that like I don't know if all goat stuff's connected. You know what I'm saying? Like all goat idols from everywhere they're not all the same, are they? I mean, to me they're not. But anyway, yeah, Pan starts the the panic really, which is at the end of the age, right? So then there's the war between the Olympians and the Titans, right?
Wow.
It's Pan's song that signals the beginning of that war, and then that's yeah. So that's some interesting shit because we just had like something we call like a pandemic or whatever. And it also occurred at like this great conjunction or whatever. Just about.
Pandemic, pandemonium,
Yeah.
panic.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pan, man, Pan.
Flash in the pan. Not really.
But nah, man, like nah.
Okay.
You have Enlil, right? You have Enlil, Enkidu.
Right. What Enkidu is so Gilgamesh is the part of the Gilgamesh epic, but Enki is the Sumerian father god or something, right? So it's interesting, yeah. Just share the same word, just call them Enkidu.
Well, Enkidu it was the product of Enki.
Oh wait.
It was
Wait,
a
so in Gilgamesh he's a god, the beast guy? Enkidu is the name of the beast man friend
yeah,
of Gilgamesh.
yeah. So Enki is like this god, that who's not. We don't really know who he is. We can imagine, but Enki is the god, and the god has
Be like a Canaanite god then, you think?
yeah. He shows up. His name's in the scriptures too, Enki. But regardless, in the scriptures, Enki is Yod Heh Vav Heh. It's the God of the Bible, dude. It's weird, but like the God of the Bible, literally his one of his titles is literally Enki. It's it's the first person. Um, I forget it's a first person, but it's the creator himself saying like I, right? But in Hebrew, I is Enki, but it's in a certain form. I forget what form it is. Literally, I kid you not, dude. But anyways, so Enki, because apparently there was like a portal, or they call it the well, it's like in the Sumerian tablets it records like a portal, but the portal is like it's like water. Do you know what I'm talking about? And Enkidu somehow came through some sort of it was like a union of some sort, but he came through a portal. You ever heard that? I don't want to say Absol. It was. Let me see. I'll look it up right now, dude. Give me 1 second. This is bugging me. You still there? No. I gotta find this. Dude, I lost you. Right here, Enki. The Abzu. Like when you look at the. Are you still there, Snacks? Enki comes forth from a creature called Tiamat, who is the feminine form of the god of chaos and also the dragon. Enki is summoned often by Enmerker in Sumerian texts. So Enki is like this entity, a god that Enmerker, who's known as Nimrod, routinely summons. But it says here Enki is being summoned through the water or the wiggly lines on the petroglyph itself, in the Sumerian petroglyph. And you could see this, that the wiggly lines, that's referred to as the Abzu. The Abzu, I mean, it looks like a portal to the underworld. Like it's literally a portal.
Zeus, isn't that also like a winged
And you can see like it's like a wiggly
creature?
line. And when Merker summons him, he comes
Is it?
through the portal. Go ahead.
Yeah,
With
you
an L?
mentioned Tiamat. So I was going to say, you
Right.
mentioned Tiamat there or something, didn't you? Isn't that the
Yeah.
isn't Tiamat the name that they gave the so-called planet that hit the Earth to create the moon?
I did.
Is that Tiamat?
Yep. Hmm?
So then, what was Tiamat in historical preference in mythology?
Right. So that's going to be the dragon. That is going to be fought by
So you have Enki and other petroglyphs. I got the petroglyphs in front of me. I'm looking at right at them. You have another petroglyph. It shows Enki stepping through a portal. And this is interesting because we know that there's Native American legends in South America talking about stargates on the side of mountains and portals and this and that. And it just sounds outrageous to us. But even in the four corners of the U.S. and in South America, you have Native American legends talking about entities stepping through portals that look reptilian and even cannibalized the Anasazi Indians. If you know about the Anasazi Indians, they just kind of disappeared, and their legends state that there were reptilians that came through portals and ate ate their ancestors. Now we don't have to believe their accounts, but that's their accounts. And
I knew it.
in the
I knew somebody that was into that. But they were also doing archaeology out in that area.
well, all I'm saying is, bro, these Sumerian tablets, this isn't just like myth, bro. Like they're saying that this Enki dude came through a portal carrying a crow. It says here. But Enkidu apparently is a byproduct of Enki and Semiramis, from what I understand. But anyways, like I gotta get my shit together. I gotta get
Gotta
ready.
drop that info. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Well, Marduk is the slayer of the dragon Tiamat, and then I'm not 100% sure, but I think I've heard that yeah, Tiamat's like the offspring of a sky god and water god or something like that. but that when Marduk slays Tiamat's heads off, that the 7 heads become the planets or whatever, wandering stars, and that this begins this sort of symbology of 7 serpents that occurs a lot within, I think, some part of the Vedic history. There's some intersection here going on, and also because like in the fresco that we'd see of Marduk and Abzu, he's holding the Vajra with open prong Vajra, which is as the weapon. So
Isn't quite often a lot of the stories of gods, etc., when they're mentioning the number 7 and this sort of thing, isn't that normally, well, not normally, isn't that a lot of the time referring to the 7 chakras?
well, yeah, I was going to tell you about the number 7 right now.
Dude, yesterday, who was talking about octaves? Was it Issa?
No, I think it was Samukal.
Dude, I was blown away. It was Sensi.
Sensi, same.
So, yeah, bro, I meant to interrupt yesterday and say that, dude, he says that something about sound or tones. I don't know. You might know, you're a musician. I'm not. So, but he was saying that there's like 7 octaves. Like, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. I guess, yeah. So there's 7 audible octaves, I guess we have from, yeah, I don't know where it's going to stretch from though. Yeah, but from everything as lowest rumble to the highest, like, squelch, you know what I mean? That's what you can hear, up to 22 kHz, or yeah, somewhere around there. And in each one of these is basically divided into 7. So it's 7 sets of this, and within each 7 sets, primarily we're going to only have 7 notes that are going to be the keys that we'd have in a song. You really use 7 notes anyway, if you even use all those notes, which they might not.
Can you hear me? The microwave is running. So you had 7 octaves, and apparently vibrations and frequencies are all related, and the electromagnetic spectrum and all this and time, it's all connected. And I do believe that the number 7 is sacred, and there's something there with it being perfectly divisible with the year, 364 days, and the way to rationalize time is the number 7. The number 7 is the key to rationalize time and make it so that time is consistent and that there's no remainders. Right? At the end of the year, there's no remainder, as in, how we always end up with a 365 and a quarter days or whatever. The number 7 is the secret to be able to calculate time in a way that you will no longer need to intercalate for a remainder. For the current way that they're calculating time is
We can't do this for 36 though, or 360, right? So if we try to divide 360 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, we're good. 10, we can do that, right? But when we try to do 7, we're gonna get decimals. We'll get remainders. So
yeah, there's 364 days in a year. That's the thing.
Well, I'm just saying, like, we need a bigger sample rate in order to not let groups of 7 not fit within the 360 circle. I think we should be using a more degrees per circle. I don't know why, but
well, no,
every whole number. If you multiply 360 by 7, then that should be the full circle degree. To me, that should be the full circle degree, because then you could fit every whole number in there.
There's a mystical way of calculating time where, according to my philosophical bias, I'm not really trying to bring the scriptures into this, but I'm just saying that there's a way to be able to calculate time. And I understand that 360 for 360 degrees equals a full circle. But apparently, there's been apportioned a day for every quarter of the year that is not to be calculated in the calculation of time. Like it's, I don't want to read the exact verse for you, but there's like they call them intercalary days, and there's 4 intercalary days in the year that separate the 4 seasons of the year, which are the 2 equinoxes and the 2 solstices. So those specific days are outside of time. So really what you end up with is 360 days, but there are 4 apportioned days that are not necessarily counted prophetically. It's very complex, dude. But once you figure this time frame out, dude, it's like everything falls into place. The seasons, the weeks, the luminaries, they all kind of fall into their place, bro. It's like they have their own little order, but that order is hard to define. But the
Well,
number
I look
7, dude, is
I look to
constantly
those
pops
4
up.
days. Yeah, those are 4 highly definitional days to our cycle, and you know, yeah, for 2 of them, I'm witnessing the moon at uh, basically either being like a smiley face or like a sad face at either ends of the year. I noticed that it like will go through this cycle for like a week or so, where it's like tilted as the season changes, or as I think that the luminaries are shifting to the southern part of the equator. You know,
So Model Builder was in here the other day, and he had a. I should have took a screenshot, man. I next time I see him, I'm gonna beg him to pull it up again, because he had an image that he hadn't even really noticed what I was trying to say, but that image made it so clear. It's like a picture's 1,000 words. Well, this picture displayed the revolution of the space station. And I know Wits and others have posted images like that where it'll show like the flower pattern of the space station over the Earth.
oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, well, I recognized that long ago, but yeah, I agree with you.
So they have ones with the planets where it shows their specific orbit around over the flat Earth, and its specific circuit. The interesting is just like that all these planets, including the space station, has a circuit. Well, the sun has a circuit, and when you observe the circuit of the sun very closely, right, very closely, you'll notice that there are incremental changes when it completes its revolution. So the way you would see it in the star pattern, though, is that when it finally returns to the position it started at the beginning of the year, so after a full year of recording its orbit and its circuit and its flower pattern over the Earth, you'll realize that when it returns back to its original position at the spring equinox to begin its orbit again, the flower pattern that it started initially the previous year, it's not following that track exactly the same. It's off centered by an increment, I would say, of under a degree, between zero point 0.2 to zero point 0.3 degrees latitude, that the sun has now shifted on the equator, right? And it will continue that incremental change for 4 years before resetting, and it will reset back to its original position 4 years prior at the spring equinox. But that little incremental oscillation is not recognized by modern science, but it was recognized by the ancient Hebrews. And if you understand that incremental oscillation that it does from year to year and how the sun resets itself like a typewriter.
I think that the Antikythera mechanism is accounting for this and calling it the Olympic cycle, the 4-year cycle.
So it'll go like this, and it kind of like an AK-47, after it finishes a clip and it shoots back. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to get you to understand what the sun is doing, dude. But if you use programs like Stellarium and you can fast forward, you can see the motion a lot quicker. So you can fast forward years and you'll see the sun like tweaking out, right? And you'll see it at a certain position, it starts going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, oscillating. But you don't see that oscillation unless you fast forward it, because it's so slow, it's so minute that you wouldn't even notice it unless you had a sundial. I doubt that you'd notice it with optics, bro. Like
Well,
people try to use the stars as a reference, the backdrop of the stars as a reference for the sun. You know what I mean? Like you'll see the sun flowing through this constellations, and you'll see the stars behind it. They try to measure the incremental differences between the stars and the sun, dude, with angular elevation angles, and how do you know how they find triangulation, how they find the dude. Imagine trying to find the difference. You know, when we're talking about 0.2 degrees of latitude, like, dude, you're not gonna be able to figure that out unless you have a sundial. There's no, I mean, I'm highly skeptical of trying to figure that out optically with a telescope, like trying to figure out the position of the sun, dude. Like, come on, because you know how optics work, bro. They're not reliable.
Missed out on
Anyway.
getting some fucking these vintage 1940 Baltar lenses. Oh,
I think I found an amazing
they're on
movie.
eBay for like $22, and I was like, nobody's seeing these. And then they went to like 400. And I was like, fuck. They're wonderful lenses. They are single coat. They have something called ball coat on them, which I think is a formula that nobody knows anymore.
Do you
They use
use
other
lube
things,
with
but
that?
these lenses just have a look to them. Look like every movie that was shot in the 80s or something. Anyway.
Nah, yeah, I love
Lenses.
lenses, dude. I'm a geek too. Trust.
Yes, yes.
I just gifted one of my old friends a nifty 50 millimeter lens. One of the new editions though, the RF. Canon RF lens.
Canon. Have you ever tried the FL? Anything fluorite? I wanted to check that.
Yeah, one of my main cameras just has a fluorite lens.
Oh, right on, yeah.
It's built in though. I can't take it out. You know.
Right, your movie camera. Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's like my old camera. But yeah, I like fluorite. It's really cool, dude. It has like a green tint to it, but maybe that's just.
Huh. Might be your sensor or something. Fluorite's supposed to have like very, very little chromatic aberration.
I love ND filters. I know that because the lens itself comes built in with like 2 ND filters, and I've messed around with ND filters. So I'll open up the iris all the way with the aperture, and I'll put the ND filter to correct the white balance and the contrast and all that. And then I'll push the camera's limits, right? So I open up the eye as much as I can, so it allows the most light in. But then I'll adjust the ND filter. Dude, it's the best. I think it's the best.
Bounces
Keep
it
your
out,
aperture
like
all the way open.
it takes away a lot of the bloom that you might get, like from light sources and things like that. Yeah, ND filter good for that.
Get better depth perception or depth of field if you have the aperture open all the way.
Yeah, full aperture. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
I have
I'm
some
not.
lens setups that just have no aperture at all. Like I'll just I'll just like cut one out or 3D print one. Because if you know, well, basically, if you're just shooting like wide open, I guess you don't need one. But you know, pretty much you could get away just having like a really really stop down one for like incredibly high light and like a 5.6 for medium stuff, and then and anything else is just like just it's not wide open, but it's close to it. You're not really doing much with it doesn't matter what shape the aperture is, I guess, for bokeh. Anyway, it's interesting that you can cut a stencil for your aperture, and then all your light source, your point source lights that are out of focus will all appear as that shape, So if your aperture was triangular, you know, all those like little point sources of light would appear to be triangles. Saying, yeah. That's why those little lens flares are like hexagons or pentagons or whatever else. Yeah. You know that shit. But that's actually how some of these like UFO fakes are done with the triangular look like little triangle saucers or whatever. You can just take modify a six-bladed camera. You just take that aperture apart and fold over the aperture so you just only have a triangle and not a hexagon. And then those blades will just basically move like that. And then you just find some kind of out of focus point source light. It could be any plane, and make sure it's just slightly out of focus, and you'll get that triangle in the sky. Be like, look at a UFO, and then we can make millions of dollars, and then we can funnel it into flat Earth research. What do you think about this? Talking about fake UFO shit, flat Earth bucks. What do you think?
Well, you think UFO stuff will make a lot of money?
You know what? Like, just they get a lot of views. You know.
Yeah.
Over
Well,
the
New Perspective was quite interested in it. I actually filmed a UFO about on the 12th of September.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Well,
was a pretty interesting video. You see it come in, and it comes around these ships, and it does a bit of a zigzag, and then takes off. And I got 3 different camera angles of it. I had 3 cameras on time lapse. One of them was zoomed way out, and 2 of them were zoomed in a little bit more. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm just waiting till I start to post other videos first, and then I was going to release the UFO video, so that way hopefully it can drive a few extra views on my channel.
yeah. What would you say? Like a light moving around?
Yeah, it's a light. I don't know. It's hard to say because it was on a time lapse, so unfortunately it's not just pure video. It was on a time lapse, and it is quite a brightish light. And there was a really good light, almost like a sun coming towards you on the water, just like a thin thin light coming towards you on the water as well, reflection in the water. So on one of the videos, you can see that quite wide and it's sort of larger, and then one of the other ones it's a little bit smaller, and the other one you don't see that because it's zoomed way back further. But you see it come in on the one zoomed way back more. You see it come in, go around these ships, and then it sort of goes off, I think, way over to the other side of the Gulf where I am. And then it does the same kind of circle thing around the Gulf there, and then it comes back and it goes around the ships again, and then it just goes off. But yeah, I was pretty buzzed out when I looked at the footage after I got home and noticed that that's what it was. But it moves in a way that, you know, like there's not one person I've shown it to that hasn't gone like, yeah, that's not a plane. Like, you know, no one thinks it's a plane. Some people have gone, oh, maybe it was a drone. And I've had to say, well, look, those ships are 20 k's away, over 20 k's away, and no drone has a 20k range. So it couldn't have been that. Plus, it went from the ships to the other side of the Gulf, back to the ships, and then went away. So it had to have been done probably at least 70 to 80 k's. So drones don't have that kind of range. So yeah, whatever it was definitely, you know, it was the definition of a UFO, whatever it was.
What night did you see it?
It was the 12th of September. So when was that? Like, a week and 2 or 3 days ago? Like last Tuesday or something like that? Not Tuesday gone, Tuesday before, I think, somewhere around there.
Late at night or early in the evening?
It was around 7 p.m. Maybe, yeah, between like around the 7 p.m., 7:15 time. Yeah, it was kind of interesting because I saw the light in the water, just like I actually remember seeing the light in the water, but when I didn't pay any attention to it because that night it was a super glassy water day, like probably the most glassiest I've ever seen the ocean before. So when I saw the light in the water, my brain just went to, oh, it's because it's so glassy. But yeah, I should have realised that no plane, no matter what, could leave a light like that in the water. They're normally too high, and there's just no way it's possible. So I should have paid more attention to it, but yeah, it just didn't click in my brain at the time. But yeah, instead now I just have a cool video.
Yeah, man, that's pretty cool. Did you upload it or?
I haven't done it yet. Like, are you on the Miswit? Are you on Witsit's thing, Miswits?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about. Telegram?
Oh, yeah, Telegram.
No, I'm not. I got Telegram. I don't use it, but if
Yeah, I had
I'll
dropped
try
it
to
in
find
there.
it. All right, I'll try to find it and join.
Yeah, it's probably about 400 messages up now. But it was also posted in here because New Perspective jumped onto the Miswits and then just screen recorded it and then posted it in here. So I'm not sure where he posted it, if it was just in the chat or if he put it in some other section. Yeah, I just thought because I'm starting I'm doing like my plain reality channel. That's going to be for all of the sort of more flat Earth orientated stuff that I'm posting. Or we'll start posting shortly, hopefully. And then I've started another channel, and that's going to be just purely for all the footage that I get of sunsets and land and ships and stuff like that. And I just sort of edit that to music. So that's going to be just sort of like the normies channel in a way, So that way it's got nothing to do with flat Earth. But what I do is all ships, I sort of put the name of the ship and I put how far away it is. And in the description, I'll say how high I am. So those kind of in the know can have a look at that sort of information and figure that out for themselves. But apart from that, that's going to be just purely normal and then eventually I mean, who knows if people like that footage? Maybe if I monetize that, maybe something will come of that. But that's not really why I'm doing it. But with that one there, once I've released a few videos on that, then I was actually thinking of taking this video to the news or something like that and seeing if they're interested in it to get a little bit of free advertising and maybe go to maybe post it to someone like Secure Team 10. Is that what they call it? You've seen that channel, YouTube channel? I think it's Secure Team 10 or something like that.
No.
It's a full-blown UFO channon. They're always doing
But
UFO
yeah,
type stuff.
try it out, man. Anything is possible, bro. You could blow up. You start getting views. Yeah, man. I want to start
Yeah,
on YouTube eventually.
Yeah, I've already got probably close to 40 videos made for the other channel. Maybe about 8 or 9 videos already made for the plain reality channel. I've just been waiting for quite some time on people that are doing logos for me, like proper
That's
logos,
what's up, man. That's
so I
the
can do
future.
like, yeah, that way then because I could just post the videos now, but I don't know. I feel like even though I'm certainly no professional at it, I feel like if you have like a proper intro and logo and it all sort of blends together, that clearly it's a much more in inverted commas professional way of doing it. Don't want it to be
Camera?
hardcore amateur.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
What kind
guy.
of
No,
cameras are
you're
you
right.
using?
I have 3 P1000s and 1 P900.
You're a nerd.
I don't know
That's a
anything
collection
about them,
right
bro.
there.
I just point and video. I need
I'm
to learn
playing.
more about photography and stuff. But I just hit record
People
and
love their P900s, bro. I don't understand why everybody love that camera, bro. I hate that camera, bro.
yeah. Like I say, I don't know shit about cameras. The P1000's a much better camera than the P900.
Yeah, I you know what? It's done. It served its purpose in the flat Earth community. I just wish there was other camera models. Why the P900? Like I understand it has incredible zoom, but most of it's not even optical zoom. It's digital zoom. Like, what's the big like? You don't want to use digital zoom. That would
Yeah,
actually
with
be
the
a detriment to the flat earthers and empirical evidence because digital zoom will take away your credibility regarding the horizon. That's why I don't understand all this fascination with the P900. Half of it's digital zoom. I mean, not half of it. We've looked into it before, snacks. I just don't remember the exact
It is
specification.
optical though. It,
yeah the P1000's got a 125 times optical zoom.
like the digital zoom aspect of it is really, I think that it's just shrinking the sensor size, which is going to probably decrease your maximum focal length resolution. But it's true optics though. It's just using a smaller part of the lens. It's using like the center of the lens. I think the more you're zooming through.
My full layman's terms of knowing about it is, so what someone said to me was basically, obviously, the digital zoom just magnifies whatever the optical zoom was.
So I agree with that. There's different technologies for how that is achieved. From the technologies that I've researched that make it look like you're actually still zooming in when you stopped zooming in long ago. Like you just said, there's only 125. There's only 125 optical zoom, which is the actual lens capable of zooming in, right? But then beyond that, there's digital zoom where they start using AI or software to try to manipulate the image and the resolution of the image to make it look more crisp, right? You would call it like video graphics. You would call that anti-aliasing, or where it corrects the artifacts and things that would happen if you try to zoom in like that, right? And that image correcting processing that the camera is doing, that's your detriment because it's rearranging the polygons, it's rearranging the information, the data to make it look crisp. Because if you didn't, it would just look blocky and look like shit. I mean,
I don't know
think
if I
about
agree
the
with that.
pixels. How many pixels does the P900 have? How much resolution does it actually have? Look into that, and then see how much what would happen if you were to zoom in using that resolution. The image would start
Well,
to
no,
deteriorate.
because you're getting proportionally like yeah. If it's shrinking the sensor size, I think it's proportionally like increasing its it maintains the same pixel density.
I'm going to jump up for a second because I'm going to order some dinner. So
All right.
come back in a few minutes.
We'll
See you guys.
argue about P1000s.
Yeah, I'll be back
Yeah,
shortly
I
to
would
join in.
definitely agree with you that it will maintain the pixel density. But when you zoom in, that's what resolution is all about, bro. So when you expand an image onto a banner on the highway, you need high resolution. You need like at least 20 pixels. 20 pixels, 20,000 pixels or whatever it is. What do they call it?
I personally
I'm
don't
having a
like the
brain fart right
sensor.
now, dude.
I don't think the sensor is like the most. Like it could be different.
How many pixels does it have? The P900.
I think it's like 16. Maybe it's less. I don't know.
Dude, it must be. What you saying? Bits or
No, but
pixels?
it's
Pixels.
megapixel. So it's 16 megapixels. Is it more than that? I don't think it is.
16's all right. 16's okay. I like 16. Actually, it's not a bad number.
Well, let's not talk shit about it. I'll look it up real quick.
Most mediocre cameras nowadays are like 18, 20 megapixels. And you can't really use those for advertisement, like banners. Like you can't really expand that resolution that far because the resolution of the image will deteriorate. It's the same concept when you zoom in. There's less data to work with, so as you zoom in, um, if you keep the pixel density, what you're gonna have is just deterioration. You're gonna be zooming in between the pixels, and it's gonna look like crap.
Megapixels.
Yeah. But that's why I don't know,
And
man.
now
Like,
the CMOS sensor isn't the worst, right? But like if it was a CCD sensor, it would be arguably better.
yeah, it would, but I don't know why technology the way it went. Right, the way it went for the average consumer is it went down the CMOS range. I thought
So
CCD
really,
was better.
like if you're really building something, like I would just say like a red Komodo, because it's basically got like a CMOS, CCD sensor.
CCD.
Yeah, and then you could and it's full frame though, so it's just expensive as a ma.
That's what you want. You want CCD full frame. I mean, I don't know, man.
That's
I haven't.
overkill though, don't you think? Like, I mean, just to say like, oh, we see that boat though, right?
Nah. Because you want the best tools for the measurement, bro. You want the best of the best. If I had the money, I'd get the best of the best for my experiments. The thing is, it's about how you capture the light, and how many sensors are you using? You're using one sensor for each individual light, or a spectrum of light. You know what I mean?
I mean, there's no 24 to 3000 millimeter lens you're getting, so you're not buying that anymore.
But then people say, "No, film's the best." So go back to film. Like, forget CCD. Let's go back to film photography. That's where you get the most dynamic range. That's where you get the most data, the most information, right? The most dense. Like, we talked about nutrient dense meats the other day, right? Beef being the most nutrient dense for the human body, and almost zero excrement. So you absorb almost all of it. Well, think about photography in the same manner. And film seems to be the best that we had because within an inch of film, you have so much data that is condensed. And it's also I wouldn't say easily, but it's almost all retrievable and absorbable, assimilable, right? You can't get that with, I guess digital photography has come a long way, but it might be surpassing film. But I think if we dedicated more time to film photography, dude, we could, who knows what the limit, you know what I mean?
How'd you go? You guys have hashed it out?
Yeah, saying fuck digital, we're going to film.
Yeah, man. Less noise, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, but then you got to get in there and either get the film developed or you got to develop it yourself. You don't want to be around those chemicals.
There's got to be a better way, dude.
We're doing with Polaroids. We just strap 3000 millimeter lens to Polaroid cameras, Polaroid land cameras. What do you think?
Well, there was a little fad on Instagram where everybody had their little Polaroid cameras again. I like that.
Yeah, Yeah, they're super expensive for the film for them. Hold it, man. I got a call coming in. I gotta go. Catch this.
I like those point and shoot cameras with the of like triple lenses in them. So you got like three different, but they're like offset, so you get different angles with somebody. You got like, you know, whatever.
Nah, but yeah,
Japanese cameras
I've
from
I've
the
always
70s.
been fascinated with the way that they capture the information. Like, right, we talk about raw format.
Yeah.
We have hard drives, and now we
Um,
have flash drives, and then now you have like those PCI Express drives and
like
M2.
I can
It just keeps
basically,
going.
yeah, like I can get out, well, and then there's like Magic Lantern for the cameras and stuff like that. So that's
Yeah,
cinema DNG raw. And that you can export to pretty much any kind of file format. But also another cool thing is being able to, like, you know, take the direct output of a camera and just recording it to HDR or an external hard drive monitor. So I got like a 4K external that'll just do ProRes 422 format, which is like pretty much a raw. You know what I mean? It's not quite as large as a raw file, but that's pretty good too.
I can't help but joke, bro.
Like,
But I'm not.
you
I'm
have to
refraining
be able
myself
to.
from being vulgar.
Okay, sorry.
No. I'm just refraining myself from joking on you, bro. Cause nothing. But I can't. Go ahead.
Joking about. By that high, that sound like I'm that high. What's happening?
Nothing. It's just the way that you were talking about raw, dude, and you want it raw, and I couldn't help but laugh in my head. But yo, listen,
What's it, raw dog?
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep it kosher, but I just couldn't help myself.
Move on. Take the high road.
Nothing to see here. Move on.
But
ProRes is pretty much a raw file though. It's those can be really huge when you know I'm not gonna play into this. But those file sizes can be very large, you know, in number.
dude, but yeah, that's DNA. They're talking about DNA and artificial DNA, and how they can come up with like now devices that kind of use a DNA format to try to save space or whatever, to try to store information.
Yeah, they're looking into
Pretty cool
DNA
stuff.
computers or something now.
Yeah, like developing a storage device using the DNA format.
Yeah, that's intense.
Like I guess geez, in the early '90s, reading the first time I ever read about like quantum computers and stuff, and I ripped the article out of the magazine from the library, and like yeah, they had other articles about like gene computing. Basically, you can utilize geez, it's like using the one molecule within another sample set will create all of these different variations of code, almost like so it spits out like in the quantum state thing, right? Like, yeah, so it's supposed to be in many different forms at once, right? So you can compute it differently. But you know, basically the same thing with using genes and DNA and stuff. Anyway, are they really going to start doing that?
Yeah. Dude, they're already doing it, probably.
It's probably been around a lot longer than we think.
Things are getting weird.
You know, at the end of the day, with everything that's been going on for quite a number of years now, you know, is it humans isn't in control? Is it AI in control? Is it some form of other entities in control? Like, what the hell is going on?
I'm blessed, dude. I feel blessed that I have this outlet right now. I have to say this on live because the way that the world is going, like we're just used to it, bro. We're just desensitized. We hear the news, everything's just happening, and we're on Discord and we're talking. But I'm just so happy that we can, we can voice it out, we can talk it out, and air it out with people, with like-minded individuals. Because most of our family wouldn't understand. You know what I mean? Like they just don't. A lot of our family members don't see what we see in the world. You know, we're a little fringe. We're a little out there with the flat Earth and cosmology and aliens and this and that. But dude, like when the governments of the world are conspiring against us and simultaneously releasing information on aliens and UFOs and UAPs and the Navy's coming out and the Pentagon's coming out and Joe Rogan's talking about, like, all these things are happening all at the same time, dude. It's part of this is our generation. We need to, you know, we just need to take a hold of it. And
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
they're definitely setting the scenes for some big stuff, aren't they? And just
man.
keeping everyone occupied from every different angle. It's like, you know, they've thrown the UFO stuff out there for all the people that want to deal with that. They've done all the climate change stuff with the fires and the floods and the you name it. That's all going on for all
Oh
the
my
people
goodness.
freaking out about climate change. And you know, like it's just like a piece of every pie. They've just got it out there just to make sure that everyone's living in some kind of fear or hope. You know, they've just thrown out fear and hope. You know, hope that the aliens are getting revealed, and fear of all this going on. And you got the invisible bug cruising around, you know, damaging everyone.
Or is it one's own paranoia that's causing this? That's the real question.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the paranoia that they're throwing into everyone, though, isn't it?
But okay, so we had one world
Play your
war.
Trump card
We had
immediately. That's amazing, Jess.
we had a second world war, right? A world war, dude. Like that's that's a historical precedent. And now we might be heading into a third world war, all within relatively 100 years. What the hell is going on? You're telling me this is normal, dude? Like, yeah, relatively we've had peace on the earth, but dude, if you don't see that all the governments of the world are conspiring for another world war, China is preparing, Russia is preparing. They're in a rush to connect these underwater cables. Russia's already off the World Wide Web. They have their own web. China has their own web. Russia and China uniting their webs. You know, the Eastern world is uniting and the Western world is united. But at the same time, America is being left in the dust because America does not want to be part of the Eastern system that will be backed by gold. Their crypto that the East is developing will be backed by gold. The West is developing its own crypto. They want to call it FedCoin, right? But FedCoin will not be backed by gold. So we're going to have two systems at war. And which ones you think is going to win out? Probably the Russian one, and that's going to lead to war. It's almost inevitable. I mean, I don't see it any other way. It's bloodshed. It's going to happen. How it happens, it's besides the point. But we see that the armies of the world, they're building up their armies. They're building aircraft carriers. China was considered inferior to us because they didn't have as many aircraft carriers as we do. But apparently, they've been catching up the last 10 years because from our intelligence, as far as we know, they can see from above the warehouses that they're building for their subs. They can see from above the warehouses that they're building for their aircraft carriers. They're building these things at an incredible rate. It's like, what are you guys trying to do? They're trying to take over the China Sea. So we're going to be fighting over Taiwan. We're going to be fighting over Ukraine. We're going to be, and then you got North Korea over there shooting missiles like you got what Trump call him, Rocket Man.
But in reality, it's all one big holding company. You know, like at the end of the day, none of these governments are really fighting against each other. They're fighting against us.
Absolutely.
You know,
but
they're
both,
all in
I
on
would
it
say
together.
both.
You know, like don't tell me that they all go and hang out at the UN and everything's chilled and kosher.
and then they leave the UN and they all hate each other and they want to kill each other. We're just the pawns, mate. They don't give a shit about us. We're just the means to the ends to keep them in power. The governments need us to be thinking that we need them. And the only way that they keep that going is through fear, at the end of the day. If they keep us in fear of something that we need big daddy government to keep us safe from, then they have a reason for existing. Whereas at the end of the day, they don't have any reason for existing. They create the reasons for existing.
But this is exactly where I go back to what I just said before about the paranoia thing. If someone doesn't want you to be here, you're not going to be here. It's as simple as that.
Dude, are you saying that we're all like paranoid schizophrenics because we can see the gloom in the world? Like I don't know what you're trying to say.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that, but I'm saying that there's definitely a good dose of paranoia to think that whole governments are conspiring against everyone. Like, that's just fucking crazy. Like, I know my government in New Zealand lies. When somebody's trying to be elected, properly through an election, they're going to make promises that everyone knows they're never going to fucking come through with. We'll lower taxes. Then you're going to vote for them. It's never going to happen. Everyone knows that. It's not a lie. They're just trying to get votes. They're not lying on a major scale about space doesn't exist and everything's fucking fake and the Earth's flat.
Well, clearly not all governments are in on that. I mean, you can't keep any form of secret along those lines by making sure that every single person who ever gets into government knows the truth. Obviously not. That's just that's a bit asinine. There's no way that you can't just go around telling all the heads of the thing, oh, by the way, the Earth's flat, but don't tell everyone. By the way, we're actually all in on some secret thing to take over the world, within this. Like, no, they're just doing as they're told from higher up above. There's areas above them. Like, clearly, you're not going to let everyone know because not everyone's going to keep the secret. Obviously, it's going to get out eventually, right?
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing.
You have to have compartmentalization.
But exactly what you just said, but you didn't think about this, is that there's people higher up, these people right at the top, Biden, all the presidents, they'd have to know, and then the people above them have to know. And I think it was Franklin
presidents
Roosevelt.
don't have to know.
Franklin Roosevelt, I think it was, said a good quote. I can't remember it, but if you search the quote, it's fucking brilliant. I love it. It's my favorite quote. Is 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. Like, you can't. It's impossible. Literally impossible to keep a secret on this scale.
No, it's not.
Impossible.
No,
Absolutely.
No, it's not. No way.
Guys, how many people does it take then? Because we have military operations that exist all the time that nobody knows
Yeah,
about.
that's right.
Not a fucking soul knows about.
Stacey,
Yeah.
we've talked about this before.
I've got friends that are in the SAS, and they would never reveal the shit that they've done.
Right,
They would
you
never
can't.
tell you. They'd never tell you operations that they've done.
That's completely different. Completely.
No, it's
different.
not. It's the same idea. It's the same idea. Like, at the end of the day, like, just think of all the medical experiments that go on and all the things within certain companies that go on, that those scientists sign non-disclosure agreements. They can't talk about that stuff. They can't talk about the 40 experiments that they did to then get 3 of them approved. They can't mention that. They just can't bring that shit out. They can't say it because they would never get a job anywhere else. They would get fired from their job. They would lose their entire livelihood. They can't do that. Of course you can keep people compartmentalized.
No, you
can.
I mean, I worked as a general manager for my own company of Speedway I was working for, right? A big corporation. I don't know shit what's going on high up. I only know where I'm at and my district manager, and that district manager doesn't know shit. It goes on and on. You're not knowing what's going on behind closed doors with these closed people and the agreements they make, contracts that they make. None of this is talked about. I mean, we don't even know what the infrastructure that was put into our ground recently, right? Nobody even knows who the hell put that in our ground, right? Nobody's talking about that shit. But I was talking to the people, it's Verizon and others and MCI, but still ain't talked about on your news and nobody's talking about it. How does that happen then, Jazza? Because that shit should be everywhere. People should all know about it. Secrets happen all the time.
So Stacey, sorry, what role did you? Oh, you don't have to say what role, but you were.
Oh no, it's a big deal.
Sound like you were in logistics or something.
No. I was just working for a cafe manager. I've done many jobs, so by the way, I'm just talking about even like a speedway, a cafe manager or something. When you have a certain role, and then there's a person, right? It's a pecking order that's above you and above you and above you, and all these people down below don't know anything that's really going on in that company. Not a single thing, really.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same thing
Obviously,
as
the
any.
people at the.
Go ahead.
Oh, so I was going to say, obviously, the people at the top are the ones that are in more of the know, but it's not until the actual extreme top of the people who actually really know what's going on. And then maybe even within that, there could be other little things going on within the company. Obviously, that people even at the top aren't going to know of what's going on down in that section. They don't know about all this little bits going on. They just know
And
about
that was the
these are
easiest
the
thing is the
these are the
confusion.
main
I
shots.
couldn't even get them to listen. Like I couldn't even get my district manager to hear me out. I'm like, so if you can't even get on the same page as me, and that's my own district manager, how the hell am I going to get on the same page with my corporation? They don't know what's going on down here. Nope. People think that they do just because you own the company. No. They got too much shit going on, people.
But you just raised my point. Kind of what I said before is you just said the people at the top of the top. So who's that? Are these
Whoever it
people that
is.
No,
no
do
one
we?
knows
We
exist?
don't. We don't know. How are we supposed to know? How are you supposed to know? To say
So
that it doesn't.
it's
To say
kind of
that it
slander.
doesn't exist. But to say that it doesn't exist is naive and ignorant in the true
But it's
sense of the
slander
word,
to say that it
ignorant and
does without
naive.
any proof that they exist.
Well, how about the proof of complete lockstep control of the entire earth of what just happened in the past 3 years? How about the complete shutdown of all information from
How
platform
about the
to
proof
platform
that
to
hundreds of
platform?
thousands of people died?
What do you mean proof? What do you mean? What do you mean proof? The WHO just released. No, wait, quiet. The WHO just released the deaths over the past 3 years. There were 15 million people, excess deaths in the past 3 years. Of only 5 million can be attributed to COVID. How are you supposed to even know that unless that information comes out? Don't tell me that those 100,000 people didn't die. Of course they did. We just had 10,400 excess deaths here in Australia in 2021. We didn't even have COVID here in 2021.
Yeah, you did.
So what happened? No, we didn't. No, we did not.
Real quick,
Not in
just in case,
2021, we
because I
didn't.
was told we have
We
to be
didn't have it
careful
here
using
in.
that C word. Just be careful, honey.
Sorry.
You're good.
Yeah,
We didn't
paranoia
even
again.
have that. We didn't even have that here until 2022. We had a very
Bullshit.
minute little bit. We had a very minute little bit in 2021. Tiny, nothing to talk about. Right?
You
It
got it
wasn't
the
until
same time we
2021.
did.
Yeah, but
Don't
Jazzy, you also know you have
tell
heard,
me
and
what I had in my country.
it's been
All
very
right?
mainstream that any numbers that you heard, it doesn't mean you can contribute it directly to related to whatever that was, right? But I might say the name because a lot of them have even said just because you were diagnosed or you died of something doesn't mean you actually died of it. People who had already had cancers that were dying, car wrecks and everything. It was over a test that was also right. Seen to be faulty. Back and forth. So these deaths, you cannot give these numbers and say that we can count them as that. They can try to, but it doesn't work.
Out of those 10,400, they attribute 1,000 of those 1,000 of those to the airborne thing that was going on, because that's all we had. We had barely anything of going on here in Australia in 2021. Okay, it wasn't actually until 2022 is when it started happening here in this country. All right, That's when it happened here in this country,
Maybe
2022.
not in your state.
That's where it happened over the entire country, is where it started happening. Okay? We had 1,000 supposed deaths attributed to the thing that was happening. There were then 9,400 excess deaths that happened in 2021, not attributed to the airborne thing happening.
See, I like how you say attributed to, because here, if you're in like a aircraft accident, for example, if you're severely injured and you're in hospital, it can be 28 days. If it gets to 28 days and you die, it's attributed to the accident. So you could get COVID on day 27, and it would be because of the crash you had.
Oh, and not the other?
Mm.
Within 28 days.
No, if
I thought it was the other way around.
If you then got the C, and then you died the next day, they would call that a C death.
Yeah.
No. It would be on day 27 if you contracted the C from the big V. That would be contributed to your involvement in the accident 27 days prior.
You would get labelled a C death.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. Now, listen, Jess, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. What I'm going to say is if you look at most of all the statistics and what they've actually said, it was usually just like in the UK and other things too. It was within those 28 days that if anything happened, it was the other way. It was flopped around. So like he just said, if anything happened, even if it was on the 28th day, it was still going to be the C and not the other, not the injury.
No, I think that's
everything
completely false.
No, then you actually don't know what you're talking about then. Sorry, but you don't. You haven't looked into it. If you get the C, right, this is the way that it was done. If you got that thing
on day one,
and then let's say you got it on day one and you died, you were healthy after that. You fixed it. It was all gone, right? But then for some reason you died of anything within 21 to 28 days, you were labelled a C death. Even up to 60 days. You don't know what you're talking about if you're going to say no, right? You have no idea what you're talking about.
That's completely false.
Not
because that is completely false. That's why there is the 28-day thing, is because if you suffer serious injuries and you're critical, if you survive the 28 days and you start to recover, then you're not classed as dying from that. You might walk out of the hospital and get hit by a bus.
You actually,
they're not going
I'm
to say
sorry, I'm just going to say it flat out. You actually have no idea what you're talking about.
You have
no idea what you're talking about.
No, Jazz, he's right though, because listen, I'm not trying to say you're wrong in your country or whatever, but all I know is I just watched a video again the other day, literally from the WHO even putting out. Other people all stating this, and they even claimed it. They didn't care if you died in a car accident. It doesn't matter. Within those 28 days, if you were tested, positive, it did not matter what you died of. It was automatic C. Okay, within those certain days, and that was what they said, and that was pushed in it. You find the videos even now.
Yeah, it was actually within 60 days.
Yeah,
it was actually up to 60 days. Yeah, it wasn't just 28. It was up to 60 days. So sorry, dude, but you're no, it's not false. It's not false. It's not false at all. You can go and look up the information from England, right? And the information from England will have died within 28 days and died within 60 days. That's the two categories that they had in England. It's in their goddamn friggin' records.
And does it say after 60 days what they died from? A car accident, which is what I was just about to bring up with Stacey. Are you guys going to literally go through the statistics and bring up workplace accidents, car accidents, after 60 days of someone having their thing, and
after 60 days might be different. After 60 days might be different.
After 30 days, let's call it that. And are you going to attribute all those accidents? Because if you are, then you're saying that you're going to 50%, you're going to reduce the accident rate of car accidents and workplace accidents by 50%. Think about
Well,
the
it's not saying
statistics
that
you're
they didn't
talking
have an
about.
accident. They're not saying the accident happened, but the
But you're
death
saying
will
that
be
they're
attributed to.
attributing. Yes, exactly.
Yes, the death will be attributed to the sea.
Okay, so what I just said is that you're trying to say that a percentage of car accidents in the United States, let's say, I think there's about 320 million people, and workplace accidents and just dumb fucking accidents around the home, probably a lot of gun accidents, accidentally getting shot by your child or your partner or whoever for having a gun when you don't really need one.
The answer is yes.
And you're going to say that 50% of those are caused by the V.
Well, you're just putting an arbitrary number out there, 50%.
Right.
You're just trying to say then.
Okay,
You're just saying then
60%.
that okay.
I don't know the
Why would it be
percentage.
Why would it be 60%? It might only be 2%. How do you know that
Right.
any one of those people that died from a car
That's
accident
exactly what I'm saying.
had the V within 60 days? No, what we're saying is that if you had the V and then you died of any cause within 60 days, you were classified as dying of the V.
And that was
That's
literally
true at all.
stated by our own governments, honey.
Have you actually even done one skerrick of research into this?
Well, this is actually
How
some of
much
the stuff that
time?
we used to talk
How
about
much?
on Jim
How
Pana's
much
server. He's
time?
heard it.
How much time and effort have you actually even put into this?
Not specifically into this subject. Have you
Well,
put
then
any
shut
time and
up!
research into that the Earth's not
Then
fucking
what are
flat?
you even
Yeah.
talking about? If you've done zero research into this, why are you even asking or trying to form an opinion and telling us that we're wrong when you've done no research on it? All I've
From
done
the
is
example
research
I
on
said
this for the
earlier.
past 3 years. All I've
Yeah.
done is look at this for the past 3 years. And you're going to say that someone who's been looking at this for 3 years solid and you've done zero on it and you're going to say that person's wrong?
Have you put a dollar value on your hourly rate?
I don't give a crap about my dollar value. I don't
Jazza,
care
honey,
about my dollar
listen,
value.
me and Jazza and all these people were talking 3 years ago about this. You know this, Jazza, and everything else when you're all like, you're wrong, you're going to kill your mom for wanting to see her without being blah, blah, blah. Now, Jazza didn't necessarily say that. Like, there were some rough people.
What the fuck?
But, oh, no, you didn't. I said you didn't say that, honey. Other people on Jim said. You didn't. Jazza's always been quite nice to me. So, when you're dealing with all that shit in this show, we've talked about this stuff, like he just said, for 3 years. People have heard us say this stuff over and over. And now it's kind of mainstream, a lot of the shit that we were saying. In fact, most of the people that you talk about into society, in the real world, are actually agreeing with me. They don't actually fall to this bullshit anymore. So they already know, too. The same thing we're talking about right now, and I'm trying to word it without wording it, right? The stuff that we were just talking about, 60 days, 28 days, they all know about that. This is why society's pissed out here right now. They're like, we're not doing the second one. We're not doing the third one of this shit. We're done. So if you're not seeing that, hon, I suggest you really look into it. At least that comment that we're saying right now, because that's what woke people up. Because they heard all these numbers and were lied to for so fucking long that when they actually realized that the numbers were being lied to and all this shit and they couldn't account for that, they couldn't verify for themselves, that's when people started stepping away. So it might do a service to you instead of giving yourself a disservice by not looking into it, to even just look up that one statement that you're fighting us on right now, because I know there are videos everywhere that can prove that to you from your own government.
It's not just videos. It's like straight on the government websites telling you that death within this period. Boom. The English government actually has it up to 60 days. Like at the end of the day, if you go into hospital and you have a broken leg, and then they test you for it, and you test positive, you're not called a broken leg hospitalization. You're called a C hospitalization.
Okay.
Are you going to say that's not true? Are you going to say that's not true?
No. I'm getting what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. What I'll say is what we had to, after the first wave, we had to quarantine for a week, right? 7 days. And you're saying that after 60 days, if you die, they put it down as the V.
Within those
So
60 days, yeah.
okay,
Within
so
60
after
days, yes.
okay, so after day 15, a week after you've finished your quarantine, and you walk out on the street, there's still what's that? 15, still 45 days left that you can
Yeah,
be what you're saying. But you walk out
absolutely.
on the street and there's I won't even use the bus analogy. There's a
Right.
15-meter sinkhole and you fall into it and you'd break your leg, but it collapses in on you and you suffocate to death. Are, are they going to call that a V death? Or are
Yes.
they going to
Yes.
call that, oh, see, this is, okay, right.
No, but listen,
They will call.
listen,
They
you're
will
agreeing
call
with this.
that
You're like, this is
not
crazy,
not a.
but they
We're
admit
not.
this.
Hold on. Wait a second. When you say V, do you mean like the C, or do you mean
Right.
like
Yes.
the V?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yes, they will. Yes.
hmm
No, absolutely
Yes, they
not.
will.
No,
Yes, they will.
Honey, I promise you
They
they
absolutely.
will.
do. And I promise you
They
they will
will.
actually tell you that they do. And they have, and they did.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Yes,
right.
I don't like to lie on here. And but you know that where I come out, even though we don't agree on a lot of things, that I don't actually come from this from bad intentions. I know Jazza knows that about me, and that's why we get along. So you can trust that I'm trying not to steer you in the wrong direction. That if you can just look into it, that I'm telling you those 20, even if you go with the 28 days that you were said in the very beginning, yes. And so if you found that out, would you understand where we're at? If you heard that and saw a video and saw the information on government websites that what we're saying is correct, wouldn't you feel a little bit differently about the situation, the numbers and the lies that we've been told then? Because it's
Stacey,
literally making you go, there's no way.
no, Stacey, I love you and I've known you for a long time and we do
Yeah.
get on and we do talk. And what I just can't, and I will look into it for sure because
Right.
I'm certain that with the whole 60-day thing that Plain Reality said, and if you go past your quarantine, that's why I gave you guys that buffer. If you get through your 7 days and then a week later you fall into a sinkhole and it
Okay.
collapses in on you and you get
I know.
suffocated, the coroner's not going to call that
Can I explain
death
why
from
this
the
has
sea.
happened, by the way? I'm not giving excuses for them doing this, but I
He
can
might
explain to you
call it
why.
death from the sea from the amount of cement from the pavement that's crushing you to
Absolutely,
death.
honey. My brother who died of brain cancer, he did not die of C. If he would have been diagnosed, and I actually don't have the
I'm
coroner's
sorry to hear
report
that.
or anything. If he would have died and had the C at the time, whether the brain cancer was killing him literally in the moment that he had blood coming out of his ears and eyes and everything, it didn't matter. It was going to be listed as a C. Even though you know for a fact that man has had brain cancer and it's taking over his brain right in the moment, and they're giving him literally any second to pass. It didn't matter. So my point is, you said you're not going to look into it, then that's fine because a lot of people don't even want to address it because if they see that information and they actually hear it, they're going to get pissed.
I am going to look into it, but can you?
Okay.
I'm really sorry to hear that, but can you
Yeah,
please not use that as an example because it's kind of
I get what you're saying.
yeah.
By the way, that didn't happen to him. I don't have no report on it. I'm saying, but if that would have happened during that time when I was going through with my brother, that they would have done that to him. And that was literally the hospital telling me that. That's the TV telling you that and everything, at least in my country and a lot of other countries that I know of. And here's the reason why, and I'm not giving excuses for them. The reason why they did this, and I know you said 7 days. It wasn't just 7 days, by the way, here in our country. They quarantined you for 2 weeks. And I
Yeah,
can't remember the name of
started.
it, Plain
Yeah.
Reality. You might be able to help me on this. But what did they call it? Because your symptoms, you could have no symptoms at all, right? But still be carrying
Yeah.
it around for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Hey,
That's why.
asymptomatic.
Yes, thank you. They brought that bullshit in. And when they did that, they had excuses to go 28 days, 60 days, and all this shit. 7 weeks, quarantine, 2 weeks quarantine. They had the numbers all over the place. They didn't know what they were doing. They actually did. But I'm saying it was done by confusion. But that has never been even brought into play, this systematic. I can't even talk right now, so I'm just waking up.
It's no different than if you had the jibber jab
Yeah.
and you died within 21 days
Mm-hmm.
after that jibber jab if you had the C and then you died within 21 days, even though you'd had the jibby, they would call you unjibbied.
Really? I didn't
Even
know
if you
that
had
one.
the second one. If you had the second one
Huh.
and then you
No,
died
that's not
within
true.
20. Oh my God, bro. You're I'm doing all I can to not just,
Same
say
I
here,
didn't
bro.
know
things
Don't
that.
worry
So
insensitive.
about
thank
it.
you. If you don't mind continuing, I didn't know that was
Because
the other way around too.
you literally have no idea what you're talking about. So are you going to deny that if you had the jab
Had
and
all of them.
then you got the C, right?
Yep.
And then you were to die within 14 days to 21 days, you would be classified as an un-C death, as an un-V death. Are you denying that? Because we can bet right this second online here right now, 10 grand. Will you take it?
Yep.
You'll take that bet. You'll take that bet. You'll take that bet.
I don't know
Done.
what
You
the
guys have
fucking
heard
bet
this,
is.
right? The bet is that if you had the jab and then you got C and you died within 14 days of that jab, you would be classified as unjabbed.
That you
It would
never
be an
even
unjabbed.
had it.
It would be called an unjabbed death.
No, it would be recorded as a death that the jab didn't work.
No, that's what he's saying.
No, you would be called and classified as if you hadn't had the jab at all.
Well,
You
you're
would be
not a
called. You would be
medical
classified
professional
as
to
in.
make that call.
I'm telling you how they classified it. If you had the jab, and then I'm not saying that you died from the jab. I'm saying you caught COVID, like you caught the C after having that thing, right? And then you were to die, you would
Sweet
be
nectar.
classified as not having it at all. You would be classified in the unjibbied deaths.
Oh, you
Okay,
just taught
so
me something. I'm going to look into that,
so
sweetheart, because that's messed up that they did that too. But it makes sense that they did it.
So they'd stage an accident and put a car on top of me after my demise.
No. What I'm saying is that if you had the jib, and then
got
for
all
whatever
three.
reason, let's
I need the
just
fourth
say
one, actually.
next day, good job. Like I would highly advise you against that, because all the evidence now is pointing to the more you have, the worse off you are, and that is scientifically
Maybe
proven
that's why
through
I think the Earth's not flat.
multiple
Carry on.
through multiple peer-reviewed studies. Now, if you had, let's say you had number one, and then the day after that you caught C, right? And you died before 14 days after
That's not
that
chlamydia,
first.
by the way.
Are you listening, or are you being a dick?
No, you just said you caught C, and I just said check, and I said that's not chlamydia, by the way. So carry on.
So then you died within 14 days of that jibby from the C. You would be called an unjibbied death. You'd be thrown into the unjibbied category.
By jibbied, do you mean jimmied? Like you had the thing to stop the V erecting itself in your body?
Well, yes, except we know that it was never, ever, and it never stopped anything. So
Well, you don't know that because you're not a virologist, but keep going.
No, we do know that, because the scientific
no, you
papers
don't.
prove that. The scientific papers prove that, and the sheer fact that the numbers never stopped from the numbers never changed. It's not like all of a sudden people started getting the GB and all of a sudden the cases dropped. That never happened. Okay, so that never happened. But what we're saying here is, are you going to put money down to say that you disbelieve that they call them unjibby deaths?
If you die from the jibby, then they'll call it you died
No,
from the jibby.
That's not what he said.
no, they would.
If
No,
if
they
if,
wouldn't. No, they
if
wouldn't.
you
No, they
get
wouldn't. That's a
okay,
blatant lie anyway, for starters.
hang on, just real quick. I
So,
just want to
so
clarify
you weren't
this.
listening because I explained it 10 times.
Hang on, I just want to clarify this. So, a good friend of mine that worked on a farm, just after the thing happened, he got eaten by a hay baler, and he had the sea at the time, but he was working out on the farm, so he was alone. But the hay baler literally ate him, and his death was ruled as the hay baler ate him.
Yeah, I bet. Go check his death certificate.
See, yeah, the death certificate, sweetheart. And that's the only
Oh my
person usually
fucking
has
god!
that is spam. No, I'm serious.
Go check the death certificate. Anyway, that's not what we're talking about at the moment. We're
No, it
talking
is what we're
about.
talking about, because we're talking about
No,
paranoia.
no. We're talking
paranoia.
about. Are you going to take the bet? Are you going to take the bet that if you had the jibby, you got the C the very next day after that, and then you died of the C within 14 days, you would be called unjibbied?
For the benefit of you, I'm not going to take that bet actually, because I've had 3 of them, and that was over a year and a half ago, 18 months. I'm going to go and get my next one in the next few days, the 4th one. So just to save you 10 grand, I won't take that bet.
Are you actually even understanding what I'm saying? Can you repeat to me what I'm saying to you?
I don't know what the fuck you're saying to me, because you're talking in code when you don't need to, but you are.
You know what,
because
though?
you're paranoid.
Honestly, you know, Jazz, you're right. And plain Miranda, I get so sick of this. I know, and not your fault, honey. I actually get sick and tired of talking in code too, because you know how ridiculous that we sound, and that we can confuse our own selves, VC, the other stuff. Because how is anybody going to get this information out here in the real world? This is what they've done to us in the last 3 years, Jazza. This is the point. We're not doing this for ourselves, guys. This is the world stopping us from talking about something like this.
So Jazza,
Stacey, they're not.
when
Sorry,
I say
Stacey, just if people can talk in the phonetic alphabet like you're talking aviation, I can understand you all day, every day. But talking about jibbies and fucking all this shit, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You do,
so
though.
the jibby would be the injection,
right? And the
so you
V
know
exactly,
and we'll just call the C you getting the V, all right?
Hang
you understand? You can say it the V if you want to.
See, I would say the V because that's what it is.
The virus.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're talking about? Okay. So you understand I'm using the word jibby as
the
injection.
C or
Which
V.
you already knew that. Okay. So if you get the jibby
3 times.
Let's say you get the jibby. Can you stop being a dick?
I'm not being a dick. I'm just saying that you're trying to
Just
make it out to be. Just carry on.
I'm not talking about whether you've had it once or like 5,000 times. We're talking about this one particular piece.
Carry on.
So if you get it, even on the first one, right, and then you were to get the V the day after you got diagnosed, yes, you had the V, and you died within 14 days, you will be called an unjibbied death. You won't be classified as that you had been jibbied at all.
Thankfully, I totally agree with you.
Oh my God, why did that take so long?
See,
because you can't explain shit.
Well, everyone else knew what the fuck I was talking about.
Yeah.
Jazz
It's just
paranoid. He
you.
thought he meant something else.
It's just you.
So he's putting up Jazz was throwing up defenses because he was scared of your
It's because you're having such cognitive dissonance, you don't want to actually listen to what's being said to you.
You literally just said if you just
Smoko.
had the jibby and you got diagnosed the next day, how the fuck would that take effect? Well, you didn't say that, but that's what you were meaning. And you died within those 14 days. It hasn't taken effect. That's
you
not
can
science
be on
and rockets, dipshit.
You can be on dose number 2, and the same thing happen, and you will be called an ungibbied death. You could be on the second dose.
I'm going to get dose number 4 on Monday. So if I get hit by a fucking scooter by an 89-year-old woman that somehow mangled me within fucking out of recognition after I just got the injection, do you really think they'd claim that?
Honey, you just haven't had an injection. You've had 4 at that point. So at this point, if you still get something, you should be questioning what the fuck you're even doing, why you're taking anything. I mean, I don't get it.
And you realize that the science is actually out now to show that the more you have, the worse it is for you if you get the V. The more you have, the more you keep having, the worse the V is for you. This is the current science. And if you don't know that, it's because you're not looking. I'm not just sprouting bullshit. If you don't know that, you're not looking. Even the friggin' CDC just came out and said this.
You can't
So if you don't know this, if you don't know this information, you're not looking for the information.
And that's the problem. Most people haven't been looking at all. Go ahead.
You can just reach out to Jazza in DMs or something like that. I don't think you're gonna make much more progress than you already have.
No, we're not.
By the way,
It's fucking retarded.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, if there's anybody that heard along the way they didn't know it, you know, hopefully that does something for them. Because some people, when they hear this, especially not on Discord, like real world shit, they go, "Excuse me, huh?" And then when you show it to them, the information and their own CDC and always, you know, government saying this, they get almost this look of what and bafflement. They don't know. So I'd be fine with someone not knowing even 3 years later. It's the fact when someone just wants to play games, because I don't know how many times you repeated that in the most imbecile way, even for somebody, and I'm not making fun of anyone, but you explained it to a kid could understand it, and that was with coding. So I'm not gonna, like he just says, it's not worth playing your games with Jazza unless you want to entertain it. But in reality, Jazza, if you were very serious about this, your own health or anyone, you would take this on board, and anybody would.
You realise that here as well in South Australia, we had a guy who did a Freedom of Information Act on all inpatient visits and all emergency department visits in 2021, 2020, and 2019. He did 2019 and 2020 to get a baseline. In 2021, again, when we had virtually 0 of the V, we had more than a 50% increase in heart problems. We had more than 5,000 extra people go to the emergency ward for heart issues. We had a 30% increase in neurological problems. And these are just the ones that I can remember. The increase in everything was staggering. And the only thing that we did different in 2021 was a shitload of people got an experimental gene therapy.
And did that document have the Southern Institute or South Australian Medical Board letterhead on it? Or was it just a spreadsheet from someone that made it up?
It came straight from SA Health.
Oh, so you'll be able to download that and send it to me so I can believe it, because I want to be on board with you guys, because you guys are trying.
I don't think you do.
Crazy at the moment.
You don't want to be on board with us because you've gone through 3 years of not believing any information. You've got 3 of these things.
Because
you're about to get a 4th. So you've clearly not believed anything, no matter what anyone's ever shown you. You've clearly not believed any of it.
Because you haven't. Not you. I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying to you. You just made a point that I haven't believed you for 3 years. And I haven't.
Not me, but you haven't believed anyone. Go watch a doctor named Dr. John Campbell. Have you heard of Dr. John Campbell? Have you heard of Dr. John Campbell?
I have.
And have you been watching him?
Okay, so the best thing you can do to prove yourself right, and me wrong, is you need to provide the evidence from that doctor that you just said, that you literally just said 10 seconds ago. send me that email and I'll go,
If
holy
he
fuck,
does, will you? Really?
this motherfucker knows what he's talking about. Absolutely. Why would I
Okay.
not?
Will that change your mind a little bit on what we've been talking about for the last 3 years, and you might be on the same page as us? If you know you've been, not just you, but your country, your people, right, are being manipulated and lied to on this level. If you can understand that from what he's got to send you or other things we send you, will you at least open your mind and not say that we're wrong anymore and to start thinking clearly and start reading and researching this stuff, please?
Absolutely, Stacey.
Okay, then for me, I'm on board on that. Fuck a bet. I don't care about $10,000, Shasta. What I care about is people.
Yeah, that's right. Me too.
And I know you were too. I
Okay.
know we were joking about the bet, by the way.
Yeah. Do you realize that even to this very day, right now, you cannot find one document from like the companies that make these things that tell you that they are actually safe for people who are pregnant, and that they have even been tested to know that they're safe for people who are pregnant. To this very day, they cannot say that. They cannot say that they were ever tested against people with immunological disorders. They were never tested, ever. And do you know that also the British Medical Journal went over
Stacey,
all of the original...
Stacey, I'm playing.
Went
I've got
over...
to take a quick phone call. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, so the British Medical Journal went over the original trial. The original trial. They went over the original trial, and they found that those who took the actual thing, had a 36% increased risk of serious adverse event. And that was never told to anyone.
When I was in England, I was trying to look into more research and science and scientists that are doing this outside of it. And there was a lot at that point, even saying against the mainstream, we go, wait a minute, you guys, we have not looked into the effect from this, the things that are happening. There hasn't been enough research. We need more. So there were some doctors and stuff like that too who were against this stuff, saying something's wrong. Something's wrong. This doesn't seem right. We've got to fix this. The thing is all vaccines have never been really tested and verified in the way you're talking about. They've never been safe and really gone through the right testing. And that's the point.
No.
All of them, not even
No.
just this one.
Yeah, it's true. 100% true. So when they came out, and have you heard of the stuff to do with the Western blot test?
What's
What's
the
called
Western
what's called a
blot,
Western...
like BLOT, or what are you saying?
Yeah, it's called a Western blot test. I'm not a scientist, so I don't know enough about it, but it's got to do with a particular type of protein, right? Now, Western blot test, because I've watched experts talk about this, right? It's not my opinion. I watched experts talk about this, and there was a whole thing. If you actually look, it was called Blotgate. Now, the thing about the Western blot is that never ever in history ever would you ever get, it's physically impossible for the Western blots to be identical. Now, the original papers that were handed in had 3 sets of Western blocks that were identical to the point that they were copy and pasted. Right? And anyone who is an expert on this will tell you that the chance of that actually happening is in the quadrillions to like septillions to 10 to the power of friggin' 300 to 1. Impossible. It can't happen. Just can't happen. And these people say there is no possible way ever that when this was given to the regulatory agencies that they would not have picked up on this, because it's never happened. It's impossible. It can't happen. So it means that they fraudulently, they actually, that was fraudulent evidence. They literally provided fraudulent evidence. And every single regulatory agency had to have known.
That's the same thing. I'm not trying to change the subject, which I won't. I'm just saying the same thing with Monsanto, though. That's how they got their stuff to the government, through everything. Everybody knew what they were doing. They know.
Hold on. I'm just going to go on mute because I've been sitting there talking about all this when I should have been going in to go get the food I ordered. It just, I hate talking in code and doing it because it does my head in. And when someone like that comes along and is just so ignorant on what's actually happened and just sits there denying it, and it's just so ignorant and sits there and tells you when they've done zero research into it, and then admits that they've done no research onto it and tells you that you're wrong. You just feel like going, oh my God, I'm living in the fucking Twilight Zone.
But I try not to
Anyway,
blame the people. It's not easy, but I try to remember that they literally have made us out to be the most dumbest idiots on the fucking in this world. You know what I mean? The conspiracy theorists, the flat earthers. I mean, they've blamed us all for this crap. So when people do talk to us, especially online like this, they were already against us. So this is another way for them to go, oh, you're one of those people. And they don't want to believe it because it's health. So I tried to go, you know what? This is probably one of the hardest things I thought to get people to realize. And a lot of people have taken it. I don't make fun of them because it was fear. You can't see it. You can't verify something. Authority of medical is serious, you know?
I have a number of friends now that now have heart issues.
Right. I
You
know.
know,
Yeah, I do know,
I
actually.
have a number of them, and every single one of them says I was fine before that.
Wish they wouldn't have done it. I know a lot of people like that, sweetheart. Yes.
What is it? It's all just coincidence. These coincidence theorists.
No.
Sorry, plane. What did you just say? Heart issues.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got the same thing. That's why I'm not flying at the moment.
And when did that happen? Did you have that beforehand or since?
No, a wee while ago. Got a heart valve doesn't close properly, so obviously that's no good if the thing conks out when you're.
When were you diagnosed with that? When were you diagnosed with it, if you don't mind me
hear that
asking?
you have these issues.
Yeah.
What's the year now? Quite a wee while ago. I've been flying off and on privately, but yeah, obviously I want to be up in the sky than down here, but yeah, you can't be flying commercially with that sort of thing because it's obviously a risk.
You should
But
look
this was
into the
long.
amount of.
This was
You should look
long
into the
before
amount of
anything like
pilots that have had issues.
right.
You
There
should
you
look
go.
into the amount of pilots that have had issues, the amount of pilots that have like literally collapsed and luckily collapsed after they landed.
Right. Yeah.
Right? It's happened so many times.
No, well,
So many times.
This has only happened in the last maybe 10, 15 years that you...
For you?
No. When you do, all around the world, when you do your first Class 1 medical to become a commercial pilot, you have to do an ECG, which you never used to have to do because ECGs weren't around.
Yeah, but like now, currently in the past 3 years, there are so many pilots who have had issues and they've been grounded. They're no longer flying anymore.
Well, it's not so much that. It's like pre-prevention. Like if they can see like a trend, like an engine, a turbine engine, you have what they call trend monitoring, temperatures and pressures, and they take a trend from your first medical to your next one, to your next one, to your next one, and they go, oh, your fucking heart's sort of trending down a wee bit. And so they monitor it more closely.
Really hope, and this is not me telling you what to do, just because it's for your own safety, right? People get feared from the authority and governments, and you know, from your friends and family should be the most where you take experiences on. And there's not just people flying that are having these problems, dropping and falling, and just on the ground. We're talking about athletes and everything, everyone and anyone who's had this stuff. We're seeing it in every field. So if you have, just please be cautious because you already have heart problems, like you're saying, honey. And if you've had 3, personally, I don't think you need a 4th because the 3 you should be enough, or why. But at the same point right now, I'm just saying, just be very, very careful and watch your heart, especially flying, sweetheart. I mean, and that should be normal anyway, right? So I'm not telling you anything to do outside of what you're probably trying to do for your health. But be cautious for this 4th one. Because Jazz, I actually do care about people and you, and I would hate to hear that one day you went and had it done. I mean, I would never make fun of you, by the way. If I came back and you were like, guys, I have a serious problem now because of it, I would be praying for you and sad, and I'd be grateful that at least you know the truth now. So listen, I don't have no bad intentions, sweetheart. I really, really hope that you could take some of this stuff on board and maybe even read and find this stuff before you go to your appointment. that it actually might make you change your mind, and that might be a good thing. So just make yourself use that discernment, but read, because this is something you're putting into your body that you have not made, you have not seen. We're trusting other people, and I'm not saying the person that's giving it to you is lying, but do yourself a service and know what you're putting in your body then. No, you know.
And then the other thing is, as well, is that you're about to take something that at absolute most, will give you about 3 weeks protection. Even though it doesn't actually protect you, but you're going to get about 3 weeks protection out of it.
Risking your health in that manner, especially probably for your age. I don't know your age. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? And all that. It's not for you to. It's not worth it. Why risk that for nothing? For a small ass percentage, even if it was real. No, honey, I wouldn't.
You know,
So one of the
I totally thank you so much for that.
Jazz, you're
And,
advancing age. You know what I mean?
Well,
You're an
no,
old man.
I'm only late
how
30s,
old are you?
so
How old are you, Jazz?
late 30s. But anyway,
Late
Stacey
30s?
B.
Ancient, pretty much.
Okay. So do you know what your actual chance of dying from the thing in the first place is? Do you know what the percentage
A
of dying of
helicopter
that in the first place?
transmission fucking out and I smack into a mountain or something unintentionally? 100%.
Yeah, that thing. So there is a epidemiologist named Dr. John Ioannidis. He is literally the most cited scientist on Earth.
Is he an aircraft
Okay?
engineer that can stop
No,
the transmission from fucking out?
no. He's an epidemiologist, and he is the most cited scientist on Earth. Right? He came out in, I think it was 2022, and went over all of the 2020 numbers of deaths, and showed that if you were under 65, you had a 0.03% chance of dying, which is no different than the flu. If you are under 19, you had a 0.0003% chance of dying. And if you were under the age of 70 or 75, I think it was, or no, sorry, over the age of 65, it didn't even go to 1%.
So these statistics, didn't include collisions, head-on collisions at 100 kilometers an hour, and you had a 0.003% chance of dying.
I don't know. It included
Exactly what
every
I said
single
before,
person.
big dog.
He included every single person who was recorded as a death.
Exactly. So how the hell can you interpret from those statistics who died from the sea when they got the big V?
Wait, you said, hey, listen, you're saying yourself, listen, I'm not even necessarily agreeing 100% what you're saying, but you just out of your own mouth said, how can you even know the numbers? Now, that in itself should be, why am I hearing numbers on my TV when everything we just talked about, I have to know that that's bullshit. There's no way they can give me those numbers correctly, right? I mean, we just said it. It's ridiculous how they did this on purpose.
No, Stacey,
No?
I'm sorry. And Stacey, you went on mute, and I just wanted to say I appreciate what you said before. Really
you're welcome.
appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
But
Look,
what I'm
none
saying
of us want
is,
anything bad to happen to you, bro. You know.
hang on, Plane. Stacey, to reiterate what I just said was, Plane is reiterating statements or supposed facts that aren't facts. It's just
They are
literally, well, no, they're
They're
not.
facts on going by the numbers that we have.
Okay, so then there would be numbers on who died from this, who died from car accidents, who died from getting run over, who died from violence, who died from.
No. We're not going by any of that. We're just going
so
by
you're just
purely.
putting it all together.
We're just going by purely what was recorded as the people that died of the V, right? On
well,
those
that's not
particular
what you said.
numbers. That's exactly what I said.
Mm-mm.
That's exactly what I said. Yes, it is.
Because I asked you.
Get
I
off. Get
asked
off.
you.
I thought you were being.
I said,
I thought you were being. I thought you were being facetious, just mucking around.
no,
What I
I
said.
asked you. I
What I
said,
said to you.
who died from car accidents? Who died from house fires? Who died from violent fucking acts?
That's.
And
I
who
don't. I
died
don't.
from the
I
C and the
I
B?
don't care. I don't care. What I'm telling you is that.
But when you say you
We was
don't
on.
care, you're just
No.
totaling them all into one
Stop.
to make
Stop
it
cutting
more.
me off. Stop cutting me off. Okay, and actually listen. What I said was on the numbers that we were given, the official numbers given. The world's premier epidemiologist went over those death numbers, and they were the results that he came back with. We're not going on about whether someone died of this or died of that. Died of the classification called the V in the official records, and then he came up with what those numbers. So it doesn't matter whether or not that was actually a car accident or whatever, it doesn't matter, just the official numbers of the V deaths. He then collated all that together, and they were the numbers he came up with. He is the world's leading epidemiologist, the most cited epidemiologist and cited scientist on Earth. He's not some just dude straight out of college. He's the number one. Right? And the number one dude said that in 2020, if you were under 19, you had a 0.003% chance of dying. If you were under 65, you had a 0.03% chance of dying. You realize that 94% of the population of the Earth is under 65. So for 94% of people on Earth, there was a 0.03% chance of dying. And we shut down the entire Earth, bankrupted people, destroyed businesses, destroyed the entire travel industry, locked people down. We did all of that for a bad flu season.
Well,
We're lied about bad season.
It
Sorry?
wasn't really a flu. It killed a fuck ton of people.
No.
This is where I have an issue because I don't even know if it was a bad flu season because the flu numbers went out the window. Don't even know what the real numbers are. And if, like I said earlier, Jazz, if you can understand and you got the proof that these numbers were so manipulated to the fact that you could have 60 days in, only had COVID. Oh, sorry, that is what happens. The C, like 2 weeks, right? And then 60 days later, you pass away of a car accident. It didn't matter. So this is the problem. No matter what number you're given, I don't care if it says 15 million people died of it. That's bullshit because you can't even verify that. It was all over the place. These numbers are lies. They've been lies from the get-go.
Guys, can I cut it for a minute? I've been listening now here for a while. I think we're a little bit on thin ice. Like maybe we should change topic.
Bring it back now.
Yeah, maybe because I think we're going a little bit past the line, guys.
Yeah, bring it back now.
I don't want to put the server in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
This is really not
It's hard when you speak in code too. We were trying to, even when you do that, sometimes you slip up like I just did. You don't mean to, so it's very difficult to have this conversation.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
And my bad on that. Everybody, I know we've done it. It's an accident. Nobody means to do it on purpose. But Essie's right. No, I know it's like we're not trying to be vicious, but we need to kind of switch away from the conversation because it will lead to exactly what we're doing right now, and it just goes in full circles because we have to talk in code.
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to jump off because I'm going to eat.
Yeah.
And I will go into my other phone and I will find that information and I'll post it in the chat.
Or at least send it to Jazz either way, honey, if you could. That's awesome. Thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate that.
I'll find that SA Health information. And I mean, I could post literally thousands. I could post thousands of things if you want to see them. I probably literally have 1,000 scientific articles.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
All right. And
Jazz
if you really want,
Jazz is just
really
trying
want
to justify the anal swab they made him take.
No, that's the part of the whole game that he loved. That was his favorite.
I'm just tickling it out of my tonsils.
It's so ridiculous.
That's why he kept going back for more.
He's got
All right,
his
sorry,
appointment
guys,
coming up soon.
I got to bail out. So anyway, thanks, Jazz. I have no animosity with you at all. I'm just, it's just a very heated topic because, like at the end of the day, we're only telling you this, and I've only ever been telling people this because out of love. I don't want to see anyone get hurt, and I know people that have been hurt.
All good, man.
Right.
We'll talk again for sure. No hard feelings.
All right, take care. See you.
You too, mate. Catch up.
Jazz, what up, brother?
So how you going?
Good, man. Good to hear you. I always like when I catch you on here. I'm like, oh, I gotta get on. Jazz is there. Somebody's gonna yell at Jazz there.
Oh yeah, bound to happen anytime, any second now.
No doubt.
We're two at each other, but as always, I've never had any kind of bad feelings with Jazza. He just cracks me. I'm like, go to bed, Jazza.
Yeah.
If anything,
See my new ISIS and Stacey, see my new profile picture that's just this morning. We've had a huge fucking fire just a few miles away, and then now it's snow on the ground and it's put the fire out.
You guys get snow out there?
Yeah, not normally this late in the year, but yeah, like last night we were fighting a fire and now the snow's put the fucking fire out.
No shit. Yo, is that what you do, or is it just something on site where you were?
No, I can do that now because I was just telling Stacey that I can't fly commercially with passengers, but if I don't have passengers, I can still fly.
Nice. What I mean, I guess, was would you have like a fire where your helicopter was, or what was it?
Yeah, literally, if you look at my profile photo, literally about 4 miles to the left of my photo was where the fire was. Quite a big fire, and like a sort of not a commercial forestry block, but sort of forestry, but like weeds, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, man. Well, yo, just out of curiosity, do you just fly for yourself, or do you fly like? Were you like helping put out fires, kind of? Like, I'm just curious, like, you know what I mean? Like, were you out there like dumping fucking shit, from your helicopter, or no? Do you do any of that? Have you ever done any of that kind of stuff?
Used to, just called in sort of now. Because I was just telling Stacey that I lost my medical a wee while ago with a heart problem, so I can't fly commercially, but if I'm not flying passengers, I can do some jobs.
Do you ever do it? Did you ever do it professionally, or no?
I literally lost my medical the day after I got my license. Paid $100,000 to get my license.
And you lost the medical. What do you mean by lost the medical? Like insurance, you said?
No, you have to do a commercial pilot's medical. They got to check your heart and your blood.
Oh, you didn't pass the medical.
I passed it the first time when I started my license, but then when I finished my license, the technology had changed. And that's right when the old the ECGs come in. You know, ECG for the heart.
Oh yeah. Or the EKG or ECG? I don't know the. What do you mean?
ECG. It was EKG before that. It was just like ultrasound. And they were like, "Oh, there's something wrong with your heart, but you'll be right." So I went and spent $100,000 doing my medical, and then next year when I went to renew my medical, the ECG has come out, which is like the ultrasound, and they're like, "Nah, you're fucked, mate. You just wasted $100,000."
Damn. Anything you can do to correct that?
Me $100,000. I'm kidding. Where's your $100,000 coming from, Jazza? Damn, how can you waste $100,000 for me? I'm like, that sets me up in life. Wow, honey, that just baffles me. Woo.
No, Stacy, it was it was a student loan from the government.
I got you now. I understand exactly what you're saying and how you got it and what happened now. Okay. Yeah. Makes perfect sense to me now. I'm gonna say, damn, you just like threw $100,000 out of your savings. You're like, there goes that.
Yeah,
Makes
but
sense.
it's fucking annoying when you spend $100,000 to not get your license to go and do a job to make $180,000 to pay your
And you're
student
still
loan
paying
back.
for that, aren't you? Are you still paying for your student loan on that then?
I've got a wee bit left to go.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And I went to the heart surgeon just before COVID, actually. That's fucked shit up. Or the cocoa. And just before that, he was saying that with the problem I have, they were testing rats, which I don't believe, but if those poor little rats are going to help me get flying back up in the air, then I give my heart and soul to those poor little ratty bastards.
Right, though, I understand that they are doing testing like that. At the same time, I'm like, man, I don't want to even hurt the little rats. I'm a very animal creature loving. I think they're better than, like, animals are amazing and they're better than humans. I'm like, don't hurt the rats. Put people up in there. I know a lot of people I put in there. Here, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
We have a lot of rabbits here, and out at our old airstrip where we used to take off the airplane, my brother, he was an avid hunter, and he went to stab a rabbit to death, and I fucking kickboxed the shit out of him. Not to death, but I was like, you're not gonna fucking kill that rabbit in front of me. And I took the rabbit home, and he was my pet for 4 years.
Yeah, I thought you were saying like traumatized, blood sported your brother or something like that in a cage fight. I was like, man, that guy's serious. Sorry.
No, it's good. You guys make me laugh in here. We need that. But yeah, you see now, look, Jessa is a very loving soul. You can kind of tell. Like the people act all crazy sometimes, but like you kept the pet for 4 years. You made it your best friend kind of thing. That's what my pets are. They're part of the family. So you mess with my dog, I will kill someone. I will literally kill someone over my dog. Even if it bites you. Why did it bite you? What'd you do? That's where I'm at. That's my family.
You know, I'm the same. And you know how there's that saying, I couldn't hurt a fly?
Yes.
I could murder the fucking death out of a fly in my house. But if there's a rabbit,
no, right,
not a chance. I'll try and catch that motherfucker. And it sounds bad to say I'll keep him in captivity as my pet, but
I am bad though. I feel bad actually when I kill a fly. I think about its family and everything. I'm sorry when I kill a spider, even though I absolutely hate spiders. I'm like, you're not gonna make it back home. Sorry. I'm really awful.
Oh shit! You sound like you're awful.
I am.
I've heard.
So
about
I try to avoid it. You've heard about me?
Mm-hmm.
Stacy, you're going to find
Yes,
this funny. I just said to the office girl the other day, she's just new, I said, because I was cleaning not cleaning because they're always clean, but around the windowsills and shit. And I said, if you hear me scream like a little girl and run out of the room and just about get chopped up by rotted blades, I'll stop before that happens. But I said, if you hear me scream, that means there's a fucking spider.
Can you give me the fucking TLDR version of this?
TLDR. What the fuck?
Yeah, sum it up. Give me the
love and care.
Come on,
He said chop chop. I thought he said chop chop.
Come on, bro.
He's smacking me. Sorry, I don't.
Stacy, I don't know what that meant. Can you translate?
Yes.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, hurry up, please. He says with your story. He said, "Chop chop. We need you to get to the point." So in other words, his point was, you might hear him screaming because he doesn't like spiders. He don't do spiders. He will go crazy.
Okay, I'll do it. It's good.
So a non-spider eater.
I don't like fucking spiders. If you hear me squeal like a little girl, I'm running out of the room. And if I do, don't fucking laugh at me.
Okay, so you don't like to eat spiders? Me neither.
I don't like spiders within fucking 15 meters of me.
All right, well, so we have something in common.
Snakes and scorpions. There's a lot of that added to that little list for me. Yeah.
Thankfully, Stacey, we don't have snakes or scorpions in New Zealand, so I'm sleeping a little bit easier tonight.
You just have birds that can't fly.
Yeah, but they're fine. You just pat those little fuckers on the head.
Like what kind of that's like the perfect prey.
We don't really have anything that's going to try and kill you.
Well, no, a bird
apart
that
from
can't
stupid
fly
cunts
is like
on the road.
Made to be eaten. I would think. Sure
We do have land-based
predators. Well, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah. We don't have any fucking pterodactyls or anything. Although there's some in my hangar that I can't find.
I didn't think New Zealand was in. I never thought New Zealand was in the Middle Earth. Like pterodactyls and shit. Whatever the fuck you're saying.
No, I was just saying there's something in the hangar that is so fucking loud that's flying around that I haven't seen. It sounds like a fucking pterodactyl. But it's obviously small enough I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I understand. I actually thought you were talking about it being like for real, like something was out there different than that. Yeah. I get you now.
I was just exaggerating with the name. Like, what the fuck is that?
Google it.
Ooh, it's sunrise time in Indiana. I'm going outside and seeing that. If you can, go enjoy it, y'all. It's about to be that time.
What are you seeing, Stacy?
What?
Sunrise. That's the best part of the day. The sunrise and the sunset. I don't like it calling them that, but hey, that's what they're called. Sunrise and sunset. Best part of the day.
Awesome.
It's a difference.
Hey guys, I just want to say I just dropped that link for the South Australian data in the chat.
Thank you. And Jesse, yeah, look at that, please, if you can, sweetheart. He said he dropped it in the chat.
Okay,
now. What's the difference, Stacey?
The sun gets closer to me and then it goes away from me. That's about all I could tell you right now because I don't do the sky. I don't fall even with some of the stuff that people say on our side or whatever side because I can't verify any of that shit, man. 93 million miles away or any of that stuff. Nope, can't verify it. So I don't go down that.
Holy moly.
I know Sugar Cookie. I actually know who you are.
Okay, good. So, what I was thinking that you were going to say was like the colors in the sky or whatever. Like,
Oh, you weren't actually being an asshole. Not that you are. I'm not calling your name. You weren't trying to be, agitate me or anything. You were actually being sincere. What I think the difference is of what I get out of it in a way.
Yeah, like when you look at the sunset and you look at the sunrise, there's all to me. That's why I ask, because to me there's like very subtle differences.
No, you are right, and the view and everything is honestly it's the colors, the view, and the feeling and the energy I feel in the air. That's probably my own little thing. I'm not saying there actually is like kind of thing coming at me. No, but I just think that's the most beautiful part of the day. I'm usually out and about all day long. I love being outside. The rest of the day is just this big bright light or gray and gloomy usually. So those are the best times for you to get all the colors in the sky. It's just gorgeous. Makes me feel more, I don't know, at home with this place and with a higher power or whatever it is. I just feel more, at one with it in those times. Probably a me thing, by the way.
Why did you think I was being an asshole?
I'm so used to people being assholes in here. So it's like, is he really trying to do this right now? And I'm just talking about how I enjoy the sun. No, I apologize too. That was a me thing there. I jumped on the gun. So my bad, honey. But thank you for asking me that. Yeah.
What you jumped on the what?
Jumped the gun. I didn't jump on it.
Okay.
It's early. I'm getting my coffee. I'll be there soon.
Wait. Okay. I'm not looking for a girlfriend, so just so you know. It's fine. I'm good. And I'm not gay.
You're so funny. I gotta be quiet because I'm traveling around a lot of people right now. Inside where I'm literally in a hotel, so I don't be too loud. It's early. But no, I'm not looking for no boyfriend either. Got one. I'm set. I've already dated 3 people in this community. I ain't looking for nothing in this community. I'm just literally looking to be here to make relationships with people and to find out information, and help one another. That's it. Don't need no man.
She's an independent woman. Sorry, just had to jump on and say that.
Wait a second. How many people in this community? Wait, hang on. Let me rephrase. We. Hang on. Let me choose my words.
I know you're trying to phrase it correctly.
Yeah. What am I trying to say?
How many people have dated? Is that what you're about to bring up in this?
What?
What about how many people in the community?
I don't know. I'm still trying to formulate my question.
Spit it out, bro. What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck I'm trying to say or ask. I don't know. There's what was his nuts? What's it not? And you guys had a big old long out. Like you guys are like a big old blowout. It was like almost like Jerry Springer at one point.
Yeah, you're fine. I was traveling to my location where I could talk. Yeah, big blowout over one of them. Yeah, because I was being hidden, and I got pregnant and everything else. And
what? Wait.
Yeah, yes, I got pregnant with somebody from the community. I was being hidden. This is like a couple years ago now, like almost 3. I was being hidden 2.5 actually.
There's nothing wrong with banging.
No, but it wasn't that. It definitely wasn't. No, it was a crazy ass story because he actually came to help me in the beginning for my mom. During that time where we all got hit by bullshit. So
Are you sure you didn't fuck your mom too?
No, I'm very positive because she was in the hospital.
Well.
No.
Okay. Fair enough, I guess. So then what happened? So what was a big deal? Was that on like Jose's or something?
Oh, hon, it was everywhere. It got put in behind the scenes. It started first, and then it just all was lies, and I felt like I had to defend myself. And then I started realizing, no, I don't. And I just quit talking about it because it makes it stop on my end. Like, I don't even talk bad about these people because I've already processed it all. I've already talked to them outside of this. There's no reason for me to cause disruption or anything on servers. That's not what we're here for. And it should have never been brought online, my personal life like that. But it was. And I played a part in that too because, yeah, you get caught up in it. And there's things that people don't know. It's real life shit. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I mean, so like, what do you call baby? What do you call it? Like baby Montreal?
What?
Baby Geo Montreal? Like some sort of hybrid?
Oh my goodness!
Some sort of hybrid of names in the community. How old is baby Montreal now?
The child itself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not. I lost that child, and that's the reason why it was really big and talked about. Abuse and other things. So I won't go into any more detail. It was too much. It was a lot to handle. We're talking about death and everything else. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't mean to.
Oh no, you're okay.
pry,
You
but-
didn't know, right? It's okay. And I've already processed that as well. You know what I mean? I'm good. So yeah, things happen. That happened to me. But I've also had a good relationship where I'm still I talk to this person at least once every 2 weeks, which was Sven from the Globe Light Tour. That's the first person I actually had a relationship with. And he was my co-host and all that. And so yeah, you can still build relationships with people and walk away and have no problem with them and no hate and still have some type of care, you know? So I'm grateful that I get that with other people like him. He didn't try to bring our relationship into the community. He was respectful. We didn't have those problems, and we still don't. And we support one another wherever we go, and that's how it should be, right?
Yeah,
But
that's cool. I mean, like if I meet chicks or whatever, and I typically I don't fuck fat chicks, so it's like, all right, that's friends, like that's automatic friend zone. So that's like some of the best friendships that I've had was like chicks with big butts, honestly.
hey, everybody has their own liking type or whatnot, you know. And
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Is there a reason why? Because like black girls are hot.
women are beautiful creatures. Doesn't matter to me about color. People are beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. But I can throw everybody into a friend zone and be very loving at the same time. It's the kind of person that I am.
Yeah.
So someone who would be with me would have to understand that I say, honey, sweetheart, baby, you know what I mean? To strangers even. It's just how it's raised and who I am. But when I say it to you or I have a certain name for you, you understand that. There can't be jealousy. I mean, think about the stuff that I do. And I talk to men, to the community, and most of you guys are men. It's difficult for a woman to come to this community and still continue to have a relationship outside of that because a man is going to, most of them, not like what you're doing. Right?
Well,
it's a fact.
I don't know.
Unless they're already in it with you. Now that's a wonderful thing if you could bring someone into the same world. But then that's tricky too. It's always tricky on here, y'all. Dating somebody if you're not careful.
Well,
I don't suggest it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I don't suggest it. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Well, I didn't want to talk over you.
Look at that. Respect on here, y'all. It exists and it can happen.
So, how long ago was that? Like the big blowout that I remember, and it was like, I don't know, And then
2020 is when it happened, and it ended in the end of 2020. Basically, the big boom, boom. And maybe in the beginning of 2021, but it hasn't been around since then.
what Discord channel was that on? Was it on? Where was that?
Gyms here, everywhere. Flatter 24/7. It started there. It went everywhere. Yeah. Other people got kicked for me as well, like Jedi and all those people for supporting me. It got crazy. Mm-hmm.
It was
But it's not
totally like
important.
a fucking Springer meets
Yes, it was.
Maury Povich meets
It was
Judge
insane.
Judy kind of thing, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And this is why I'm so grateful that I took a massive step away from it all too, to make sure that I centered myself and I didn't allow other people's comments for me to be dragged into that, because it can be very, it can be easy, right? That you can have someone just sit there and keep going at you, going asking questions. No offense, even you right now, I have to go, wait a minute. Be careful how much you go into this, because all it does is revisit it. All it does is bring it back to that. And if that person's lurking, this is their entertainment. And I don't really want to give them the entertainment anymore that they want. So that's what's made my life a blessing, is not giving it to them.
Yeah, you're bullshit. Bullshit. If you didn't want somebody else listening to your drama, then you would have taken it to a cell phone conversation. You
No.
You know what I mean?
This was not that. This was, I had blocked him. I'm not going to talk about it. Yeah, actually, I'm not going to go that deep. It was deeper than that. It became, I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't do anything.
Okay.
Real life stuff. Let's just leave it there. Real life stuff that got brought online because no matter where I went, I was being followed.
Hmm.
But I'm gonna just ask nicely if we can just not talk about it. And it's not because I don't.
Oh, that's okay.
Or I can't. I just don't think Gio, because Gio knows about it too, and the people involved, that it would not be probably the thing to do. For everybody's sake, because nobody really wants to hear about my drama. They done heard it enough. I have too.
Well, that's cool. So, I'm just saying, you thought I was fucking with you about saying what's the difference between sunrise and sunset, because they kind of do look the same colorfully, color wise. So I wasn't fucking with you on that.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. And you explaining that instead of just being like, damn, you a bitch. I'm sorry, excuse my language. But you could have. I was one out of line that time. I just didn't get it. I'm used to, again, sometimes people just want to attack you all the time and not really care what you actually think.
Right. So you're walking around with your middle fingers in the air all the time? Is that what you're doing?
With my middle fingers in the air?
Yeah.
I mean, there's sometimes I do. I mean, come on. I respect this place. No, I live a life of, I'm quite happy. I'm a happy-go-lucky person who usually smile all the time, and I don't like negativity. This is why I try to stay outside and around people. In fact, someone, and there's a couple about to walk up to me now with the 2 pit bulls, because I like to know everybody that's around me. Get to know where they're at. Very social.
How can you be defensive and happy at the same time?
Very easily, because when you have trauma-based stuff in your past, you have triggers, right? Just like we talk about on here. And depending on someone tries to keep triggering you on certain things, can make you go to a very negative, dark place. So I try to keep myself in a very positive one, right? That's also part of recovery. You keep yourself grounded and focused. That's what I have to do on a daily basis.
Like, do you have flip-flop? Do you, what do you mean by grounded?
Grounded, I literally mean being humble, being understanding, literally kicking my own self in the ass, going, what are you doing right now? Can you change something? Can you fix what you just said or did? Yeah, because I can lose myself in 2 seconds. We all can. We could fuck up tomorrow. I'm just saying, when I'm keeping myself grounded, I'm keeping all the things around me that I know are bad for me away, and trying to bring nothing but and manifest good and in my life and for everybody around me. And I worry about karma every day. So the things that I do, I make sure that it's good, that I try to put out nothing but good, because karma is real. And I live that way of life now. I haven't had the easiest way of life, and I have never come to this understanding until what? I've never understood this way of life until probably about 10 years ago.
Okay, so when you were 72.
You cracked me up. No, when you're an addict, you don't really live life. You know, you're living in drugs. You're living in this whole other world bubble. So when I broke free of that in 2016, especially, I was like, wow, yeah, I'm never going back there again. And then your whole world changes. And I stopped being so internal with just me, right? And secluding myself from the world. I started making sure I was out in it and saying, I'm not hiding myself, who I am, my feelings, what I believe, what I know. And I started walking in that every day. It took some time, and I'm still growing every day, by the way. I haven't got to the point where I feel comfortable with everything about me. No, I don't think I ever will, though.
All right, hang on. You're monologuing here real quick.
Go ahead, honey. We'll go ahead and talk.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
For me, grounded means your feet actually touch the ground.
Okay,
like,
yep.
Literally.
Yeah, not your shoes, your actual feet. Your soles are touching the ground. Correct. I got you.
Yeah, yeah.
With the earth. Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. I had those moments as well. Yeah. Needed. Meditation, getting away from people too, just sitting outside with yourself, whether it's music or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Zoning out and grounded. Yeah, with the earth. Mm-hmm.
Not on concrete.
No. I'm on concrete right now, though. So I'm not grounded right now. But I do know what you mean.
You're insulated.
Yes.
Hey, Sugar Cookie, sorry to interrupt, Stacey B. Always
Yeah,
listen
that's
to
okay.
talk to you.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
And yeah, we'll talk again sometime, Stacey. But yeah, I got to go because the weather's improving. So we'll talk another time.
All right, honey. You have a good one. I'll talk to you soon. Bye, Jazza.
You too. Alrighty, catch up.
Oh, dang it. Who was that? Sorry, I didn't mean to hog the conversation there.
No, you're good. Anybody who wants to join in, please feel free to. About anything and everything. I've already been talking a lot anyway.
How old were you when you became a stripper?
Is that a joke?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually sound like my ex, by the way.
Well,
Are you fucking with me right now?
You said anything
Is
and
that
everything.
who this is right now?
What?
You're not my ex right now, right? Try to fuck with me, follow me around like we said earlier, doing this nonsense that keeps bringing out a different side of me. Trying to, at least. Because you do sound familiar, and the little stripper comment reminds me exactly of the comment he said to me, which makes no sense because I've never been a stripper in my life. So I don't know what your game is here, but I'm not playing it because you just showed me your colors. Whether you're him or not, it doesn't matter. But do not try to put me in a category that I am not. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Who do you think I am? I was just messing around. Like, you said anybody and everything or whatever can ask a question. So I thought, that'd be kind of a funny, weird question to ask. But then she projected something onto me that who I'm not.
You just projected me being a stripper.
But obviously, if you didn't mean it in that way, maybe just say sorry about that and move on.
Hey, Gio, honey, when you're around next, if you hear this, can you please let me know what the hell's going on? Because I think you know what I know right now. That's all.
Well, if you're going to be complaining about anybody can ask you a question about anything and everything, and then I ask a funny kind of oddball question, and then you complain about the question I asked, and you accuse me of being somebody that I have no idea who is, and then you want moderation for it.
No. I'm asking for moderation. Actually, you can stay here all you want.
Oh, Stacey, guys.
Go ahead.
Hey, if you actually didn't mean it in any form of malice or stupid way, bro, how about just saying sorry about that and now let's move on? Like, if you didn't mean it in any bad way, you're saying that you didn't, just say sorry and move on. That's the appropriate thing to do.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I've been listening to this conversation, and bro, you do you have Asperger's or something? Like, do you have a problem like understanding like social cues and stuff? Like, I don't like that was mad disrespectful of you to even ask that question, and then to continue to ask her and interrogate her about her past as a man, like you're busybodying, you're gossiping about some girl's drama, and you're actually interested in it and engaging her with it. Which I that was a red flag. But then to call her a stripper, bro, and not expect her to be upset and project something like, dude, I don't know. You sound like a really immature kid who's
All
You
right,
never
sound
gotten
like
like.
a guy who's been
calm
chasing
down.
me
Let
for
the white
3
guy
years,
talk.
and I'd like you to disappear like you used to do. Can you please not? If you're not him, fuck off, to be honest, because you are exactly, you know who he is. This is why you brought it up. This is why you keep attacking me. You go to every server for 3 years. I don't even give you the entertainment. And if this is one of your friends, I'm done. Leave my past, your past too, in the past. Thank you.
Okay, enough. No more drama. No more. Let's just chill, okay? No more of this.
Not
Enough.
reflecting good on for Bev's server. You have to represent for that server. Be good.
Topic change. I don't want to hear any more of this stuff. This is not a dating. This is not a dating place.
Let's see what happened. Are you like? I mean, I'm not being like an asshole, but are you like taking like a different role over here or something on Geos?
No, what are you talking about, bro? Did you not hear what just happened? You weren't here, so.
No, I wasn't really here, but I know.
Okay, so then why are you talking, bro?
I just told you. Well, I'm just asking, just because yesterday and the day before. I mean, genuinely, are you taking a different role here, or
What are
just
you
the
talking
situation?
about, bro? There's no role that I'm taking. I'm the same person that
Well,
I've always was.
the situation mine is so fucked up. That's why I don't want to talk anymore. That people have checked out from it also, and they don't understand.
No, I was just asking. I see how he's doing. It seems like he's just wound up a little bit. You all right?
Oh, is he?
I'm not
No,
wound up
no.
at all, bro. I'm very good, very
I
calm.
hope not.
I think he was pretty much just saying. I think he was pretty much saying, just okay, time to chill out. Enough with the questions.
Yeah,
On her
that's it.
past,
Leave the
etc.,
woman
and
alone. She
let's
doesn't want to
move
be
on.
questioned. And yeah, that's it.
That's pretty simple.
Right.
Let's just move on to something else.
Agreed.
But shout out to Montreal. I hope you're doing well, sweetie pie. I hope you're not in a bad place or anything, or angry or anything like that. We need
I'm
to
good.
yeah
Don't
project
listen
that
to this guy,
positivity as much
Stacey.
as possible, guys. I have to every day. Let's do it.
I'm very good, thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you,
so I
though.
got some pretty good footage of the sun tonight. So you're talking about sunsets earlier. Had a pretty
Yeah.
nice sunset tonight.
Sweet. That's my favorite series. Those are my two favorite parts of the day.
Yeah, actually, you know what? The one thing that I'm noticing, you know how people are filming the sun and the clouds, right?
Okay.
Now, when you look at any photos of the sun and the clouds, what you actually see is an illumination of the cloud, like directly where the sun is, just that tiny little bit right around the sun. Now, you can never see that with your naked eye. You only ever see that with a camera. So it's quite an interesting phenomenon that it is something where you do literally just see like just that tiny little bit. And it's not even like a lot of a cloud.
Phenomenon to see stuff.
It's just a small. Sorry.
It's not a phenomenon to see stuff necessarily, is it? It'll be you're just talking.
Well, I guess it is a phenomenon to see it, isn't it? Isn't that what a phenomenon is? When you see something that doesn't seem normal or something of the sort. Am I using the word wrong?
Right, like a shoe.
Well, a shoe could be a phenomenon, I guess, if you just saw it randomly in the jungle.
Oh my God.
So, well, that's an interesting phenomenon.
Are you got? Is everybody listening to that? Yeah.
I'm
You're
not
just
sure.
saying
Like
words,
I
right?
could be using it wrong. You know, like I don't know. But I think seeing the sun in that particular way is an interesting phenomenon because you don't personally see it with your naked eye. You can only see it with a camera.
So you're just sitting
Because
here, just like saying words in nonsensical sequence.
Why not?
Are you just sitting here saying words being a dick, or like what are you doing? Stop just picking on general things and just
People
go
have to do
by
what they
what.
can do well, and that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
His best self, which is a dick.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I find it a interesting observation. Is that better for you? Do you appreciate that word better if I say observation? But anyway, so it's an interesting observation that when you actually with a camera
Don't let me
zoom,
tell you the words that you should say. Go on.
instead you just prefer to interrupt. But yeah, so it's an interesting
You just asked
observation
me a question.
You don't have to engage with anybody here if you don't want to. Don't feel that you are forced to actually have to entertain somebody else's childish behavior.
Yeah. So
So answering
yeah,
a
I find it.
question is childish behavior.
Anyway, once again, let's move on from any kind of retarded drama.
No. Don't hand wave dismiss that plain reality guy. When somebody is asking me a question directly during their monologuing of nonsensical stuff, I can answer that, can't I? And for you to sit there and say I can't answer that and say it's childish to answer it is ridiculous.
Well, I think that at the end of the day, I was actually already talking, in which you kept interrupting. So maybe if you weren't
Well, apparently
interrupting
you
in the
must
first
need to
place
take your head
and
out
just
of your
let me.
ass because you weren't listening to what he was saying. He directly
Well,
addressed me and asked me a question.
So you can see how childish behaviors really make for like shit argument or conversations even.
Right.
So anyway, I
So
was just trying to.
anytime anybody asks somebody a question in the middle of in their own monologue, the person addressed is childish for answering the question. That's ridiculous. So you guys could
I
go,
was actually having a conversation with some other
listen to
fucking
what you
party,
guys are saying.
actually, before you bumped in to try and like talk, So I think it'd been muted. Long live Johnny. Make it like a high ho.
Okay, so anyway, like I was saying, I find it interesting of the observation that when you're actually zooming in on the sun, that you see light only directly around the sun.
Zooming in on the sun?
Yes, with a camera.
Okay.
So when doing that, you literally see light directly around the sun on the cloud. It's not like
Zooming
you
in on
see
the sun
light
with
covering. Am I able to actually talk here, or do you want to just keep interrupting?
No, I'm trying to follow along with you. I'm zooming in on the sun with a camera.
It's just gonna be annoying.
Well, maybe
I'm
if
not
you
just
actually
stepping and
listen.
muting, basically.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this a presentation that you're doing, and it's not a dialogue? Okay.
No, but you just don't need to be here.
Somebody's hot micing.
I don't know. I thought this was a conversation.
Plain reality. You're just an antagonistic type.
No, I'm trying to follow along. He said zooming in on the sun.
I mean, look,
I'm like,
when have
wait
you
a
ever
second,
added
what's that? He's
anything
like,
to a
yeah, zooming
conversation?
in on the sun with a camera. I'm like, okay.
Like you've
So then
never
what?
added, like you're like dead weight conversationally, Like maybe
So
even
following along with someone's
like a load for someone else to have to carry along with you.
Right. Okay. So.
And then God
what are you
forbid you
doing?
actually have some
Why
thought in your
are
head.
you butting in?
I'm just making a critique on your input.
Okay. Well, you're critiquing
And
my
then it's
input.
unnecessary for you to butt into anything else to actually. You're doing the opposite of adding any clarity to any kind of subject matter. And this is something that you're continually.
Okay, I'm sorry. What
you
is
sorry?
your
Yes.
purpose?
Okay, good.
What is your purpose
That's a
in this
good start.
conversation
That's
right
an
now?
excellent start.
You're
Start with you're sorry.
commentating
Let's move
on
on from
my.
there. Go ahead.
So you're you're making a point about my questions about the. It seems like kind of a weird.
Is this where you
thing.
start to
You're
be beneficial
the one that's
to the conversation
superfluous here. It seems like.
Is this where you start to not be like dead weight? Is that where we are now?
No.
I'd like to let's fast forward to that fucking part, please, if you don't mind.
Okay, is there a chance you can shut the fuck up for a second? That's cool.
There was a chance, yes.
Thank you. Oh no, no, you can't. Okay.
You need longer
Just
to
let
talk?
me know when let me know when you're gonna allow me to talk. That'd be cool.
However long it needs to be. Just
So
I don't think there's any real need for you to say anything, to be honest with you.
So we're zooming in on the sun with a camera. Right?
So none of that was necessary as a roundabout. If you just stop interjecting to ask a question, just to repeat.
Are you kidding me? You're the one that's.
Are you kidding me?
Man.
You're the one who's. Come on. All right.
Snacks. You're the one interrupting the guy telling the story about zooming in on the camera, and I was just following along, making sure I could follow along. Now, like 10 minutes later, you're dragging it along.
Anytime he's trying to talk, you're gonna start talking, which is why I said to stop paying attention to you.
Fucking pot calling kettle black right now, man.
No. I'm just trying to help here because you're an annoyance.
I'm an annoyance trying to follow along. Is that what you're saying?
No, you're using the idea of following along as an opportunity to be a nuisance and an annoying child.
That's exactly what you're doing right now. Do you not understand
guys,
what you're saying?
I think we had enough of this. Can we continue the convo? Where were we? The sun?
We were talking about the sun and
conversation.
Looking at it, zooming in with the camera.
Okay, all right, okay. So ask your question.
This other guy's gonna get like 10 words in. And he's gonna be like, "Oh, you blanked the blank? Oh, okay." Like he's actually following along. Like, what is this?
Yeah, let him finish, Sugar Cookie. Let him finish his thing, and then you can go. Come on, guys, man. Come on. It's too early for this. So the guy that was talking about the sun, please continue, and then Sugar Cookie can go next.
Yeah, no worries. Anyway, I was hot micing anyway, so that's why I jumped off. But yeah, I mean, my point was almost over. Just saying how it's a interesting observation that when we are zoomed in with a camera on the sun, that you get like just like a very small illumination of just a tiny bit of the clouds around the sun. Not even like as if the entire clouds are illuminated. It's just a small part. That's all I want to say. To hear what other people have to say about that now.
So
okay, Sugar Cookie, go for it.
Yeah. So, what clouds are you talking about?
The clouds right next to the sun.
Do you mean like through the lens that the clouds are in the Earth's atmosphere, what have you, or clouds next to the sun?
I mean, as the sun is on its way in the appearance of down and it passes through clouds, when you are zoomed in on them, quite often what you will have is illumination of a tiny bit of the clouds directly around the sun will be illuminated.
Is there a distance that the clouds are from the sun that you're saying, like, or I'm confused. Is it just like an optical thing that you're looking at, or like what? I'm confused at what you're saying.
Well, of course it is an optical thing, but I think that it has to do with the azimuthal grid of vision.
The azimuthal field of vision?
Grid of vision, like our dome of vision.
Where does the clouds come in with that?
Clouds come in because I would say that the sun that we see visually is not actually that far away from us. And that's why we can have the appearance of it being in the clouds.
Oh, okay. So are you are you referencing something to the effect of like it could appear that clouds look like they might be behind the sun kind of thing?
Yeah, I've got footage of that.
Okay.
And even as an example, tonight when I was filming as the sun was approaching a certain group of clouds and it touched, well, not saying that it actually touched those clouds, but as it appeared to get to the point where it was touching those clouds, right directly at the point where it touched was illuminated. But going further away from that, like, let's just say in the camera, not in reality, but in the camera, just within a couple of centimeters to the left or right, not illuminated, right where the sun is, that little section is illuminated. And then as it passes through, you'll see illumination as it goes through. And then as it comes out, you see the top part there also illuminated. And nothing sort of to the left or right is really actually shining, like as if the sun's shining through the whole thing, which is what you would expect, because that's what we see with the naked eye.
Do you
We
have
just
like
see entire illumination. Sorry, go on.
do you have like a super cool camera setup or anything like that, or are you just like an amateur guy like does it and like how do you capture that? Do you have a screen also that like
Well,
attaches to
no,
your
you can.
camera lens or whatever? I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm a dumb dumb.
No, so on that, I have I caught that with 3 different cameras tonight. So one of those cameras just has a standard UV lens on it, a UV filter lens, and another one I had the equivalent of a neutral density 400 filter on it, and then the other one had a neutral density 64, 68.
I don't
on it.
even know what that means.
Oh, I don't really know a lot either,
I know
man,
what
but
that means. Let
basically,
me ask you a question, bro. With
yeah,
your
yeah,
ND 400, okay? Because I've had some weird experiences with that. When you shoot with your ND 400 in the sun, do you notice any funny snow stuff flying around? Did you ever notice that?
yeah, I
Did you
do
ever? Well,
actually.
have a look now that I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, I have noticed that actually.
You have?
And yeah, I have. I've been wondering what that was. I thought it was like, I don't know, dust or something around. I don't know.
Really, bro? Oh shit! Now
Yeah.
you got me interested because I thought it was just me, an anomaly. So you have an
No,
ND 400, and when you shoot the sun, you notice things like these little white things flying around.
yeah, not always, but I have. Yeah, that has happened.
Can you do me a favor? Like, do you have film of that so we can compare? Like, I'm curious to see what you got.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and have a look. I'll
Okay,
have
no
to.
worries. Just keep it in mind because that freaked me
Yeah,
out. I thought it was something wrong with my camera or
it's
I was near power
probably far
lines.
easier. Sorry, keep going. Sorry, it's
Yeah.
probably far
Have you
easier for me
tried?
next time it happens.
Okay.
Have you tried to like replicate that with like a different polarizer or different neutral density?
Yeah, it won't work. It just works with the 400. When I put the solar filter, it doesn't. I don't see it at all.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I'm
I
not
don't
talking about
actually.
imaginary stuff, like clearly visible things. I've showed it many times. It's like, it freaks me
Yeah,
out.
that's with the one that you made, though, right? With the film.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No,
I think it's just
not the
imperfections
one
in
I
the.
made, bro. No, that's the solar filter. The ND is a I bought the filter. It's like you
So
turn it and it becomes
yeah.
lighter and darker.
Right. Okay. So circular polarizing filter, and you're getting yeah, depending on the quality of the CPL, like you
I
may
don't
or
know,
may
bro.
not
Here,
get
I'll
certain
try to
artifacts
find the
and stuff
picture
like that.
so you guys can see what I'm talking about.
It's just because like it's not perfect. Circular polarizing filter. So
I'm just getting the vibe, Snacks, that you're just Googling shit right now and just pulling crap out of your ass.
No. Snacks knows his shit, and what he's talking about. You got the cheap ND filters that you spin around, but those are shit. $20 on eBay or Amazon. That's not what you want for an ND filter. You want to. There's different technologies, and there's. Tell him, Snacks. You know about that.
It's
shit,
because
bro.
well, isn't there's two pieces to a CPL, right? So like as you circulate them, you're moving like one polarization pattern against another, which creates basically a gradient for all the way from like basically in offsets of degrees. You're closing out the visual field, you know. So when you get to 90 degrees, that's like 100% of what that CPL can do, and then when you get back down to where it's horizontal lines on horizontal lines. I think that's it. That's the It's just double the strip. So like each film is like half strength, and then they're like combining to form that. So okay, you go.
Yeah, I just posted. Who was I talking to? Plain Reality? Was that you?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, I just posted a picture, bro. Check on top. Check at the top of the sun. You'll see what I mean.
Okay, hold on.
See those things floating around there on the top?
Oh yeah.
That's all. Those things go flying all over the place, bro. Like I can capture hundreds of those.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to have a look.
Yeah, see if you get the same kind of thing. You might have to stop your camera because they really fly. I mean, you might have to stop your film while you're looking at it, like on your computer. You might have to freeze it. Yeah, it's freaked out.
Yeah. Well, what I've actually got, excuse me, I got it's a brand called Nissi. I think it's called Nissi, something like that. And it was 3 different filters. One's a ND8, one's an ND64, and one's an ND1000. So what I do, apparently, to get the right amount of stops for an ND400, if you put the 8 and the 64 together, it gives you the correct amount of stops. So I'm gathering it's an ND400 equivalent. But the other gentleman who was just talking may tell me that that's wrong. I'm not sure.
If you're gonna stack them though, it's gonna decrease your I don't know, just like the how much light really is gonna get to the sensor overall. So
if this is an
ND filters are
right?
awesome, but hold on. ND filters can cause aberrations and things because if you have the horizontal lines, that's how you're blocking out light. You have like they call it, the interlinear spacing, right? You have these interlinear lines that block out light. But those cheap ND filters, like you probably have the cheap one, bro. No offense, but that's not what you want when you're trying to get empirical data, because it's
Well, I
gonna
paid
lead
$80
to
for it. I don't know if it's
faulty
cheap. Is that
results.
cheap? $80?
Yeah, it's honestly they have some shitty ND filters that are like $80 for real. I know because
Okay,
I
but
bought them.
what?
pretty
Okay,
decent one.
fair
That's
enough.
pretty
It's a
decent.
shitty thing, right? But why would it cause these? What's this stuff all about? Why? And it's not just once. Every time I do it.
Yeah, SE. If you actually zoom in on that, they almost look the same, like as if it's something that's repeated. So maybe it is just some form of.
No, bro. They're all different. Some of them form like 8. Some of them form loops, circles. It's not what you think.
Oh, okay.
They're all different.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know what?
I'm
Let
just
me
saying
post you the video so you can see for yourself. I'll post the video.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's another one. Yeah, that one's different. It's more like a spot. Oh yeah, there's a little swirl type one down there.
So they have ND filters, right, where you spin it, and the more you spin it, it blocks out light until to the point where you block out all the light. You research how that technology works.
Yeah, that's the adjustable.
I know how it
ones
works,
that
bro.
can adjust up to 400.
That's the thing we were talking about when you have those 2 lenses and then you put the third one in, and you see right through. You know, we know how that works. But getting these things flying in and out every time, like why? Well, it's got to be something. I don't know what it is, but for it to occur every time, and now he's saying that he gets the same thing. I mean, that's not a coincidence.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to look because I've never zoomed in just like I've had to zoom in on the ones of yours and looked like that. So I'll have to suss it out. I can't say 100% that I definitely am. I just recall possibly seeing a few things flying around, but I'll
Yeah,
have
fair
to.
enough.
I'll
Yeah,
have to
yeah. I'd
have a
be
look.
interested to
Those are
to
really
see what
interesting
you get.
shapes. The images that you did, I remember you posting like months ago or whatever, are really cool. Like they're cool images, you know, and zooming in on those, whatever they are, apparently in those photographs, like whether or not it's a artifact or not, they're definitely very detailed looking, and I guess they're not like any kinds of things that I notice out of my setup, but I'm not doing solar photography. So
I'm
Here,
not
I
looking
just
at his
posted
images,
the
but
video,
yeah,
guys. Have a look.
I'm not trying. I'm not trying to downgrade his images or anything like that, man. Like I respect what you're doing,
it looks like weird, like
photographing this.
stone angels like flying around the sun, or some kind of like Chronicles of Riddick shit.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know. Right?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, those are the ones, right? That's crazy.
Yeah, on the second picture, the little one that's further down looks like it's a dot with a swirl on one side and a swirl on the other side, almost like a little galaxy.
Is it possible that that these can pick up like polarization that's happening, you know, just within the light that we're seeing? I don't know.
When I first saw it, I go, "What the heck? What is that?"
And if you're like stacking like a solar filter and a CPL, or like I don't know, like there's all kinds of situations that can cause like internal reflections. Um, you know, which is why you want the cleanest and simplest setup that's, you know, absolutely possible if you can. Um,
Yeah, the best lenses possible. But yeah,
yeah,
so adding a polarizer with the ND filter and a UV filter and all this, like yeah, that those filters, depending on the quality of those filters, it's gonna affect the accuracy of the image. Just like lenses, you know, depending on how the lens was crafted, you might see a little bit of a curve on the horizon. You might see curvature because at the edges of the lens, the image is going to be distorted. I forget the technical
You're
name for that, but
so is this
bro.
like a nerd battle about lenses or something right now?
No, this is. I filmed something. I found an artifact, and somebody else mentioned it, and I said, "Whoa, wait a minute! I'm not the only guy." That's what this is.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. Well, this other dude just said that he could see curvature.
depending on the lens, if you have a shitty lens,
Well,
even if it
sure. I
ain't a
mean, if you have
fisheye,
a
even if it
distorted
ain't a
lens,
fisheye,
of
even
course,
if it's
yeah,
just a wide angle lens, you might
obviously.
perceive curvature on the image because of the manufacturing of that lens. The craftsmanship of that lens is lacking, and it leads to distortions in the image. And then distortions become manifest. They manifest as curvature.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's sort of about the flange distance from the end of the the back of the lens to where the sensor or the film is going to be deformed differently if you have like a multi-element lens, and so certain types of lens setups will if the flange
Honestly,
distance is off, like it'll make the background look all spherized, sort of like a
I would
or
love.
like a fisheye, sort of.
Yeah, yeah. That's like back in the day. That was
So,
I would.
so have you ever
I used to heard that called fit. That's like a fisheye lens. But
right? So
here's the
you've
thing:
seen fisheye lens before?
is there a way that
Do you know how that
we can
happens?
get? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you?
What up, fags?
Anyway.
What?
Let's go.
Asa, how you doing? Yeah.
Good, brother. What's cracking?
Yo, yo.
Okay, so anyway, it would be really nice to have people talk about lenses because I don't know much about them. That actually know what they're talking about. Like SE knows what he's talking about. Like you guys are. It seems like you're just pulling stuff out of your ass about lenses and how they work. Like, oh, they call it a fisheye lens. Yeah, but no shit, Sherlock. It's like, come on, can we actually, if you're going to talk about lenses and stuff, can we actually get somebody that knows, like, more than a Wikipedia?
Dude, Snack wears glasses. He knows all about lenses.
For many years.
Dude, I've watched comparison videos on YouTube for years, comparing lenses and the different distortions. Dude. Like, we know, me and Snack, like everybody that does photography, there's so many people that do photography, Joe. Like, it's not that hard to look it up, dude. Like, it's on there, man. Go look it up on YouTube. The distortion. You see curvature, you see all kinds of aberrations, chromatic aberrations, and artifacts, and all kinds of weird shit.
The history of lens design, if you just go back there and just Wikipedia that and then spend like 2 years following that, then yeah, like you could just fucking pull this shit right out of your ass, dude. It's not a big deal. But if you don't, then, you know, maybe we're trying to help you out, so.
Yeah, isn't that the question that the point that I was just trying to make?
Where the Wikipedia thing, but the point is they also said like people like photographers and stuff who deal with lenses on a daily basis for their jobs and everything, and there's paperwork on this stuff out here, and plus people that do this in our own communities, they're always out there with the P9 900s and everything else trying to mess with lenses, so they're going from their own experiences and understanding of using them as well, but not just Wikipedia. Both was said, but you wanted to play on the Wikipedia comment, which I think was also done on the other end for a reason as well. But yeah.
You see, guys, it's not just about an aberration, right? We all know that lenses could make aberrations of that. But what I'm talking about is continuous. You can see it live as you're watching it. It happens all the time. It's not like a one-off thing, right? You see things flying by the sun with the ND all the time. It's not like an aberration. It's a live, on-demand thing that happens live. Look at my video.